The purple Zenith Grand Hall, perched atop Purple Firmament Peak, was the main hall of the Great Luo Sacred Sect. A young man sat cross-legged, shirtless, inside a three-legged cauldron. The cauldron brimmed with dark red flood dragon blood, whose domineering force battered his body again and again, driving pain beyond imagination through him. Barret, let the flood dragon's power sink into you and slowly mend your shattered meridians. It's going to hurt, but if you grit your teeth and get through it, your meridians will recover. A breathtaking woman stood beside the cauldron, hair cascading like a waterfall, brows like new moons, eyes clear as autumn water. Her face was flawless, as if heaven itself had chiseled her into being. She wore a snow-white gown that set off a lithe, graceful figure. Her skin gleamed like jade. She was like a white lotus blooming in snowy mountains, pure, yet irresistibly alluring. This stunning woman was Luo Yusu, Peak Master of Purple Firmament Peak and one of the Great Luo Sacred Sect's 7 Supreme Elders. Her cultivation long since stepped into the Saint Realm. The one soaking in dragon blood was her disciple, Lin Xiao. Not long ago, he had been ambushed by a master of the demonic path. His meridians were ruined, and he was now little more than a cripple. To rebuild her disciple's meridians, Luo Yusu had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to the Endless Sea, where she slew a black flood dragon king. The blood in the cauldron came from that very beast. At the moment, the flood dragon's corpse, shrunken to a fraction of its true size, lay off to the side, as dead could be. Lin Xiao twisted with pain, teeth clenched, enduring the scourging of the dragon blood again and again. With each wash, the tattered meridians within him knit a little more, and the ones restored were several times thicker than before. That meant they could carry far more power in the future, and his strength would outstrip opponents of the same realm by several folds. The very effect of tempering the body with dragon blood. Master, I'll remember your kindness forever. One day, I'll repay you well. Gazing up at his master, a vision like a celestial descended to earth. Lin Xiao's heart swelled with gratitude. Without her help, he truly would have been a cripple. To bring down that black flood dragon king, Master must have taken injuries too. He just didn't know how bad they were. Luo Yusu said coolly, stop getting distracted. Focus on repairing your meridians first. For Master's kindness, I can only spend the rest of my life working like a beast of burden to repay it. The only thing Lin Xiao could do now was make sure her efforts weren't wasted, so he threw himself into absorbing the power of the dragon blood. 2 hours later, Lin Xiao rose from the great cauldron, clenched his fists, and carefully felt the force flowing through his body. Master, my meridians are completely repaired. They're several times wider than before. He cried, elated. He realized that tempering with dragon blood not only repaired meridians, it also reforged the flesh. After he finished absorbing it, he had reached the great completion of the body tempering realm. On the cultivation path, there are 10 realms in all: body tempering, origin condensation, sea of transformation, Dao platform, heaven and man, refining ruins, return to one, saint, heaven's mandate, and great emperor. Lin Xiao had originally been in the late stage of the sea of transformation realm. Now that the dragon blood had repaired his meridians, his cultivation speed would be several times faster than before. Before long, he returned to his former level. This Black Flood Dragon King is a treasure trove. You can even absorb its dragon marrow. Seeing Lin Xiao looking invigorated, Luo Yusu broke into a smile. That smile left Lin Xiao in a daze. A beauty's smile was enough to topple a city. His master had always been the #1 beauty on the Zhongli continent, cold as ice before others. Aside from Lin Xiao, probably only their eldest senior sister, who spent most of the year away, ever saw her smile. Luo Yusu turned, her profile breathtaking. What are you spacing out for? Go help your master pull out the dragon tendons. Lin Xiao hurriedly reined in his stray thoughts and walked to the Black Flood Dragon King's massive body. He knew full well how terrifying demonic beasts were. Master, are you badly hurt? The Black Flood Dragon King is in the same saint realm as you. There's no way killing a peer didn't exact a price. Luo Yusu said to Lin Xiao. It's nothing serious. Just give me a few days in seclusion to recover. She always maintained a calm and composed demeanor in front of her disciple. Even if injured, she'd never let it show. Seeing that she didn't want to elaborate, Lin Xiao suspected she was indeed hurt, a lesson Master Senior had once shared. If the sect leader says outright that she's fine, then she probably truly is. But if she says it's nothing, that often meant there was some hidden injury involved. Fortunately, she hadn't simply said, just a minor wound. Master Senior had warned that when the sect leader described an injury as minor, it usually meant it was actually quite severe. Lin Xiao climbed onto the Black Dragon King's corpse. At this point, its body had shrunk to about 10 zhong in length. Its body was covered with sword wounds, and most of its dragon scales had been shattered. It wasn't hard to imagine how terrifying the sword attacks it had endured while alive must have been. The Black Dragon King's body was filled with treasures: dragon sinew, dragon blood, dragon bones, dragon marrow, all rare and valuable materials. Naturally, the task of dissecting the corpse fell to Lin Xiao, while Luo Yusu stood by to guide him. It took Lin Xiao every ounce of strength to extract the dragon sinew. Fortunately, his master had completely destroyed the Black Dragon King, purging even the residual malevolent energy left in its body. Otherwise, Lin Xiao wouldn't have even been able to get close, let alone disassemble the corpse. Store the dragon marrow in a jade vial. That part is actually the dragon's spine. It can be used for forging cultivation tools. Don't touch the dragon core, it still contains remnants of the dragon's Dao essence. As Luo Yusu directed Lin Xiao through the process of cutting the Black Dragon King into 8 pieces, she demonstrated techniques as well. When Lin Xiao struggled to cut through the tough dragon hide, she raised her hand, letting her long sword emanating a cold, icy aura slice down. The dragon's body split open instantly. Master, Lin Xiao asked, how long was this Black Dragon King when it was alive? He already understood that the body before him had been greatly reduced in size. Luo Yusu replied indifferently, about 3,000 zhong. Once it transformed into a true dragon, it could have evolved into a dragon 10,000 zhong long. Such a terrifying dragon, one that could wiped me out with a single sneeze in its prime, was ultimately slain by my master. My master is truly the strongest under the heavens. In his heart, Lin Xiao added another point to his admiration of his master. Unmatched beauty and power, both #1 in the world. Luo Yusu pressed her lips into a thin line, but her tone carried a chiding edge. Don't get arrogant. Your teacher's strength still has a long way to go within the Saint realm. I'm only middle of the pack. No matter what, my master is #1 under heaven. When Lin Xiao started playing the rascal, even Luo Yusu had no way to deal with him. She simply pretended not to see. Lin Xiao went on dismantling the dragon's remains. After yanking out a section of spine, he found something that looked like a red dragon core. This core had not the slightest ripple of spiritual power, nothing like that terrifying Jiao inner core from before he was close enough to touch it, and felt no sense of danger at all. Master, didn't you take the Black Flood Dragon King's inner core just now? How is there another one? Could the Black Flood Dragon King have 2 cores? Before Luo Yusu could answer, Lin Xiao reached out and grabbed the red core. The fact that he could lift it told him it wasn't the Jiao's inner core. Luo Yusu hadn't been paying attention to what Lin Xiao was doing. At his question, she turned, and the moment she saw the red core in his hand, her face changed. She shouted, "Don't touch it. That's the Black Flood Dragon King's." Before the words were out, Lin Xiao's fingertips had already brushed the red core. Pop! To Lin Xiao's surprise, the red core shattered at a touch and dissolved into a cloud of pink mist that enveloped him and Luo Yusu. Master, what is this? Before he could, that woman must be a fairy. I must take her as my master. Only then can I stay by her side forever. Driven by desire, Lin Xiao's suppressed thoughts surged to the surface. Slowly, he stepped closer to Luo Yusu. This was the first time he had ever been this near to her breathtaking beauty. So close that they were nearly touching. Every perfect, flawless feature of her face became vividly clear. Her tempting red lips, her delicate, upturned nose, her long lashes, each one seemed to pull him deeper into an abyss. If you dare touch your master, I'll expel you from the sect. Luo Yusu heard Lin Xiao's heavy breathing. This was her first time being this close to a man, yet the man was none other than her own disciple. Master, Lin Xiao whispered. This is complete defiance of decorum, she snapped. Master, Kill me, then I can't control myself anymore. As the last words escaped his lips, consumed entirely by desire, Lin Xiao lunged toward Luo Yusu. Sword in hand, Luo Yusu still had a sliver of clarity left. She could easily slain him the moment he rushed forward. But memories flooded her mind, memories of the years gone by. She had personally brought Lin Xiao into the sect, raised him from a child, watched him grow up under her tutelage. In the end, the sword never fell. "You wretched disciple," she murmured, her voice heavy with complexity. Inside the Ziji Hall, pink mist swirled and enveloped the two figures. 3 hours later, the mist gradually faded. Luo Yusu was the first to regain consciousness. With great effort, she stood up and looked down at the unconscious Lin Xiao, her expression unreadable. But in truth, Lin Xiao was already awake. He just didn't dare move, feigning sleep instead. The hall was so silent that even the drop of a needle could be heard. "So I've broken through to the mid-Nirvana core stage in one go, just from my Master's essence. No wonder it really is the power of a saint-level cultivator. And not just any, but 8 centuries of refinement." After awakening, Lin Xiao discovered that he hadn't just crossed a major cultivation threshold, he had leaped straight into the mid-Nirvana core stage. This is the benefit of dual cultivation, huh? No wonder so many powerful experts seek partners with rare innate constitutions. Senior apprentice once mentioned to Lin Xiao that Master possessed the Xian Tian Bing Feng constitution, a rare body type that could greatly benefit a cultivation partner, helping them break through bottlenecks and even rapidly ascend in cultivation. There was even a supreme elder in the Luo sacred sect who had pursued Master for centuries, hoping to form a spiritual cultivation bond with her. It was most likely due to her Xian Tian Bing Feng body. Ling Xiao recalled the recent experience with lingering satisfaction. Inwardly, he mused, if we could do it a few more times, wouldn't that save a ton of cultivation time? I'd gladly lose myself forever, spending every night with Master exploring the Tao of Yin and Yang. But of course, these were just thoughts. What he needed to do now was find a way to calm Master's fury. "Stand up." A cold command shattered the silence in the hall. Ling Xiao shuddered. Just hearing that voice sent a chill through him. It seemed Master was truly angry. She had never spoken to him like this before. Opening his eyes, he saw that Luo Yusu had already dressed. He hurriedly grabbed his own clothes and put them on. "Master." He forced himself to speak again, despite his embarrassment. "Shut up. Don't call me Master anymore." "Luo Yusu." "Silence. You have no right to speak my name so casually." Luo Yusu was furious, her beautiful face frozen with anger, still not realizing she had just fallen into a trap. "This disciple dares not do it again, Master." Ling Xiao inwardly rejoiced. This means she doesn't really want to cast me out. "You?" Luo Yusu was once again seething with frustration at his cheeky attitude. "Master, this isn't entirely my fault either. It was all because of that Black Dragon King. Who could have guessed he had a poison pill hidden in his belly?" Seeing the tension ease slightly, Ling Xiao continued. "If you hadn't touched that poison pill, none of this would have happened." Internally in turmoil, Luo Yusu still managed to maintain a composed exterior. This disciple was wrong. "Please, Master, grant me mercy this time, or at least give me a chance to make amends." Looking at Luo Yusu's breathtaking beauty and graceful figure, Lin Xiao's resolve gradually solidified. Make up for it. How could anything make up for it? Luo Yusu was practically furious enough to strike her disobedient disciple dead with one palm. What she had lost, how could it ever be replaced? Or perhaps, in Lin Xiao's eyes, what she had lost wasn't even that important, and he actually thought it could be fixed? Just thinking about it made Luo Yusu even angrier and colder inside. Lin Xiao paused, then summoned all his courage. His eyes locked onto Luo Yusu's as he said, "Master, please give me a chance. Let me prove myself and pursue you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Yusu stood frozen for several heartbeats, staring at him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she regained her composure. Pointing a slender finger at him, she snapped, "Do you even know what you're saying? This is outrageous blasphemy." Lin Xiao had truly shocked her. If word of this got out, not only would both of them be condemned, but they wouldn't even be able to show their faces in the Luo sect ever again. Lin Xiao said, Master, I know saying this now sounds ridiculous. I'm not strong enough, I don't deserve you. Please give me time. Let me grow stronger. I'll come back when I'm worthy. But deep down, Lin Xiao didn't believe in those restrictions at all. Rules were made by the strong. Once he became powerful enough to look down on everything, would he still care about following such rules? Luo Yusu's mind was thrown into chaos. She had intended to scold him, but now she was completely thrown off track. This rebellious disciple wasn't even begging for forgiveness anymore. Instead, he was asking for her permission to pursue her. Seeing her silence, Lin Xiao continued, Master, I mean every word. From the very first moment I saw you, I've loved you. Luo Yusu snapped furiously, silence. Get out now. Her heart was in turmoil. She needed to calm herself down, but she couldn't think clearly at all. As long as Lin Xiao was standing there, she couldn't calm down. Master, my body has already been transformed by dragon's blood, and with the Yuan Yin essence you bestowed upon me, my cultivation will now progress several times faster than before. You won't have to wait long. Lin Xiao firmly believed that, given his current situation, he would reach the Saint Realm within decades. Only when he became a powerful cultivator at that level would he be worthy of his master. Only then could they become cultivation partners. The moment the words Yuan Yin left his mouth, a surge of anger rose within Luo Yusu. She raised her hand and condensed a strand of spiritual energy that wrapped around Lin Xiao. As he was thrown out of the Ziji Hall, Lin Xiao heard Luo Yusu's voice cold as a blade. Rebellious disciple, from this day forward, you are forbidden from coming within a single step of the Ziji Hall. The ball of spiritual energy wrapped tightly around Lin Xiao, carrying him out of the hall and then tumbling uncontrollably down the 999 stone steps. When he finally rolled to the foot of the Zixiao Peak, the mountain's ancient formation array activated, sealing him outside with a bright flash of light. Sigh, being cast out is better than being expelled from the sect entirely. At least when Master's anger fades, I can still return. Lin Xiao could accept this outcome. At first, he had truly feared being cast out of the sect. In that case, he would never see his master again. If he couldn't even lay eyes on her, how could he ever hope to pursue her? Though his master hadn't directly agreed to give him a chance, as long as there was still hope, it meant she hadn't completely rejected him, right? Grinning shamelessly to himself, Lin Xiao muttered, Humph, if you don't answer, I'll just take it as a yes. Standing alone at the foot of Zixiao Peak, he gazed stupidly up at the towering Ziji Hall above. Just then, 4 disciples from Lingshou Peak passed by. Seeing him stranded outside the barrier, dazed and muttering to himself, they assumed he had been expelled from the sect and immediately broke into smirks of schadenfreude. I heard Lin Xiao's meridians were shattered. He's become a useless cripple who can't cultivate anymore. Could it be that he's finally been cast out by Master Luo? A man in his early 20s sneered, his lips curling with mockery. Seeing Lin Xiao in such a pathetic state filled him with wicked delight. Within the Deluo holy sect, there were no shortage of people envying and resenting Lin Xiao, all because he had been personally accepted as a disciple by Luo Yusu. Luo Yusu's beauty was nearly unparalleled in the entire Zhongli continent. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. Unable to become her disciple themselves, yet unwilling to see someone else seize such a rare opportunity, many bore deep resentment toward him. And to top it all off, that guy got to see her day and night, something that drove countless others into a jealous rage. Another key reason was that Purple Heaven Peak had only 2 disciples, unlike other peaks that boasted hundreds or even thousands. With such limited cultivation resources, competition was brutally fierce. Lin Xiao, in the meantime, practically monopolized the entire peak's cultivation resources, and plenty of people watched with burning envy. Now that Lin Xiao had run into trouble, there were more than enough people secretly delighted behind the scenes. That trash was long overdue for expulsion. What gives a good-for-nothing who can't even cultivate the right to occupy an entire peak's resources? Spoke a male disciple in a green robe. His face was rough and rugged, and a broad-bladed greatsword rested on his back, a sight intimidating enough on its own. Exactly. Zhou Wenqing from Purple Heaven Peak is almost always away. With only him left as the lone male disciple, rumors harmful to Peak Master Luo's reputation could easily spread over time. Better to get rid of him early before it stains her name. The monkey-faced disciple chimed in, eager to stir the pot and kick someone while they were down. But just as his words faded, Lin Xiao, who had been standing with his back turned, suddenly erupted. A roaring sound of dragon's blood boiling surged from within his body, as if a mighty dragon was awakening. You dare mock me? I'll cripple you for it. Speak ill of my master again, and not 10 lives will be enough to pay the price. Furious beyond reason, as if his most sacred pride had been trampled, Lin Xiao activated his shadow step, vanishing into a blur of black. His right fist shot forward, aimed straight at the monkey-faced disciple's face. Core manifestation realm cultivation? But wasn't he supposed to be crippled? The monkey-faced disciple paled in terror, hastily channeling spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around his body. Boom. What shocked the four of them even more was what happened next. As soon as Lin Xiao's fist made contact with the protective energy surrounding the man, it pierced right through the barrier and smashed brutally into the face of that sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked disciple. Ah! A scream echoed through the air as the monkey-faced disciple was sent flying, blood spraying mid-air. Hold it! Do you have any idea what you're doing, attacking someone inside the sect? Don't you fear the consequences from the Hall of Justice? Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly strike with such brutality, the remaining 3 disciples panicked. Anyone who could knock back Peng Yuan, a core formation mid-stage cultivator, with a single punch must be at least at the core formation late stage, right? Isn't Lin Xiao supposed to be a broken man? Said the male disciple, carrying a broadsword on his back as he stepped over to help Peng Yuan up. But seeing how badly mangled half of Peng Yuan's face had become, even he felt a chill run down his spine. That punch had been brutally merciless. Brother Wu Tong, let's beat Lin Xiao within an inch of his life first, then hand him over to the Hall of Justice. We can't let him get away with bullying us like this in our spirit gathering peak. Lying on the ground, Peng Yuan glared at Lin Xiao with his one remaining eye, pure hatred and murderous intent burning in his gaze. That punch to his face had clearly been a deliberate humiliation. How could he let this grudge go unavenged? You're from Spirit Gathering Peak? Then you're even less likely to escape my wrath. Upon hearing the words Spirit Gathering Peak, Lin Xiao's killing intent intensified even further. Xiao Qiu Bai, the peak master of Spirit Gathering Peak, wasn't he that senior elder who had once tried to form a spiritual union with Master? Even after Master had clearly rejected him, he still wouldn't give up. Brother Lu Yong, Brother Chunda, the 3 of us will take Lin Xiao down together. He's still in the core formation realm, so the 3 of us should be more than enough. Wu Tong drew the broadsword from his back. Though he wasn't exactly sure of Lin Xiao's cultivation level, judging from the fluctuations of spiritual energy, he was still within the core formation realm. Wu Tong and Lu Yong were both at the core formation mid-stage, while the other, Chunda, had just entered the core formation realm. With the 3 of them working together, subduing Lin Xiao shouldn't be a problem. Fine. Even if he is a true disciple of Purple Cloud Peak, we now have a legitimate reason to strike back. He struck first. Lu Yong and the other 2 closed in, surrounding Lin Xiao in an instant. Lin Xiao sneered coldly. Let me show you what a true disciple is capable of. A flash of light shimmered from the storage ring on his right index finger, and a cyan-colored longsword shot forth like a rainbow, piercing straight toward Lu Yong. This is a high-grade treasure artifact. Lu Yong's face instantly changed, his heart twisting with jealousy and hatred among the true disciples of Ling Shou Peak. Even owning a high-grade treasure artifact was rare enough, let alone for someone like him, a core disciple. For Lin Xiao to pull out a high-grade treasure artifact right from the start showed just how much Luo Yusu had spoiled him in daily life. The ranks of weapons, from lowest to highest, were Law Artifact, Spirit Artifact, True Artifact, Treasure Artifact, Quasi-Saint Artifact, Saint Artifact, and finally Emperor Artifact. Lu Yong hastily summoned a shield of Spirit Artifact grade, but against a Treasure Artifact, it was utterly useless. The cyan sword pierced through the shield without slowing, impaling Lu Yong straight in the chest. The entire process lasted no more than 3 heartbeats. Wu Tong and Chunda didn't have time to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Yong was run through in a single strike. Lu Yong's eyes were wide open, dying in extreme unwillingness. You actually killed him? Wu Tong's hand trembled around his huge sword. If Lin Xiao could instantly kill Lu Yong, how could he possibly stand a chance? You can join him too. Lin Xiao activated a footwork technique, turning into a black shadow that closed in on Wu Tong in the blink of an eye. He struck forward with his left palm, sending a bone-piercing cold force surging toward him. What kind of martial energy is this? How can you control so much power at once? Wu Tong raised his sword in a desperate block, but the icy force instantly froze his massive blade solid, severing his connection to it completely. In his mind, Lin Xiao thought, "This is the power of the Ice Phoenix, inherited from my master," but of course, he would never say that aloud. It was a power born from their dual cultivation, a secret between him and his master. "Quick, Chen Jr. brother, attack!" Wu Tong shouted desperately, hoping Chunda would ambush Lin Xiao from behind. But Chunda had been so terrified his soul nearly flew from his body. He didn't dare make a move and instead turned on his heel, fleeing without a second thought. "You're all staying right here." Lin Xiao, while fending off Wu Tong, also commanded his treasure sword to chase after Chunda. "Act!" A scream echoed from afar. Chunda had been caught by the sword. Despite using every talisman and defensive technique he had, he failed to evade the blade's deadly strike. It pierced straight through his body. Wu Tong glared furiously. He realized Lin Xiao had made up his mind to kill them all. A deep sense of despair engulfed him like a heavy shroud. In close combat, Wu Tong quickly discovered he stood no chance against Lin Xiao. For some unknown reason, Lin Xiao's body seemed as tough as a monstrous beast. He threw a powerful punch at Lin Xiao, but it felt as though he had struck solid steel. Not only did he fail to hurt Lin Xiao, but his own fist was left aching from the impact. In response, Lin Xiao struck him in the chest with a single punch, crushing his ribcage inward. His body, enhanced and transformed by dragon blood, had become a living weapon. "Senior brother Lin, I know I was wrong. Please, have mercy this one time." Wu Tong shouted after being sent flying by the blow, immediately dropping to his knees and begging. He no longer cared about his pride. His only thought was survival. "You don't realize you were wrong. You finally understand that you won't be leaving this alive," Lin Xiao coldly replied. He had never intended to let any of the four leave with their lives. Even if they were disciples of Ling Shou Peak, their earlier insult to the master alone had already sealed their fate. "Act!" Another scream rang out. Wu Tong never imagined he would meet his end within the sect itself. "Stop! Do you even understand what you've done?" A figure rushed toward them from a distance, emanating the aura of at least a C formation realm cultivator. "Senior brother He, save me!" Pange Yuan, lying on the ground, cried out in panic. Just when he had given up all hope and resigned himself to death, he heard He Hong's voice and with it, a sudden, fierce desire to live. "Senior brother He is here. I'm saved." Overcome with excitement, Pang Yuan knew He Hong was one of the 10 elite disciples of Ling Shou Peak, and already at the middle stage of the C formation realm. There was no doubt he could defeat Lin Xiao. "Is that so?" With a cold voice that whispered like the Grim Reaper, Pang Yuan felt a chill run down his neck before his consciousness slipped away into oblivion. By the time He Hong arrived, Pang Yuan was already beheaded, utterly dead, beyond any hope of revival. He Hong stared at Lin Xiao, his eyes burning with murderous intent, though his hands remained still at his sides. "Lin Xiao," He Hong asked calmly, "what exactly did the 4 juniors from my Ling Shou Peak do to deserve your hand?" His tone was composed, for he had no intention of taking action himself. This was a matter for the Hall of Justice. Besides, they were standing at the foot of Zixiao Peak. Who knew if Luo Yusu was watching from afar? Lin Xiao replied indifferently, "They offended my master. Isn't that crime enough to warrant 10,000 deaths?" He spoke as if he had crushed 4 insignificant ants, showing not a trace of remorse. He Hong sneered, "Now that they're all dead, of course you can accuse them of anything you want." Naturally, he didn't believe a word Lin Xiao said. While keeping his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao, He Hong also kept a wary eye on Zixiao Peak. If Luo Yusu herself showed up, things would get extremely complicated. Fortunately, there was no reaction from Zixiao Peak at all, not even the usual barrier seals activated. Lin Xiao wasn't foolish enough to run away. In fact, he had never intended to flee in the first place. He had already foreseen the consequences before he acted and had prepared his excuses for when the Hall of Justice arrived. Sure enough, not long after, elders from the Hall of Justice arrived at the scene. The moment he saw them, He Hong stepped forward and spoke first, requesting Elder Gu Yun of the Hall of Justice to represent Ling Shou Peak. Lin Xiao of Zixiao Peak has killed 4 of our inner disciples. No matter the reason, according to the sect's laws, his cultivation should be stripped and he should be expelled. He Hong continued, Elder Gu Yun, these 4 committed unforgivable crimes. They openly insulted my master, spreading rumors that the 2 of us, master and disciple, were living together alone on the peak, man and woman. They showed no respect for their teacher or the sect. Lin Xiao glanced at He Hong, then spoke coldly, disrespecting my master is disrespecting the entire sect. I couldn't bear it, so I took action and killed them on behalf of my master. Lin Xiao's words were cleverly calculated, subtly implying that he had acted on Luo Yusu's behalf. Within just a few sentences, the internal conflict among disciples had escalated to the level of the supreme elders. Gu Yun, the elder of the law enforcement hall, immediately felt a headache coming on. These 2 elite disciples each held their own stance. Gu didn't know whom to believe, nor could he afford to offend either side. After all, he couldn't possibly anger either of the supreme elders. Nonsense, He Hong sneered coldly. How could my 4 junior brothers ever disrespect sect leader Luo? Everyone in the sect knows about my master's feelings toward her. Oh really? Lin Xiao shot back with a sharp laugh. Then tell me, who in the sect doesn't know my master holds no affection for Xiao Qiubai? Perhaps Xiao Qiubai has been holding a grudge all this time, and that's why he lets his disciples slander my master behind his back. Everyone knew that Xiao Qiubai had pursued Luo Yusu for centuries, only to be met with cold rejection. And as for himself, He Hong angrily retorted, directly accusing Lin Xiao of disrespect. How dare you? You actually spoke my master's name directly. That's clearly a sign of disrespect toward a supreme elder. Gu Yun stood by, watching them argue furiously, unable to get a word in edgewise. After a while, He Hong's impatience became more obvious. He thought to himself if this kept up, they wouldn't reach a conclusion even by nightfall. He turned to Gu Yun. Elder Gu Yun, why don't we lock Lin Xiao up in the law enforcement hall's dungeon first? The 4 juniors from Ling Shou Peak cannot have died in vain. Otherwise, where would that leave the dignity of our peak? Gu Yun didn't respond immediately. Lin Xiao snorted coldly in reply. You care so much about your Ling Shou Peak's dignity, what about mine? You want to throw me in jail without even consulting my master? Gu Yun glanced toward the Ziji Hall, the main hall atop Zixiao Peak, and already had his decision. What if I handle it this way? He finally said. We can investigate later whether those 4 from Ling Shou Peak truly disrespected sect leader Luo. But as for Lin Xiao's crime of killing fellow disciples, that's already confirmed. I'll place him under custody first and send him to the Cliff of Reflection. As Gu Yun finished speaking, he raised his eyes slightly, gauging their reactions. To Lin Xiao, the punishment wasn't unacceptable at all. Being sent to the Cliff of Reflection for isolation was, in his mind, already the lightest sentence he could have received. How long will the confinement be? At least 40 years. Each of my 4 junior brothers' lives is worth 10 years. He Hong didn't really expect to throw Lin Xiao into the dungeon. He had long known that neither side in the discipline hall was easy to offend. All he could do now was try his best to keep Lin Xiao locked up for as long as possible. If someone were confined for 40 years, they'd practically be ruined for life. 3 days is enough. Those useless lives of theirs don't even deserve to sentence me to 40 years. Lin Xiao's words enraged He Hong. He snapped back, you keep calling them useless, don't forget, you weren't some peerless genius yourself back then either. Our spiritual peak's senior apprentice brother could crush your past self with just a finger, let alone now. Although He Hong couldn't figure out how Lin Xiao had repaired his meridians, he didn't really care. Even if Lin Xiao could cultivate again, his talent back then was nothing to write home about. When it came to young cultivation prodigies in the great Luo Holy Sect, there were only a few. Each of Zixiao Peak and Ling Shou Peak had one. The one from Zixiao Peak wasn't Lin Xiao, but his senior apprentice sister, Zhou Wenqing. The genius from Ling Shou Peak was none other than He Hong's senior apprentice brother, Hua Tianyan. Seeing Lin Xiao and He Hong about to come to blows again, Gu Yun quickly stepped in to mediate. Enough, both of you. 40 years is too long, 3 days too short. How about 1 month of confinement? He Hong refused to budge, coldly replying, no way. It has to be at least 3 months. If you push me too far, Lin Xiao shot back, I'll just return to Zixiao Peak. What can you do then? In truth, Lin Xiao's bottom line was 1 month of confinement now that Lu Yusu had kicked him out of her house, and he had nowhere else to go. He might as well stay at the Atonement Cliff for a while. He had another reason for wanting to go to the Atonement Cliff. There were over 10,000 Dao inscription stones there. Back when his innate talent was poor, he couldn't make heads or tails of them. But now, his body had been transformed by Dragon's blood, and he had inherited his Master's Ice Phoenix power. With both Dragon and Phoenix energies within him, his natural talent seemed to have changed. Now, if he went there and meditated on those Dao stones, he might actually be able to gain some real insights. Gu Yun made it clear. Let us both take a step back. A month should do. If they kept arguing, it would go nowhere. Someone at the level of a supreme elder wouldn't bother to step in over something this trivial. Humph, Lingshou Peak will remember this grudge. I hope you still have the guts to show up at the Shura trial in a month. Zhou Wenqing's not here, and Zixiao Peak's down to just you. If you turtle up and hide, that'll be a laugh. He Hong saw it for what it was. Lin Xiao was only at the mid-stage of the condensing Yuan realm. Going into the Shura trial at that level was dangerous, and if Lin Xiao didn't dare go, He Hong would have all the leverage he needed to mock him. If Lin Xiao sat it out, Zixiao Peak would have no one participating. Under the Great Luo Sacred Sect's rules, any peak that fails to enter the trial gets its cultivation resource quota docked. Hearing Shura trial, Lin Xiao didn't flinch. He got excited. He thumped his chest and said, relax, I'll be there. I hope you go too. Don't be the one who's nowhere to be found when the time comes. The Shura trial is how the Great Luo Sacred Sect selects disciples to enter an ancient Shura secret realm for tempering a realm said to have been born from the corpse of a Shura emperor. Back then, the Shura race launched a massive invasion of the Xingchuan continent. Human cultivators joined forces to resist, and many powerful Shura fell across the land. That Shura emperor's body became a vast Shura. See, the lingering Shura laws formed a world of their own, hence the name Shura Secret Realm. It only opens once every few years. The major powers send their disciples in partly to hone them, partly to chase the treasures within. He Hong spat a cruel line. Whoever doesn't go can die a miserable death. Then he took to the air and left. In his eyes, Lin Xiao had only a month left to live. He couldn't be bothered wasting words on a dead man. Watching the two, Gu Yun thought to himself, if everyone runs off to settle their grudges outside, what work would our law enforcement hall even have left to do? Looking toward Purple Firmament Peak and seeing his master make no move, Lin Xiao said to Gu Yun, Elder Gu Yun, let us go to Reflection Cliff. All right. With Lin Xiao so cooperative, Gu Yun couldn't help feeling pleased. Purple Firmament Peak was shrouded in immortal mist. At its summit stood a peerless woman, like a goddess descended from the ninth heaven. She looked down, everything below was in her sight. Her once icy eyes had gradually softened after Lin Xiao erupted into violence and killed for her, and every word he spoke in her defense reached her ears without a single one missed. That renegade of a disciple, he steps outside for one moment and immediately stirs up trouble. Without realizing it, Luo Yusu had gotten into the habit of calling him that renegade disciple whenever she mentioned him. She didn't care in the least that Lin Xiao had killed 4 people from Lingshou Peak. What truly seized her attention was that he could wield the power of the Flood Dragon and the Ice Phoenix at the same time. Those two forces coexisting was rare enough. Even more astounding was his ability to drive them simultaneously. Could the Flood Dragon's power and the Ice Phoenix's power catalyze some kind of special constitution in this renegade? If he really underwent such a metamorphosis, what kind of constitution would it be? In a flash, Luo Yusu thought of a constitution from legend, the Dragon Phoenix Constitution. On the Xingchuan continent, those born with special constitutions were exceedingly rare, and almost without exception anyone who had one was a cultivation prodigy. Each special constitution was a rarity among hundreds of millions. It was nearly unheard of for 2 people to share the same one. Within the De Luo Sacred Sect, Only 5 people possessed special constitutions. Besides herself and Xiao Qiubai, each of the two also had a disciple with one. Her eldest disciple, Zhou Wenqing, was one of them. But within the Deluo sacred sect, only she and Zhou Wenqing knew of it. Even Lin Xiao had never been told. Zhou Wenqing possessed the Sunu Linglong constitution. With it, cultivation flowed unimpeded through her meridians, and her future achievements were beyond reckoning. Luo Yusu even believed Zhou Wenqing had a real chance to assault the heavenly fate realm. The Heaven's Mandate realm surpasses the Saint realm, and its master is known as the Sovereign of Heaven's Mandate. In the era before the Emperor's Rose, the Sovereign of Heaven's Mandate represented the peak of combat power, capable of controlling the life and death of countless beings across billions of worlds. Luo Yusu felt a faint concern. How much longer can Qing Er's constitution remain hidden? Once the Divine Maiden's delicate constitution was exposed, it would surely spark chaos and bloodshed. The reason for her worry was that this body was an ideal spiritual crucible for cultivation. She thought to herself, this disobedient disciple originally had no special constitution. But if he truly merges with the dragon and phoenix energies, it might transform into a dragon-phoenix constitution. Luo Yusu planned to thoroughly examine Lin Zhao's body once he returned. Thinking of this, a faint blush crept across her face. Situated on the edge of a steep cliff, beneath it stood tens of thousands of stone tablets, varying in size. When Lin Xiao arrived, he found that the number of disciples in Great Luo Holy Sect had reached into the thousands, including outer disciples, inner disciples, and even true disciples passed down from the sect masters themselves. Because of their different uniforms, their ranks were easily distinguishable. Lin Xiao murmured in confusion, so lively. Are all these people locked up here because they fought someone? Gu Yun, seeing his confusion, explained, some of them actually fought on purpose to get locked up. The more violent the fight, the longer the sentence, which means they can stay longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly understood. They're here for the enlightenment tablets, right? Though enlightenment isn't that easy to achieve. Gu Yun nodded, exactly. Just keep this imprisonment token. When the time's up, you can walk free. He handed Lin Xiao a token imbued with a formation restriction. Lin Xiao took the token and then walked toward the stone enlightenment tablets. Among the crowd, someone recognized Lin Xiao after all. He wasn't just an elite true disciple, but also a direct disciple of Luo Yusu. Lin Xiao was actually locked up in the Cliff of Reflection too. Not didn't he already have his meridians shattered? As soon as they saw Lin Xiao, that question surfaced in many people's minds. Those here had no idea what had happened outside. Some had been inside for months and still didn't know about the recent attack Lin Xiao suffered from a martial cultivator of the Devil Sect. Wearing the robes of a true disciple, Lin Xiao drew attention wherever he went. He walked toward a stone stele that stood 10 feet high, with a deep slash mark left by a sword. Legend had it that the stele contained the true essence of a sword cultivator who had reached the sage realm. Lin Xiao had once primarily practiced sword techniques. Luo Yusu had passed down to him a sword cultivation technique called the Qingyuan Sword Manual, a top-tier heaven-grade sword manual. Cultivation techniques were classified into 6 ranks: mortal grade, spirit grade, earth grade, heaven grade, sage grade, and emperor grade. Though Lin Zhao's talent wasn't considered world-shattering, it was certainly no weaklings either. Otherwise, Luo Yusu wouldn't have accepted him as her disciple. He truly had a natural affinity for swordplay. The Qingyuan sword manual consisted of 9 stages. Lin Xiao had comprehended the first 2, which meant his sword techniques had already reached a level of modest mastery. Many eyes were fixed on Lin Zhao's movements, including those of other sword cultivators. They all knew how incredibly difficult it was to gain even the slightest insight from the stele that contained the essence of the sword path. It takes at least several years, sometimes even decades, just to have a slim chance of glimpsing the true way of the sword, said an inner disciple from Songyuan Peak, shaking his head. Apart from the tens of thousands of outer disciples, the inner and true disciples of the Great Luo Holy Sect were divided among the 7 peaks for cultivation. These 7 peaks were Zixiao Peak, Lingshou Peak, Juyao Peak, Songyuan Peak, Fuyao Peak, Tianxiu Peak, and Yunzi Peak. Among the 7 peaks, Lingshou Peak was the strongest not only because it had the largest number of disciples, but more importantly, due to the presence of its senior disciple, Hua Tianyin. In second place stood Fuyao Peak. Its chief disciple, Yun Mingxi, was no weakling either, and rumors said she possessed a rare, special constitution. Not far from Lin Shao, beneath a stone stele, a girl draped in a gauzy veil drew back her gaze, doubt flickering in eyes as clear as autumn water. According to her master, Peak Lord Luo had gone to the Endless Sea a few days ago to slay a black flood dragon king, so he could repair his disciple's meridians. Judging by the look of things, that effort has already paid off. She knew a bit of the inside story. In the great Luo sacred sect, barely a dozen people were aware of it, proof that her status was anything but ordinary. But what does it matter if Lin Shao can cultivate again? His talent was never remarkable. I doubt he'll get far on the path. The only ones worth my attention, besides Hua Tianyin, are Zhou Wenqing. At the thought of Zhou Wenqing, a sharp gleam flashed in the girl's eyes. The only person truly qualified to compete with me for the Saintess seed is Zhou Wenqing. I'm curious, after guarding Feishua City for over a decade, just how far has your cultivation really come? She was none other than the chief direct disciple of Fuyao Peak Yun Mingxi. Yun Mingxi sat cross-legged beneath an enlightenment stele rising nearly 100 feet into the sky. She had been in closed-door cultivation at the Cliff of Reflection for a full month, spending every day beneath the stele seeking insight. 5 deep claw marks marred the towering stone, the shapes unmistakably left by dragon talons. The stele she'd chosen was the tallest of them all. Whatever it contained was surely the most fearsome. Lin Shao focused on comprehension, eager to gauge just how much his aptitude had improved. He could feel the changes in his body, every attribute climbing, and the techniques he wielded in battle flowing far more smoothly than before. He extended his hand, forcing out a strand of sword intent. The instant his sword intent brushed the steel, a clear sword hum rang out from within. Hum. An ancient, domineering sword intent, dormant for years, awakened here today. Just as everyone was still trying to process what was happening, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from the stone tablet, piercing straight into the heavens. This surge of sword energy churned the air around it, instantly transforming into violent gusts of wind. Look, someone has grasped the true essence of the sword path. Someone shouted. Deep within each stone tablet lay something extremely valuable. Whenever someone achieved an enlightenment, it was like witnessing the emergence of a rare treasure, naturally drawing a crowd of onlookers. Yun Mingxi was slightly taken aback. Lin Shao had only just sat down not long ago, and yet he had already grasped the true essence of the sword path. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that overwhelming sword intent solidified into a massive translucent sword, then slashed downward toward Lin Shao. Before the eyes of all present, Lin Shao neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the translucent giant sword to strike him directly. This blade was not a physical object, but rather forged entirely from the sword intent of a Saint Realm expert. It wouldn't actually harm anyone. The translucent sword cleaved into Lin Zhao's body and vanished like a cow sinking into the sea, its immense sword energy completely absorbed into his body. The crowd below held their breath, watching intently. Grasping the true essence of the sword path is only the first step. The second is whether one can endure this essence. The third and most important step is truly mastering it. A sword cultivator explained. Right now, Lin Shao was at the second stage. If he failed here, there would be no chance of reaching the third. I've never heard anything about Lin Shao being particularly strong in sword cultivation before. If he makes it through the second stage, that's already impressive enough. A disciple from Yunzi Peak muttered sourly. He had always been envious that Lin Shao had become a disciple under Luo Yusu now. Seeing him grasp the sword essence only made it worse. Many others shared the same thoughts, as that Yunzi disciple, those who couldn't obtain something themselves didn't want to see others benefit from it either. Among the crowd, Yun Mingxi stood out. Her tall, graceful figure, shapely hips, and long, straight legs stirred desire in many male disciples. Yet her cold gaze and distant aura made her seem untouchable, keeping others from daring to approach. Yun Mingxi fixed her gaze on Lin Shao, eyes shining. What exactly has changed about him? How did his comprehension become this terrifying? She knew Lin Xiao had used Flood Dragon Blood to repair his meridians, but what she couldn't figure out was how his comprehension had actually improved. She never heard of Flood Dragon Blood enhancing comprehension. If it really had that effect, the flood dragons of the Endless Sea would have been hunted to extinction long ago. Lin Xiao couldn't hear the onlookers chatter. He wasn't stuck at the second step like some had guessed. He already stepped into the third. He was receiving the true intent of the Sword Dao from a Saint Realm expert. Some were still cursing him for collapsing at the second step. If they knew Lin Xiao had reached the third, they'd be so furious they'd spit blood. A torrent of Sword Dao insights surged into Lin Xiao's mind. With nothing about that Saint Realm expert's life, only his understanding of the sword. After he absorbed those insights, Lin Xiao felt as if he were that Sword Dao saint himself. Started practicing the sword at 5, entered the path at 7, minor attainment at 10, great attainment at 20, perfection at 50, the peak at 100, and at 800, the myriad swords returned to 1. When Lin Xiao finished taking in the true intent, a razor-sharp sword intent flared from him. It wasn't strong, only those who had at least set foot on the path of the sword could sense it. Looks like he failed, someone said with a grin. Barely concealing their delight, seeing someone else fail pleased them more than their own success. The moment someone in the crowd called it a failure, the non-sword cultivators all breathed easier. No one wanted to see Lin Xiao succeed. Yun Mingxi's graceful brows knit slightly. Her cultivation stood above everyone present, so of course she could spot what was out of the ordinary. Just as the crowd began to disperse, Yun Mingxi suddenly said, "He actually succeeded. Looks like Purple Firmament Peak is about to produce another prodigy." Her words stunned those nearby, and their gazes snapped back to Lin Xiao. Although no one could clearly determine Yun Mingxi's exact cultivation realm, some knew that she was the strongest among those confined to the cliff of reflection. If she said that Lin Xiao had succeeded, then he probably had. As expected, just as Yun Mingxi finished speaking, Lin Xiao's sword intent suddenly surged, as if he had just grasped something far greater and even higher level. This sudden change immediately shifted the expressions of the dozens of sword cultivators present. As sword disciples themselves, they understood best what was happening. Lin Xiao's sword intent had leaped from minor perfection to major perfection. The ranks of sword intent for sword cultivators were usually divided as follows: beginner, minor perfection, major perfection, ultimate perfection, peak, sword saint, and sword emperor. That realm where 10,000 swords would return to one single source was known as the sword saint. Every breakthrough in sword intent required an immense amount of time, and many of the sword cultivators present were still stuck at beginner, with only a few reaching minor perfection. Seeing Lin Xiao advance straight to major perfection, not only were those dozens of sword cultivators envious, but disciples from other peaks were also filled with jealousy and admiration. Once sword intent rose, one's strength naturally jumped a level. How could anyone not feel envious watching that happen? Just as everyone thought this was the end, Lin Xiao's sword intent surged once again, as if he had broken through yet another layer. Could it be his sword intent has reached ultimate perfection? One sword cultivator hesitantly asked. Their cultivation wasn't high enough to confirm whether Lin Xiao had truly reached the stage of ultimate perfection. No, Yun Mingxi replied calmly. Among the crowd, she remained the most composed, and unlike others, she didn't feel envy toward Lin Xiao's comprehension of the true essence of the sword way. Thank goodness it's not ultimate perfection. You almost scared me to death. I really thought he'd already reached that level. After Yun Mingxi spoke, most of the crowd immediately exhaled in relief. What Lin Xiao had already gained was more than enough to make people jealous. Please, don't let him keep breaking through, or someone might really collapse from shock. But then Yun Mingxi added another sentence, and in an instant, everyone held their breath. He has broken through to the peak of the Sword Dao. The moment Yun Mingxi finished speaking, the arena fell terrifyingly silent, a deathly hush settling over everyone. At the center of their gaze, the sword intent around Lin Xiao suddenly surged to a heart-stopping level. A wind stirred out of nowhere as vast sword qi gathered around him, forming a palpable force. Sword qi spiraled around Lin Xiao, slowly organizing into a vortex that sealed him tightly at its center. Even from a distance, that terrifying sword intent could be felt. Sword cultivators, especially, found that in front of Lin Xiao they couldn't even muster their own intent. They flinched before a single blow was thrown. That's the suppression of sword intent. Someone asked, I heard that every layer of sword intent you break through bumps your combat power up a tier. So if Lin Xiao strikes now, what level is he at? Yun Mengshi replied, within the Yuan condensation realm. He is already invincible. Hearing that, most people stopped crowding over not because they didn't want to watch, but because it left a bitter taste. Watching someone gain such a massive advantage felt so awful, it was like swallowing a fly. Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open. His storage ring flashed, and a top-grade treasure weapon, the Azure Rainbow, sword appeared in his hand. He murmured, let us see how much my combat strength has climbed. He poured all his sword intent and sword chi into the Azure Rainbow sword. The blade let out a deep hum, like a dragon roaring. In an instant, the Azure Rainbow, the sword intent surged into a new realm, and the Qing Yuan sword technique actually broke through, as well leaping directly from the second stage to the fourth. This was the chain reaction brought forth by the saint-level sword Dao true intent. Thinking to himself, Lin Xiao mused, if Master knew how much progress I've made, he'd be over the moon. Maybe he'd finally let go of that grudge. He really wanted to share this joy with Luo Yusu, but for now, he couldn't leave. Besides, there were still so many stone tablets inside the Cliff of Reflection to study, just one was far from enough. If others knew what he was thinking, they'd be furious beyond words. While others struggle endlessly just to grasp a single tablet, he's actually complaining that it's not enough. Lin Xiao reflected inwardly. Now I'm certain my innate talent has improved. Back then, I could never have comprehended the true essence of the sword path. He suspected this improvement was likely due to a change in his constitution. Once I return, I must have Master examine me from head to toe. No detail can be overlooked, he thought. He had a feeling he'd obtained some kind of special constitution, though he didn't know exactly which one. The thought alone sent a wave of excitement through him. After all, every cultivator longed for a unique constitution. Those born with such gifts were practically destined for genius-level cultivation. Lin Xiao, congratulations, came a melodious voice from behind him, pleasant to the ear, yet laced with coldness, like a nightingale's song. Just as Lin Xiao was lost in thought, the voice snapped him back. He turned around, and the first thing that caught his eye were a pair of long, straight legs, pale and smooth like jade. His gaze lingered there for 3 heartbeats before he reluctantly raised it, finally meeting the icy glare in Yun Mengxi's eyes. A sharp chill flickered in Yun Mengxi's gaze. No one had expected Lin Xiao to be so bold to stare at her legs for so long. Under the thin veil of gauze, her beautiful face was now veiled in frost. Yun Mengxi clenched her teeth. Remembering that she had come to propose an alliance with Lin Xiao, she forced herself to suppress her anger, refraining from lashing out on the spot. Senior sister, don't be angry. I just drained all my spiritual energy with that last sword strike. My mind's a bit slow right now. Lin Xiao felt slightly guilty and quickly defended himself, especially considering the young woman before him possessed terrifying strength far beyond his own. Yun Mengxi asked, how exactly did you comprehend the true essence of the sword path? Her question instantly caught the attention of many nearby, all of whom perked up their ears in curiosity. Lin Xiao replied bluntly, I'm afraid I can't disclose that, senior sister. He outright refused to answer. No matter how strong this woman was compared to him, he wouldn't reveal his personal insights. Lin Xiao glanced at Yun Mengxi a few times. Judging from her attire, he guessed she must be a disciple from Furong Peak, and likely an elite inner disciple. Could she be Furong Peak's top disciple, Yun Mengxi? He wondered. Though he'd never met her in person, his own senior sister had mentioned this name multiple times. The only person who could possibly challenge his sister for the title of Holy Maiden was probably her. Of course, this was just speculation from Lin Xiao. Nothing could be confirmed yet. Furong Peak had 10 elite disciples, 5 of whom were female, each possessing formidable strength. So this woman might not even be Yun Mengxi after all. Yun Mengxi said, if you're worried about others hearing, we can use voice transmission. I can even offer compensation. She was somewhat surprised she'd never actually encountered a man who refused her so directly before, not in her entire life. Lin Zhao's face showed growing impatience. Thinking to himself, sure your legs are nice to look at, but I've seen plenty. He coldly replied, if I don't want to talk about it, I won't no amount of compensation will change that. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but secretly admire his boldness. Yun Mingxi suppressed her emotions and changed her tone. We could work together once. Over there is a stone monument. What's inside might interest you. What kind of thing? Lin Xiao immediately became alert. Why would she know I'd be interested? Could she possibly know some of my secrets? He wondered. Yun Mingxi extended her delicate hand and pointed into the distance. Do you see that tallest stone monument over there? Lin Xiao really wanted to snap. Cut the crap. If you've got something to say, say it. This girl was stringing him along, keeping the initiative firmly in her hands. What's in there that's supposed to interest me? This time Yun Mingxi sent a voice transmission. I heard you used Flood Dragon blood to repair your meridians. You should have Flood Dragon power in you now, right? Seeing Lin Xiao's face darken, Yun Mingxi hurriedly added via voice, relax. I'm not trying to pry into your privacy. My master told me Peak Lord Luo went to the Endless Sea and beheaded the Black Flood Dragon King. I'm just guessing, that's all. Lin Xiao's expression eased. As for using Flood Dragon blood to mend his meridians, that was no big deal. It didn't matter if others knew. What outsiders didn't know was that he had not only Flood Dragon power, but also the power of the Ice Phoenix. Those two forces had remade his body, and that secret was the last thing he wanted exposed. So what is it you want to team up on? Lin Xiao asked. Yun Mingxi sent another voice transmission. That stone steel supposedly contains a Dragon Clan technique, at least Saint grade, maybe even Emperor grade. She expected him to get excited, but to her disappointment, Lin Xiao's expression didn't so much as ripple. Yun Mingxi finally laid out her purpose. We joined forces to comprehend that steel. If we manage to glean anything, we share the Dragon Clan technique. How about it? Lin Xiao sneered inwardly. So-called cooperation, she was just coveting the Flood Dragon power in his body. If he wasn't mistaken, this girl had been stuck here a long time. All that time, and still no success, meant she had no way to obtain what was in the steel. If she really had a method, would she be coming to him? A Dragon Clan technique that's at least Saint grade who would split that with a stranger? Well, seeing his silence, Yun Mingxi grew anxious and pressed him. Lin Xiao shook his head. Find someone else, senior sister. I refuse. You. Yun Mingxi was furious, her temper flaring up. This man had rejected her twice in one single day. With her long, shapely legs, she stormed back to the stone tablet, just as Lin Xiao had predicted. She tried every method she could think of, yet still failed to gain any insight or revelation. The moment she thought about the dragon force sealed inside Lin Xiao's body, a plan came to mind, one that seemed feasible. After all, Dragon Clan techniques required dragon-related elements to truly understand. Throughout the entire Deluo Saint sect, only Lin Xiao possessed the dragon force. That's why Yun Mingxi swallowed her pride and approached him to talk. What made her blood boil, however, was that Lin Xiao flatly turned her down. Could he have recognized me? A thought suddenly struck her. Maybe it was because of Zhou Wenqing that Lin Xiao refused her. But she was only half right. It was indeed related to Zhou Wenqing, but more importantly, Lin Xiao had no intention of sharing the Dragon Clan's secret technique with her. No matter who you really are, I want to cooperate with you. Either I get the technique alone, or no one gets it at all. Lin Xiao had already made up his mind. Time passed, and the cliff of reflection gradually returned to its usual calm, with everyone going about their own business. Some were locked away in punishment, while others came specifically to study the stone tablet. And then there were people like Lin Xiao confined, yet still using his time to decipher the mysterious inscriptions carved on the stone. 3 days passed, and Yun Mingxi still hadn't gained anything. Standing up, she glanced toward Lin Xiao's direction and noticed he hadn't gone to study the other tablets. That struck her as odd. Whatever. I'll come back next time. Yun Mingxi wasn't actually imprisoned. She held a special token that allowed her free access to the Cliff of Reflection. As soon as she left, Lin Xiao finally moved. He walked over to the spot where Yun Mingxi had been sitting in meditation, sat down, and immediately felt the icy coldness beneath his feet. Is that woman made of ice or something? Lin Xiao felt a bit speechless. Most beautiful women were cold as ice, except for his senior sister. Just thinking about how passionate and warm she was toward him made his heart soften, and the chill left behind by Yun Mingxi on the ground dissipated a little. Figures you'd want to keep her all to yourself. Lin Xiao had just settled into his sitting position when a voice filled with gritted teeth came from behind him. As senior sister Yun, why are you back again? Lin Xiao turned his head and smiled, deliberately feigning awkwardness. You already knew who I was from the start, huh? No wonder you refused to team up with me. Yun Mingxi said coldly. No way. I only just figured it out, Lin Xiao replied. After confirming the young girl was indeed Yun Mingxi, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. In fact, he thought his decision had been wise. Privately, he was glad he had refused her offer. If his senior sister found out he had teamed up with Yun Mingxi, she'd probably beat him within an inch of his life. You were just trying to trick me into revealing information, weren't you? Yun Mingxi spat, furious enough to want to slap him across the face. Lin Xiao hurried to deny it. Not at all. He added quickly. Actually, it wasn't that hard to guess your identity. A beauty as strong as you? Besides my senior sister, there's probably only one other person who fits senior sister Yun. Hearing him mention Zhou Wenqing, Yun Mingxi's temper flared even more. She shot back with a killer question. Then tell me, between me and Zhou Wenqing, who's more beautiful and stronger? A faint sneer curled the corner of her mouth beneath the thin veil, as she waited to see how Lin Xiao would respond. Of course it's my senior sister, Lin Xiao blurted out without hesitation. Yun Mingxi narrowed her eyes. Which one? Be specific, Zhou Wenqing or Yun Mingxi? Cough, senior sister Yun. I'm not exactly sure what realm you're in right now. Without knowing that, it's hard for me to answer properly. Lin Xiao quickly thought of a clever way to defuse the awkward situation. The moment Yun Mingxi returned, eyes swung her way. Once her identity clicked, the onlookers erupted in a low commotion. Someone whispered in the crowd. Word is Yun Mingxi hit great perfection in the Dao platform realm 3 years ago. Has she broken through to the heavenly human realm yet? At the very mention of the heavenly human realm, the gazes trained on Yun Mingxi turned. Reverent step into that realm, and you transcend the mortal coil, becoming truly celestial. Yun Mingxi turned to Lin Xiao. What realm is Zhou Wenqing at now? No comment, Lin Xiao replied, then pivoted to give her his back. Her question hung there and fizzled out. The Enlightenment Steel Grove settled back into calm. Yun Mingxi didn't leave arms folded. She stood behind Lin Xiao, sneering inwardly as she waited to see how he'd try to comprehend the steel. Lin Xiao couldn't force her away. He didn't have that kind of clout. And besides, the Enlightenment Steel was fair game for everyone, owned by no one. Fine, let her watch. Even if I do grasp what is hidden in the steel, she wouldn't dare try to snatch it. With that, Lin Xiao cleared his head and focused on the towering slab before him, easily 100 feet tall. A deep claw mark trenched the face of the steel, as if a dragon's talons had raked it long ago. Lin Xiao set his palm to it. The steel didn't react. He even poured in spiritual power, but his energy disappeared as if swallowed whole. Yun Mingxi watched him intently. He was only using the standard methods. She'd tried them all before. She wanted to tell him to draw on the power of the Flood Dragon, but pride kept her silent. He'll try the Flood Dragon in the end. Anyway, why waste the breath? After several failed attempts, Lin Xiao finally decided to test the Flood Dragon's power. He stirred his meridians, and a draconic pressure surged out of him in an instant. He seemed like a waking dragon, fierce and commanding. Yun Mingxi, closest to Lin Xiao, was the first to feel that Flood Dragon power surge. Her eyes flashed, and she called out, "Radiant, it's here." Seeing Lin Xiao move, a crowd pressed in to watch. 3 days ago, he had just comprehended a steal, his record eclipsing everyone present. Is he really going to pull off a second? Someone fretted. Grasping the true meaning of sword intent was already enough to make people jealous. If he managed another, envy would turn to madness. What Lin Xiao was attempting now wasn't ordinary either. It was the tallest steel in the forest of enlightenment steels, which meant whatever lay within was the most precious. For hundreds, even 1,000 years, no one had ever cracked it. Word is that steel hides something of the Dragon Clan. Human cultivators can't comprehend it, someone scoffed. Aside from Yun Mingxi, no one here knew he carried Flood Dragon power. Under so many eyes, Lin Xiao swept out his right hand and slapped his palm onto the stone. The force of that strike was laced with a thread of the draconic aura coiled inside him. Yun Mingxi's fingers tightened. More anxious than Lin Xiao himself, she long yearned for what the steel concealed, and this palm bore her hopes too. Under everyone's watch, though, nothing happened. A few taut hearts finally settled. Told you, how could a human cultivator possibly unravel something of the Dragon Clan? Everyone but Yun Mingxi wore a smug look. Yun Mingxi's face darkened. If even Flood Dragon power failed, then there really was no way. Looks like this one truly won't yield. I'll have to find another route, she murmured with a soft sigh. She remembered the great Luo Holy Sect's archives held a Dragon Clan technique only heaven grade, but her first choice had always been the dragon's secret art sealed within this steel. Lin Xiao raised his head and gazed at the towering stone tablet, his face showing no trace of disappointment, only the calm of someone who had expected this all along. If something as simple as the power of a single young dragon could retrieve what lay inside, this tablet wouldn't have stood here untouched for so many years. The harder it is to obtain, the more valuable it must be, Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Thinking of another approach, he extended his left palm. A cold, icy phoenix energy quietly gathered in his hand before he slammed it against the stone tablet. The icy phoenix energy coursed into the tablet, but again, there was no reaction. One power alone won't work. Then I'll combine them and try again. Lin Xiao channeled both forces at once and struck the tablet with both hands. Boom! The shockwave exploded outward, echoing through the forest of enlightenment stone tablets. The sound froze everyone in place, and all eyes turned toward the source of the tremor. What's going on? Didn't he already fail? Someone muttered, a sense of unease creeping in. The tablet had trembled. That small vibration sparked a flicker of excitement in Yun Mingxi's eyes. She stared at it, but saw only it shaking. Nothing else had appeared. What method did you just use? Try it again. Yun Mingxi called out to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, it still won't work. But it did shake. Don't you realize no one has ever made this tablet tremble in hundreds, even thousands of years? Use that same move again. Yun Mingxi, who had almost given up hope, now saw a glimmer of possibility. But Lin Xiao refused, and she was both frustrated and confused. Stop talking. Let me think. Lin Xiao lowered his head, deep in thought. Yun Mingxi couldn't find the words. She suspected that Lin Xiao might already have figured it out, but was deliberately holding back because she was still there. I'm not leaving. I'll see how long you can keep this up. Yun Mingxi decided she would wait him out, no matter how long it took. Lin Xiao couldn't be bothered with whatever Yun Mingxi was thinking. The only reason he said it wouldn't work was because the method they just tried could barely coax a reaction out of the stone steel. If he wanted to truly grasp what lay within it, he needed a different approach. He figured it out. He said, the Flood Dragon's power and the Ice Phoenix's power have always run separately. Only by fusing them do we have a shot at success. He stirred his dantian, urging the Flood Dragon's power and the Ice Phoenix's power to begin merging. It was the first time he ever combined the two before this. He always used them apart. As for what would happen, even Lin Xiao couldn't promise. He even braced himself for injury. Those two powers were too domineering. If the fusion failed, the backlash was inevitable. To his surprise, the two forces melded smoothly, as if it were only natural. He even felt like they were born to merge like yin and yang. Apart, they were two forces. Together, they became yin-yang power, 1 + 1 becoming 2. Is this the Dragon Phoenix power? The moment the Dragon Phoenix power fused inside him for the first time, he felt his body change, as if a thin membrane had been pierced, and he'd undergone a complete transformation. It didn't hurt at all. On the contrary, it felt so good that Lin Xiao wanted to do it a few more times. Yun Mingxi couldn't tell what was happening to him. She only saw him go quiet for a moment, then press his palm against the stone steel. Just one palm, simple, without a hint of flourish. And that single palm made the entire steel shudder violently. An ancient, colossal dragon's might revived, like a true dragon waking after 10,000 years of sleep. Roar! The steel let out a dragon's cry and shattered. Light erupted, countless beams blazing like the sun, too dazzling to look at directly. What is this? Yun Mingxi's expression was electric. She knew exactly what this meant. A true dragon. Someone shouted, and everyone looked up to see a colossal dragon phantom hurtling into the heavens. It wasn't he, just the Enlightenment steel forest trembling. The entire Daluo holy sect shuddered under the sudden surge of draconic might. Tens of thousands of disciples raised their heads, witnessing a scene they would never forget. A dragon 10,000 feet long stretched across the sky above the sect. Only its head was visible, with the tail nowhere in sight. A true dragon stood in the firmament, overlooking all living beings, its vast, overwhelming might blanketing the whole Daluo holy sect. Boom! The sect guarding grand formation flared to life, clearly triggered by that draconic aura, and everyone assumed a powerful foe had come knocking. What is going on? Disciples of the Seven Great Peaks were confused. Most could tell the dragon was only a phantom, not a real enemy. What they cared about more was who had summoned the apparition. It seems to be coming from Reflection Cliff. Could it be that Steel with the Dragon Clan's secret art? On Lingshou Peak, He Hong's eyes flashed with shock and doubt, a bad premonition rising in his chest. Could it be Lin Xiao? No way. That Steel holding the Dragon Clan technique has stood there for years. With Lin Xiao as comprehension and aptitude, how could he possibly? He Hong felt like he was going crazy, even entertaining the idea that this had something to do with Lin Xiao. Over at Fuyao Peak, a crowd broke into cheers, convinced the Dragon Phantom had been triggered by Yun Mingxi. Yun Mingxi had long coveted that Dragon Clan's secret art and often visited the Enlightenment Steel Forest at Reflection Cliff. By all rights, she should still be there now, barring any surprises. It was very likely she had just succeeded in comprehending it. Fantastic. If first senior sister obtains that Dragon Clan secret art, her strength and realm will definitely climb another tier. The saintess position should go to someone from Fuyao Peak. The disciples of Fujian Peak were cheering when a woman in a pale purple gown stepped onto the summit. Her skin was as smooth and lustrous as jade, delicate enough to burst with a single breath. She looked no older than 20 times, seemed to have left no mark upon her. She was none other than Yun Mingxi's master, the sect leader of Fujian Peak, Nangong Mushua. With a faint murmur, Nangong Mushua muttered, "So it's not Sierra." After all, her gaze drifted across the sky, settling far off at Zixiao Peak. On Zixiao Peak, Luo Yusu stepped out from the Ziji Hall. Her eyebrows were as soft as distant mountains, her eyes like stars bright and ethereal. Her nose was straight and refined, her lips naturally red, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the wind. She seemed like a celestial goddess descended from the heavens, beautiful beyond dreams. "Senior sister, you've taken in 2 fine disciples." Nangong Mushua's voice floated over. Luo Yusu smiled faintly, a smile that made the entire world pale in comparison. She replied, "Your own Yun Mingxi isn't bad either." Luo Yusu swept her divine consciousness over the cliff of reflection and saw Yun Mingxi present. But the one who had truly grasped the meaning wasn't her, it was Lin Xiao, her own disciple. At the sight of Lin Xiao, Luo Yusu lightly bit her lip, and the coldness on her face softened slightly. Nangong Mushua said with self-mockery, "Thankfully he's not a female disciple. Otherwise, if your Zixiao Peak produces another genius like Zhou Wenqing, the position of Holy Maiden might just end up in your hands." Luo Yusu withdrew her divine awareness. The illusory image of the great dragon that had hovered above the Daluo holy sect had already vanished, yet the hearts of countless disciples still trembled. They scrambled to gather information, and soon enough, Lin Xiao's name would spread like wildfire throughout the sect. A while later, He Hong received the news that the one responsible for the earlier commotion was actually Lin Xiao. How is that even possible? He Hong could hardly believe what he was hearing. Lin Xiao? You mean that person who killed 4 outer sect disciples from our Lingshou Peak the other day? Many disciples of Lingshou Peak were already familiar with Lin Xiao. The memory of that incident was still fresh, only 3 days old. The man was none other than Lin Xiao. Relying on the fact that he was a direct disciple of Master Luo, he got away with murder and was only sentenced to a month-long solitary confinement. He acted as if he were above everyone, showing no respect to our Lingshou Peak whatsoever, said an inner disciple of Lingshou Peak, his voice filled with rage. "Take it easy," He Hong signaled for calm. "I heard that Lin Xiao will be attending the Shura trial in a month. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Before we kill Lin Xiao, We must force him to reveal that Dragon Clan cultivation technique, He Hong thought darkly. Thank goodness for those 4 late senior disciples of ours. If not for them, Lin Xiao wouldn't have been locked in the Cliff of Reflection, nor would he have had the chance to obtain that secret method. Come the Shura trial in a month, He Hong was confident he had more than enough ways to squeeze the Dragon Clan technique out of Lin Xiao. As for the rumors swirling outside, Lin Xiao had seen them coming. With such a huge commotion, staying low was practically impossible. But for now, that wasn't his main concern. His first priority was getting his hands on that Dragon Clan technique. He carried the power of the young dragon within him and had been desperate for a matching cultivation method. Maybe, just maybe, as Yun Mingxi had said, this Dragon Clan technique really was meant for him. The moment the dragon illusion shattered, the light it released surged straight into Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly absorbing the sudden flood of new information. The Tai Guzu Long Ju. Lin Xiao gasped inwardly, his fists clenching instinctively. This Dragon Clan technique was even more valuable than Yun Mingxi had described. It wasn't just Saint Tier, it was Emperor Tier. Emperor Tier techniques were the most supreme cultivation methods in the world, capable of enabling one to reach the Emperor realm. Even the Great Luo Holy Sect's vast library didn't contain a single Emperor Tier technique. Not just them, neither of the 6 great sects, the 3 holy and 3 evil sects across the Zhongli continent, likely possessed anything of that level. If word of this ever got out, it would spark a fierce battle among all factions, each desperate to claim it. The Tai Guzu Long Ju consists of 10 stages. Each stage triggers a transformation of the physical body. By the time one reaches the 10th and final stage, one can become an eternal true dragon, transcending the mortal world and standing above all beings in the heavens and on earth. This was truly an Emperor Tier cultivation technique, containing profound secrets of transforming into a true dragon. Lin Xiao's excitement was beyond words. As Lin Xiao absorbed the information, time flew by. One after another, people entered the Cliff of Reflection to investigate. Yun Mingxi sat not far from Lin Xiao, and anyone who approached would receive a cold glare that kept them at bay. After just one warning glance from Yun Mingxi, no one dared disturb Lin Xiao again. That is strange. How does Lin Xiao know Yun Mingxi? Isn't his senior sister sworn enemies with her? Some inner disciples who knew Yun Mingxi exchanged confused looks. Half a day later, Lin Xiao finally finished absorbing the ancient Ancestor Dragon Sutra, though it contained tens of thousands of verses, and he couldn't possibly comprehend it all at once. He would have to study it slowly over time. Lin Jr. brother, how are you feeling? As soon as Lin Xiao opened his eyes, Yun Mingxi hurriedly asked with concern, her voice softer than ever before, softer than even she realized. A Yun senior sister is still here? That one word, junior brother, made Lin Xiao's scalp tingle. I've been guarding you these past 2 days. Who knows how many people would come to bother you if I hadn't been here, Yun Mingxi said with a hint of self-praise. Lin Xiao remained unfazed and simply replied coolly, thank you, senior sister Yun. Lin Jr. brother, did you manage to obtain that Dragon Clan cultivation technique? Can you even understand it? If not, I can stay and study it with you, Yun Mingxi offered, blushing slightly at how low she had lowered herself for that technique. There's no need. I can go back and consult my master, or study it with my senior sister. If you have nothing else to do, senior sister, perhaps you should return first, Lin Xiao declined flatly. You. Seeing that Lin Xiao was unmoved by anything she said, Yun Mingxi was so angry that she trembled all over, a rather dramatic sight. Lin Xiao Jr. brother, name your price. Whatever it is, I'll pay it if I can afford it. Yun Mingxi was determined to get that Dragon Clan technique. I'm truly sorry, senior sister Yun, but this has nothing to do with price. Lin Xiao turned down Yun Mingxi once again. Yun Mingxi laid all her sincerity on the line and said, Lin Xiaodi, I won't hide anything from you. This Dragon Clan cultivation technique is extremely important to me. If you're willing to share it, I, Yun Mingxi, will owe you a favor. I can do 3 things for you anytime in the future. How about that? Much to her disappointment, Lin Xiao still refused. Looking at Lin Xiao, she asked, I really want to know why. Is it because I'm competing with Zhou Wenqing for the title of Holy Maiden that you keep rejecting me? After just a few days of interaction, She found herself unable to read him more than ever. That's part of the reason, Lin Xiao replied frankly. To be honest, after spending these past few days together, I actually have a good impression of Senior Sister Yin. You're probably at the heaven-piercing realm now, but you don't throw your cultivation strength around. That's something I really appreciate. Lin Xiao clearly knew how important the ancient ancestor dragon technique was to Yun Mingxi, but no matter what, he would never share it with her. Because it was an imperial-level cultivation method. If word got out, it could bring deadly consequences. Experts at the Saint Realm would come scrambling for it, and even Luo Yusu might not be able to protect him. Seeing Lin Xiao's firm stance, Yun Mingxi could only sigh helplessly. Fine then. If my junior brother ever changes his mind, feel free to come find me. She tossed a jade pendant to Lin Xiao, then turned and walked away. This jade pendant was used to contact Yun Mingxi. If they weren't too far apart, it allowed instant voice communication. This is Senior Sister Yun's personal communication pendant. With it, you can reach her anytime. As soon as someone noticed the jade pendant in Lin Xiao's hand, their eyes lit up with envy. Yun Mingxi wasn't just the untouchable senior disciple of Fuyao Peak, she was also a holy maiden candidate. For her to personally hand her communication jade to a man, how could anyone not be jealous? All the good stuff goes to Lin Xiao. What the hell? Someone muttered angrily. Feeling the less than friendly gazes around him, Lin Xiao decided it was best to find a place to cultivate for now. Below the Cliff of Penance stood 10 thatched huts, not far from the Enlightenment Steel Grove. When Lin Xiao arrived, one of them happened to be vacant. But just then, 2 more people showed up, clearly intending to rest in the huts as well. Both wore the inner sect robes, looked to be in their early 20s, and their cultivation was at the late condensation stage. Lin Xiao sized them up, noted the ugly looks on their faces, and immediately knew this wouldn't be easy to handle. We claimed this hut first. Our stuff is still inside. Even if you're a true disciple, you've heard of first come, first served, haven't you? The 2 glared at Lin Xiao. In the past, they hadn't dared to provoke him, but now his realm was lower than theirs. Why shouldn't they? Besides, Lin Xiao had been hogging the spotlight at the Cliff of Penance these past few days, comprehending 2 steals in a row, which left them both irritated and a little jealous. Lin Xiao said evenly, "These huts don't belong to anyone. You left first, why shouldn't I go in?" "Left? When did you see us leave?" They sneered back. Lin Xiao, don't think being a true disciple gives you the right to push people around. Lin Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue. Then let our fists do the talking. He stepped straight toward them. Harder fists? Disciples of 9 luminaries Peak dual cultivate body and techniques were the best at close quarters. Seeing Lin Xiao keep his sword sheathed and choose to trade blows, the 2 were secretly delighted. Unrivaled up close? Lin Xiao snorted, clenched both fists, and threw a punch at each of them. They refused to back down and swung their fists to meet his. Crack! A crisp snap of breaking bone rang out, followed by 2 blood-curdling screams. Hearing the screams, people from the other 9 huts rushed out. The sight made their scalps prickle. The 2 disciples from 9 Luminaries Peak had had their arms broken by a single punch from Lin Xiao and were writhing on the ground, howling in pain. Body cultivators from 9 Luminaries Peak, beaten in raw physical strength? They hadn't seen Lin Xiao draw a weapon. He snapped both arms with his bare hands. Someone wondered aloud, isn't Lin Xiao majoring in sword arts? Since when did his physique get this strong? Ever since he entered the Reflection Cliff, Lin Xiao kept forcing people to re-evaluate him. Ignoring the 2 men sprawled on the ground, Lin Xiao went into the thatched hut, tossed all their belongings outside, then shut the door. Lin Xiao has gone too far. When our confinement is up, we'll go back and get a true disciple from 9 Luminaries Peak to teach him a lesson. The 2 of them were seething with resentment. They'd been utterly humiliated today. The physiques they'd always prided themselves on had been completely crushed by Lin Xiao. The commotion at the Reflection Cliff was quickly investigated by all sides, especially the incident where Lin Xiao's single punch left 2 body cultivators from 9 Luminaries Peak with broken bones. Word of it spread fast. The disciples of 9 Luminaries Peak were in an uproar when they heard. Who's going to go clean up Lin Xiao and win back our 9 Luminaries Peak's face? I'll go. A burly man's voice boomed like a great bell, drowning out the surrounding clamor the moment he spoke. It's Senior Brother Hong. At the sight of the giant built like a small mountain, everyone felt reassured. Senior brother Hong is late condensing origin realm challenging Lin Xiao 1T count as bullying with a higher realm. Everyone agreed Hong Yuanshan was the best choice. First, his realm hadn't reached the sea-forming realm yet, so he wouldn't violate the sect's rule against suppressing others by realm. Second, he was a body cultivator, his physique tempered to membrane tempering at great completion, his skin tough as a spirit artifact. Sending him to restore their reputation couldn't be more appropriate. Right there at the reflection cliff, Lin Xiao shut the door and ignored the disputes outside. He had spent 5 days comprehending the first layer of the primordial ancestral dragon art. Now it felt like his comprehension was maxed out. Insight came without the slightest obstruction. Once the first layer of the primordial ancestral dragon art is mastered, the impure blood in the body can be transformed into true dragon blood, granting the power of a true dragon. Lin Xiao drew a deep breath and clenched his fist. He could feel his strength had become terrifying. That was the change brought by flood dragon blood. The power of a true dragon was definitely stronger than that of a flood dragon. He just didn't know by how much, or what changes it would bring to him when the time came. Lin Xiao was full of anticipation. He began circulating the primordial ancestral dragon art. The instant the technique activated, the surrounding spiritual energy was swallowed up, and above his head it condensed into a small dragon of qi. So domineering? Sure enough, an emperor-grade technique. Lin Xiao pulled out his storage ring. His cultivation resources were plentiful. Inside were over 10,000 spirit stones and quite a few qi-gathering pills. The cultivation resources of Purple Firmament Peak really had all ended up with him. His master had no use for them, and his senior sister was stationed in Flying Snow City year-round, so those things ultimately fell into his hands. After he drained the ambient spiritual energy dry, the people in the other 9 thatched huts immediately started cursing. Who sucked the qi clean? How are we supposed to cultivate? A burly man with a full beard shoved open his hut door, swearing as he stepped out. I saw it just now. All the qi surged into Lin Xiao's hut. A young sword cultivator walked out, glanced toward Lin Xiao's hut, doubt in his eyes. What kind of technique could empty the surroundings in an instant? Could Lin Xiao have taken that Dragon Clan technique from the Enlightenment Steel? Inside the hut, the little qi dragon above his head coiled around him. Each circle counted as one full circulation. The flood dragon power in his body roared in response, as if brought to a rolling boil. The process of dragon blood metamorphosis was excruciating, like his flesh being hammered again and again. Every strike tore at him with soul-rending pain, and Lin Xiao had to endure it 10,000 times. To complete the first layer of the primordial ancestral dragon art, he had to run it 10,000 times. During that span, not only would he have to withstand the agony of dragon blood metamorphosis, he would also have to rely on a massive stockpile of cultivation resources. The more than 10,000 spirit stones in his storage ring dwindled at a rate visible to the naked eye. By the time they were down to 2,000, the primordial ancestral dragon art had only circulated 1,000 times. To complete the remaining cultivation cycles, the spirit stones Lin Xiao currently had were nowhere near enough. It's definitely a Dragon Clan Imperial level cultivation technique. The amount of resources required alone is enough to scare off most people. Lin Xiao frowned. The ancient ancestor dragon cultivation method was like an endless abyss. The resources needed for just the first stage were astronomical. How was he supposed to manage later stages? He had never lacked cultivation resources before, but now he found himself worrying about it. Just as Lin Xiao was about to continue his cultivation, a sudden, furious roar erupted outside the thatched hut, shaking the entire room like a thunderclap. "Come out, Lin Xiao!" The voice echoed far and wide, even disturbing the area of the Enlightenment Stone Forest. "It's showtime," someone whispered. Hong Yuanshan from Jiafeng has come looking for trouble. People loved a good spectacle. In no time, a crowd had gathered around the thatched hut. As soon as Lin Xiao opened the door, he saw a towering giant standing there like a mountain, glaring with rage. The man's muscles coiled like dragons, each one radiating raw power intimidating to look at. From Jiafeng, Lin Xiao recognized him immediately as a body cultivator. "I won't waste words. I'm here to avenge my 2 junior brothers." Hong Yuanshan's voice boomed like a giant bell, making others' ears ring. Why should I fight you? Lin Xiao replied coolly. But at that moment, an idea struck him. He was already struggling with his spirit stone shortage. Wasn't this guy basically handing him an opportunity? Hong Yuanshan mistook Lin Xiao's hesitation for cowardice and laughed loudly. So you're just a coward. I thought you actually had some skill, but turns out you're just a weakling who preys on the weak and runs from the strong. He's backing down? The onlookers immediately started chattering. If Lin Xiao really hid like a turtle today, the news would spread like wildfire across the sect, and he'd become the laughingstock of the entire cultivation community. You want to fight? Fine. But the loser has to hand over all their spirit stones to the winner. Lin Xiao set a rule. Anyone who wanted to challenge him had to put spirit stones on the table first, otherwise people kept showing up to pester him. When was he supposed to cultivate? Fine. Hong Yuanshan thought it over. Didn't he see any trap? And nodded. The rule said the loser coughs up the stones if he won. Lin Xiao would end up handing his spirit stones over to him. With a whole peak's cultivation resources to himself, Lin Xiao naturally carried plenty of spirit stones. Thinking of that, Hong Yuanshan felt secretly delighted. Beat him, and you get to take the spirit stones he's carrying? When the crowd heard that, plenty of people started calculating. Right now Lin Xiao was mid-condensation realm, while quite a few nearby were late stage or even at perfect completion. He had recently grasped sword intent, and his combat power had soared, but the gap in realm was still there. If you've got the guts, go toe-to-toe with me in pure physique. Didn't you break my two junior brothers' arms with your fists? I'll turn your own methods back on you. Showing up today to avenge those two unlucky juniors was just an excuse. Hong Yuanshan's real goal was to win back face for the body cultivators of 9 Luminaries Peak. He wanted to beat Lin Xiao using a body cultivator's way. Deal. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He could see right through Hong Yuanshan's plan, and he could tell the guy's skin tempering had already reached the perfected stage. At that tier, a body cultivator is basically a walking weapon. Anyone who ISNT1 and tries to go toe-to-toe is almost guaranteed to get the worst of it. Huh. He agreed that fast. Does he have a trump card? Hong Yuanshan was puzzled. He'd never heard that Lin Xiao trained his body. If he dared to clash head-on, he had to have something to lean on. Whatever. We body cultivators say it. We do it. Hong Yuanshan charged at Lin Xiao, channeling all his power into his arms. That punch carried over 10,000 pounds of force. Start. The onlookers immediately grew excited, all siding with Hong Yuanshan since entering the penance cliff. Lin Xiao had been in the spotlight and reaped many benefits naturally. Everyone was eager to see him get beaten up. Although the ancient ancestor dragon art has only reached 1,000 rotations, the dragon blood within my body has already undergone some strange transformation. I feel like my strength has increased by more than double. Lin Xiao himself was also eager to find out just how strong he was right now. Physical cultivators favored straightforward, brute force confrontations, no flashy spells or fancy techniques, just fists against fists. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao charged forward directly, his figure blurring into a black shadow. Their movements were extremely fast, and the crowd could only see Lin Xiao's dark blur collide with Hong Yuanshan's massive frame. Boom. To everyone's shock, after only one clash, Hong Yuanshan was sent flying backward like a broken kite, twisting midair with his arm bent at an unnatural angle, bone jutting out through torn flesh. Ah! Hong Yuanshan personally experienced the excruciating pain of a broken arm. This can't be. The onlookers were speechless. Hong Yuanshan was a core disciple from the 9th Luminous Peak, his body refined to the point of complete mastery of skin and sinew. How could he not withstand even a single punch from Lin Xiao? Hong Yuanshan ranks within the top 8 among the core disciples, and yet someone like him got his arm broken so easily. The crowd looked from the groaning figure on the ground to Lin Xiao, who stood there looking completely relaxed. The contrast was staggering. Still want to fight? Hand over the spirit stones. Lin Xiao stepped forward and held out his hand. With so many eyes watching, he couldn't let the rules he just established be broken. You really are a physical cultivator? Hong Yuanshan swallowed a pill, stopping the bleeding and dulling the pain, though his face remained deathly pale and his voice hoarse. Not exactly. I purified my body using dragon blood, which did enhance my body somewhat, Lin Xiao replied casually. In truth, this explanation would help him conceal many things in the future. I see. Hong Yuanshan, looking half convinced, handed his storage pouch to Lin Xiao. His face held a touch of resentment as he said, "You only get away with it because you've got a good master. You can even get your hands on flood dragon blood." Lin Xiao could hear the provocation in his tone. He accepted the pouch. Inside were just a little over 200 spirit stones. That's it. Barely 200 spirit stones? Lin Xiao's words struck a nerve. Hong Yuanshan instantly lost his composure and shouted, "You think everyone can monopolize the cultivation resources of an entire peak the way you do?" Those spirit stones were Hong Yuanshan's entire savings, scraped together with difficulty, yet in Lin Xiao's eyes, he looked like a pauper. Anyone else not convinced? Come and try me. Lin Xiao knew plenty were both envious and jealous. He swept his gaze across the crowd. I'll go? A young man stepped out from among the onlookers. He was plain looking, but his eyes were sharp. He wore an inner sect disciple-s robe, his cultivation at the mid-stage of the condensation realm. A mid-stage condensation cultivator daring to challenge Lin Xiao? The spectators were stunned. Who didn't he know how terrifying Lin Xiao's combat power was? Even late-stage condensation, Hong Yuanshan ended up on the ground. This guy was only mid-stage. How did he dare step forward? Lin Xiao was a little surprised too and looked the youth over carefully. The young man spoke, announcing himself, Lanin of Songyuan Peak. Songyuan Peak? Lin Xiao wasn't very familiar with people from that peak. It had both sword cultivators and alchemists, plenty of different paths. Lanin moved closer, stopping with only 10 paces between them. Please advise. Lin Xiao's expression stayed calm. Make your move. Although Lanin was only mid-condensation, he had the guts to step up. He had to have an ace up his sleeve. Better safe than sorry. Lin Xiao never underestimated any opponent. Good. A flash of light burst from Lanin's hand. A 3-foot-long sword whooshed out, screaming straight toward Lin Xiao. That 3-foot-long sword was only a mid-grade spiritual weapon, and everyone looked disappointed. I thought Lanin had some hidden trump. Turns out it's just this little toy? Who doesn't know Lin Xiao is a sword cultivator, and 8 days ago he even grasped the true intent of the sword Dao. Drawing a blade in front of him is basically courting death. Unmoved by the jeers from the sidelines, Lanin didn't waver. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and an unusual power surged toward Lin Xiao. Is that a divine sense attack? Some sea-forming realm cultivators in the crowd keenly sensed a ripple in divine sense and instantly spotted Lanin's trump card. He was a soul cultivator. It all unfolded within a few breaths. Some understood, others missed it. On Lin Xiao's end, he saw through Lanin's move as a feint. The moment Lanin acted, that 3-foot sword posed no threat to him. So he brought out his top-grade treasure, the Qinghong sword. The Qinghong sword carried sword intent at the pinnacle of the sword Dao, unleashing over 100 streaks of sword qi that hacked again and again at Lanin's weapon. In just one exchange, that spiritual weapon split with cracks, unable to withstand the onslaught. As the weapons clashed, a surge of divine sense slammed into Lin Xiao, and only then did he understand Lan and was relying on his divine sense. Divine sense is formless and traceless, able to invade a person's mind and strike directly at the sea of consciousness. Once divine sense is wounded, at best you black out, at worst your soul takes damage and you end up a vegetable. In swordsmanship, I can't match you. My body can't match you, and my weapon and combat strength aren't your equal. But in divine sense, I might have the edge as long as I seize those 3 breaths. I can beat you. Lanin didn't expect a single wave of divine sense to turn Lin Xiao into a fool. His plan was, after Lin Xiao got hit, he'd be trapped in his sea of consciousness for about 3 breaths, and that was when Lanin would strike. Lanin brought forth a sheaf of offensive talismans, every single one meant for attack. Go. Over 100 burning talismans ignited in midair, transforming into blazing fireballs and colossal bricks of flame, all hurtling toward Lin Xiao. An alchemist at the oceanic transformation stage noticed that Lin Xiao showed no reaction and wondered to himself, could it be that today Lin Xiao will actually fall at the hands of Lanin, a nobody? He assumed this was the result of a spiritual sense attack. Lanin's heart swelled with excitement. Shouting aloud, he cried, Defeating you will spread my name throughout the sect. In his eyes, climbing the ranks by defeating a famous opponent was the quickest way to fame. Lin Xiao was clearly the perfect target. Lin Xiao coldly remarked, "Your spiritual sense attack is nothing special," and immediately summoned a large amount of sword qi around his body, forming a protective barrier that blocked the onslaught of over 100 talismans. Though the talismans appeared terrifyingly powerful, they were, in fact, only first-tier talismans equivalent to the strength of a body-tempering stage cultivator. Seeing that Lin Xiao remained completely unaffected, Lan Nen wore a look of utter disbelief. "That's impossible. Do you have some artifact hidden in your head that protects against spiritual attacks?" In his mind, Lan Nen speculated, could it be that Luo Yusu had given Lin Xiao something to guard against spiritual sense attacks? Lin Xiao replied calmly, "Not at the moment. But now that you mention it, once I get out of here, I'll definitely ask my master for one." Reflecting on what had just happened, the spiritual force invading his mind had indeed momentarily dazed him. However, the Ice Phoenix power within his body reacted instantly, spreading a chilling cold through his limbs and quickly freeing him from the spiritual attack. It seems the Ice Phoenix energy can suppress spiritual sense attacks. "I'll have to ask my master for further guidance later," Lin Xiao said. But for now, he had no time to delve into this first. He had to deal with Lan Nen. He reached out and summoned back the Azure Rainbow Sword. Cloaked in sword qi, he shot forward like a blade drawn from its sheath, rushing straight at Lan Nen like a streak of lightning. Seeing Lin Xiao charging toward him, Lan Nen panicked and quickly shouted, "Senior brother Lin, I surrender." Lin Xiao was known for his ruthless nature. Everyone now knew the reason he had been punished and sent to the Cliff of Reflection was because he had killed 4 disciples from the Lingshou Peak. Lin Xiao hadn't arrived yet, but Lan Nen suddenly realized it was already too late. A surging sword aura arrived first. Lan Nen quickly activated a protective talisman, layer after layer of defensive energy forming in front of him. Yet those barriers were no match for Lin Xiao's sword qi, each one torn apart in succession. "Ah!" A familiar scream rang out from the Cliff of Reflection. Over 100 slashes of sword qi rained down on Lan Nen, shredding his robes into tatters and carving countless wounds across his body. In the end, Lin Xiao held back. Though the injuries looked severe, they were all superficial, nothing a short recovery period wouldn't fix. "Hand it over," Lin Xiao said, extending his hand. Gritting his teeth against the pain and humiliation, Lan Nen reluctantly passed over his storage pouch. Lin Xiao gave it a quick glance. Inside were over 100 spirit stones and several bottles of pills. Without a word, he pocketed the pouch. Lan Nen watched, his heart aching at the loss. Yet he dared not utter a single word in protest. Holding the Azure Rainbow Sword, Lin Xiao swept his gaze across the crowd. His voice was icy. "Who else?" At his glance, every core formation cultivator instinctively lowered their eyes. From today on, the reputation of Lin Xiao being unrivaled among core formation disciples would surely spread like wildfire throughout the sect. The last person to dominate at this cultivation stage was Hua Tianyan, the senior apprentice of the Spirit Summit. A Cold Sea cultivator let out a disdainful snort. They all wanted to teach Lin Xiao a lesson, but crossing a major cultivation realm made victory seem hollow even if achieved. Lin Xiao tossed out a final statement. "Once I reach late core formation, those at early Cold Sea can come challenge me." The moment those words left his lips, it was as if a boulder had crashed into the sea, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Challenging someone across cultivation realms? How dare he? Someone whispered in disbelief. Everyone was stunned. Such a massive gap in power was only something a rare prodigy might overcome. What arrogance! Doesn't he fear his tongue will choke him on his own boastfulness? Someone sneered. The Cold Sea cultivator assumed Lin Xiao was directly provoking him, thinking to himself, "Is he trying to use me as a stepping stone to fame?" Lin Xiao didn't care for their opinions. Cultivation was his priority. He returned to his small thatched hut and shut the door behind him. In a little over 20 days, the Shura trial begins. I need to master the first stage of the primordial ancestral dragon codex before it starts, and if time allows, I should restore my cultivation to the peak of the condensing Yuan realm. He meant restore, not break through. Again, Lin Xiao's previous realm was the late sea transformation realm. The moment he thought of that ambush by a demonic expert, Lin Xiao couldn't help clenching his fists. The Yellow Springs Demon Sect. The Yellow Springs Demon Sect was one of the three great demon sects. The Zhongli continent is vast and bountiful, stretching 90,000 miles from east to west. Aside from the distant Great Yin Imperial Dynasty, the main rivals here are the three great sacred sects and the three great demon sects. The three great sacred sects are the Great Luo Sacred Sect, the Supreme Sacred Sect, and the Nine Heavens Sacred Sect. The three great demon sects are the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, the Eternal Demon Sect, and the Sacrificial Dao Demon Sect. The demonic expert who ambushed Lin Xiao belonged to the Yellow Springs Demon Sect. He later learned the man's name was Han Xiao, from the Hall of Reincarnation, one of its protectors. The Yellow Springs Demon Sect maintains 5 great halls, each headed by a hall master, and the Hall of Reincarnation's master is said to be a Saint Realm powerhouse. Han Xiao is one of the Hall Master's 10 protectors. Just over 2 months ago, while out on sect business, Lin Xiao was ambushed midway by people from the Yellow Springs Demon Sect. Han Xiao boasted that he'd drag him back to serve as the Hall Master's furnace. Lin Xiao fought with everything he had and barely escaped with his life. He got away by sheer luck, but that palm still shattered his meridians, setting off the chain reaction that followed. Inwardly, Lin Xiao thought, sure, it turned into a blessing in disguise, but this grudge can't go unpaid. He remembered Han Xiao's cultivation was at the early Dao platform realm, and that he only managed to flee thanks to the boundary-breaking talisman his master had given him. Without it, he'd already be the Hall of Reincarnation's furnace. Rumor had it the Hall of Reincarnation's master was a Saint Realm she-devil. Lin Xiao hadn't seen her himself, but everyone said she was the most beautiful woman among the 3 demon sects, ranked second on the Zhongli continent's beauty rankings. Number 1 was none other than his master, Luo Yusu. Strength. Lin Xiao craved strength. Inside the sect, Luo Yusu's backing still gave him some cover, but once he stepped outside, forget the demonic sect, there were plenty of people in his own sect who wanted him dead. His feud with Ling Shou Peak was past the point of reconciliation. When the Shura trial hit in a little over 20 days, the people from Ling Shou Peak would definitely come for him. Once he entered the Shura secret realm, he would have no one to rely on but himself. Time was tight. Lin Xiao pushed stray thoughts aside, sat cross-legged, and began circulating the primordial ancestral dragon art. A small dragon of spiritual energy condensed above his head. The moment it appeared, the ambient spiritual energy was sucked clean from the area. Lin Xiao realized, the absorption range seems to have expanded. That little dragon used to swallow only the spiritual energy around his thatched hut. Now, it could drain everything within a full li. He immediately grasped the reason. The more he ran the primordial ancestral dragon art, the wider its absorption range became. Over the next 10 days, Lin Xiao spent every minute cultivating the primordial ancestral dragon art. Luckily, his storage ring held fasting pills. Each one could sustain him for 7 days, so he didn't have to worry about food or water for now. Challengers came non-stop during those 10 days, and he beat every single one of them. Storage pouches piled up outside the hut already emptied, their spirit stones all tucked into his ring. He left those pouches out there because he couldn't be bothered with such low-grade junk. His storage ring outclassed them by several tiers. Unexpectedly, people took that as him humiliating the losers after every fight. He'd fling the opponent's pouch outside like he was showing off his spoils. More and more people came to challenge him, and the heap of pouches outside grew taller and taller. The folks at Repentance Cliff gradually noticed his strength seemed to be climbing at a frightening pace. Where it used to take him quite a while to put down a peak essence condensation realm cultivator, now he could finish it in just 3 moves. Everyone had to admit that at the essence condensation realm level, Lin Xiao was all but invincible. 10 days later, the thatched hut Lin Xiao lived in jolted, and a domineering aura spilled out from within. The people in the surrounding huts were the first to sense it, and it felt familiar. This aura is almost the same as that draconic might from before, just much weaker. Someone recalled the moment Lin Xiao drew out that dragon-shaped phantom. No one had forgotten that scene. It's only been a few days. Did Lin Xiao already comprehend that Dragon Clan art? People kept coming to probe from outside, but the hut's door stayed shut. No one knew what was happening inside. Inside, Lin Xiao's skin had flushed red, as if a tyrannical force was roiling through him. The flood dragon blood has transformed into true dragon blood. I have the power of a true dragon now. Feeling the dragon blood boiling within, Lin Xiao felt like he'd become a dragon himself, his whole body surging with strength. Let us test my power. Lin Xiao pulled a spirit artifact-grade shield from a Challenger S storage pouch, then circulated his dragon blood. Vast true dragon power gathered in his fist. He blasted out a punch, and the shield was pierced on the spot. Lin Xiao withdrew his fist, no damage at all, not even a hair out of place. If I can shatter a spirit artifact, just how tough has my body become? He wanted to measure himself by body cultivator standards, but realized he was cultivating a Dragon Clan method. He couldn't simply apply a human body refiner's yardstick. 2 more days, and I can leave. I'll tell Master then. Thinking of Luo Yusu, Lin Xiao felt a bit uneasy, unsure whether her aura had settled. If he went back in 2 days and couldn't even get past Zixiao Peak's gate, that would be awkward. He didn't idle for the remaining 2 days. He still had 500 spirit stones, just enough to restore his cultivation to the peak of the condensing essence realm. Restoring a realm didn't require bitter cultivation, just sufficient resources. A day later, he had recovered to the late stage of the condensation realm. Another day after that, his cultivation rose to the very peak of condensation. Only a paper-thin barrier separated him from the sea of transformation realm. But Lin Xiao had no spirit stones, so he couldn't blast straight back into the sea of transformation in one go. It was about time to leave. Lin Xiao had stayed on the Cliff of Penance for a full month, felt nothing in particular, and spent most of his time cultivating. This place wasn't home, and he had no attachment to it. Purple Firmament Peak was where he belonged. He pushed open the door of the thatched hut, and the moment he stepped out, several pairs of eyes locked onto him. Lin Xiao's out. He actually reached the peak of the condensation realm? People were stunned speechless when they sensed his current realm. It's not a breakthrough, he just recovered part of his cultivation. He was originally late stage Sea of Transformation, someone hurried to explain. At peak condensation, his combat power will be even more terrifying. I wonder if he can threaten early stage Sea of Transformation cultivators, another person said, recalling that Lin Xiao had once declared that once he recovered to late stage condensation, he would allow those at the early stage of the Sea of Transformation to challenge him. Lin Xiao knew everyone was staring at him, but he couldn't be bothered. He couldn't exactly wipe out every annoying pair of eyes, could he? He left the hut, and when he reached the steel forest of enlightenment, a commotion broke out. There were over 1,000 people among the steels when they saw him. Countless gazes snapped his way. Lin Xiao, do you remember what you said? An early-stage Sea of Transformation cultivator blocked his path and asked. Lin Xiao replied coolly, I'll allow you to make the first move. Fine, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The early-stage Sea of Transformation cultivator, Li Chunyang, was seething. He felt deeply insulted that Lin Xiao hadn't even given him a proper look. Li Chunyang barked, you were once at the Sea of Transformation yourself, you should know the gap between Sea of Transformation and condensation. Then he gathered his spiritual power, and a vast, ocean-like aura surged out in an instant. He struck a flamboyant pose, condensing a massive amount of spiritual energy into a gigantic hand that lunged toward Lin Xiao, attempting to grab him and hurl him into the air. Lin Xiao wore a mocking smirk on his lips. He didn't even bother to summon his spiritual energy. With just his bare fist, he shattered the enormous hand of spiritual force. The crowd's pupils instantly constricted in shock. Over 1,000 onlookers couldn't begin to comprehend how he had done it. Li Chunyang also paled in fear, as if witnessing Lin Xiao destroy his spiritual hand using nothing but sheer physical strength. I'm in a hurry to see my master. I don't have time to waste on you, Lin Xiao said coldly. In the same breath, he shot forward, darting right in front of Li Chunyang. His dragon blood surged within, and countless sword auras coalesced around his body. The power of the true dragon and the might of the sword path crashed down on Li Chunyang together. This is insane, Li Chunyang shouted, his eyes wide with terror. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy and flew into the air. After all, one of the perks of being at the ocean manifestation stage was flight. But Lin Xiao had no intention of letting him gain the high ground. If Li got up high, he'd have the advantage, and Lin would be at a serious disadvantage. The moment Li Chunyang lifted off, Lin Xiao grabbed his ankle and swung him like a hammer, slamming him straight into the ground below with bone-crushing force. Boom! A massive crater shaped like a human body exploded into the earth. Li Chunyang lay motionless inside. His eyes rolled back, blood gushing from his mouth. He was consumed by regret, realizing he would likely become nothing more than a laughingstock for others to mock in the future. Silence immediately fell over the area. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Lin Xiao turned and walked away from the cliff of reflection. The Great Luo Holy Sect had 7 peaks, each towering thousands of feet high, like 7 colossal swords piercing into the clouds. For the tens of thousands of outer disciples, their greatest dream was to enter one of the 7 peaks for cultivation to become inner disciples, or even rarer, true disciples chosen by the sect elders. Other than the 7 peaks, there was one other place within the sect that countless disciples longed to enter, a towering 9-story pagoda suspended high above the mountaintops. This pagoda had hung above the highest point of the Great Luo Holy Sect for untold years, day and night, never once falling since the sect's founding. The colossal tower was pitch black from top to bottom, constructed from an unknown material that radiated a profound, ancient Taoist aura. Those of low cultivation couldn't even see it, while the more powerful cultivators dared not stare at it for long, fearing it might disturb their spiritual clarity. This was the peerless divine artifact of the Luo Holy Sect, the Star Tower. It was said that the sect leader himself was cultivating inside. The reason countless disciples longed to enter the Star Tower was because, hidden within its 9th level, lay the Star Pond, a sacred site rumored to contain the secrets of becoming a saint. Access to the pond meant a significantly greater chance of breaking through to the saint realm in the future. It was of utmost importance. However, entry to the Star Pond wasn't something anyone could obtain. Only the newly chosen Holy Heir and Holy Maiden were granted the privilege to cultivate within. Lin Xiao's senior apprentice sister was vying for the title of Holy Maiden precisely for this reason. Among the current candidates for the Holy Maiden, Zhou Wenqing and Yun Mingxi stood out as the most favored, both also being the strongest female disciples in the sect. As for the Holy Heir, the most popular choice was Hua Tianyan, the eldest disciple from Lingshou Peak. Lin Xiao had never dared to dream of becoming the Holy Heir before, but ever since his body underwent a mysterious transformation a month ago, he had begun to entertain the idea. The dragon blood alone won't complete my physical transformation, Lin Xiao mused. My master Yuan Yin is also essential. With that thought, he arrived at the foot of Zishao Peak. To his surprise and delight, the barrier sealing the peak had already been lifted. Great! Master has allowed me to return home. Before arriving, he had been anxious, but now his heart finally settled. With long strides, he leapt over 3 steps at a time, quickly reaching the summit. The mountaintop was vast and open. Besides the magnificent Ziji Hall, there were pavilions, terraces, waterfalls, and flowing streams, all shrouded in ethereal mist, a veritable paradise on earth. Standing quietly within one of the pavilions was a woman in a white dress. Her skin was snow-like, smooth and radiant. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down, accentuating her breathtaking beauty. Her eyebrows were as soft as distant mountains, her eyes like brilliant stars, their depths seeming to shimmer with constellations. Lu Yusu stood still like a fairy stepped out from a painting, pure and ethereal. Lin Xiao froze. Although he had seen his master countless times, every single time still sent a tremor through his heart. She was his master, the acknowledged most beautiful woman in Songli continent, a goddess in the hearts of countless people. As Lin Xiao gazed at Lu Yusu's peerless beauty and the graceful silhouette beneath her robes, vivid images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Master, you knew I was coming back today and waited for me here on purpose? As he stepped closer, a faint, delicate fragrance drifted toward him, bringing a deep sense of peace to his heart. Lu Yusu looked toward the distant sea of clouds and replied coolly, I was simply enjoying the view. Lin Xiao naturally understood his master's proud and stubborn personality. She was clearly waiting for him, yet she'd never admit it. Taking that as an excuse, Lin Xiao moved closer and said, "If my master is admiring the scenery, then let this disciple keep you company." The two of them stood on the pavilion, watching the swirling mists. Wisps of fog floated around them, making the scene look just like a pair of immortal lovers. Neither of them spoke. They simply stood there in silence, savoring this rare moment of peace. Lu Yusu finally pulled her gaze away and looked at Lin Xiao, asking, "Are you planning to participate in the Azura trial 3 days from now?" Lin Xiao pulled his eyes back from the sea of clouds and fixed them on her flawless face. He nodded. Lu Yusu averted her gaze and said, "Before you leave, it's best if you restore your cultivation to the ocean transformation stage. I've refined a dragon marrow pill. Originally, I had planned to save it for when you attempted to break into the Dao platform stage, but I suppose I'll give it to you now." Since that incident, her authority and sternness toward Lin Xiao had indeed softened. Lin Xiao secretly thought it would be a waste to use it now and wanted to save it for later. But he dared not say it aloud. He was afraid that if he did, his master would send him flying off Zixiao Peak with a single palm strike. "Master, after my body transformation, many changes have occurred. My enlightenment and talent have improved to levels I couldn't even dream of before." Lin Xiao had a lot to explain to Luo Yusu, so he recounted every detail of what had happened at the Cliff of Reflection. Luo Yusu was someone he trusted completely, and besides, the two had long since laid bare their truths to each other. Emperor Tier cultivation technique. Luo Yusu's expression flickered. She had originally thought the Dragon Clan's technique Lin Xiao obtained was at most Saint Tier, never expecting it to be Emperor Tier. Luo Yusu lightly flicked her finger, erecting a barrier around them. Emperor Tier techniques were far too sensitive. Not only would Saint Stage elders outside be tempted, even the other Saint Stage elders within the sect would be stirred by such news. "Now, try channeling the true dragon power," Luo Yusu instructed Lin Xiao, motioning him to throw a punch into the empty space. Lin Xiao complied, and as his fist shot out, faint ripples spread through the air. Luo Yusu's eyes narrowed. At her cultivation level, she could clearly gauge the true weight of that punch. She glanced at Lin Xiao and asked quietly, "Could it be you also have the Ice Phoenix power sealed inside you?" By the end of her question, her voice had dropped even lower. Both master and disciple understood the origin of the Ice Phoenix energy. "Yes, I once tried fusing the Azure Dragon energy with the Ice Phoenix energy. But since the Azure Dragon energy has now transformed into true dragon energy, and I haven't attempted the fusion again after cultivating the first stage of the Primordial Ancestor Dragon technique, I don't know if they can still merge." Lin Xiao explained. "You actually succeeded in fusing them before? Then try it again now." Luo Yusu had originally only suspected his constitution, but hearing this, she was now nearly 90% certain. Noticing that Luo Yusu's tone had grown even more serious than when she first heard about the Emperor Tier technique, Lin Xiao quickly began circulating both the True Dragon and Ice Phoenix energies toward his Dantian. "Master, if the fusion fails, will it shatter my meridians? And is the Azure Dragon blood still inside me?" What Lin Xiao was really thinking was how useful it would be to have another of those poison pills right now. Luo Yusu didn't respond, only watching him in silence. Inside Lin Xiao's body, two forces began to merge. He murmured in mild confusion. Now that's strange, each of these powers on its own is extremely dominant. Yet when combined, not only do they not clash, they actually become an even stronger force. Lin Xiao extended his palm, where a swirling energy born from the fusion of the True Dragon's power and the Ice Phoenix's essence began to surge. As soon as this new force appeared, Lu Yusu's Ice Phoenix energy within her own body responded instinctively. Lu Yusu's gaze turned complex as she looked toward Lin Xiao. "Master, is something wrong?" Lin Xiao couldn't quite understand the look in her eyes. He felt like her expression had changed just now, but he couldn't quite put his finger on how. She waved her hand lightly, clearing away the complicated expression, and explained to him, "Your current body constitution must be the Dragon Phoenix body, one of the 10 great body constitutions." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He had suspected his body might have become something special, but he hadn't expected it to be one of the top 10. "Master, where does the Dragon Phoenix body rank among the 10? Third. At that moment, Lin Xiao was overwhelmed with emotions, mostly joy, but also a touch of nostalgia and reflection. In the past, his talent had been nothing special. Many had doubted whether he was even worthy of being Lu Yusu's disciple, questioning whether he deserved so many cultivation resources. But now, he had become the third-ranked Dragon Phoenix body. Those voices of doubt would eventually fade away, one by one. Lu Yusu herself was also feeling sentimental. Thinking about her 3 disciples, each of them possessed a rare body constitution and all ranked within the top 10, an extraordinary rarity. In the entire Tsangli continent, your body constitution should currently be the strongest. The 2 above you likely won't appear in Tsangli at all, Lu Yusu added, sensing that Lin Xiao seemed slightly dissatisfied. Master, I'm not at all dissatisfied. Quite the opposite, I'm beyond thrilled. I'm so grateful to you, I can hardly find the words. In the future, I'll do everything in my power to repay you. Lin Xiao understood that becoming the Dragon Phoenix body was entirely thanks to Luo Yusu's help. Luo Yusu avoided Lin Xiao's intense gaze and softly replied, "Maybe I was helping myself by accident too." Her words left Lin Xiao slightly confused, but since his master often spoke in a reserved manner, he didn't press further. "Master, can your Xin Tian Ice Phoenix body rank among the top 10 sacred bodies?" Lin Xiao asked curiously. After all, he had personally experienced its power. It's number 7 among the top 10. Lin Xiao silently mused to himself. Truly a top 10 sacred body, no wonder it's so famous. But he didn't dare to say that out loud. He secretly thought, if only Senior Sister also had a special body constitution, then all of us from Zishao Peak would possess unique bodies. The sect would be no match for us. But he didn't dare dwell on that thought for long. Luo Yusu gave him a calm glance. Knowing well that some things couldn't be revealed, yet the Su Nu Ling Long body was just too unique, ranked 5th. If word got out, it would surely attract the attention of many powerful cultivators. 15 days ago, your senior sister sent you a memory pearl, Luo Yusu suddenly recalled, reaching into her sleeve and pulling out a smooth, round jade-like orb. Lin Xiao eagerly poured spiritual energy into the pearl the moment he received it, thinking to himself, "It's been a while since I've seen Senior Sister. I wonder what she's up to now." As the name suggests, a memory pearl was a magical artifact inscribed with formations that could record images and sounds. As soon as the spiritual energy entered the pearl, it emitted a bright glow, and a vivid projection appeared in midair, complete with echoing voices. "Mercy, fair immortal maiden, have mercy." The scene startled Lin Xiao. Hundreds of evil cultivators knelt on the ground begging for mercy, while a woman clad in crimson armor hovered midair, gripping a crimson spear, her gaze icy as she looked down on the crowd below. Lin Xiao couldn't help but call out, "Senior Sister." Seeing the armored woman, Lin Xiao shouted again from afar, "Senior Sister." That single call of "Senior Sister" carried all the longing and affection he had kept locked away for so long. The crimson armor clung tightly to Zhou Wenqing's body, fitting like fish scales and perfectly outlining her shapely figure. It covered her entirely, hiding her face from view, but leaving her pair of pitch-black eyes exposed. Moments later, Lin Xiao witnessed Zhou Wenqing unleash a bloody massacre, cutting down hundreds of demonic cultivators until not a single one remained. A rush of warmth surged through Lin Xiao's heart. He understood immediately his senior sister was doing this for him, avenging the humiliation he had suffered. In the vision, Zhou Wenqing cut through 10 cities occupied by the Hellgate sect, one after another. Amid the pile of corpses, the armor slipped from her face, revealing a countenance as beautiful as a celestial maiden. As if knowing he was watching, she spoke with an extremely gentle voice. "Did you see that, little junior brother? I've done this for you. If someone dares to harm my little junior brother, I, Zhou Wenqing, will raise 10 of their demonic cities in return." Lin Xiao didn't dare so much as blink, afraid of missing even a single word or expression from his senior sister. "Don't you worry, little junior brother, that bastard Han Xiao. I'll run him through with my blades sooner or later. He dared to capture my junior brother and hand him over to the Wheel King as a furnace vessel. Then I, Zhou Wenqing, will capture the Hellgate sect's holy maiden and make her your personal slave." At the end of the vision, Zhou Wenqing made a hand sign one only the two of them understood, then reached into the void with a mischievous grin before waving farewell. The moment that gesture appeared, it instantly triggered a flood of painful memories in Lin Xiao's mind. He couldn't help but inhale sharply through his teeth. Luo Yusu's eyes flickered with curiosity, but she hesitated to ask Lin Xiao directly what the gesture meant. Lin Xiao dared not say more either, quickly changing the subject. Master, as soon as the Azura trial ends, I'd like to pay a visit to Senior Sister at Snowfall City. Go ahead. Then he suddenly recalled something else. Senior Sister has been guarding Snowfall City for over a decade now. She must be close to breaking through to the Heaven-Sent realm, or perhaps she already has. In truth, Lin Xiao had some idea why Zhou Wenqing remained stationed at Snowfall City. The Great Luo Holy Sect was like a vast empire, ruling over a sprawling territory with 1,360 cities and a population in the hundreds of millions. Many cities needed disciples to guard them, especially those rich in spirit mines, where higher cultivation disciples had to be stationed. The city of Feishue, where Zhou Wenqing was stationed, contained a powerful flamefire mine, a major source of fire attribute spirit stones for the Great Luo Holy Sect. Due to the requirements of her cultivation technique, Zhou Wenqing also needed to draw on the flamefire mine's energy to advance her cultivation. That was why she had personally requested to be stationed there. As Lu Yusu led Lin Xiao back to the Zixiao Hall, she spoke while walking. She could have broken through to the Celestial Realm 5 years ago, but she held back, waiting for an opportunity. Lin Xiao listened quietly, his mind turning over the possibilities. His senior sister had been waiting for the right timing, and it was very likely connected to the Flamefire mine. After all, the main reason she had requested to guard Feishue City was for the mine itself. There's a heartland lotus deep within the Flamefire mine, Lu Yusu continued. Your senior sister has been waiting for it to bloom. Judging by the timing, it should mature within the next couple of months. I see. I was wondering why she fell behind you Mengshi in cultivation. Turns out she was intentionally holding back her breakthrough. As Lin Xiao and Lu Yusu entered the Ziji Hall, Lin Xiao's gaze settled on a spot on the floor. It had been cleaned thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. The corpse of the Black Jiao King was already gone. His master had long since dismembered it, using the parts for pills and artifacts. Lin Xiao stared at the spot. Lu Yusu silently cursed in her heart, disobedient disciple. Wanting to break the awkward silence, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and asked, Master, how did you handle the Black Jiao King's body? Just then, a flash of light appeared before Lu Yusu, and in front of Lin Xiao materialized a set of black dragon scale armor. The armor radiated an aura surpassing that of ordinary treasures. Lin Xiao gasped, a quasi-saint artifact. Lu Yusu smiled and explained, not quite yet, it still needs more refining. Right now, it's equivalent to a top-grade treasure, but once fully refined, it will become a true quasi-saint artifact. Refining a quasi-saint grade artifact is extremely difficult. It's not something you can accomplish in a short period of time. That's why Luo Yusu decided to step in for Lin Xiao first, to keep him from facing danger inside the Azura trial. Master, you're truly too kind, it's so touching. Lin Xiao was deeply moved, feeling as though he could never repay his master enough, day or night. Also, she continued, I want to pass my cultivation technique down to you. As she spoke, Luo Yusu's gaze flicked toward a corner of the hall, her expression shifting slightly, somewhat uneasy. Overjoyed, Lin Xiao blurted out before even fully grasping the weight of her words. Even Master's own technique? I can learn it too. You already possess the Ice Phoenix power, so naturally, you can cultivate my divine method. Otherwise, how could that Ice Phoenix power grow even stronger? Luo Yusu turned her gaze back, smoothing her expression. Now, sit in meditation posture. I will transmit the Ice Phoenix Divine Genesis Manual to you. Lin Xiao immediately sat cross-legged in front of Luo Yusu. Unconsciously, his eyes drifted downward, landing on her legs. His mind involuntarily recalled those snowy white jade-like thighs and that streak of blood from back then. The Ice Phoenix Divine Genesis Manual is a Saint-tier cultivation method. I obtained it from a secret realm long ago. It was precisely through this technique that I managed to reach the Saint realm. Luo Yusu also crossed her legs, sitting face to face with Lin Xiao, and began recounting her cultivation journey from years past. Those who reach the Saint Realm are extraordinary to begin with extraordinary talent and extraordinary fate. Both are essential. Her fate had been the acquisition of the Ice Phoenix Divine Genesis Manual. With it, she had maximized the advantages of her heaven-swallowing Ice Phoenix constitution, eventually becoming one of the 7 supreme elders of the great Luo Saint sect. Lin Xiao listened intently. This was the first time Luo Yusu had ever shared these memories with him. But this technique isn't something anyone can cultivate. It demands extremely strict conditions. In the past, I had also considered passing it to your senior sister, but she couldn't practice it, Luo Yusu told him. Lin Xiao remained composed, but from the look in Luo Yusu's eyes, he could sense something in expectation. Did she hope that he, and only he, would be able to cultivate this technique? Luo Yusu said, "You already meet one of the prerequisites for cultivating the Ice Phoenix Divine Derivation Art. I'll pass the art to you now." She extended a jade-white fingertip and tapped Lin Xiao's brow, adding, "Open your sea of consciousness." Lin Xiao obeyed. He closed his eyes, and his sea of consciousness opened to her. As her fingertip touched his forehead, a vast torrent of information flooded his mind. To his delight, beyond the Ice Phoenix Divine Derivation Art itself, the transmission carried all of Luo Yusu's insights into it. These are Master's insights spanning centuries. With this, I can shave off hundreds of years of detours, he thought. Lin Xiao knew exactly what such insights meant. "Master, I'll become strong as fast as I can, then marry you as my Dao partner," he blurted out. He didn't realize the thought was caught the instant it surfaced, and sensed by Luo Yusu his sea of consciousness was completely laid bare to her, and every stray notion reached her notice. This unruly disciple can't keep his thoughts in check. Even now, looking at Lin Xiao's handsome features, Luo Yusu found it hard to imagine what it would be like the day he stopped being her disciple and became her Dao partner. Lin Xiao opened his eyes. "Master, I've finished receiving it. May I try cultivating?" The two of them sat cross-legged face to face, close enough to hear each other's breathing. "You may," Luo Yusu nodded slightly. "But when you circulate the Ice Phoenix Divine Derivation Art, safeguard your divine sense. If your divine sense can't withstand it, don't force it." Lin Xiao nodded. From Luo Yusu's insights, he understood how the art operated. While constantly amplifying the Ice Phoenix's power, it also refines and strengthens the divine sense. The Ice Phoenix Divine Derivation Art has 9 tiers. Upon reaching the 9th, the divine sense can take the form of an Ice Phoenix, condensing into a divine soul Ice Phoenix whose combat strength rivals the true body. Moreover, if the true body suffers a killing strike, the divine soul Ice Phoenix can share the damage, letting the body scrape by with its life. In other words, it's practically an extra life. "Master, how many stages have you cultivated through?" Lin Xiao asked curiously. But the moment he spoke, he realized he had touched a taboo. Prying into another's cultivation level was the greatest offense in this world. "The 8th stage," Luo Yusu answered calmly. "I've been stuck at the threshold of the 9th for 300 years now. Without the right opportunity, I may never leave the 8th stage in this lifetime." Facing Lin Xiao's blatant breach of etiquette, Liu Su didn't grow angry. She actually answered him. "What exactly is this opportunity you speak of, Master? Where can it be found? Your disciple will definitely find it for you in the future." Lin Xiao had heard from his senior sister before that his master had been stuck in the middle of the Sage Realm for centuries, unable to break through. It was likely due to a bottleneck in the cultivation technique she practiced. "Focus on your own cultivation. My matters don't concern you." This time, Liu Su offered no further explanation. "But Master's affairs are your disciple's affairs," Lin Xiao replied, then turned his focus inward and resumed his practice. The Ice Phoenix Divine Genesis method began to circulate. The power of the Ice Phoenix surged within Lin Xiao's body, and soon a thin layer of frost spread across his skin. As soon as that familiar Ice Phoenix energy emerged, the same power stirred within Liu Su's body. Her expression turned complicated. The frost on Lin Xiao's body thickened, eventually solidifying into ice, encasing him entirely in a crystalline ice statue. Witnessing this, the complexity in Liu Su's gaze faded, replaced by a faint smile. Well then let things take their natural course. If he truly is the destined chance I've been waiting for, she thought of Lin Xiao's bold declaration earlier, and swallowed the rest of her words. The Ice Phoenix Divine Genesis method demands an extremely strong spiritual sense. This technique not only enhances one's soul awareness, but also transforms it into a powerful offensive force. Lin Xiao still vividly remembered the danger of his soul being attacked. The last time he fought Lan and at the Penance Cliff, he nearly suffered a major defeat. Now, with this cultivation method strengthening his spiritual sense, he would no longer fear soul cultivators. In fact, when facing soul cultivators of the same realm, he could even strike back with the advantage. Let me lend you a hand. Lu Yusu extended her finger, and a surge of pure Ice Phoenix energy flowed into Lin Xiao's body. As soon as the power entered him, it saved him a tremendous amount of cultivation time. Thank you, Master, for your help. With the aid of Lu Yusu's Ice Phoenix energy, the same power within Lin Xiao rapidly expanded, transforming into a mass of extremely refined energy. At the same time, Lin Xiao's divine consciousness was also undergoing tempering. The Ice Phoenix energy not only froze his physical body, but also sealed his spiritual sea. His consciousness shattered the ice repeatedly, each breakthrough bringing new gains. The process was agonizingly painful. Fortunately, with Lu Yusu's support, he didn't have to spend ages to complete the first stage of the Divine Ice Phoenix art. A day later, the still frozen Lin Xiao opened his eyes. When he saw Lu Yusu sitting across from him, the first thought that came to mind was, "She's truly beautiful." With a loud crack, Lin Xiao finally broke free from the ice prison. He had finally completed the first stage of the Divine Ice Phoenix art. Now, channel the Ice Phoenix energy and launch an attack outward, using your body as the center, Lu Yusu said, wanting to test whether he had truly succeeded. Lin Xiao slammed his palm downward. A surge of Ice Phoenix energy erupted, sweeping outward in all directions. A bone-piercing cold instantly turned the area within 100 zhang into a frozen wasteland, yet the master and disciple remained completely unharmed. After mastering the first stage of the Divine Ice Phoenix art, one could also launch attacks with their divine consciousness. Of course, Lin Xiao would never dare to attack Lu Yusu directly. Not bad. You've completed the first stage. Your progress is 30 times faster than mine was back then, Lu Yusu remarked. She had originally thought that even with her assistance, Lin Xiao would need at least 3 days, but he had done it in just 1, which surprised her again. Lin Xiao humbly replied, "It's all thanks to my master. Without your insights and spiritual support, I would have needed at least 3 months. I can never repay your kindness, so I'll serve you like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life." Lu Yusu arched a delicate eyebrow and smiled. "So, you really enjoy being an ox or a horse, do you?" Lin Xiao had said this line more times than he could count. "Heh, I just like playing errand boy for my master. Anyone else can forget it." There were only 2 days left before the Azura trial, and the Deluo sacred sect was already bustling with preparations. A massive airship was docked at the sect's gates, and disciples from the 6 peaks were boarding one after another. For this Azura trial, the Deluo sacred sect was sending over 1,000 disciples. The vast majority were at the Condensing Yuan realm, with a few true disciples at the Sea of Transformation realm mixed in. Geniuses above the Dao platform realm weren't going. The Azura secret realm's laws suppress cultivations beyond that level, so anyone higher would be affected. Among the elders leading the teams was someone Lin Xiao actually knew. Yun Mingxi was aboard the airship as well, though she wasn't going to participate in the trial. She was at the early heavenly human realm and couldn't even enter the secret realm. This time, the Deluo sacred sect had dispatched 8 ordinary elders, and Yun Mingxi was one of them. Her cultivation was more than enough for a regular elder. But she clearly wasn't satisfied. She wanted to climb higher. Yun Mingxi lifted her head. Her divine sense swept through the sea of clouds and locked onto the star tower, hanging high in the sky. The star pool. Even in her dreams, Yun Mingxi longed to reach the 9th floor of the star tower. And now, only one opponent stood in her way. Zhou Wenqing. Yun Mingxi withdrew her gaze and looked off into the distance. The moment Zhou Wenqing came to mind, so did a face she loathed. Damn it! If Lin Xiao weren't Zhou Wenqing's junior brother, He might have shared that Dragon Clan technique with me. With that manual, I'd have a 90% shot at the title of Saintess. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, convinced it was all Zhou Wenqing's fault. Senior brother I heard that after Lin Xiao came out of the Cliff of Reflection, his cultivation returned to the peak of the condensing Yuan realm, and he even defeated Li Chunyang, who's at early sea of transformation. He is a bit tricky to handle now. While Yun Mingxi was still lost in thought, Lingshou Peak's contingent boarded the ship as well. Among the 7 peaks, Lingshou was the strongest and had the most disciples this time. They were sending more than 200 to the Shura trial. 3 of Lingshou Peak's true disciples were in charge of leading the group, and Lin Xiao recognized one of them, He Hong. He Hong raised his voice and said, "What is there to be afraid of? He only just clawed his way back to the peak of the Ningyuan realm. Even if he makes it to Late Huahai, he is still not that scary. What I'm worried about is he won't even dare to show." He made no effort to lower his voice, not caring if people from other peaks overheard. After all, everyone knew about the bad blood between Lin Xiao and Lingshou Peak. Yun Mingxi cast a glance at Lingshou Peak's group, barely sparing He Hong a look. What caught her attention were the other 2 true disciples. One was at Late Huahai, the other already at the peak of Huahai. Inwardly, she thought, Lin Xiao in for serious trouble this time. If he really dies in there, what about that Dragon Clan scripture? Once Lin Xiao boarded, she planned to seek him out. He Hong, Lin Xiao's got a grudge with our 9 Radiance Peak too. In a bit, I'll cripple one of his arms first, then hand him over to you to finish, someone said to He Hong. 9 Radiance Peak's team boarded as well. A tall, bald man came over to find He Hong, and He Hong looked pleasantly surprised. He called out, "Son." Wan Yujing had once participated in a Shura trial, one of the few survivors, so he said, "Not necessarily. Some dangers you have to gamble with your life. If everyone stays under my protection, how will the disciples of Jiuyao Peak seize their opportunities?" Disciples from the other peaks had already boarded the ship, but Lin Xiao hadn't arrived, yet he was still on Zixiao Peak. 2 more days. Don't rush, Lin Xiao said calmly. Though it was his first time joining the Shura trial, he wasn't nervous at all. He'd heard from his senior sister that it was actually quite fun. Let others fight for the fortune first, then snatch it from them. Deal with whoever tries to take it from you, and then walk out safe and sound. The Shura secret realm has 3 layers. As long as you avoid the 3rd layer, the Sea of Azura, it's basically not dangerous. Luo Yusu wasn't particularly worried about Lin Xiao losing his life in there. With the dragon scale armor on him and his current strength, killing him wouldn't be easy. Before we depart, I'll restore my cultivation to the early ocean manifestation stage first. Lin Xiao swallowed a Huayuan pill, though he didn't take the dragon marrow pill Luo Yusu had prepared for him. Luo Yusu sat beside her disciple, guarding him in meditation. 2 days passed quickly, and Lin Xiao smoothly returned to the early ocean manifestation stage. "Master, I must go now." At the moment of parting, Lin Xiao looked at his master with reluctance, wishing he could stay by her side forever. Just gazing at her peerless beauty made him feel like the happiest man in the world. Luo Yusu, expressionless, simply said, "Go." Mustering his courage, Lin Xiao asked, "Master, I'll miss you. Will you miss me?" She replied indifferently, "No. My heart holds only the Tao." Lin Xiao smiled and teased, "You're lying. You definitely miss me." This disobedient disciple is getting bolder by the day. Before she could raise a hand, he darted out of the Ziji hall, already anticipating her reaction. Rebellious disciple. Luo Yusu had indeed lied. Her heart wasn't as still as a pond, but instead carried a faint trace of sorrow. Outside the Grand Luo Holy Sect, a group anxiously waited. Some disciples had already entered the cabin to rest, while others remained on the deck. Yun Mingxi stood with several elders on the highest observation deck of the flying vessel. One elder angrily declared, "Are the disciples from Zixiao Peak even coming? If not, cut their resource allocation." He was clearly furious, thinking Lin Xiao had the nerve to keep everyone waiting for nothing. He Hong coldly sneered, "They're probably too scared to show up." Wan Yujing sighed regretfully, "A shame really. If he's hiding at Zixiao Peak, there's not much we can do about it." Back then, Lin Xiao had broken the arms of 3 disciples from Jiuyao Peak at the Cliff of Reflection, humiliating them publicly. That debt had to be repaid. Without Lin Xiao here, they had no opportunity. An elder impatiently said, "Time's up. Let's depart." "He's here," Yun Mingxi exclaimed, spotting a streak of spiritual light approaching. She realized Lin Xiao had not used any flying artifact, but instead was soaring through the air, using his own spiritual energy. Yun Mingxi was astonished. In such a short time, he's already restored to the oceanic transformation stage. A fallen cultivation level wasn't easily regained, and this suggested his physical body had recovered remarkably well. In her mind, Yun Mingxi wondered, is this the effect of dragon blood, or perhaps due to that dragon clan cultivation technique? Landing steadily on the deck, Lin Xiao bowed to the group, saying, "Apologies for the wait." After all, he was a disciple of Zixiao Peak, so he had to maintain appearances. It was okay to offend a few, but not everyone. From among the elders, a senior at the middle stage of Immortal Ascension spoke up. "Now that everyone is here, let's be on our way." The old man had a weathered face, white-haired and bearded, a stark contrast to the youthful Yun Mingxi standing nearby. Still under 100 years old, Yun Mingxi had already reached the early stage of Immortal Ascension, her future promising. While the elder had lived for centuries, his cultivation likely stuck at this level. Seeing this, a few people aboard the ship Kuden Ti helped sighing to themselves. If you want to go farther on the path of cultivation, you can't do it without some fortune. Even though everyone knew there was a real risk of dying in the Azura trial, plenty still signed up. The goal was to stockpile some luck in the Azura secret realm. That luck might be a stalk of spirit herb, a scroll of an ancient technique, or even the storage pouch of a fellow disciple or someone from another sect. After all, the opportunities in the Azura secret realm are limited. Only a handful can snatch any, and most of the real opportunities are found on people themselves. The three great holy sects and the three great demonic sects knew this perfectly well and basically turned a blind eye to their disciples taking part. The whole point was to temper them. Those who survived the trial usually came back a step ahead of ordinary disciples in their cultivation. Boom! The massive flying ship jolted, then roared. An elder at the controls gripped a compass as the flight formation spun up. The ship rose into the sky until it was level with 7 towering peaks. Many people stepped out onto the deck, most of them condensing origin stage cultivators who normally couldn't fly, experiencing this feeling for the first time. While traveled and worldly, Lin Xiao had no interest in lingering on the deck. He went back inside the ship to find a room and rest. Aboard the ship, he wasn't worried that people from Lingshou Peak or Jiuyao Peak would make a move on him. With elders keeping watch, He Hong and his lot wouldn't dare get too brazen. Watching Lin Xiao's figure recede, He Hong let out a cold smile and muttered, "Let him live 3 more days first." The Azura's secret realm lay in a valley in the southern reaches of the Zhongli continent, outside the jurisdiction of the major powers. Leaving from the great Luo holy sect, even on a treasure-grade flying ship like this, it would take 3 days to get there. At night, a knock echoed from the door of Lin Zhao's room. He extended his spiritual awareness and found that it was Yun Mingxi outside, tall and graceful, with a slender waist and shapely legs. Right now, she wasn't wearing her usual veil, her breathtaking face fully exposed. Whether that was intentional or accidental was hard to tell. Lin Xiao had no intention of opening the door. Most likely, Yun Mingxi had come for that dragon clan cultivation technique. His voice drifted from inside the room. "Senior Sister Yun, you should really go back. It's late, and being alone together might invite unnecessary gossip." Yun Mingxi didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, she called out, "Who would dare to gossip about this? Just open the door." This was the first time anyone had ever refused to let her in, and she suddenly realized that many of her life's firsts were brought about by this damn Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao came up with an excuse. "I'm in the middle of cultivation and not properly dressed. It would be inconvenient to open the door." Unexpectedly, Yun Mingxi's eyes lit up at his words, and she urged, "Are you practicing the Dragon Clan technique? Then I must come in and check on you." Lin Xiao had no choice but to use his last resort. "Senior Sister Yun, I'm going to sleep now." He truly didn't believe she would dare to force her way in. Yun Mingxi was so furious she couldn't speak. She shot back, "If you die in the Azura secret realm, what am I supposed to do?" Of course, Lin Xiao didn't take those words as genuine concern. He replied coldly, then let the Dragon Clan technique perish with me. Yun Mingxi immediately shot back harshly. Go die then. Outside the door, Yun Mingxi stomped her foot in anger. She had genuinely come to warn him there were several safe zones inside the Azura secret realm. Hiding there would allow him to avoid being hunted. Yet her good intentions had been completely misunderstood. Not long after Yun Mingxi left, Lin Xiao's storage ring suddenly reacted. He pulled out the communication jade pendant she had given him and saw some new messages. The messages turned out to be a map of the Azura secret realm. Several safe spots were clearly marked on it. I misunderstood Senior Sister Yun. Feeling a pang of guilt, he sent her a message. Senior Sister Yun, among all the senior sisters I've met, you're the second best right after my first senior sister. In another room, Yun Mingxi gripped an identical jade pendant in her hand. After seeing the message Lin Xiao had sent, she was so furious that her chest trembled uncontrollably. What do you mean putting Zhou Wenqing ahead of me? Yun Mingxi was convinced that Lin Xiao had done this on purpose to provoke her. For the next 3 days, Yun Mingxi didn't seek out Lin Xiao even once clearly. She was extremely angry. 3 days later, the spaceship arrived at a valley. The area was completely barren, and the land was a blood-red hue. It was said that this place hadn't always looked this way. It had been stained by the blood of Azuras. They had arrived. Lin Xiao stepped onto the spaceship's deck and found that the disciples of the Supreme Holy Sect had already reached the location. The Supreme Holy Sect had actually arrived riding atop a giant turtle carrying many of their disciples. The creature was enormous, nearly the size of a small island. On the turtle's back stood several palaces, serving as resting places for the Supreme Holy Sect disciples. Upon seeing the colossal beast, almost all the disciples from the Great Luo Holy Sect were stunned. This was a spirit beast at the Liansu realm. On the back of the giant turtle, the Supreme Holy Sect disciples wore smug expressions, proudly staring down at the members of the Great Luo Holy Sect. This was the perfect opportunity to show off their sect's profound strength. Lin Xiao's gaze settled on the highest palace atop the turtle. That must be where the Supreme Holy Sect's leading figure was stationed for this mission. Yun Mingxi also stared at the palace, letting out a cold snort, as if she had already guessed who was inside. Disciples from both the Supreme Holy Sect and the Great Luo Holy Sect eyed each other like merchants appraising goods' potential storage bags to be used. For now, however, it remained unclear who would be the hunter and who would be the hunted. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Holy Sect have arrived. A disciple beside Lin Xiao cried out in shock. It's really them, the Nine Heavens Holy Sect. Now that's what I call making an entrance. The Nine Heavens Holy Sect had arrived at the Azura secret realm using a space-folding teleportation technique. A massive gate slowly materialized above the disciples of both the Great Luo Holy Sect and the Supreme Holy Sect. This gate exuded an overwhelming pressure and radiated supreme Taoist aura. That's the Nine Heavens Holy Sect's ultimate holy artifact, the Gate of 1,000 Mechanisms. He Hong stared at the colossal gate. Well aware that the 1,000 Mechanisms gate had not truly arrived here, it was merely a manifestation of holy power. The Real 1,000 Mechanisms gate was conjured by the Jiuxiao sect from afar, tearing through layers of space-time to form a phantom gate high above the Azura secret realm tens of thousands of miles away, allowing Jiuxiao disciples to descend into the world. Within the giant gate, countless shadowy figures faintly flickered, gazing coldly down at the disciples of the two sects below. They deliberately remained hidden, forcing those cultivators to bear the immense, oppressive weight of the 1,000 Mechanisms gate. A cold snort rang out. From the highest palace atop the giant turtle's shell, a woman emerged after a sharp scoff echoed through the air. Draped in feathered robes and wearing a jade hairpin, her expression was severe, her eyes deep and unfathomable, as if the sun and moon revolved within them, completely devoid of any trace of human emotion. The moment the woman appeared, the giant turtle stamped its foot, shaking the earth and mountains, and a shockwave of sound surged toward the colossal gate like a tidal wave. This sonic force struck indiscriminately, affecting both friend and foe alike. Many disciples from both the Taishang and Dalo holy sects cried out in pain as they collapsed to the ground. Great Holy Maiden, please calm your anger. A young man stepped out from the giant gate, his gaze locked firmly on the feather-robed woman. Yet the woman didn't even glance at him. Instead, her eyes turned toward the airship of the Dallo Holy Sect. The young man frowned, also turning his gaze toward the Dallo Sect's ship. Is the great holy maiden looking at someone? Could it be Yun Mingxi? The Zhou sect youth assumed she was staring at Yun Mingxi. After all, she was the most famous among the Dallo Holy Sect. Why is she staring at me? But Lin Xiao realized the holy maiden of Taishang had been fixated on him the entire time. Could it be because he was the only one who hadn't been felled by the turtle's sonic wave? Around Lin Xiao, nearly all the Dallo sect disciples had fallen, yet he was one of the few still standing. His expression remained calm, unlike He Hong and others whose faces had turned pale. That calm, unruffled demeanor made Lin Xiao stand out sharply among the crowd like a crane among chickens. Yun Mingxi also turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao. She knew very well that the Supreme Holy Maiden wasn't looking at her. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, annoyed from being stared at, finally shot a glare back at the Supreme Holy Maiden and began openly scrutinizing her from head to toe. Yun Mingxi quickly sent him a mental warning. Don't look directly into her eyes. Be careful not to get lost in them. She was worried Lin Xiao would embarrass himself. It's just the yin-yang eyes, Lin Xiao replied, not ignorant of the situation. I've heard about the Supreme Holy Maiden Meng Fan's unique eyes. They say they can confuse the mind, but I'd like to see what's so special about them. Though they were far apart, Meng Fan's and Lin Xiao's gazes met midair. The young man from Zhou sect high above shook his head and sneered, truly courting death. A cultivation realm C-stage practitioner dares to stare directly into the yin-yang eyes. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt as if all surrounding sounds had vanished. Before his eyes, he saw the sun rising, the dark moon hanging in the sky, and stars shifting as day and night alternated. In his heart, he muttered, what exactly is this? An illusion? Or some kind of consciousness realm? Lin Xiao immediately channeled his true dragon force and ice phoenix force. With their power, he quickly broke free from Meng Fan's illusion. The true dragon force transformed into a 10,000-foot-long dragon that crushed the sun. With a single claw, the ice phoenix force became a pure white divine phoenix that swallowed the dark moon whole. The illusion shattered instantly, and the scene returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Meng Fan, seated atop the giant turtle, closed her eyes. For a long time, she didn't open them again. This sight left both Yun Mingxi and the Zhou sect youth stunned. Confused, Yun Mingxi blurted out, how in the world did you do that? Though she didn't understand the details, she clearly saw that Meng Fan had cast an illusion on Lin Xiao. This time, from a distance, it seemed like Lin Xiao had gained the upper hand. Lin Xiao shrugged casually, his expression relaxed. I can't really explain it either. I just saw a sun and a dark moon, so I smashed them. Yun Mingxi froze for a moment, at a loss for words. That actually worked? Senior Sister Yun, Lin Xiao then asked, who exactly is that leader from the Zhou sect? Lin Xiao sent a voice transmission to Yun Mingxi. Yun Mingxi replied that his name was Zhou Haoyang, one of the 108 elite disciples of Zhou sect, with cultivation strength roughly equal to hers. Since she had nothing better to do, chatting with Lin Xiao was just a way to pass the time. Lin Xiao transmitted again, asking, among the elite disciples of Zhou sect, where does he rank? He had only ever paid attention to the sect Saint Son and Saint Daughter before, never the others. Probably around 10th, she replied. Lin Xiao's heart stirred slightly. So the foundation of Zhou sect is indeed deeper than our Dallo sect, he mused inwardly. As the two casually chatted, figures from Zhou sect began to emerge from the giant gate. Not many, around 500 in total. After a while, the three great demon sects arrived one after another. In the crowd, Lin Xiao searched for Han Yao of the Huangquan sect, but couldn't find him. The three demon sects and three saint sects had always been at odds. As soon as they appeared, the atmosphere on site turned tense. From within the Huangquan sect, a sinister-looking youth stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot, his entire body exuding a murderous aura. His gaze swept across the female disciples of the three saint sects, his lust completely unhidden. On the flying vessel, the elder leading Dallo sect's group furrowed his brows and spoke the youth's name. Fang Xuanhuan of Huangquan sect, known for his obsession with capturing female disciples from the three saint sects. Those who fell into his hands met horrifying fates. This was also a warning to their own disciples. Master, don't worry. Once we're inside the Azura secret realm, I'll take care of him with one punch. To Lin Zhao's surprise, the one who stepped forward was none other than Wan Yujing. The elders nodded approvingly. Well said. This is exactly the spirit a disciple of Dalao sect should have. Just then, both the Wangu sect and Jidao sect spoke up simultaneously, drawing everyone's attention. We hereby make a solemn vow. Victory means taking all the treasures of the defeated. Should anyone break this oath, may heaven and earth strike them down. Two peak nascent ocean cultivators from Wangu and Jidao sects publicly swore this heavenly Dao oath, an act that instantly captured the entire crowd's attention. Curious voices rose from the crowd. What kind of vow did they make? What are they gambling for? They're competing to see who can kill more. The winner takes all of the loser's treasures. Yun Mingxi's words carried a clear edge of killing intent. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Deluo Holy Sect all grew furious. The disciples from the other two sects also learned the full story and now glared at the two demonic cultivators with eyes filled with rage and bloodlust. The man from Jidao Demon Sect, in his early 30s, became even more excited instead. Laughing loudly, he said, "Ha ha, keep staring. The angrier you get, the happier I am when I kill." Feng Xiao, from Jidao Demon Sect. He is the young protege of the great demon, Feng Chun. Soon after, someone explained Feng Xiao's background and his brutal methods. Lin Xiao quietly memorized all this information in his mind. Others also warned that the disciple from Wangu Demon Sect was even more dangerous. His name was Ling Han. He cultivated ancient demonic techniques that allowed him to transform into a demon during battle, greatly enhancing his combat strength. Yun Mingxi swept her gaze across the disciples on the flying vessel, secretly hoping that at least a few of them would survive. The mist in the valley gradually cleared, revealing a pitch-black barrier. It looked like a spatial entrance, leading to the legendary Azura secret realm. It's open. The people from the three holy sects and the three demon sect all turned their gazes toward the entrance at the same time. The Azura secret realm only opens once every 10 years, because the Azura laws inside weaken every decade. Once you enter, you have 10 days to leave. If you don't come out within 10 days, you'll be trapped inside for another 10 years. A flicker of light shone from the storage ring on Yun Mingxi's finger as she handed out jade stones to each disciple participating in the trial. They were instructed to imprint their spiritual energy into the stones. If someone died inside, Yun Mingxi would immediately know from the outside. Other sects had similar methods, making it easier for them to monitor the life and death status of their disciples at all times. We'll go in first, then lie in wait. The Yellow Spring Demon Sect made the first move, with a sea transformation stage demon cultivator flying directly into the spatial portal, while core manifestation stage disciples rushed toward it in large strides. The Wangu Demon Sect and Jidao Demon Sect also sprang into action at the same time. Feng Xiao and Ling Han, unwilling to fall behind each other, transformed into two streaks of light and shot into the portal. On the side of the Jiuxiao Holy Sect, Zhou Haoyang called over 10 sea transformation stage cultivators. This team was the elite of Jiuxiao, specially assigned to carry out a secret mission within the Azura trial. Zhou Haoyang whispered individually to each member of the elite squad, "Once inside, don't bother fighting over any opportunities or split up. Just head straight to the third level and find that one item. Understood?" "Understood," the 10 sea transformation cultivators replied in unison with a nod. "All right, I've said everything I needed to. You may go now," Zhou Haoyang said, his eyes filled with anticipation as he glanced toward the Supreme Holy Sect. He noticed that Meng Fanning had already opened her eyes, and his gaze then drifted toward the Great Luo Holy Sect. Zhou Haoyang felt both puzzled and curious. How could that young man from the Great Luo Holy Sect, only at the early stage of sea transformation, deserve so much attention from the Supreme Holy Maiden? Lin Xiao felt a gaze fixed on him, and without even thinking, he knew it was Meng Fanning. He was also confused. How had he suddenly drawn her attention for no apparent reason? Forget it. If she wants to watch, let her watch. I'm entering the Azura secret realm anyway, he muttered to himself. He decided to ignore the stare, not wanting to lock eyes with Meng Fanning and risk being pulled into another illusionary space, which would only waste precious time. Seeing that all members from the three demon sects had entered, the disciples from the three holy sects immediately began their move as well. This time, the total number of disciples sent into the Azura secret realm by the six sects exceeded 5,000. A senior elder from the great Luo holy sect sighed. Last time, more than 5,000 went in, but only 500 came out. Another elder sighed deeply. Fate is determined by heaven. Lin Xiao fell to the end of the line. He could be flown straight into the spatial rift, but the entrance was packed beyond belief, so crowded he could barely move. He wasn't in a hurry. The opportunities within the Azura secret realm weren't something you claimed just by entering early. Only those who survived until the end deserved them. From within the ranks of the Luo holy sect, He Hong glanced back at Lin Xiao. He knew Lin Xiao's combat strength well. It was enough to make him doubt his own chances in a one-on-one fight. So he sent a voice transmission to Wan Yujing. Senior brother Wan, if we run into Lin Xiao later, take him out first. Wan Yujing didn't even turn his head, simply nodding coolly in reply. Only after all the members of the three holy sects had entered did Lin Xiao slowly and calmly fly toward the spatial rift. But just then, a streak of light shot out from the direction of the giant turtle. When Yun Mingxi and Zhou Haoyang recognized the figure within the light, they immediately lost their composure, blurting out in shock. Meng Fanning. She is going in too. Yun Mingxi couldn't understand Meng Fanning's actions. Right now, she was barely at the early immortal ascendant stage. Entering the Azura secret realm was incredibly dangerous. Not only would her cultivation be suppressed, but if she dared to fight, the Azura laws would strike her down on the spot. For someone at her level, stepping into that place was like tying both hands behind her back. She wouldn't even be able to resist if danger struck. Zhou Haoyang's eyes flickered, half guessing the reason. Risking death to go in, she must be going for that item. If we'd known Meng Fanning was entering the Azura secret realm earlier, we should have warned our sect disciples in advance. The Supreme Holy Maiden won't be able to fight back in there once we catch her. We can do whatever we want with her. A senior elder from Huangquan Devil Sect couldn't help but feel a thrill. Who could resist the temptation? A devil cultivator from Wang Gu Devil Sect stared at Meng Fanning's graceful figure, eyes gleaming. But there was no way to send word to their disciples inside. Don't think the Supreme Holy Maiden is an easy target. If she dares to go in, she must have some means of protecting herself. An elder of the Ji Dao Demon Sect spoke calmly. Hearing a sharp whistling sound from behind, Lin Xiao couldn't help but turn his head to look as he stood near the spatial entrance. Meng Fanning's cold, emotionless eyes met his gaze directly. Why is she here? Lin Xiao wondered, unable to stop himself from thinking, could this woman actually be here for him? At that thought, Lin Xiao took the initiative and stepped into the spatial portal first. Once inside, it would scatter everyone to different zones. If he and Meng Fanning entered together, they might end up in the same place. Meng Fanning followed closely behind, becoming the last person to enter the portal. The Azura secret realm had 3 levels, with the first level being the largest. It was divided into 4 regions: the Azura battlefield, the Azura forest, the Azura river, and the Azura valley. Lin Xiao was teleported to the Azura battlefield, the most popular destination. Right now, more than 3,000 disciples from the 3 great demon sects and 3 great holy sects had gathered here. As soon as they saw each other, they launched into battle, truly turning the place into a blood-soaked battlefield. In the center of the Azura battlefield stood a massive platform resembling an ancient altar rumored to be the very muster stage where the Azura Emperor once commanded his troops. On the Azura stage sat a war drum, stained with blood. Made from unknown material, it had withstood millions of years without decaying, carrying the weight of time and the chill of ancient history. Countless disciples from the holy and demon sects fought fiercely over that drum. Fight as soon as I step in. Sounds perfect. Lin Xiao grinned happily, donned his dragon scale armor, gripped the azure rainbow sword, and charged headlong into a crowd from the Huangquan demon sect. Brothers from the other 2 demon sects, listen up. shouted Fang Xuanhuan from the Huangquan demon sect as he strode onto the muster stage, calling together numerous demon cultivators from all three sections. Let us team up and take down the male disciples from the holy sects first, then split the female disciples among us, and finally share the Azura war drum together. This place is yours to command since you are the strongest among us, one cultivator agreed. But the Azura war drum must be struck first by someone from our Ji Dao demon sect. Someone from the sacrificial Dao demonic sect spoke up first. Fang Xuanhuan laughed and said, "No problem. It's not like we can haul this Shura war drum away anyway. It's been sitting on the Shura battlefield for untold ages. Once we deal with those holy sect disciples, we can enjoy the beauties while we delve into the drum. How great is that? Good. Leave no male disciples of the holy sects alive." The demonic cultivators of the three great demonic sects roared so loud it shook the sky, with Fang Xuanhuan leading the charge. On the side of the three holy sects, no one seemed willing to step forward. The disciples of the three holy sects traded looks, but none could stand up. The renowned sea-forming realm experts were all absent from the Shura battlefield. Many faces went ashen, some even started to fall back. Crowds of female disciples trembled, preferring death to falling into Fang Xuanhuan's hands. Fang Xuanhuan, get over here and die. Just as despair closed in on the three holy sects disciples, Lin Xiao stepped out of the crowd. Only early sea-forming realm. Those who didn't recognize Lin Xiao sank even deeper into despair. Fang Xuanhuan was late-stage, sea-forming realm. After all, that's probably Lin Xiao. He might be able to stand up to Fang Xuanhuan. People from the Great Luo Holy Sect recognized him and said they knew a bit about him. You? Fang Xuanhuan saw Lin Xiao was only early-stage, sea-forming realm and couldn't help a cold laugh. An essence condensation realm cultivator from the Supreme Holy Sect asked a Great Luo disciple beside him. Who is he? And how is his battle power? The Great Luo disciple answered, Lin Xiao, a true disciple of Purple Firmament Peak. His combat strength is solid, it's just his realm that's a bit lacking. Fang Xuanhuan sneered, since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. He meant to kill a sea-forming realm first to make a statement. Fang Xuanhuan didn't wait for Lin Xiao to answer, he struck first. Demonic energy surged off him, and within his aura 10 skulls faintly surfaced, emitting bone-chilling sounds. Skull Unison Technique. Heads up, those skulls are all Fang Xuanhuan's external avatars. Someone shouted a warning to Lin Xiao. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xiao's mouth tipped into a mocking smile as he strode forward. He is clearly a sword cultivator, so why is he closing in for melee with Fang Xuanhuan? Letting those 10 skulls get close is basically handing Fang Xuanhuan the perfect opening. Isn't it? Some disciples of the sacred sect looked baffled. A disciple from Yunzi Peak clenched his fists and said, Senior brother Lin Xiao's physical body is already formidable. He must have a plan. For now, we just have to trust him. The moment Lin Xiao stepped up, Fang Xuanhuan flew into a rage. Well, an early stage sea melding like you dares look down on me? I'll torture you to death, or I don't deserve the Fang name. Demonic chi surged from Fang Xuanhuan, rushing to engulf Lin Xiao, and the 10 skulls lunged to bite him. Ice Seal. Lin Xiao called upon the power of the Ice Phoenix, making himself the axis and condensing a frozen domain. At the same time, he drove the true dragon's power, channeling it into his fist, and shattered one of the incoming skulls with a single punch. The instant Fang Xuanhuan touched the Ice Phoenix's power, his heart lurched. What is this power? His face changed, and he spat a mouthful of blood. One of his skulls had been blown apart. Those skulls were his external avatars, directly linked to his lifeblood. Blood streaked Fang Xuanhuan's lips, making him look even more sinister. You're a body cultivator? No, how could a body cultivator at the sea melding stage blow apart my skull? Even as he spoke, light flared before him, and a black banner suddenly rose. I underestimated you. To think you'd force me to use the soul-summoning banner if you die here. At least you'll have something to be proud of. Lin Xiao had no patience for him. Cut the crap. He seized another skull and crushed it, forcing Fang Xuanhuan to spit blood again. 100 ghosts entwined. The soul-summoning banner snapped and billowed in Fang Xuanhuan's grip, unleashing waves of ghostly wails. The keening was so chilling that disciples of the three great sacred sects felt their hearts crawl. Even demonic cultivators from the other two sects shivered at the eerie dread. This is bad. The wraiths attack the sea of consciousness. Could senior brother Lin Xiao be in danger? The disciples of the three sacred sects held their breath, watching tensely. After all, the outcome of Lin Xiao's duel with Fang Xuanhuan would decide their fate. Once the Qingyuan sword technique reaches the fourth stage, sword chi instantly manifests as 1,000 blades. Facing the incoming ghostly soul, Lin Xiao slashed a sword strike. Channeling the Qingyuan sword technique while blending it with the true essence of the sword path, this single strike carried shocking power. Sword projections pierced through the ghostly soul one after another, flying straight toward Fang Xuanhuan. Fang Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and activated a talisman he'd been saving for emergencies. It felt like his heart was bleeding as he used it. This is a fourth-tier talisman, one of my life-saving measures. I really shouldn't be wasting it here. Fang Xuanhuan no longer wished to keep fighting Lin Xiao. The combat strength Lin Xiao had displayed didn't seem like that of a mere foundation-building early-stage cultivator. It was actually stronger than his own, as a foundation-building late-stage expert. When did the Deluo Holy Sect produce such a monster? Someone at the early stage actually overpowering someone at the late stage? Once he reaches the late stage, even a Dao platform expert might not be able to stop him. Fang Xuanhuan recalled the remaining 8 skull heads. What pained him even more was that out of over 100 ghostly souls, only 10 remained, and those 10 were already combat ineffective. Trying to run? Think I'll let you escape that easily? Lin Xiao would never let Fang Xuanhuan go. He showed no mercy to anyone from the Huangquan Devil Sect. Lin Xiao transformed into a streak of light and shot straight toward Fang Xuanhuan. Fang Xuanhuan pretended to flee in disarray, but as Lin Xiao drew close, he suddenly spewed a powerful jet of water at him. Taste the power of my yellow spring corpse, dissolving water. Fang Xuanhuan's face contorted. This yellow spring corpse dissolving water was one of his ultimate trump cards. It could both kill enemies and save his life. Damn it! Fang Xuanhuan actually had yellow spring corpse dissolving water on him. Even a drop of it will cause total body rot. The disciples of the three holy sects all held their breath, anxious on Lin Xiao's behalf. As the corrosive water approached Lin Xiao, a layer of black light suddenly emerged from his body, forming a protective barrier that kept the dissolving water at bay. Seeing this, Fang Xuanhuan's mind was set on one thing only: get the hell out of here. Just who is this disciple of a sage? Wearing a quasi-sacred artifact armor? How am I supposed to fight someone like this? His escape speed couldn't match that of the high-grade treasure, the Azure Rainbow Sword. Seeing this artifact-level blade, Fang Xuanhuan nearly lost his courage completely. The Azure Rainbow Sword whistled through the air toward his neck. Only by using a skull to block its path did Fang narrowly escape instant death. But the sword's momentum was fierce and relentless, reducing the line of skulls to just 7. While Fang was occupied fending off the Azure Rainbow Sword, Lin Xiao darted behind him and suddenly threw a powerful punch. Another skull shattered. Blood burst from Fang Xuanhuan's mouth. Down below, the cultivators from the three great demonic sects remained unusually silent. The current situation was completely different from what they'd expected. Fang was being utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the three great holy sects erupted into a frenzy of cheers, as if their cauldron had boiled over. You forced me into this. You left me no choice. Cornered and desperate, Fang Xuanhuan wanted to detonate all remaining skulls at once, hoping to stall Lin Xiao so he could escape. Lin Xiao saw through his intention. Instead of retreating, he flickered forward. In an instant, the two stood face to face. You. Fang was stunned with shock. He hesitated over whether to detonate the skulls, but the distance was too close. His life now hung by a thread. Lin Xiao, wearing armor of near saint-grade quality, was practically untouchable. As hesitation cost him the final chance, Lin Xiao struck his fist, smashing straight through Fang Xuanhuan's chest. Aya! Screaming in agony, Fang plummeted from the sky. As he fell, the Azure Rainbow Sword slashed across his neck once more. Below, cultivators from both the three great demonic sects and the three great holy sects witnessed a scene they'd never forget Fang Xuanhuan's head cleanly separated from his body mid-fall. His severed head rolled across the ground, eyes not yet fully closed. Silence gripped the battlefield of Azura like a tomb. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the sight before them. Lin Xiao retrieved Fang Xuanhuan's soul-summoning banner, showing no interest in the skulls. One by one, he crushed them on the spot. Of course, after taking someone's life, one naturally claimed their storage ring. As an outstanding disciple of the Hell Descent demon sect, Fang was sure to have considerable possessions. After Fang's death, someone outside the Shura secret realm let out a furious roar. Who the hell killed Fang Xuanhuan? A senior elder of the Yellow Springs demon sect was practically beside himself with rage. The jade stone in his hand, etched with Fang Xuanhuan's spiritual signature, suddenly dimmed, and the mark shattered, a clear sign that Fang had perished. Other disciples dying wasn't a big deal, but Fang Xuanhuan was different. He was the most promising talent the Yellow Springs demon sect had brought into this mission. If he was dead, when this elder returned to the sect, there would be no avoiding punishment. That was why he was furious. Yin Mingxi watched from the sidelines, secretly overjoyed. In her heart, she kept repeating, "Good. He deserved it." She wasn't the only one secretly delighted. Members from the other two demon sects were also secretly cheering. Inside the Azura secret realm, they had arrived at a battlefield known as the Azura Field. With Fang Xuanhuan dead, the three demon sects immediately fell into chaos, leaderless. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Lin Xiao led the charge, sword in one hand, the Qinghong blade, and the soul-summoning banner in the other as he charged headfirst into the crowd of demon cultivators. Seeing Lin Xiao's ferocity, the disciples of the three holy sects were galvanized, their morale surging. Charge! These demons are the very opportunity we came here for. The disciples of the three holy sects stared hungrily at the demon cultivators, eyes burning like they were looking at endless pouches of treasures. Numerically superior and psychologically dominant, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. Lin Xiao stormed into the Yellow Springs demon sect's ranks, cutting a bloody swath through them. The members of the Yellow Springs sect cursed furiously, completely confused as to why Lin Xiao was targeting them so viciously, as if he had a personal vendetta with every single one of them. An hour passed, and over 1,000 demon cultivators lay dead. Only a few dozen managed to escape. The holy sect disciples began scrambling to loot storage pouches, fighting amongst themselves over a single corpse. Such conflicts erupted in multiple places at once. Lin Xiao had no interest in getting involved in these squabbles. He strode up to the war commander's platform and fixed his gaze on the Azura war drum. He had heard stories about this legendary drum. It was said to have once belonged to the Azura Emperor, used to summon his troops. When the drum sounded, the Azura legions would assemble instantly, sending tremors through all races. Outside the Azura secret realm, the elders of the three demon sects were nearly losing their minds. In just 1 hour, more than half of their disciples had been wiped out. The elder of the Ji Dao demon sect wore a look of confusion as he asked, "Were we attacked? How is it that over 400 of our disciples suddenly died?" An elder from the Wangu demon sect spoke angrily. "We also lost over 500 disciples. Something's definitely off. This has to be a targeted strike against the three great demon sects." He couldn't wrap his head around who among the holy sects could possibly have the power to do this. An elder from the Huangquan demon sect first suspected the supreme holy daughter, but quickly dismissed the thought. Meng Feining entered the Azura secret realm, and her cultivation strength is suppressed inside. There's no way she could slaughtered so many people. The elders from the three holy sects were equally puzzled, though they saw it as a fortunate turn of events. They could always ask the disciples themselves once they emerged. On the Azura battlefield, cultivators from the three holy sects each carried at least 2 kinds of fortuitous treasures, mostly weapons or pills. After finishing the battlefield cleanup, everyone began gathering at the war assembly platform. A male cultivator from the Supreme Holy Sect noticed Lin Xiao hadn't moved and flew up to the platform, standing before the Azura war drum as he asked, "Brother Lin Xiao, have you ever beaten the war drum?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "No, I haven't." Indeed, he had never tried striking that drum before. The man assumed Lin Xiao hadn't answered because he couldn't do it, So he said with a smile, "Then let me give it a try." Lin Xiao handed him the drumstick. The moment he took the stick, all eyes turned toward him. Everyone was curious to see if he could actually strike the drum. A Yuan Foundation cultivator from the Nine Heavens Holy Sect, visibly excited, remarked, "I've heard that hitting it 3 times already means something. If you can hit it 5 times, you've got a brilliant future ahead." A Sea Transformation cultivator from the Supreme Holy Sect added, "There's even a saying that the number of strikes predicts which great cultivation stage you'll reach. If you hit it 5 times, you're at least destined for the celestial being stage." These rumors weren't secret, many people knew about them. Someone then asked curiously, "So how many times did your Supreme Holy Daughter hit the drum?" When Meng Fanning participated in the Shattered Hell trial back then, she wasn't yet the Supreme Holy Maiden. She struck the war drum 8 times, and after returning, was taken in by the sect leader as a direct disciple, later being named the Supreme Holy Maiden, said the cultivator from the Supreme Holy Sect. 8 times. At this number, people around inhaled sharply with astonishment. Could this mean that Meng Fanning was destined to reach the Saint Realm one day? Before the words had even faded, the war drum on the recruitment platform was struck again. This time, the male cultivator struck it 4 times. Lin Xiao watched from the side, noticing that the man had paused after the 3rd strike, as if his inner chi had been completely drained. After finishing, there was no obvious gain shown from the act. "It seems this Hell War drum and I are just not destined to be," the male cultivator said with some regret. After he stepped down, several others went up in succession. Most could only strike it 2 or 3 times, while only a few managed to reach 4 or 5. Those who struck 4 or 5 beats beamed with excitement, surely expecting increased attention from their sect afterward. After a while, no one else stepped forward. Lin Xiao then took the drumstick and walked toward the Hell War drum. When others saw Lin Xiao preparing to go up, a few who had already turned to leave paused in their tracks. Everyone had seen Lin Xiao's strength before killing a late Hollow Sea opponent, while only an early Hollow Sea himself. Just how many times would he be able to strike the drum? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Xiao raised the drumstick and slammed it into the Hell War drum. Boom! A deep, resonant sound echoed out, like a heartbeat, sending a tremor through the hearts and minds of everyone on the Hell battlefield. Strange. I feel like the sound of the Hell War drum is a bit off. Before the crowd could stop puzzling over it, a second boom rang out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more consecutive strikes followed. 5 times already. Someone held their breath, watching intently to see if Lin Xiao would continue. But to everyone's disappointment, after the 5th strike, Lin Xiao didn't move again. It wasn't that Lin Xiao had no strength left, it was just that he suddenly felt, deep inside, as if something had begun to awaken. "Let me see how many more times I can strike it." Lin Xiao swung the drumstick with all his might, and once again, the Azura war drum thundered. The people on the Azura battlefield instantly erupted in excitement. But before the crowd could even react, the 7th drumbeat crashed down. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the 8th beat rang out. 8 strikes? This talent is on par with the Holy Heirs and Holy Daughters. I remember hearing that Hua Tianyan from the Great Luo Holy Sect also struck the drum 8 times. Now another genius capable of 8 strikes has emerged, and he is from the Great Luo Holy Sect too. Just as the crowd was buzzing with chatter, the Azura battlefield began to tremble. From deep beneath the earth, countless skeletal arms burst forth. Countless Azura warriors were buried beneath this battlefield, and now, awakened by the drum beats, they had risen from their long slumber. A female cultivator was seized by a skeletal arm of the Azura spirit. In an instant, she was dragged underground, and her scream vanished without a trace. "Oh no, the Azura army has awakened, run for your lives." Someone recalled a terrifying legend. After death, Azura warriors would transform into Azura bone spirits. Though lifeless and mindless, they retained their combat prowess. "My Emperor," a skeletal Azura warrior, clad in tattered armor, crawled out from the earth and knelt toward the direction of the inspection platform. The entire army of Azura bone spirits awoke together, and the disciples from the 3 great holy sects were thrown into a nightmare. One by one, they were trampled to death by the bone spirits. "Help! I don't want to die like this." There had been over 1,000 disciples from the three great sects, but before the army of Azura Bone spirits, they were utterly helpless. In no time, only a few dozen Ocean Transformation Realm cultivators remained, using their immense power to retreat to the inspection platform, temporarily escaping death. As for flying out of the Azura battlefield, that was impossible. The moment they took flight, they would be pierced through by Azura's spears from below, like helpless hedgehogs. What do we do now? Dozens of cultivators at the Ocean Transformation stage turned pale. Looking around, all they could see were endless waves of Azura Bone spirits approaching from all directions, so many that they couldn't even begin to count. Why have these Azura Bone spirits awakened? Could it be that Lin Xiao struck the Azura war drum 8 times? A skinny male cultivator glared at Lin Xiao, murder flashing in his eyes. He suspected that Lin Xiao was the one who had triggered the awakening of this entire army of bone spirits. Another voice rang out, full of accusation. Lin Xiao, tell us the truth, what's really going on? Still holding the drumstick, Lin Xiao raised his arm again and struck the Azura war drum. Boom! The 9th strike exploded like thunder across the battlefield, reverberating through the Azura battlefield. The sound spread in all directions, drawing more and more bone spirits toward them like moths to a flame. We're finished. The group of Ocean Transformation cultivators didn't care how many more times Lin Xiao could strike the drum. The bone spirits were already climbing onto the war summoning platform. Fight back. If we don't fight, we'll just die here waiting for death. The cultivators charged at the bone spirits, but soon realized something horrifying. These Azura Bone spirits were only attacking them, completely ignoring Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Why is this happening? One of them shouted in frustration. Why were the bone spirits only targeting them and not Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao, please, save me. I'll do anything, just let me live. One cultivator dropped to his knees before Lin Xiao, thinking, these spirits don't touch Lin Xiao, could he actually be controlling them? Lin Xiao seemed to ignore his desperate pleas, still gripping the drumstick tightly, preparing to strike once more. Very few had ever managed to strike the war drum 8 times. There were only legends of someone striking it 9 times. No one had ever struck it 10. Not because it wasn't recorded, but because it had never happened. Seeing Lin Xiao remain silent, the kneeling cultivator screamed in rage. If I'm going to die, then we all die. If I die, you die too, and lunged at Lin Xiao with a furious attack. But before he could even finish swinging his sword, Lin Xiao's blade was already faster, cutting him down in an instant. Cries of agony and wails of despair echoed across the war summoning platform, one after another, never ceasing. Not long after, those screams gradually faded away, and all dozens of cultivators at the Ocean Manifestation stage met their gruesome ends. At this moment, across the entire battlefield of the Shura realm, Lin Xiao was the only human still alive. There was no great fear on his face, for he had already confirmed that these Azura Bone spirits would not attack him. Lin Xiao could only speculate, could it be that because he had beaten the war drum and awakened them, they mistook him for the Shura Emperor? Though he was no longer under threat from the Bone Spirit Legion, the sight of countless bone spirits swarming around him, dense as a sea and stretching endlessly in every direction, sent chills down his spine. After finishing off the other human cultivators, the Azura Bone spirits turned their attention toward Lin Xiao. Luckily, they were still mindless at this moment. Otherwise, they might begin to suspect, was this being standing on the inspection platform truly the Shura Emperor? If not, how could he possibly have awakened them? With no way to escape or hide, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, raised the drum mallet, and struck the Azura war drum again. Boom! That earth-shaking drumbeat transformed into a shockwave of sound, spreading outward in all directions. At that moment, the entire Shura secret realm seemed to tremble, whether in the first or second tier. Every person could hear this deafening sound. What in the world is that sound? Feng Xiao, the young demonic heir of the Ji Dao demon sect, was in the middle of cruelly slaughtering a disciple from the supreme holy sect when he suddenly heard the tremor and felt a chill run through him. Not far away, Ling Han had just finished off several disciples from the Nine Heavens holy sect when the drumbeat reached his ears. He looked up to the sky, though it wasn't dark. A blood-red moon hung overhead, said to be the transformed left eye of the Shura Emperor. Ling Han immediately thought of the Azura war drum. In his mind, he murmured, could it be that someone has actually struck the war drum? How many times would one have to beat it to produce such a sound? The moment they entered, they had been teleported straight into the Shura forest. There had been no chance at all to reach and strike that drum. Forget about it for now. Once we get out, we can find out who made such a commotion. Let us hurry to the second level. The 10-man squad from Heaven's Peak sect rushed straight to the second level the moment they entered. I suspect they're searching for some kind of treasure. Feng Xiao planned to play the mantis catching the cicada, while a waiting Shrike lurked behind. Fine. The treasure is more important. We'll deal with revenge later. Feng Xiao's idea coincided perfectly with Ling Han's. In one of the 4 zones of the first level of the Shura Valley, He Hong and Wan Yujing were gathered with others. He had already circled around several times, but still hadn't seen Lin Xiao. That drumbeat is coming from the Shura battlefield. That's where the fiercest fighting is happening. No telling how many people have died there, said Wan Yujing, who had participated in several Shura trials and was familiar with many secrets of this hidden realm. Could Lin Xiao have actually died on the Shura battlefield? If that's the case, it'd be a real shame, He Hong said regretfully, disappointed he hadn't gotten the chance to kill Lin Xiao himself. He Hong, forget that little grudge for now. What's more important is Senior Brother's mission, said a cultivator at the peak of the oceanic transformation stage. He was the strongest among the younger disciples from Great Luo sect and the third-ranked direct disciple of the Spirit Peak sect named Zhou Yan. At the mention of the word Senior Brother, He Hong and Wan Yujing's expressions immediately turned serious. Wan Yujing asked in confusion, what exactly did your senior brother assign you to do? Before He Hong could answer, Zhou Yan coldly replied, that's confidential. Wan Yujing felt a pang of irritation, so the Spirit Peak disciples had come to the Shura trial with a secret mission, and they hadn't even told him. That was suspicious indeed. The last remaining zone of the first level was the Shura River. A blood-red river snaked across the land like a crimson dragon, its scarlet waters so unnerving that no one dared to approach. Standing on the riverbank was a woman dressed in feathered robes. Her strange eyes, as if containing the sun and moon themselves, gazed silently at the river's current, unmoving as a statue. Only when a thunderous drumbeat echoed through the heavens did she slowly lift her head. Meng Feining finally spoke, her voice carrying a dreamy, ethereal quality. It must be him who's beaten the gong. No one else could have done it more than 8 times. I just wonder if this is the 9th time, or even more. On the battlefield of Azura, when Lin Xiao struck the war gong for the 10th time, the endless army of bone spirits suddenly knelt before him in unison. Our emperor, an army of bone spirits, stretching beyond sight, knelt and worshipped before the platform where he stood. This very scene had once unfolded across the vastness of time and space, except back then, it wasn't Lin Xiao on the platform, but the mighty Azura King, the sovereign who once looked down upon heaven and earth. Those countless bone spirits weren't truly bone spirits at all, they were Azura warriors. Lin Xiao gazed at the vast formation below, his heart surging with excitement. He longed for the day when he could command an army of Azuras and wage war across the realms. A path suddenly cleared through the sea of bone spirits. A lone figure, clad in tattered armor, crawled forward one step at a time, bowing deeply with each movement, until it reached the foot of the platform. Lin Xiao noticed that the Azura bone spirit held a scroll in its skeletal hands, offering it up with deep reverence. Lin Xiao stepped down from the platform and accepted the scroll. It felt icy cold to the touch. Its texture was strange, resembling beast hide, yet slick like silk, making it impossible to tell what it was made of. It won't open? Lin Xiao tried to unroll the scroll, only to find it completely sealed shut. As soon as the scroll was offered, the Bone Spirit Army seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, surging forward in unison toward a single direction. The massive army flowed like a river, and a low, mournful sound filled the air like distant war horns blowing. This was the horn of the Azura army setting forth to war. Lin Xiao stood motionless on the platform for 3 full days until the last of the Bone Spirit Army had vanished from sight. Holding the mysterious scroll, he pondered deeply. In past records of Azura trials, there was no mention of the Bone Spirit Army ever awakening. What change will this resurrection bring? Within the Azura secret realm, he feared no one. His master had warned him that as long as he didn't venture into the third level, he would be essentially safe. As the Bone Spirit army revived and marched in a single direction, Lin Xiao had no choice but to adjust his plans accordingly. He had a vague feeling that the Bone Spirit army's destination was the third level of the Azura secret realm. If they're heading to the third level, does that mean something is about to emerge? Should I go check it out too? Lin Xiao suddenly thought of the Supreme Holy Maiden. She had also entered the realm, risking her life to come in, so she must be after something. The moment the Bone Spirit army awakened, they slaughtered over 1,000 cultivators from the 3 great holy sects. This devastated the elders outside the secret realm, their hearts twisting in pain as if sliced by a blade. What exactly is going on? How could so many disciples die all at once? Yun Mingxi held a piece of jade in her hand, inscribed with over 1,000 spiritual imprints. Just moments ago, more than 400 of those imprints had suddenly shattered, signaling the deaths of over 400 disciples. She carefully examined Lin Xiao's spiritual imprint and found that it hadn't dimmed, which brought her a slight sense of relief. A senior elder from the Great Luo Holy Sect suspected, other than the Supreme Holy Maiden, no one else who entered is above the Dao platform stage. Could it really be her doing this? He found it hard to believe that a cultivator at the Huahai stage could kill so many in one go. At the Nine Heavens Holy Sect, Zhou Haoyang wore a gloomy expression. His sect alone had lost over 300 disciples. How could so many die in just 3 days? How many would be left after 7? Right now, Zhou Haoyang could only pray that the 10-member scouting team could complete their mission. He secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, that team hasn't run into trouble. If they can retrieve that item, I won't be punished when I return. The elders from the 3 great demon sects, upon hearing that the 3 holy sects had also lost over 1,000 disciples, felt a sense of balance return. It seemed fair now that everyone was suffering heavy losses. The second level of the Azura secret realm was an ancient city long reduced to ruins. All that remained was a single, weathered wall, scarred with countless sword and blade marks, exuding a deep sense of desolation and ancient sorrow. When Lin Xiao arrived, he didn't see the Bone Spirit army at all, which immediately struck him as strange. Where had that endless army gone? Logically, wherever it passed should have been left in ruins. Yet there wasn't even a trace of its presence. Could it be the Bone Spirit army never even came to the second spatial layer? Standing beneath the city wall was a woman in feathered robes, her beauty breathtaking. She was staring intently at the ancient Azura script carved into the wall, as if she could actually understand every word. Of all people, I run into the Supreme Holy Maiden here. Lin Xiao inwardly groaned, growing more annoyed by the second. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like Meng Fanning had been waiting for him specifically down there by the wall. He guessed he was probably the last one to enter this second spatial layer. Right now, there were maybe only about 1,000 cultivators left alive in the ancient city. Over 3,000 had already died in the Azura battlefield alone, and factoring in losses elsewhere, 1,000 survivors was generous. Lin Xiao had no desire to get involved with Meng Fanning, so he quickened his pace, hoping to get inside the city quickly. Wait, Meng Fanning suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. Lin Xiao had originally planned to ignore her, but her next words made him halt. Aren't you curious why I came into the Azura secret realm in the first place? Her words caught Lin Xiao off guard. Meng Fanning wasn't here to ask about that mysterious drum sound after all. Keeping a safe distance from her, Lin Xiao replied, I'll admit, I am a bit curious. I came to the Azura secret realm to obtain one of the fruits from the Azura ancestor tree, Meng Fanning said, locking eyes with him. This time, she didn't use her yin-yang pupils to pull him into an illusionary space. The fruit of the Azura ancestor tree? Lin Xiao feigned interest, though in truth, he had no idea what the Azura ancestor tree even was. Maybe Luo Yusu knew, but she had never told him, likely to prevent him from going to the third spatial layer. There is an Azura ancestor tree in the Azura Sea. Every 1,000 years, it bears only 3 fruits. This time the opening of the Azura secret realm just so happens to coincide with its fruiting period. Meng Fanning seemed to have no guard around Lin Xiao, and as she spoke, she took slow steps toward him. You probably can't make a move right now, can you? Aren't you afraid I'll strike first? She drew closer, and Lin Xiao couldn't figure out what she was planning. Although her powers were limited in the Azura secret realm, where any attack could result in instant death, by Azura law Lin Xiao still dared not take chances. After all, she was the enigmatic Supreme Holy Maiden. Without knowing her true abilities, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. When she finally stood just a step away from him, Meng Feigning softly whispered, "I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, we can work together inside the Azura secret realm." Lin Xiao tightened his spiritual energy, ready to fight at any moment, and asked, "Why?" Meng Feigning spoke slowly. "Originally, I only had a 40% chance of obtaining the fruit of the Azura ancestor tree. But with your help, that chance would rise to 70%. Why would I want to team up with you?" Lin Xiao asked. Her gaze dropped slightly as she noticed his thumb rubbing the storage ring on his right hand, clearly on guard. But she didn't seem bothered. "Because you need the fruit of the Azura ancestor tree," Meng Feigning said calmly. "Hasn't your body undergone some kind of transformation?" At that moment, Lin Xiao finally understood. Back outside, Meng Feigning had already sensed something different about him, which was why she had taken an interest. "Don't be tense," Meng Feigning explained. "It's my spirit tortoise that sensed the dragon bloodline in you. That tortoise carries a faint trace of ancient dragon blood itself, but it detected a much stronger dragon presence within you. That is how I figured it out." After hearing that, Lin Xiao relaxed slightly. He had just been worried that Meng Feigning had seen through his dragon phoenix body. If she had truly discovered his body constitution, Lin Xiao would had no choice but to strike. He couldn't afford to let his secrets be exposed. "Even if obtaining the Azura fruit benefits me greatly, I still don't want to team up with you," Lin Xiao said. He still couldn't figure out exactly how Meng Feigning intended to use him. Hearing this, Meng Feining's expression remained calm, like a still pond, as if she had long abandoned all emotion. "You merely suspect me. Since you now have this, you should feel at ease." Saying this, she removed the jade hairpin from her head. As soon as it was taken out, a cascade of black hair poured down past her waist like a waterfall. Her slender waist peeked through the flowing strands, strangely alluring. Lin Xiao didn't dare to take the hairpin directly and asked with suspicion, "What is this?" "This is a treasure I forged using my own lifeblood. Inside it is sealed my spiritual imprint. If I ever turn against you, you can crush it, and I will suffer a severe backlash," Meng Feigning explained. This time, he accepted the hairpin and examined it with his spiritual sense. To his surprise, he discovered a hidden space within the pin, where sat a hazy feminine figure. The silhouette looked nearly identical to Meng Feigning. Undoubtedly, it was her spiritual imprint. After carefully inspecting it multiple times and confirming it posed no danger, Lin Xiao inserted the jade pin into his own hair. Thus, the hairpin once belonging to the Supreme Holy Maiden now became his. So, how do we proceed with our cooperation? Truthfully, he had already planned to go to the third spatial layer, so joining forces with Meng Feigning was a natural course of action. First, we break into the Azura ancient city and seize one of the teleportation altars, Meng Feigning said expressionlessly, glancing at the hairpin now in Lin Xiao's hair. Agreed. Lin Xiao already understood what she meant by teleportation altar. There were 10 such altars inside the ancient city, and reaching the third space layer was impossible without one. The city was now in ruins, with many cultivators rummaging through the rubble in search of treasures. As they walked across the wreckage, Meng Feigning said to Lin Xiao, "This ancient city was built to suppress evil souls. It was never truly the city of the Azura race." Lin Xiao was deeply shaken by her words. For a long time, it had been rumored that this second-layer ancient city was either the ruins of the Azura clan or the palace of the Azura Emperor. Could it be that everyone had been wrong all along? Is it true that there are so many evil souls trapped beneath the ancient city? Could that Bone Spirit army be the force specifically assigned to suppress them? I'm not sure if those evil souls are even still there. Either way, just stay away from those wells, Meng Feigning said, halting her steps and gazing toward a pitch-black well deep within the ruins in the distance. After all these years, how could they possibly still be alive? Lin Xiao remained half-skeptical about the rumors of countless evil souls locked beneath the well, but he had no intention of stirring up trouble. He'd just avoid it whenever he saw one. The ancient city was vast, with the teleportation altar located precisely at its center. Someone had just unearthed a treasure within the city, and immediately it sparked a fierce battle for possession. In the end, 3C transforming stage cultivators from the path of demon cultivation emerged victorious, seizing a broken ancient mirror and the storage pouches of several slain cultivators. Isn't that the Supreme Holy Maiden? How did she end up in a place like this? A scar-faced demon cultivator caught sight of Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning and couldn't help but exclaim. The other two turned their heads at the sound of his voice. When they laid eyes on Meng Fanning, so elegant and otherworldly, they froze for a moment before practically jumping with excitement. She was the exalted Holy Maiden. How could any demon cultivator lay eyes on her without feeling desire? Let's test the waters first. If she really can't fight back, we'll just take her, said the tall, thin demon. She won't fight, the scarred one pointed out, noticing Lin Xiao beside her. Didn't you see she's got a bodyguard? Uffed, a mere early-stage sea transformer? I can take him down alone. The tall one scoffed until he noticed that Meng Fanying's hair was loose, and that her jade hairpin was now pinned in Lin Xiao's hair. He immediately spat in disgust. Oomph, what holy maiden? She's just keeping a pretty boy around. Wait, the Supreme Holy Maiden cultivates the supreme, emotionless Tao. How could she fall for mortal desires? You don't get it, man. She's not fallen into emotions, she's just caught a little spring fever. That's all. With that, the three demon cultivators burst into mocking laughter toward Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning. She's always putting on airs out there. I thought she was all pure and lofty, but it's all just for show. The supreme saintess that countless people drool over has probably already been toyed with and tossed aside by that pretty boy. Huh? Kid, just stand there and watch in a minute. I'll show you a new trick. Talking as they moved, the three of them had already closed in and surrounded them. Lin Xiao put on a panicked face, looked at Meng Fanning, and said, all three of them are mid-stage sea-forming realm. I can't handle that. In truth, he wanted to test her and see whether she'd make a move. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the three demonic cultivators only laughed harder. The supreme saintess has crap taste, falling for a piece of trash like this. Meng Fanning's expression didn't ripple. She flicked Lin Xiao a cool glance and stepped forward. The moment they saw that, the smiles vanished from their faces. None of them had gone up to probe her for a reason. A saintess wasn't someone you messed with. She didn't seem to move her hands at all. Instead, a phantom sun and moon rose in her pupils, and a yin-yang diagram slowly took shape before her. The instant that yin-yang diagram appeared, strangely enough, Meng Fanning wasn't shredded by the Azura laws. Run. The second they saw her lay down a yin-yang array, the three demonic cultivators wheeled around to retreat. They tried to bolt, but Meng Fanning didn't let them. The yin-yang diagram swelled in a rush and dropped over all three of them. What is this power? How is this move not subject to the Azura laws? With no escape, the three bunched up, ready to fight together. The yin-yang diagram began to spin, pressing down to cover them. Boom! The ruins caved in from the shock, and the ground sank into a crater stamped with a yin-yang imprint. When Lin Xiao saw it, there weren't even bodies left. The array had blasted the three demonic cultivators into bloody pulp. His heart gave a jolt. Inwardly, he thought, should. After she killed the three cultivators of demonic arts, Meng Fanning left without looking back. Is she angry? Or did she see through my intentions? Lin Xiao thought the latter more likely. How could his little tricks possibly fool Meng Fanning? Lin Xiao hurried to catch up with Meng Fanning. Not long after they started walking, they encountered some familiar faces. Lin Xiao, you're actually still alive? That's great. He Hong's face lit up with joy from amidst the ruins. Wan Yujing stood silently beside him. If it weren't for the known feud between Lin Xiao and He Hong, anyone would think this was a touching reunion. Zhou Yin from Lingshou Peak was also present. He hadn't paid much attention to Lin Xiao at first, but when he saw Meng Fanning, his pupils slightly constricted. He quickly figured out why she was here. Of course, the Supreme Holy Maiden is here for the fruit of the Azura ancestor tree, Zhou Yin thought to himself. He had no intention of confronting Meng Fanning. People like her and his senior apprentice brother, Hua Tianyan, were deep and dangerous enough as it was. Meng Fanning remained expressionless and ignored Zhou Yin completely. The fruit of the Azura ancestor tree? Wan Yujing finally understood why Ling Shou Peak had come here. Senior brother Zhou, I want to deal with Lin Xiao first, He Hong said, growing anxious at the sight of Lin Xiao leaning on Meng Fanning. Supreme Holy Maiden, Lin Xiao is from the De Luo Holy Sect. He and our Ling Shou Peak have old grudges. Zhou Yin advised He Hong to be patient, wanting to first figure out whether there was any real connection between Meng Fanning and Lin Xiao. How could He Hong not grow anxious at that? If Meng Fanning was protecting Lin Xiao, Zhou Yin would definitely stop him from making a move. Do whatever you want, Meng Fanning said coldly, her tone indifferent, as if Lin Xiao had nothing to do with her at all. Hearing that, He Hong was overjoyed. Was Meng Fanning actually not going to protect Lin Xiao? Fine. Zhou Yin respectfully bowed to Meng Fanning, then subtly signaled He Hong with a glance, urging him to act quickly. He Hong was ecstatic. He finally had his chance to eliminate Lin Xiao. He Hong knew Lin Xiao's strength all too well. Alone, he had no chance of killing him, so he turned to Wan Yujing for help. Brother Wan, he said, weren't you the one who said we should break Lin Xiao's arms first? Wan Yujing felt a flicker of disdain inside. He Hong really was useless. Still, he had said those words. If I go too hard and end up killing him, don't blame me, Wan Yujing replied. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Lin Xiao was only at the early C manifestation stage. How could He Hong be so shaken by him? That's fine, He Hong said coldly. I don't care what happens, as long as he ends up dead. At that moment, all he wanted was to see Lin Xiao fall. After watching their little act, Lin Xiao stood silently, a faint, cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. This girl's got a narrow heart. Just got outsmarted by me, and now she's already scheming to turn the tables. He cast a glance toward Meng Fan Shadow. She was staring at him with those strange eyes. And just like he had done earlier, she mimicked his posture. Was she testing his strength? Across this region, Ling Shou Peak and Jiuyao Peak together still had over 100 disciples. Most of them held some degree of hostility toward Lin Xiao. Jiuyao Peak was the lesser of the two grudges. Lin Xiao hadn't killed any of their people. He'd only snapped the arms of Hong Yuanshan and two others. Their feud hadn't escalated to the point of life or death. But with Ling Shou Peak, that was a different story entirely. Lin Xiao had personally slain 4 of their core disciples, humiliating the entire sect. Until that debt was settled, Ling Shou would be the laughingstock of the cultivation world. And He Hong? He hated Lin Xiao down to his bones. Especially because Lin Xiao had struck in front of him, humiliating him, showing him absolutely no face. Wan Yujing stepped forward. Towering and imposing, he asked, heard your physical body strong? Lin Xiao smiled lightly, completely unfazed. It's okay, I guess. I can probably handle 10 of you at once. It was clear he didn't give a damn about Wan Yujing's pressure at all. The moment those words left his mouth, Wan Yujing didn't just fly into a rage. The 50-odd cultivators of Jiuyao Peak also blew their tops. A burly Jiuyao Peak man shouted, still putting on an act at this point? In a minute, let senior brother Wan break both his arms and cripple his legs. Let us see if he still dares to run his mouth. A young cultivator from Jiuyao Peak stared at Wan Yujing with open reverence and said that the guy probably thought his physique was tough, but had no idea senior brother Wan had long refined his body to the marrow remolding stage. At that stage, a body cultivator is insanely fierce. Their flesh is on par with a top-grade spirit artifact, and they can fight across a minor realm. Although Wan Yujing was only mid-C of transformation, his strength surpassed plenty of late-C of transformation cultivators, all thanks to that monstrous body of his. Battle intent flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. He asked coolly, a body cultivator at the marrow remolding stage? He just so happened to want to use Wan Yujing to test his own physique. Seeing Lin Xiao not retreat, but actually itch for a fight, Wan Yujing was a little surprised. He chuckled and said, not bad. At least you're not a coward. Thunder boomed through Wan Yujing's body. His marrow churned, his skin took on a bronze sheen, and he looked like a living weapon. As Wan Yujing charged at Lin Xiao, most of the cultivators from Ling Shou Peak and Jiuyao Peak had already written Lin Xiao off as a dead man. He Hong, in particular, was dying to see Wan Yujing blow Lin Xiao's head apart with a single punch. Zhou Yin didn't smile, his face actually darkened. As Lin Xiao's dragon blood roared, he keenly sensed a brutally powerful force erupting from within Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao stirred the power of the true dragon, a faint ripple finally marred the still water calm on Meng Feinying's face, only to smooth out an instant later. Her yin-yang eyes never left Lin Xiao. The Wan Yujing fighting him wasn't worth a glance. The two figures collided, and the impact rang like steel on steel. Wan Yujing unleashed a marrow remolding punch. Lin Xiao didn't dodge, he met it head-on. Seeing that, the body cultivators of Jiuyao Peak couldn't help shouting, "Kid S got guts." Anyone who dares to go head-to-head with Wan Yujing must be a tough one. Boom. The two fists collided. Lin Xiao stood firm, while Wan Yujing was pushed back 5 steps. He hung, and the others froze mid-laugh. He even saw Wan Yujing's fist split open, blood instantly staining his huge hand bright red. Wan Yujing stared blankly at his torn fist like a statue, not moving for 3 heartbeats before finally lifting his gaze to Lin Xiao. Shock flickered in his eyes as he asked in disbelief, "Are you even human anymore? How could someone's physical body be this strong?" It was beyond anything a normal person should possess. Lin Xiao avoided the question entirely, and simply replied coldly, "Still not convinced?" Letting out a furious roar, Wan Yujing's eyes turned blood red. "I haven't lost yet." With a growl, Wan Yujing charged at Lin Xiao once again. Lin Xiao stepped forward, his voice icy. "Then I'll keep hitting you until you admit it." They fought barehanded, each punch slamming into flesh with bone-rattling force. Wan Yujing had trained in martial arts. That was his only advantage. For every 3 punches he threw, 2 landed on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao threw 3 punches, but Wan Yujing dodged 2, only 1 landing. Yet not long after, Wan Yujing was stunned again. His 2 punches couldn't even match the power of one of Lin Xiao's. His fist struck Lin Xiao's body only to rebound with enough force to draw blood from his own knuckles. One punch from Lin Xiao sent a deep dent into Wan Yujing's body. Refusing to believe it, Wan Yujing shouted, "Are you wearing armor? That must be high-grade armor, something he couldn't break through. Definitely a treasure given to him by Luo Yusu." A black light flickered across Lin Xiao's body as a set of dragon-scale armor slid off him. He immediately stored it into his storage ring. He wanted Wan Yujing to be completely and utterly defeated mind, body, and soul. The two clashed again, and this time Wan Yujing realized the horrifying truth. Whether Lin Xiao wore armor or not, his body was just as solid. His punches couldn't do a thing to him. After half a quarter hour, the outcome was decided. Wan Yujing lay battered beyond recognition, his entire body bruised and broken, while Lin Xiao remained completely unscathed, only his clothes torn. "Wan Yujing, stop fighting. You're no match for him." Zhou Yan saw that Wan Yujing showed no sign of stopping and concluded that he had already lost his senses. "Stop!" More than 50 cultivators from Jiuyao Peak shouted in unison when they saw Wan Yujing on the verge of being beaten to death. Lin Xiao channeled the power of the true dragon, and with one punch, sent Wan Yujing, who was no longer able to fight back, flying through the air. Then, he transformed into a black shadow and shot straight toward He Hong of Lingshou Peak. "Senior brother Zhou Yan, save me." He Hong, witnessing Lin Xiao's terrifying combat strength, didn't dare entertain thoughts of resistance. He knew his own limits. If even a powerhouse like Wan Yujing had been utterly destroyed by Lin Xiao, what chance did he have? With He Hong right in front of him, Lin Xiao was about to kill him. Zhou Yan felt deeply disrespected. He rushed forward, positioning himself in front of He Hong and summoning a lightning talisman. As the talisman burned, it transformed into a 10-meter-long thunder serpent that lunged at Lin Xiao with snapping jaws. Lin Xiao drew the azure rainbow sword and lightly slashed, cutting the thunder serpent clean in 2. Boom! Zhou Yan let out a cold snort, forcing the thunder serpent to self-destruct. Lin Xiao stepped back a few paces and took the opportunity to put his dragon-scale armor back on. Seeing Lin Xiao forced to retreat, He Hong felt as though he had just regained his life. Inwardly astonished, he wondered, when did Lin Xiao become this strong? "Lin Xiao, do you really think you can kill someone from Lingshou Peak right in front of me and treat me like I'm not even here?" Zhou Yan said, surprised that Lin Xiao had come out unscathed. He realized that Lin Xiao's strength was now on par with his own. Don't forget, Lin Xiao was only at the early stage of the oceanic transformation realm. "He insisted on killing me, so of course I won't let him go," Lin Xiao replied coldly. He had made up his mind today to eliminate He Hong. Otherwise, being constantly targeted was just too annoying. Lin Xiao, how about we end our grudge here and now? I can swear an oath on the Tao I'll never come after you again. He Hong's entire body trembled with fear as he saw the intense killing intent in Lin Xiao's eyes. No, you must die, Lin Xiao refused flatly. Senior brother Zhou Yan, let's join forces and kill him together. After all, he's just one man. Lin Xiao stood firm, unwavering. He Hong understood there was no turning back now today. It would end with either his death or Lin Xiao's. Over at Juyao Peak, more than 50 body cultivators were also eager for revenge on behalf of Wan Yujing. After all, Lin Xiao had struck too brutally. Although Wan Yujing had survived, he had practically been crippled. He Hong hid behind Zhou Yan, glaring at Lin Xiao with burning hatred. Today, he had truly been terrified out of his wits by Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao lived, he would become a permanent shadow in He Hong's heart, a heart devil that would haunt him forever. Although Lin Xiao radiated unstoppable momentum, he stood alone. Opposite him were more than 130 disciples from Lingshou Peak and Juyao Peak combined, including no fewer than 7 ocean transformation cultivators. With such overwhelming numbers, how could they fail to kill Lin Xiao, a mere early ocean transformation cultivator? He Hong simply refused to believe it. Senior brother Zhou Yan, let us eliminate him today. If we don't kill this man, he will surely threaten Lingshou Peak in the future, said one of the inner disciples beside Zhou Yan, dressed in the robes of a true disciple. He was at the late stage of ocean transformation. Zhou Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was truly determined to end Lin Xiao's life. After all, Lin Xiao's current power was terrifying, perhaps even surpassing that of Hua Tianyin back in his day. If Lin Xiao were given another 10 or so years, would he also reach the same level as their big senior brother, Hua Tianyin? If that happened, the position of holy disciple would surely be in jeopardy. Kill him. As soon as Zhou Yan shouted the order, He Hong's heart leaped with joy. He felt his life was saved now. It was Lin Xiao who would meet his end. With a triumphant gaze, He Hong stared at Lin Xiao, eagerly waiting to see him panic and lose his composure. But to his disappointment, not a trace of panic appeared on Lin Xiao's face. His eyes remained locked on He Hong, filled with the same intense, unrelenting killing intent. I told you long ago you will die today. No one can save you. A flash of light gleamed in Lin Xiao's hand as the Qing Hong sword materialized. With a single slash, boundless sword qi erupted in all directions. You're asking for death. Zhou Yan was utterly enraged. Lin Xiao not fleeing was already audacious enough. Now he dared to strike first, right in front of him. A bolt of azure lightning condensed before Zhou Yan, and the moment it appeared, it shredded a vast swath of the surrounding sword energy. Zhou Yan now fully revealed the power of a peak sea-forming realm cultivator. He Hong shouted, Senior brother Zhou is invincible. Even as he kept a hawk-esque stare fixed on Lin Xiao, because Lin Xiao's sights were set on him. Seeing Lin Xiao charge in again with the azure rainbow sword in hand, He Hong muttered under his breath, He's insane, willing to take a hit just to kill me? Even with Zhou Yan blocking in front, He Hong still felt uneasy, so he drew out and activated a third-grade life-saving talisman. On the other side, Lin Xiao was struck by Zhou Yan's azure lightning, but clad in dragon scale armor. He wasn't harmed in the slightest. A quasi-sane artifact? Greed flashed in Zhou Yan's eyes. No one who saw something like that could resist its allure. Lin Xiao bellowed, freeze. Judging the distance, he channeled the Ice Phoenix's power from roughly 1,000 feet away and instantly conjured a freezing domain. No one expected Lin Xiao to have this trick. Anyone caught in the freezing domain would be locked in ice. Those at the essence condensation realm couldn't move and had no hope of freeing themselves, while those at the sea-forming realm could break the seal by force. At Zhou Yan's level, he'd be frozen for at most one breath, but one breath was all Lin Xiao needed to kill He Hong. Shattering the frost clinging to him, Zhou Yan saw Lin Xiao's figure already streak past his target. Wasn't Zhou Yan at all, but He Hong. How dare you? Zhou Yan roared. He blasted a palm strike at Lin Xiao's back. Lin Xiao didn't dodge or flinch, he took the hit head-on. His speed didn't falter. Lin Xiao was already upon He Hong. Still trapped in ice, He Hong couldn't break free in time at his level. He needed at least 3 breaths. He was struggling to escape when he found Lin Xiao within arm's reach, and the breath of death washed over him in that instant. "Don't even think about killing me," He Hong howled, unhinged. Face twisting out of control, He Hong hurried to use the life-saving talisman in his hand to block Lin Xiao and buy himself a little time. Lin Xiao said coldly, "If I want you dead, no one can stop me." Lin Xiao's cold words whispered like the Grim Reaper in his ear. When He Hong heard them, it was as if his soul had plunged into an icy abyss. That talisman, meant to save his life, didn't even buy him a single breath. Lin Xiao crushed it with one punch. He Hong barely managed to break free from the icy prison, but before he could even move, Lin Xiao's fist slammed into his forehead. The punch carried the weight of 10,000 tons, striking straight into He Hong's eyes, shattering his eyeballs, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. He was still alive? To Lin Xiao's surprise, He Hong had died on the spot from that blow. Kill him. Zhou Yin and 5 other sea-forming cultivators, who had just freed themselves from the ice, rushed forward together, surrounding Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao flicked out his azure rainbow sword, delivering the final blow to He Hong. Then, without hesitation, he turned to face the 6 sea-forming experts. Fueled by resentment and rage, He Hong's life was cut short by the azure rainbow sword. Seeing He Hong slain before his eyes, Zhou Yin was consumed by fury, nearly losing control. Stay away from him. His physical body is not something you can handle. After creating some distance, the 6 sea-forming cultivators began unleashing their techniques at Lin Xiao from afar. This time, Lin Xiao no longer dared to underestimate his enemies. He turned his gaze toward Meng Fanning, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, and said in a chilling tone, "Are you not going to act yet?" Far away, Meng Fanning was deep in thought. The icy spatial formation Lin Xiao had just laid down had stirred a flicker of surprise in her otherwise calm eyes. At his words, she turned her head toward Lin Xiao's direction. "Supreme Holy Maiden, this is an internal matter of our great Luo sect. If you interfere, it will be seen as the Supreme Holy Sect interfering in our great Luo sect's affairs." Zhou Yin inwardly panicked, finally understanding why Lin Xiao had been so confident he and Meng Fanning were working together. If Meng Fanning truly intervened, Lin Xiao probably wouldn't be able to finish him off. Yet Meng Fanning seemed to completely ignore Zhou Yin's warning. Suddenly, a yin-yang symbol appeared before her. As soon as the image manifested, Zhou Yin and the others immediately ceased their attacks. Seeing this, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, flying over and landing beside Meng Fanning. "You are the Holy Maiden of the Supreme Holy Sect, yet you interfere in the affairs of our great Luo sect. When I return, I will certainly report this to our sect," Zhou Yin declared. Zhou Yin stared coldly at Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning without blinking. A thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind. He wanted to wipe all these people out, and was hoping to count on Meng Fanning's help. Meng Fanning signaled with a nod. "Let's go." The yin-yang mark in front of Meng Fanning flashed and vanished in an instant, and he turned and left. Lin Xiao had no choice but to follow. Alone, he knew there was no way he could kill so many people, and he guessed that Meng Fanning probably couldn't offer much strength either. Inside the Azura secret realm, Meng Fanning was ultimately restrained. Watching the two leave, Zhou Yin made no move to stop them. He coldly declared, "Lin Xiao has colluded with the Supreme Holy Maiden, killing fellow disciples. Even if Luo Yusu were here, she wouldn't be able to protect him from this charge. Brother Zhou Yin, are we just going to let Lin Xiao go like this? The Supreme Holy Maiden's power is limited. We don't have to fear her," said a late transformation stage cultivator, his face twisted with frustration. Zhou Yin shook his head. "I want to take that risk." He added, "We have a mission to complete. Let us deal with what we came for, finishing our senior brother's matter before anything else." "Brother Zhou Yin, us from the Jiuyao Peak 1 going to the 3rd level. We'll wait here for 7 days and then leave." One of the Jiuyao Peak cultivators stepped forward to explain their plan. Zhou Yin glanced at the unconscious Wan Yujing, then turned his gaze toward the distant corpse of He Hong. He sighed deeply. All of this is Lin Xiao's doing. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning arrived at the city center, where 10 enormous teleportation altars stood, and a small massacre was already underway. Scores of cultivators were locked in brutal combat over those 10 altars. Some holy sect disciples had become so bloodthirsty they no longer hesitated to strike down even their own sect mates. Each altar could only transport 10 people at a time, and once sent through, they couldn't return automatically. This meant only 100 spots would be available for the third level. Currently, more than 800 cultivators from the 6 great sects, both holy and demonic, had gathered here. None were willing to give up their place. The third level of the Azura secret realm held more than just the Azura ancestor tree. Many sought to seize their chance at whatever fortune it might bring. Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning arrived at the scene, their eyes falling upon the many corpses littered across the ground. The number of survivors was dwindling fast. Some cultivators managed to climb onto the teleportation altar, but before the formation could activate, they were killed. Those who had secured the altar had no choice but to cut down anyone who attempted to seize it. Among the chaos, no one was fiercer than Ling Han and Feng Xiao. These 2 young demons were also the strongest, both having reached the peak of the ocean transformation realm. "I've got 98, how about you?" Ling Han asked, holding up a blood-soaked head as he turned to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao cleaved a holy sect cultivator in half with a single stroke, then licked the blood off his blade. 108. 10 more than you. Looks like you're losing. Bullshit. Since when did you get 10 more than me? Ling Han cursed. Before entering the Azura secret realm, they had sworn a Taoist oath. Whoever killed the most people inside would win all the others' possessions. Refusing to back down, Ling Han charged headfirst into the ranks of the 3 holy sects, cutting wildly through their ranks. Faced with this powerful young demon, many holy sect disciples became like grass, easily mowed down and beheaded one by one. "Senior brothers, why won't you save us?" A male disciple from the 9 heavens holy sect cried out toward one of the teleportation altars. Standing atop, it was an elite squad of 10 from their sect. Each member was at the ocean transformation realm, and the leader was at its peak. Hearing the desperate pleas of their fellow sect members, the elite squad remained unmoved, focused only on activating the teleportation formation. At this point, life and death are already predestined. You should understand this by now. Besides, we have our own mission. How much time would saving you waste? The peak ocean transformation expert, Tang Zhao, was a true disciple of the 9 heavens holy sect. Standing by the altar, he had already slain many devil cultivators who had tried to rush it. Any fellow sect members who attempted to climb up for refuge were met with a single icy glare, enough to send them scurrying away. Soon, the teleportation formation activated, and this elite squad from the 9 heavens holy sect was the first to vanish in a flash of light. The altar platform now had only 9 remaining, and the battle became even more brutal. In this chaotic melee, no one could remain uninvolved, and Lin Xiao was soon dragged into the fight. "Your back is mine, just charge forward without hesitation," Meng Fanning said, as the yin-yang symbol reappeared above her head, enveloping both her and Lin Xiao in its protective glow. Lin Xiao looked up at the swirling yin-yang diagram and asked, "Is this the only move you've got?" What he was really thinking was, if you have more tricks, now's the time to use them. Capturing an altar isn't easy, don't hold back. Meng Fanning glanced at him and replied coolly, "It's enough." Lin Xiao looked baffled. Enough? What does that even mean? He was sure she had more up her sleeve. "This yin-yang barrier can block all magical attacks," Meng Fanning explained. "That means you can go all out using just your physical strength to wipe them all out." Her words suggested she knew quite a bit about Lin Xiao's physical prowess. "Can block magic? Can you teach me this ability?" "I promise not to share it," Lin Xiao said as he reached up and poked at the yin-yang symbol above. To his surprise, his finger passed straight through it. Meng Fanning looked at him seriously. "You really want to learn it?" Hearing the tone in her voice, Lin Xiao quickly replied, "Seriously? You can actually teach it? Isn't this some secret technique from your supreme holy sect?" "There's one essential condition if you want to learn this skill," Meng Fanning said, locking eyes with him. Lin Xiao met her gaze head-on and simply replied, "Tell me." "You must have my yin-yang twin eyes surgically removed and transplanted into you," she said coldly. She noticed that after hearing this, Lin Xiao only showed a hint of regret, not shock, not horror, just a quiet disappointment. The topic dropped there. Since they were working together for now, he trusted her to guard his back while he charged forward barehanded. And just as Meng Fanning predicted, with his raw physical strength alone, he was unstoppable. With his bare hands, he carved a deadly path through the battlefield. After Lin Xiao slaughtered mercilessly across the battlefield, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Ling Han and Feng Xiao quickly set their sights on him. That kid's physical body might even rival yours, Feng Xiao muttered, watching Lin Xiao punch straight through a man's skull. He couldn't help but marvel what kind of strength did it take to do something like that. Ling Han narrowed his eyes. He cultivated a demonic race's body forging technique, essentially a physical specialist himself. He was confident he could do something similar, though certainly not with the same effortless ease as Lin Xiao. That yin-yang symbol. Feng Xiao felt a flicker of recognition but couldn't place it at first. When he finally got a clear look at the woman behind Lin Xiao, he gasped aloud. The Supreme Holy Maiden! Ling Han had also spotted Meng Fanning and, like Feng Xiao, froze in shock. They exchanged a glance, their surprise quickly fading, replaced by burning eyes filled with greed and desire. Feng Xiao licked his lips and whispered, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss this, there won't be another. Ling Han didn't hesitate. He made his decision almost instantly, blurting out just one word. Do it. Under normal circumstances, when they saw Meng Fanning, they would only curse under their breaths. They knew better than to cross a heaven-piercing realm expert. But here, inside the Azura secret realm, Meng Fanning was clearly under heavy restrictions, and she probably wasn't even stronger than the two of them combined. Feng Xiao observed for a moment and said, Did you notice? She's hiding behind that kid the whole time. That means she can't use much of her power. He noticed that Meng Fanning was only using the yin-yang symbol to block attacks aimed at Lin Xiao, without launching any offensive of her own. Ling Han could barely contain his excitement. Take that kid down, and we'll have completed half the job, he said, already imagining the glory. If he really managed to capture the Supreme Holy Maiden, his name would spread like wildfire across the 3 holy sects and 3 demon sects. Who wouldn't envy him then? In the crowd, many demonic cultivators were so terrified by Lin Xiao's brutality that they were too scared to step forward. Wherever Lin Xiao walked, people scrambled to get out of his way. Someone whispered quietly, Why is the Supreme Holy Maiden hanging around with him? What exactly is going on between them? Whether they were from the Holy Sect or the Devil Sect, many had recognized Meng Fanning. Surprisingly, it was the cultivators from the Supreme Holy Sect who were the most shocked. Seeing their sect's Holy Maiden with Lin Xiao, their expressions turned complicated. Everyone, I'm sure you've all recognized the Supreme Holy Maiden by now. Feng Xiao's voice rang out in the air. Such a lofty figure, many of you have probably fantasized about her before. Well, today presents an opportunity. Who wouldn't want a taste of her charm? Feng Xiao's words echoed in everyone's ears. Many devil cultivators' eyes lit up, staring at Meng Fanning without restraint. Some cultivators from the 3 holy sects also felt tempted. They thought to themselves, why bother chasing other opportunities when they could get close to the Supreme Holy Maiden? What greater fortune could there be than pinning the Holy Maiden beneath oneself? It wasn't just her body that stirred desire, but also the treasures hidden in her storage ring. The possessions of someone like the Holy Maiden were beyond what many could even dream of. Facing those burning gazes, Lin Xiao remained completely still, like an unshakable mountain peak. Meng Fanning stood half a head shorter than him. Gazing at his unwavering back, the calmness in her eyes like still water rippled slightly. Ling Han secretly transmitted voice to Feng Xiao in accusation. Since when have you become so generous? Letting hundreds share the Holy Maiden? That was something he himself could never do. Feng Xiao replied that he wasn't genuinely generous either. He simply wanted to use those driven by lust to test Meng Fanning to see exactly what abilities she possessed. Ling Han nodded. He wasn't blind, either. Meng Fanning was a heaven spirit realm expert. One could never be too cautious around someone like her. Standing behind Lin Xiao, Meng Fanning softly asked, Aren't you afraid? Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. Afraid of what? As long as I'm here, anyone who comes dies. He trusted both his own strength and Meng Fanning. One cultivator grinned and provocatively coaxed. Young brother, you're from the great Luo Holy Sect. right? Stop clinging to the Supreme Holy Maiden. Why don't you join us instead? We'll make sure you're first in line. How about that? The wind howled again as Feng Xiao spoke, his voice thundering across the entire battlefield. The moment those words left his mouth, a chorus of objections rose from the crowd. Why should he go first? I won't accept that. If we kill him now, there'll just be one less person to deal with later. Facing the uproar, Lin Xiao stood firm and shot back. He's just trying to get you all to charge in first and test the Supreme Holy Maiden's strength. He wants to use you as cannon fodder. Feng Xiao immediately countered. Everyone knows the Supreme Holy Maiden is at the heavenly ascendant level. But once she enters the Azura secret realm, her cultivation will be suppressed at most. She'll only be able to fight at the ocean transformation stage. Even if she has some tricks to save her life, do you really think she can resist so many people working together? I guarantee, after we capture her, everyone can have their turn with her, and all her treasures will be evenly divided. Feng Xiao kept talking, and more people in the crowd began to waver. Ling Han saw the hesitation in their eyes and sneered inwardly. He decided to pour more oil on the fire. Fellow disciples from the Supreme Holy Sect, you know your Holy Maideness techniques best. Why don't we work together and take her down? You can take the first pick of her treasures, how about that? At this point, only about 30 disciples from the Supreme Holy Sect remained. Upon hearing Ling Han's words, only 3 of them showed anger, the rest remained silent. Meng Fanning glanced at her fellow sect members, her eyes as cold as ice, her face betraying no emotion whatsoever. Feng Xiao sensed the mood was just right and decided to provoke further. It's said that the Supreme Holy Maiden cultivates the supreme emotionless Tao, that she's already abandoned all mortal emotions. But I wonder, will she still look so indifferent when someone is pinning her down? Everyone attack together, he shouted once more. Both Ling Han and Feng Xiao struck first. They both knew that if they didn't take the lead, no one else would dare move. But once they started, the rest of the cultivators would follow. Feng Xiao summoned forth 36 short blades, a set of combined true artifacts, each radiating immense killing power. This time, Ling Han released a manifestation towering and muscular, with horns growing from its head. It clearly didn't resemble any ordinary human, but rather a primordial demonic god. When the crowd saw Ling Han's form, they gasped in shock, instantly recognizing it as the ancient demonic posture passed down secretly within the 10,000 ancient sect of devils. As soon as those 2 spoke up, those who had been hesitating no longer held back. If they didn't act now, they wouldn't even get a chance to vie for the treasures of Meng Fanning, let alone stand in line. Meng Fanning didn't move. She simply stared at Lin Xiao, watching him as if waiting for him to decide his next step. Lin Xiao didn't turn around, nor did he exchange a single word with Meng Fanning. He simply strode forward directly. The azure rainbow sword slashed toward those 36 short blades, while Lin Xiao himself charged straight at Ling Han's demonic manifestation. Hundreds of cultivators unleashed their attacks at once. Weapons and techniques of all kinds rained down on Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning. The yin-yang talismanic pattern expanded instantly, shielding Lin Xiao from the onslaught. Meng Fanning's lips quivered slightly as she thought silently, "Don't you want to know what other moves I still have left?" A whisper only she herself could hear. Lin Xiao became locked in battle with the ancient demonic form. Though only a manifestation, it still held nearly half of Ling Han's power, its combat strength roughly equivalent to a mid-stage ocean manifestation expert. Lin Xiao roared with laughter mid-battle. A primordial demon body. That's all it is. His fighting spirit soared as the true dragon force and ice phoenix power within his body fused together, unleashing the full might of his dragon phoenix physique. After 30 exchanges, the ancient demonic form was torn apart, literally shredded limb from limb by Lin Xiao's bare hands. Ling Han's eyes turned blood red, as if his heart were bleeding. He had originally dared not test Meng Fanning directly with his true form, intending to use the manifestation only as bait. How could he have imagined that even this form would fall to Lin Xiao? "I'll kill you," Ling Han screamed, rushing toward Lin Xiao. But Feng Xiao's voice whispered through the wind, "Don't act recklessly. Stay calm. Our goal is the Supreme Holy Maiden, not this brat." Feng Xiao's words brought Ling Han back to his senses. As long as he could capture Meng Fanning, The loss of one manifestation was a small price to pay. Feng Xiao shouted. Did you all see that? The Supreme Holy Maiden really can't fight. First, take down the one protecting her. At his words, the entire crowd turned their attacks toward Lin Xiao in unison, launching a ferocious assault. Hundreds of cultivators who had joined the siege naturally saw everything Meng Fanning. Apart from activating that yin-yang emblem, hadn't he made any other move the entire time. So, in unison, all hundreds of them lunged straight at Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao wasn't the least bit panicked. His strength seemed inexhaustible, sending chills down the spines of those attacking him. Damn it, this kid is only at the early ocean manifestation stage. How the hell is he this strong? No matter how powerful he is, he can't keep this up forever. Eventually, he'll run out of steam. Half an incense stick's time passed, yet Lin Xiao showed no sign of fatigue. He remained as fierce as ever. This was the first time he'd fully unleashed the Dragon Phoenix body in battle, and only now did he truly understand its might. Seeing that they couldn't take Lin Xiao down, Feng Xiao and Ling Han grew anxious. After waiting a bit longer and sensing the timing was right, both launched at Lin Xiao simultaneously. Two ocean manifestation peak-level devil cultivators charging straight at him, and Lin Xiao didn't retreat even a step. Instead, he charged forward to meet them head-on. It looked like he actually intended to fight these two ocean manifestation peak experts all by himself. What arrogance! If I had his kind of combat power and wore a quasi-sage tier armor, I'd dare to be just as cocky. The three figures clashed. Lin Xiao unleashed every technique he had. First, he cast ice-sealed space, freezing Feng Xiao in place. Then, in the same breath, he threw a punch infused with true dragon power straight into Ling Han's chest. Ling Han activated his devil cultivation technique, his form shifting between human and demon, and took the punch head-on. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His own punch landed on Lin Xiao's right cheek, leaving a bruise but failing to shatter Lin Xiao's face. How is he this tough? Ling Han looked baffled. Die already. Feng Xiao broke free from the ice prison and immediately lunged forward, slamming his palm toward Lin Xiao's forehead. Dark, devilish aura coiled around his palm, seeping into Lin Xiao's body. Ha ha ha. The death-cursed devil aura has entered your body. Now you can just wait to die. The actual impact of Feng Xiao's palm wasn't strong, but the devilish aura it carried was the real killer. This was an exclusive secret technique passed down in the Ji-Dao Devil sect. Return, Meng Fanning spoke not cold as before, but with a hint of warmth in her voice. Lin Xiao retreated while quickly checking the condition of his insides. The moment the demonic energy entered his body, it spread like poison, rapidly coursing through his entire system. It didn't just erode his soul, his physical body and blood were no exception to its corrosive effects. Dead Curse Miasma, it's a notorious demonic technique from the Ji-Dao Demon sect, said to have evolved from the ancient forbidden art known as the Dead Curse technique. The hundreds of cultivators present all inhaled sharply upon hearing the words Dead Curse Miasma. Many had heard of this technique before. A demonic cultivator sneered coldly. That brat thinks he's invincible in battle, strutting around with a quasi-sage artifact armor on his back. He had no idea that Feng Xiao's Dead Curse can bypass armor entirely, directly invading the body its tailor made to counter someone like him. Lin Xiao was also loaded with treasures, and once he died, his corpse would be stripped clean. Each use of this technique comes at a great cost. Those miasmas are actually souls I personally refined myself, ripped from their hosts before their time, then refined day and night until filled with resentment, transforming them into vengeful spirits. Feng Xiao's eyes gleamed with pride. Every single person who had ever been infected by the Dead Curse Miasma had yet to walk away alive. Ling Feng coldly snorted. Just a mere early Hua High Realm brat actually forced us to go this far. Should he die, even as a ghost, he'd have reason to be proud. Still, he lamented the loss of his ancient demon body. Lin Xiao returned to Meng Fanning's side, only to see a snow-white hand reaching out toward him. He hesitated. What was Meng Fanning trying to do? Meng Fanning whispered softly, I can help suppress the Dead Curse Miasma for now. We'll find a permanent solution once we get out of here. Lin Xiao felt that her voice sounded slightly warmer this time, less cold than before. He asked, "Is this dead curse miasma really that terrifying? Even you can only suppress it, not completely remove it. This miasma is forged from tortured souls. Once inside your body, it clings to you like a parasite. Quickly seal off your spiritual consciousness and don't circulate your qi otherwise. You'll only speed up the corruption." Her delicate, jade-like hand trembled slightly as it gently touched Lin Xiao's chest, as if this were the first time she had ever laid hands on a man's body. Feng Xiao and the others, witnessing the scene, immediately began to suspect the nature of their relationship. Could this brat actually be one of those pretty boys hidden away in the Grand Holy Maiden's inner circle? Someone pointed out, "Look, the jade hairpin on his head looks exactly like the one the Grand Holy Maiden used to wear." At this moment, Meng Faniying's hair was loose and flowing, but some remembered she had worn a jade hairpin before. Ling Han gritted his teeth in fury, muttering angrily, "No wonder that brat fought so hard, they're actually a pair of shameless lovers." On Lin Xiao's side, he reached out and gently took Meng Faniying's hand, saying softly, "It's fine. You don't have to." Meng Faniying, momentarily confused by Lin Xiao's meaning, forgot to pull her hand back. He clarified, "No, don't bother trying to suppress it for me, I can handle it myself." As he spoke, he even found himself briefly distracted by the soft smoothness of her skin. Feeling that Lin Xiao had overstepped, Meng Faniying quickly withdrew her hand. Her voice turned cold as she asked, "How is your body now?" Her tone had returned to its former icy chill, clearly irritated. Lin Xiao replied in a low voice, "I'm eliminating the cursed dark energy, but it won't vanish all at once. I'd say about another quarter of an hour. During that time, I won't be able to fight." Curious, Meng Faniying asked, "What method did you use?" Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously and replied, "That is something I can't tell." At that moment, half of the cursed dark energy inside him had already been cleared. The demonic energy invading his consciousness was being suppressed by his Ice Phoenix power, and within his spiritual sea, a white divine phoenix appeared devouring the invading dark energy. That Ice Phoenix was none other than the manifestation of his own spiritual consciousness. The Frost Phoenix divine scripture he cultivated was precisely the kind of technique that strengthened his soul and countered the dark arts of the demon sect. Even the death curse energy that had seeped into his bloodline was easily neutralized under the boiling surge of his true dragoness blood. No demonic energy could stand a chance. His physical body was a fusion of dragon and phoenix. No spell or technique could harm him. While death curses or demonic energies might work on others, against him, they had absolutely no effect. After discovering this secret, Lin Xiao didn't panic at all. Meng Faniying observed for quite some time, and only after confirming Lin Xiao was truly unharmed did she finally believe she hadn't been deceived. On the other side, Feng Xiao grew impatient. A significant amount of time had passed, yet Lin Xiao stood there as if nothing had happened. That was strange. Ling Han also sensed something was off and asked, "Brother Feng, could there be something wrong with your death curse?" "Impossible." Feng Xiao insisted his curse was flawless. He suspected Lin Xiao must have used some kind of treasure to withstand his demonic energy. Attack, don't wait any longer. Though Feng Xiao couldn't figure it out, he refused to delay any further. Got it. Ling Han, still under demonic transformation, locked his gaze directly onto Meng Faniying. "That kid can't fight, let's all strike together. Whoever captures the Supreme Holy Maiden first gets her first." Feng Xiao threw out those words like bait. Upon hearing this, hundreds of cultivators immediately became excited, their burning gazes all turning toward Meng Faniying. "What should we do?" Lin Xiao anxiously asked Meng Faniying. Meng Faniying remained calm. She stepped forward, shielding Lin Xiao behind her. "Leave the rest to me," she said. Her eyes began to emit the light of the sun and moon. This time, it wasn't just ordinary yin-yang patterns, it was a real blazing sun and a crescent moon. Feng Xiao and the others were stunned by the sight above Meng Faniying. The sun and moon shone together, as if a goddess had descended. "What is this?" The hundreds of cultivators hesitated to move forward. Puzzled, wasn't it said that Meng Faniying couldn't reveal her true power? How could she now summon a sun and a moon? "This is one of the 10 divine eyes, the yin-yang dual eyes." Ling Han felt a wave of fear rising in his heart. He hadn't expected Meng Faning's yin-yang dual eyes to be able to unleash their full power without restriction inside the Azura secret realm. Run now? Seeing Meng Fanning grasp the sun in one hand and pull the crescent moon with the other, Feng Xiao immediately turned and fled. Lung Han was only a hair slower than him. The others weren't so quick. By the time they tried to escape, it was already too late. Meng Faning's manifested sun and moon plummeted straight toward the crowd. With a deafening boom, accompanied by that thunderous explosion, the ground was blasted into a 10-zhang deep crater. Hundreds of cultivators perished on the spot, not even given the chance to cry out. Only 2 remained alive at the bottom of the crater. Meng Fanning had shielded herself and Lin Xiao with a tortoise shell, protecting them from the ripple of yin-yang energy. Lin Xiao looked around. All he saw was bloodstained ground and not a single body left intact. "Why didn't you use this move earlier?" he muttered with mild reproach. But the moment he saw blood streaming from Meng Fanning's eyes, he realized his mistake. She kept her eyes tightly shut, blood trailing from the corners, gliding down her flawless face in 2 crimson streaks. "Never use that move again," he said softly. Lin Xiao reached out and wiped the blood from her face. Meng Fanning, eyes still closed, didn't he stop him? Among the cultivators who had attacked Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning, only Feng Xiao and Lung Han had survived. They had fled the moment they sensed something was wrong, narrowly escaping the catastrophe. Now, the 2 stood on a teleportation altar, staring at the distant crater, their hearts still unsettled. Lung Han, still shaken, said, "Good thing we ran fast. Otherwise, even if we survived, we'd be seriously injured." Feng Xiao stared at the 10-zhang deep crater and sighed. The yin-yang eyes truly deserve their place among the 10 heavenly eyes. Their power is terrifying. Only now had he truly grasped their horrifying might. Even scarier was that this level of destruction came while Meng Fanning was far from reaching her full potential. She probably can't use that ability again so soon, right? Lung Han glanced at her bloodied eyes and guessed the enormous cost of using such power. "Forget about going after Meng Fanning again. I'm not crazy enough to risk that a second time." Feng Xiao didn't dare take a second gamble and urged Ling Han to drop the idea, forcing her to reveal her trump card. "Isn't a bad thing. As long as we don't provoke her, she won't come looking for trouble." Ling Han gave an awkward smile. He certainly didn't dare harbor any more designs on Meng Fanning. The upside was that some of her strength had been drained. Once they got to the 3rd level, they'd be much safer. "Let us go head to the 3rd level. Meng Fanning probably entered the Azura secret realm to look for a treasure. If we happen to run into it, we won't be losing out." As he spoke, Feng Xiao activated the teleportation formation. He didn't want to linger here. The Jiuxiao Sacred Sect's 10-man squad went to the 3rd level early on too. They're probably after the treasure as well. Ling Han grew even more curious about what Meng Fanning was seeking. The teleportation altar beneath them suddenly blazed with light, then rose as a pillar that sent the 2 of them toward the 3rd level of the Azura secret realm. There were 8 teleportation altars left there now, and far fewer people fighting over them. Most of those who had just besieged Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning were demonic cultivators, with a few from the 3 great sacred sects mixed in. Only a bit more than 200 people remained around the altars. Seeing Feng Xiao and Ling Han teleport away, the rest also planned to head to the 3rd level to hunt for treasure. Another scramble for the altars erupted. Down in the massive crater, Meng Fanning took out a red gauze veil and tied it over her eyes. So practiced at the motion it made one's heart ache. Who knew how many times she had done it? "You okay?" Lin Xiao asked, concerned. With the red veil over her eyes, Meng Fanning moved as if unhindered. "I'm fine. Let us hurry to the 3rd level," she said. Lin Xiao remembered clearly that he and Meng Fanning had joined forces at first for the fruit of the Azura ancestral tree, but even now he still couldn't figure out why she had been willing to team up with him. Now that the 2 weren't so distant, Lin Xiao mustered his courage. "When we reach the 3rd level, what do you need me to do?" "Never mind the rest. I'll take the fruit. You just focus on guarding me," Dream Fan said as she tied the red sash around her waist, making her look hazy and alluring at the same time. Lin Xiao carried her out of the massive crater and landed before a teleportation altar. At that moment, cultivators from the ancient devil sect and the heaven-reaching sect were fighting over the altar. "Step aside. This altar belongs to us now," Lin Xiao said coldly. A cultivator from the heaven-reaching sect turned red with anger, nearly shouting, "You!" as if he could no longer endure the humiliation. The cultivators from the ancient devil sect didn't dare to argue back and simply stepped aside to fight for another teleportation altar instead. The heaven-reaching cultivator's face darkened, but he finally backed down. "Each altar can transport 10 people. We can go together. Who the hell do you think you are?" Lin Xiao finally lost his patience. In a flash, he shot forward like a black shadow and attacked without warning. His fist struck down, and a burst of blood mist exploded from the altar. The cultivator didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy before Lin Xiao crushed him with a single punch. Seeing this, the other cultivators immediately kept their distance from Lin Xiao. Dream Fan stepped onto the altar and began activating the teleportation formation. The formation roared to life, glowing intensely. The teleportation altar transformed into a beam of light, carrying Lin Xiao and Dream Fan high into the sky, straight into the third layer of the Azura secret realm. As soon as Lin Xiao and Dream Fan vanished, the struggle over the altar intensified. In the end, Zhou Yin and the others who arrived last managed to seize the final altar. He also learned about what had happened from other cultivators. Staring at the massive pit where hundreds had perished, Zhou Yin sighed. "Thank goodness I didn't provoke her. Otherwise, I'd be nothing but a smear of blood by now." Zhou Yin addressed the disciples of Spirit Peak. "Once we reach the third layer, don't provoke Lin Xiao. Wait until the Azura trial concludes before dealing with him. For now, let's focus on seizing the fruits of the Azura ancestor tree." "Yes, sir." A group of dozens from Lingshou Peak, led by Zhou Yin, naturally faced no opposition. When Zhou Yin entered the third layer of the space, he didn't bring many people, only his junior fellow disciple, who was at the late Transformation Sea stage. The third layer within the Azura secret realm was an endless crimson sea. Legends said this sea was formed from the blood of the Azura Emperor himself, blood so potent that even a single drop could wipe out an entire land. Even though 10,000 years had passed, the blood in the Azura Sea had not faded. Every cultivator who stepped into the third layer understood one rule clearly: never sink into the Azura Sea, or you would be devoured for eternity, never to be reborn again. As Lin Xiao and Meng Fan Ying arrived in the third layer via teleportation, they saw only 2 transmission altars and the boundless Azura Sea stretching before them. Everyone else was gone. The Azura Sea was eerily still, its surface completely calm. There was no sign of anyone else around. The 9-person team from Jiuxiao Holy Sect didn't appear either, and Feng Xiao and Ling Han were nowhere in sight. This scene was completely different from what Lin Xiao had imagined. He had expected to arrive at the Azura Sea and see the legendary Azura ancestor tree piercing the heavens, followed by chaos among the crowd fighting over its fruit. Where did everyone go? And where exactly is the Azura ancestor tree? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled as he looked at Meng Fan Ying. The Azura ancestor tree is on an island in the sea. If you want to get there, you have to row, Meng Fan Ying replied, her eyes still closed behind the veil, though she could sense everything around her. Before Lin Xiao could ask another question, she suddenly pulled out a small origami boat from her sleeve. As it touched the blood-red sea, it quickly expanded into a small vessel large enough for 2 people. Lin Xiao leapt aboard. The paper boat felt solid, not flimsy at all. He stretched out his hand, signaling Meng Fan Ying to take it. Meng Fan Ying hesitated slightly. Just as Lin Xiao thought his gesture might be unnecessary, she finally reached out her hand. He took her hand firmly and pulled her onto the paper boat. The paper boat needed no oar. With a single mental command, Meng Fan Ying activated the technique, and the boat began moving on its own, gliding steadily across the Sea of Azura at a moderate pace. The surface of the sea was eerily calm. Only the soft sound of the boat slicing through the water broke the silence, which carried an unsettling stillness. Lin Xiao looked up. The crimson moon still hung high in the sky of this third layer of space, its red glow spilling across the sea, perfectly matching the bloody hue of the Sea of Azura. The air was thick with a foul stench. Lin Xiao couldn't quite place what it was, but it was definitely repulsive. What unsettled him the most, however, was the fact that he couldn't see the ocean floor. A lurking sense of danger rose from below, unseen but ever present. Meng Fanning warned, "Don't probe the sea with your spiritual sense. It will be devoured." Lin Xiao nodded. After all, this was his first time here. He had no experience to go on. Strange, where had that bone spirit army gone? Lin Xiao had expected to see them in this third layer, but there was no sign of them. After entering the Sea of Azura, the scroll inside his storage ring began to react slightly. But he didn't dare take it out in front of Meng Fanning. That scroll was the treasure the Bone Spirit Army had guarded for countless years. It must be an unparalleled supreme artifact. If he revealed it, who knew what Meng Fanning might do? Their relationship wasn't close enough for that kind of trust yet. Just then, Meng Fanning suddenly spoke, "Something coming." Lin Xiao blinked, instinctively scanning the surroundings, but saw no cultivators anywhere. Under the sea. As soon as Meng Fanning finished speaking, an arm shot up from beneath the water, followed closely by a head bursting through the surface. The creature emerging from the sea resembled a humanoid cultivator, but its entire body was blood red, exuding a rotting stench. It was clearly long dead. Lin Xiao swung his sword in one swift motion, cleaving the corpse in two. What the hell was that? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. It hadn't been that hard to kill, which surprised him. Meng Fanning explained that blood slaves were originally cultivators too. If they died in the third layer of space, they would become blood slaves, forever doomed to wander the Azura Sea, unable to break free. Lin Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't over yet. Now that one blood slave had appeared, he couldn't help but worry if others might follow. Sure enough, the paper boat suddenly jolted violently. One after another, arms shot up from the sea surface, grabbing onto the boat and shaking it frantically. At the sight, Lin Xiao's scalp prickled with dread. Heads began popping up all around the boat. A massive swarm of blood slaves had surrounded them completely. "There's so many. How can we possibly kill them all?" Lin Xiao exclaimed in alarm. At the same time, he activated his sword techniques, unleashing thousands of sword chi slashes in all directions, forcing back a wave of the creatures. But these blood slaves seemed endless. No sooner had one group fallen than another surged forward. Meng Fanning explained, "The Azura secret realm has opened countless times before. Who knows how many cultivators have died in the Azura Sea? The more you kill, the more of them will keep coming." She took out a talisman. As soon as it burned, it transformed into a bird made of flame. Letting out a cry, the fiery bird dove toward the rear of the paper boat. A large group of blood slaves was immediately drawn to the flaming creature. In a frenzy, they all surged after it, chasing it away. "That's it?" Lin Xiao asked doubtfully. He could tell the talisman was only of the first rank, and the firebird wasn't particularly strong. These blood slaves have no real consciousness. As long as you distract them with something, you can shake them off, Meng Fanning replied, steering the paper boat away while the horde was lured off. About an hour later, Lin Xiao finally spotted a small island in the distance. There was no Azura ancestor tree on the island, and according to Meng Fanning's experience, it would still take a day's travel to reach the island where the tree was located. As the paper boat reached shore, Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning stepped onto the island. Lin Xiao asked, "Do you think there might be any medicinal herbs here?" While Lin Xiao went off alone to search the entire island for spiritual herbs, Meng Fanning didn't follow him. Instead, she discovered a stone tablet hidden in the bushes. The tablet was engraved with some words. After a while, Lin Xiao returned disappointed, having found not a single spirit herb, probably all looted by the cultivators who came before. Noticing Meng Fanning was drawn to a stone tablet, Lin Xiao, curious, walked over as well. It was a trap. Only 4 simple words were carved onto the tablet. What was that supposed to mean? Lin Xiao couldn't help but wondered. Just 4 words, and Meng Fanning had actually stood there deep in thought for so long. "Let us go?" There was a heavy tone in Meng Fanning's voice. The two returned to the paper boat. It continued drifting across the Azura Sea, and from time to time, Meng Fanning pulled out a compass and instrument that guided them toward the location of the Azura ancestor tree. Suddenly, Lin Xiao asked, even after the Azura Emperor's death, his corpse formed its own realm. Just what level of power did he possess in life? Meng Fanning hesitated for a moment before replying, "The legendary Emperor realm." The Emperor Realm. A sense of yearning flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. Throughout history, how many cultivators had managed to ascend to the Emperor Realm? Very, very few. Meng Fanning glanced at Lin Xiao, as if wanting to say something, but held back. What do you want to ask? She finally said. As long as it's not too personal, I'll answer. The paper boat was small, and Meng Fanning's every move was clearly visible to Lin Xiao. She turned to face him, her face still veiled in red silk, her eyes closed. That drum sound earlier, was it you who struck it? Yes, Lin Xiao replied calmly. He saw no reason to hide it. Meng Fanning asked again, how many times did you strike the Azura war drum? 10 times, Lin Xiao answered, his tone steady. Under the veil, Meng Fanning opened her eyes. Her gaze, no longer calm, revealed a shock Lin Xiao had never seen before. She remained silent for a long time, saying nothing. Do you know how many times I struck it? Just as Lin Xiao thought the conversation was over, Meng Fanning suddenly spoke again. 8 times. Lin Xiao recalled what someone else had once told him about the number of times she had struck the drum. Do you even know what it truly means that you struck it 10 times? In the depths of Meng Fanning's pupils was reflected the figure of Lin Xiao. He was the first person ever to step into her eyes. Lin Xiao chuckled, teasing. So does that mean I get 2 more chances than you? Meng Fanning closed her eyes again, as if contemplating her next words carefully. Do you have any interest in joining the Supreme Holy Sect? To Lin Xiao's surprise, Meng Fanning actually invited him into the Supreme Holy Sect. He refused bluntly, no interest at all. Her eyes flickered slightly at his decisiveness. In the Great Luo Holy Sect, you seem to be just an ordinary direct disciple. The position of Holy Prince is probably out of your reach, and right now, you can't even match up to Hua Tianyan. The problem isn't about the Holy Prince position, Lin Xiao replied. The Great Luo Holy Sect has my master and my senior apprentice sister. As long as they're there, that's enough for me. He couldn't explain further to Meng Fanning. Luo Yusu and Zhou Wenqing were the 2 most important people in his life. Where they were, that's where he belonged. Join the Supreme Holy Sect, Meng Fanning continued, and I can help you become its Holy Prince. There's a tremendous benefit that comes with becoming the Holy Prince. Not even the greatest benefit could compare to a single strand of my master's hair. Sorry, but I have no interest in joining the Supreme Holy Sect. Lin Xiao didn't detect any hidden meaning in Meng Fanning's words, but even if he had, he still would have refused. I can tell your master means a lot to you, Meng Fanning nodded. He had also heard whispers about Luo Yusu, the #1 beauty of the Zhongli continent. Important? She's more than that. Without her, I wouldn't even exist. A vision of Luo Yusu's peerless beauty surfaced in Lin Xiao's mind. As soon as the conversation ended, Meng Fanning turned around, her back now facing Lin Xiao. One day passed, and ahead on the sea surface, they encountered 2 familiar figures. Feng Xiao and Ling Han were being swarmed and attacked by a large group of blood slaves. Scores of blood slaves had boarded their treasure ship, and the 2 little devils were fighting desperately. Supreme Holy Maiden, please, help us just this once. The howling wind and frostbite saw Ling Xiao and Meng Fanning, and nearly jumped up with excitement. An endless swarm of blood slaves surrounded the 2 little devils' treasure ship so tightly that not even water could seep through. The 2 inside were quickly running out of strength. Death suits me just fine, Ling Xiao said coldly. He had no intention of saving them. Seeing that Ling Xiao and Meng Fanning had no plans to intervene, the 2 little devils decided to pull off a dramatic stunt to grab attention. Frostbite roared furiously, leaped off the treasure ship, and began stomping across the heads of the densely packed blood slaves. Stepping over one corpse after another, he made his way toward Ling Xiao's paper boat. Quick move. Ling Xiao saw through Frostbite's intentions. He swung his sword downward, unleashing 1,000 sword chi slashes that merged into a single massive blade of energy aimed straight at Frostbite. If you want to save us, don't blame me for dragging you down with us, Frostbite shouted with a laugh. He dodged the energy sword, which then struck the blood slaves. But instead of weakening them, it only attracted even more blood slaves, surrounding the paper boat completely. Meng Fanning pulled out 3 talismans, lit them, and transformed them into 3 fiery birds. But to Ling Xiao's shock, This time the flame birds had no effect. They couldn't draw the blood slaves away at all. It's useless. These blood slaves are being controlled. Everyone will die together, then become blood slaves, trapped forever in the Azure Sea, sinking endlessly. Frostbite's words stunned Ling Xiao. These blood slaves were being controlled. Who in the world was manipulating them? Have you been marked by the four great beasts? Frostbite asked. Meng Fanning didn't look particularly surprised. This wasn't her first time entering the Azure Sea, and she knew quite a few of its secrets. Legends told of four terrifying beasts lurking in the Azure Sea, each commanding legions of blood slaves. A cultivator might survive an encounter with ordinary blood slaves by sheer luck, but facing any one of the four great beasts meant almost certain death. Not sure which of the four great beasts is watching us from the depths, Frostbite said in a lower tone, his earlier arrogance now gone. Ling Xiao looked confused. He didn't know much about the Azure Sea, so he asked, exactly what are the four great beasts? Are they conscious living beings? Lin Han shot Lin Xiao a sidelong glance. How dare he enter the Azure Sea without even knowing the legendary four fiendish beasts? Lin Han explained, the Azure Sea is guarded by the four fiendish beasts, each stationed in one of the four seas. They are the Jiuying snake, the Kuei bull, the Taowu, and the corpse-eating beast. Lin Zhao's voice turned grim as he asked, are all these blood slaves under the command of the four fiendish beasts? Just how powerful are they? They didn't sound like easy opponents. Lin Han looked hopefully at Meng Fanning and said, the exact strength of the four fiendish beasts when they were alive is unknown, but even in death, they've reached at least the immortal ascendant level. If she was willing to fight, they still had a chance. Even in death, they're at immortal ascendant level? How terrifying must they have been in life? Lin Xiao almost wanted to blame Lin Han. This little demon had dragged them all into this mess. A sudden roar erupted from Feng Zhao's direction. More and more blood slaves were surging toward him. So what now? Lin Xiao transmitted his voice to Meng Fanning, warning her that a large swarm of blood slaves had already surrounded their paper boat, leaving no way to escape. Meng Fanning lowered her gaze toward the seabed. Her eyes returned to their original state, and within her pupils appeared faint illusions of the sun and moon. Though spiritual senses couldn't penetrate the Azure Sea, her yin-yang eyes could see through the water. Below the surface, something massive was lurking. It was a gigantic serpent with 9 heads. Its colossal body coiled beneath the sea, all 9 heads staring intently at the human cultivators on the surface. The Jiuying snake. Meng Fanning's pupils contracted sharply. She recognized the monstrous creature immediately. It was the Jiuying snake, one of the four fiendish beasts. Countless blood slaves surrounded the area completely, and with the Jiuying snake watching from below, the situation was extremely dire. Lin Han anxiously urged, Holy Maiden, we must join forces if we want even the slimmest chance of survival. Don't hesitate any longer. Before Meng Fanning could respond, Lin Xiao suddenly swung his sword at Lin Han and shouted, Get lost! You! Lin Han was furious, but his demonic body barely withstood Lin Zhao's strike. Then let's all die together. The wind howled as Feng Xiao strode forward, stepping on the heads of blood slaves. The two little devils approached Meng Fanning, trying to provoke her into making the first move. The paper boat rocked, and row by row, hands lifted it up carefully. Meng Fanning tossed a turtle shell toward the paper boat. It was as heavy as a mountain, and the moment it landed, the blood slaves could no longer lift it. Her voice cold, she said, After I strike, you two will cover me from behind. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao and Ling Han first showed ecstatic expressions, then quickly turned respectful. Don't worry, Holy Maiden. We'll obey your every command. Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder how could these two little devils possibly follow through? Meng Fanning removed the red veil from her face. Her heterochromatic eyes, yin and yang, seemed to awaken once more. Above her head, a yin-yang symbol floated into the air, expanding rapidly until it stretched 100 zhang wide. Feng Xiao's eyes flickered, muttering, No wonder it's one of the 10 divine eyes. If only I could possess it. A wave of greed surged through him unbidden. Boom! The yin-yang symbol slammed down onto the surface of the Azure Sea. The sea roared in violent tremors, sending waves rolling outward. Countless blood slaves were shattered into pulp. For a brief moment, the sea cracked open, revealing an escape route. What a chance! Feng Xiao and Ling Han exchanged a glance, then darted toward the opening. They had already forgotten their promise. To a cultivator of the Devil Dao, a promise meant little. Survival was everything. Lin Xiao wasn't surprised. He muttered bitterly, I knew those two little devils couldn't be trusted. If they were reliable, pigs would fly. Meng Fanning remained calm, as if everything was unfolding exactly as she had planned. Seeing her composed expression, Lin Xiao felt a bit more at ease. Just as Feng Xiao and Ling Han were about to flee, however, a far greater danger surged up from the depths of the sea. 9 monstrous, grotesque heads erupted from the water. 2 of them lunged straight at the 2 young devils with gaping, blood-drenched maws. That's a Jiuying snake. Faced with this colossal beast, Ling Han's face turned deathly pale. She planned this all along. She already knew the monster beneath the sea was the Jiuying snake. Feng Xiao immediately realized what was happening. Meng Fanning had been manipulating them from the very beginning to lure the Jiuying snake out. And yet, they had thought themselves clever, believing they could use her strength to escape with their lives. Even if I die, I won't let these 2 bastards get away with this. Ling Han activated a forbidden technique from the ancient devil sect, self-immolation of devil blood. It was a secret method that boosted combat power by burning one's own demonic essence. Thanks to this, he had broken through from the ocean transformation stage to the early Dao platform stage. However, this state could only last half an hour. Once that time was up, his entire body would dry up and he would die. Dodging the gaping maw of the Jiuying snake, Ling Han turned and flew straight toward Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning. Feng Xiao wasn't as lucky. Despite using every life-preserving trick he had, he was no match for the Jiuying snake. In despair, he was swallowed whole. A moment later, the Jiuying snake spat Feng Xiao back out. His entire body was covered in slimy mucus, unconscious and clearly dead. Feng Xiao fell into the sea of demons, where the crimson waters soaked his body, slowly transforming him into a blood slave. Meanwhile, the 2 little devils by Lin Zhao's side had bought them some precious time. Meng Fanning blasted open a bloody path with her yin yang symbol once again. The paper boat carried her and Lin Xiao out of the sea, escaping the chaos. I knew you had them completely figured out, Lin Xiao couldn't help but remark. Meng Fanning not only possessed both beauty and power, but also an extremely calculating mind. This woman was truly terrifying. In his heart, Lin Xiao silently muttered, I just hope you never become my enemy. Don't get too comfortable. We haven't completely escaped the danger yet. Meng Fanning didn't turn around, but she seemed to sense a terrifying surge of rage chasing after them from behind. You 2 bastards, you're going to die with me. The crimson light of flight closed in. Ling Han's face twisted with madness as he ignited his own essence, intending to drag both Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning down with him in a final act of self-destruction. What a pain! Lin Xiao charged forward. Gathering the power of dragon and phoenix in his palm, he struck straight at Ling Han. The blow forced Ling Han to a halt, but only briefly. Ling Han immediately counterattacked, grabbing Lin Xiao's arm with one hand and clutching at his throat with the other, attempting to twist his neck clean off. This kind of strength was no way within the realm of a cultivation C expert. Seeing Ling Han bathed in blood-red aura, Lin Xiao instantly understood he was burning his own life essence through some secret technique, temporarily boosting his combat power. Fighting him head-on was not an option. Freeze! Lin Xiao activated the Ice Phoenix Divine Genesis method, encasing Ling Han in ice, and used the chance to leap backward, creating distance. Crack! Ling Han shattered the ice in less than a breath. Before Lin Xiao could retreat all the way to his paper boat, Ling Han let out a savage laugh, transforming into a streak of blood light that surged after him once more. Sensing the pursuit, Lin Xiao didn't even turn around. He unleashed the Azure Origin Sword method, forming 1,000 sword beams that solidified into a barrier, hoping to block the attack. It was useless. Before absolute power, such tricks were meaningless. With a single punch, Ling Han shattered the sword barrier. In an instant, he was already behind Lin Xiao, hurling a devastating fist toward his head. This strike was immensely powerful. If it connected, Lin Xiao's skull would explode after all. Ling Han now possessed the battle strength of the early Dao platform realm. Lin Xiao shifted his body mid-air, deliberately avoiding a direct hit to the head and taking the blow on his back instead. Boom! The dragon scale armor gleamed on his body, absorbing most of the impact. What little force remained coursed into Lin Xiao's body, causing a sharp pain. Damn it! Ling Han's face darkened with rage. If Lin Xiao didn't have that quasi-saint gray dragon scale armor, he would been dead by now. The paper boat shot forward rapidly, with Ling Han chasing closely through the air and his blood slaves hot on his heels. The paper boat had reached its limit. However, Ling Han burned his own energy to boost his speed, becoming terrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the boat. You damned couple, die for me. Ling Han swung his palm down at the paper boat. Meng Fanying summoned a tortoise shell, which suddenly expanded in size, blocking Ling Han's force. Is that the shell of that spirit tortoise? Lin Xiao wondered curiously. What was the relationship between the spirit tortoise outside and Meng Fanying? Why did she have so many tortoise shells on her? Seeing his attacks repeatedly neutralized, Ling Han became furious. He didn't have much time left, either. If he couldn't finish off Lin Xiao and Meng Fanying soon, even in death, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. I'd like to see how much longer you can hold out. Ling Han suddenly dove headfirst into the sea, vanishing completely beneath the surface. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Wasn't diving into the sea just a faster way to die? Let's go. Meng Fanying grabbed Lin Xiao's arm and pulled him away, heartlessly abandoning the paper boat. Under the sea surface, Ling Han, like an ancient demonic god, lifted the paper boat into the air. With a violent motion of his hands, he tore it apart, reducing it to pieces. He's gone mad. In midair, Lin Xiao looked down at the frenzied Ling Han and shook his head. He knows he'll become a blood slave after death, so he no longer cares about anything else. Meng Fanying observed as the bloody waters of the Azure Sea seeped into Ling Han's body. Within less than 15 minutes, Ling Han would completely transform into a blood slave. I'm about to become a blood slave anyway. If you don't stay here and keep me company, I'll die all alone. Ling Han burst into laughter, his voice echoing with unspeakable sorrow. Seeing Ling Han charge again, Meng Fanying knew there would be no escaping this time. A flicker of hesitation passed through her eyes before determination settled in. Finally, she acted decisively. Her yin-yang dual pupils flared to life again, displaying the images of sun and moon. Before her, a blazing sun and a dark crescent moon began to merge together. Lin Xiao stared anxiously, his heart pounding. This time, Meng Fanying's use of the yin-yang twin pupils was different from before. Just the ripple of her power was several times stronger than usual. As soon as the sun and moon fused, a solar Xian Niao emerged. This divine bird bore the elegance of a Lu Niao and resembled the ancient golden crow. The moment it appeared, the surrounding void trembled. Go! Meng Fanying waved her hand, and the solar Xian Niao burst into flames, rushing toward Ling Han in a torrent of fire. What is this? You can actually pull off something like this. The moment Ling Han touched the flames of the solar Xian Niao, his entire body ignited. The fire, infused with the aura of the Tao of Yin and Yang, could not be extinguished. It didn't just burn flesh, but also devoured the soul. Ah! Ling Han first let out a scream of agony, then suddenly seemed to accept his fate, erupting into a wild, mocking laughter. Haha, fine then, better this than being trapped forever in the Sea of Azure. Resigned, Ling Han stopped resisting and allowed the flames to consume him. Boy, the Supreme Holy Maiden is already drained. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Take her essence now. Even if she wanted to fight back, she can't. Before turning to ashes, Ling Han uttered these final words. Whether he was deliberately sowing discord between Lin Xiao and Meng Fanying, or hoping Lin Xiao would avenge him, no one could say for sure. By revealing Meng Fanying's vulnerability at the moment of his death, Ling Han had laid a temptation few ordinary people could resist. He didn't believe Lin Xiao could possibly resist such a lure. Lin Xiao pulled his gaze from the distant void and turned to look at Meng Fanying. Blood streamed from Meng's eyes, but she didn't close them. Her blood-red, yin-yang pupils locked onto Lin Xiao. What? Tempted? She spoke, voice flat and emotionless, impossible to tell whether it was accusation or anger. Want me to swear an oath by the Tao? If I take advantage of you while you're weak, may I meet the worst fate imaginable. Lin Xiao met her gaze directly, his eyes sincere and open. You know what Ling Han said is true. Right now, I really can't resist. Not even a little tempted. Meng Feining seemed eager to test Lin Xiao a bit further. Lin Xiao held Meng Feining's hand tightly as they soared through the air, shouting, "Even if my heart skips a beat, now is not the time those pursuers are catching up. Hurry." The blood slave army had already closed in, and among them was a painfully familiar figure. Feng Xiao had also become a blood slave, his eyes lifeless, his entire body drenched in red. He charged at the front of the pack, lunging straight toward Lin Xiao and Meng Feining. A massive shadow was moving beneath the sea surface. Wherever the Jiuying snake went, the blood slave army followed. In midair, Meng Feining let Lin Xiao hold her hand without resistance, closing her eyes as if deep in thought. What should we do now? Lin Xiao saw the enemies drawing closer and estimated that the Jiuying snake was probably lurking just beneath the ocean surface. Even though Ling Han was dead, the danger was far from over. We can shake off these blood slaves once we reach the island where the Azura ancestor tree stands. Once we get there, the Jiuying snake won't dare follow. Unlike Lin Xiao, Meng Feining remained calm. She pulled out a compass and pointed the way forward. We're almost there. On the compass, a glowing dot flickered, inching steadily toward them. After flying a bit longer, Lin Xiao still hadn't spotted the island, but in the distance, a colossal tree towered into the sky. Its roots plunged deep into the Azure Sea. Its canopy stretched like a celestial umbrella across the heavens. Even from afar, the sight left him awestruck and speechless. Is that the Azure ancestor tree? It's huge. This was Lin Xiao's first time ever seeing a divine tree like this. What you're seeing right now is just a branch. The true Azura ancestor tree lies in the Azura realm. It's tens of thousands of times larger than this mere offshoot. This is just a branch. Lin Xiao could barely wrap his head around it. Just how vast must the true form of the Azura ancestor tree be? As they drew near the island where the Shura ancestor tree stood, the blood thrall pursuers behind them slowed. Clearly, something ahead made them shrink back, unwilling to chase any farther. The Jiuying serpent broke the surface. Its 9 massive heads cast a single glance toward the Shura ancestor tree. Then it turned and swam away. With the Jiuying gone, the blood thrall army retreated as well, and the sea behind them fell quiet again. Lin Xiao let out a breath. This had been a close call, but the crisis was finally over. After flying a while longer, he and Meng Feining reached a vast island that stretched beyond sight. The terrain rose and fell in ridges. Mountain ranges encircled the heart of it, and towering ancient trees and spirit herbs grew everywhere. Who would have thought there'd be a place like this in the third layer of this space? Meng Feining murmured in surprise. Lin Xiao drew in a long breath. The spiritual energy here was thick, while the Shura Sea beyond lay dead and still. This island, by contrast, thrummed with life. He didn't need to think hard about why the Shura ancestor tree was what made such a wonder possible. Once they set foot on the island, Meng Feining found a spot to tend her wounds. Killing Ling Han had come at a price. Her yin-yang eyes had taken some damage. Lin Xiao stood guard as she healed, scanning their surroundings while a creeping sense of dread rose in his chest. The moment they landed, the scroll in his storage ring had stirred again, showing signs of waking. An hour passed, and Meng Feining had recovered a bit. She glanced at Lin Xiao and said, "Head for the island's center. The 9 Firmament Holy Sect should be there." Seeing she was all right, Lin Xiao smiled. For all we know, they've already fed the fish at the bottom of the sea. The 9 Firmament Holy Sect has a secret treasure called Veil Heaven across the sea. It can slip past the 4 great fiends' senses. Tang Zhao and the others should be fine, Meng Feining replied. She unfastened the red gauze sash, and her yin-yang eyes returned to their usual look. At that, Lin Xiao tensed. So they did come prepared. We need to move, or they strip the tree of every last fruit. Meng Feining wasn't in a hurry. She knew full well how hard it was to pluck an Azura fruit. Showing up early didn't mean you could actually get one. Along the way, she told Lin Xiao all kinds of methods for harvesting an Azura fruit. An hour later, the two of them flew to the island's center, and only then did Lin Xiao get a close look at the Azura ancestral tree. Its trunk loomed like a mountain, straight as a pillar, its dense crown propping up a sky of its own. Standing before it, a person felt as small as a mote of dust. Countless boughs spread from its base, but three were the longest, arcing across the heavens like great rivers. Lin Xiao noticed that at the tips of those three boughs hung three scarlet fruits. Each was about the size of a fist, and even from far away you could feel a current of Tao resonance within them. Clear patterns veined their skins, as if the script of heaven and earth had been branded onto them. They carry Tao resonance, and the surface bears runes. Is that a heaven and earth spirit fruit? Only after seeing those three Azura fruits did Lin Xiao understand why Meng Feining had dared to brave the Azura secret realm. Who could resist the lure of a heaven and earth spirit fruit? Meng Feining didn't hide a thing. If I can get one Azura fruit, it'll help me comprehend the primal source of yin and yang. That would be a huge boost when I make a push for the Saint Realm down the line. She said it plainly because what came next would require Lin Xiao's help. If I get an Azura fruit, what do I gain from it? Lin Xiao asked. He remembered Shi said she needed that fruit badly. What special constitution do you have? Meng Feining had long sensed he wasn't ordinary, but she couldn't see through his origins. Lin Xiao stayed silent. He couldn't reveal the secret of his Dragon Phoenix constitution. It would invite danger to himself and bring censure down on his master, Luo Yusu. Seeing his silence, Meng Feining didn't press. Her tone cooled instead. For certain special constitutions, taking an Azura fruit can wash the body clean, purifying the constitution to flawless purity. What is that supposed to mean? Lin Xiao didn't quite follow. Meng Feining explained. This is meant to push those with unique innate constitutions even further, purifying their bodies to a state of immaculateness, thus making it easier for them to grasp the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he asked, so you're saying that enlightenment will no longer be blocked, and understanding all things will become easier? Seeing his excitement, Meng Feining quickly added, more or less, yes. But the effects vary from person to person. I can't guarantee that the Azura fruit will definitely purify your constitution completely. What Meng Feining didn't know, however, was that Lin Xiao's body had already achieved that immaculate state long ago. Ever since his body had transformed into the Dragon Phoenix constitution, his innate talent for cultivation had undergone a complete transformation. Understanding even the most profound concepts had become incredibly easy for him. I know better than anyone the benefits of having a purified constitution. If master and senior disciple could be like me, it would be a huge help for their future cultivation, he said. Especially master, Lin Xiao continued. She's been stuck at her current realm for years. This Azura fruit might just give her the push she needs. Although Lin Xiao already possessed Azura fruits of his own, he still had every intention of obtaining this one. Back at the Azura ancestor tree, the people from the Jiuxiao sect had already begun their move. Tang Zhao had already entered one of the main branches, while the remaining 9 cultivators from Jiuxiao stood guard around it. One of them, a man at the middle stage of the oceanic transformation realm, exclaimed in surprise, "The Supreme Holy Maiden has entered? That's unexpected." Another cultivator, at the late stage of the same realm, replied calmly, "It doesn't matter. There are 3 Azura fruits in total, we can't possibly take them all. Letting her have one won't hurt." He had no desire to provoke a conflict with Meng Feining. Lin Xiao and Meng Feining flew up to the top of the Azura ancestor tree and landed on yet another thick branch. The 3 main branches were not far from each other, and now Lin Xiao and the 9 oceanic transformation cultivators from Jiuxiao sect stood facing each other across the open space. Among them, the strongest, Tang Zhao, had already stepped onto a branch. He was moving with great difficulty. Every step cost him, and he only made it halfway. The Shura fruit is a heaven and earth spiritual treasure, infused with the laws of the great Tao. Each fruit carries a trial, and only those who pass it can pluck it. On the way, Meng Feining had told Lin Xiao as much. Tang Zhao was undergoing that very test. Only by walking the entire path would he be qualified to pick that Shura fruit. Outsiders couldn't see the specifics of the trial. All they saw was Tang Zhao struggling, nearly unable to continue by the halfway mark. If even half the distance was this agonizing and he still had the other half to go, the 9 cultivators of the 9 Heavens sacred sect broke out in a cold sweat for him. Who set this trial? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. Meng Feining looked up at the canopy that seemed to hold up the heavens, thoughtful. The Shura ancestral tree has lived so long it should have birthed a tree spirit by now, right? So these 3 trials were laid down by the tree spirit? Lin Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that the ominous premonition in his heart might be tied to the Shura ancestral tree. The Shura secret realm has opened so many times. Has anyone ever actually gotten a Shura fruit? Uneasy, Lin Xiao wanted a straight answer. Anyone who gets one wouldn't go around advertising it. Taking it out would only draw saint-level powerhouses to snatch it. Meng Feining figured there probably had been, given how many times the realm had opened. If you fail the trial, will it cost you your life? That was what worried Lin Xiao most. No. At worst, it shakes your state of mind a bit. Meng Feining gazed at the branch stretching forward. The scarlet fruit at its tip drew her. She'd come for exactly that, to seize a Shura fruit. Good. Hearing that, Lin Xiao finally let out a breath. Keep watch for me. Meng Feining gave the cultivators of the 9 Heavens sacred sect a glance, then sent Lin Xiao a voice transmission. Be careful of them. You can rest assured. Everything will be fine. Lin Xiao said confidently. Although everyone from the Jiuxiao sect was at the ocean transformation stage, he felt no fear. This round of battle had made him realize his own strength. He truly feared no cultivator at the ocean transformation stage. All right, then I'll go in. Meng Feining didn't say much more. She simply stepped forward and entered the branch passage. As soon as Meng Feining disappeared inside, Lin Xiao felt the connection break. It was as if she had stepped into another dimension. Strange. She's clearly right in front of me. Why can't I sense Meng Feining at all? Doubt filled Lin Xiao's mind, but he didn't dare recklessly interrupt her. If something went wrong because of him, it would be a serious problem. On another branch, members of the Jiuxiao sect were secretly watching Meng Feining. When they saw her enter, they noticed only Lin Xiao remained outside guarding the entrance. Suspicion stirred within them. Does Meng Feining really trust him that much? That guy's only at the early ocean transformation stage. Should we strike while we have the chance? The Jiuxiao sect cultivators began exchanging silent messages. Don't act rashly. Meng Feining must have left him some kind of hidden ace. Just as the group was debating amongst themselves, Tang Zhao messed up. He failed the trial and was forcefully ejected by an invisible force. Tang's senior brother. The Jiuxiao sect members quickly rushed to catch him. Tang Zhao wore a look of disappointment. If even he, with his strength and talent, couldn't obtain the Azura fruit, then the others from the sect stood no chance at all. I've let senior brother Zhou Haoyang down, and also the hopes of our sect. Tang Zhao felt gloomy, believing their mission was basically a failure. Tang's senior brother did his best. The sect won't blame him. The 9 cultivators quickly tried to comfort him. Tang Zhao suddenly noticed someone in the nearby branch out of the corner of his eye. When he looked closer and recognized Meng Feining, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Meng Feining actually got in? Senior Tang, if Meng Feining really manages to get the Azura fruit, we still have a chance to snatch it. After all, we have 10 people here. A cultivator whispered cautiously. Tang Zhao's gaze flickered. He had considered the same thing, but Meng Feining's strength gave him pause. After all, she was the supreme holy maiden. Her hidden cards and techniques were beyond what they could imagine. Don't hesitate, Senior Tang, urged members of the Jiuxiao holy sect, seeing Tang's hesitation. Even though Meng Feining is at the heavens touching realm, her power is limited inside the Azura secret realm. She might not even be stronger than you. If they failed this mission, they'd barely receive any reward back at the sect. But if they succeeded, the rewards would be immense. Tang Zhao finally made up his mind. Let us wait and see. If Meng Feining actually gets the Azura fruit, we'll go for it. Inside the Azura secret realm, everything was a matter of life and death, whether it was surviving the trials or taking the fruit from Meng Feining's hands. Either way, it was a gamble with their lives. If they succeeded, their future within the sect would be bright. Even if they failed, it wouldn't necessarily end in disaster. Meng Feining's powers were restricted here, so she probably couldn't kill them. Tang Zhao and his group had arrived early at the third level, so they hadn't personally witnessed the bloodbath on the second level. If they had seen Meng Fanning use her yin-yang twin eyes to annihilate hundreds of people, they wouldn't have dared to think like this. Lin Xiao kept his eyes on Meng Fanning while also monitoring Tang Zhao's group. Seeing them huddle together and whisper secretly, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Tang Zhao's group didn't act rashly for now, but instead quietly watched Meng Fanning. On a branch, Meng Fanning steadily advanced, clearly much more at ease than Tang Zhao's group. In just half an hour, she had completed a third of the path. No wonder the Supreme Holy Maiden, her comprehension is truly superior to mine. Tang Zhao knew better than anyone how hard it was to take even a single step forward in the trial. Meng Fanning's performance far surpassed his own, clearly proving her superior talent. Half an hour passed, and Meng Fanning had already covered half the distance. It had taken her no more than an hour total. When Tang Zhao had attempted the same path before, it had taken him a full 10 hours just to reach the halfway point. Tang Zhao was secretly hoping Meng Fanning would succeed. Unable to contain himself, he murmured, "Looks like there's actually a chance." Tang Zhao sent his voice to the other 9 cultivators. "When Meng Fanning is about to make it, we strike first and take that kid out." Understood, the 9 C-forming cultivators responded in unison. Their eyes swept toward Lin Xiao, already treating him as a corpse. Time passed, second by second. Meng Fanning's steps grew slower and slower. Still, to Lin Xiao's slight relief, although she was slowing down, she hadn't stopped moving forward. Another 2 hours passed. Meng Fanning was now only 3 steps away from the Azura fruit. The moment she takes another step forward, we move. No sooner had Tang Zhao finished speaking than Meng Fanning took another step ahead. Now, she's about to succeed, Tang Zhao shouted. A grin of excitement broke across Tang Zhao's face. At his command, a mid-stage C-forming cultivator shot toward Lin Xiao. The cultivator said arrogantly, "Killing a lowly early-stage C-forming? Why bother troubling my seniors? I'm more than enough for this." He formed a massive palm made of pure spiritual energy and slammed it down toward Lin Xiao. Tang Zhao kept his eyes locked on Meng Fanning, barely paying attention to the fight unfolding on Lin Xiao's side. Suddenly, a scream echoed from Lin Xiao's direction. At first, Tang Zhao assumed it was Lin Xiao crying out in pain, but he quickly realized it was his own junior brother's voice. He turned his head just in time to see a headless corpse plummeting from the sky. It was his own disciple brother. "Daring to kill my brother disciple. You've gone too far." Roars of fury erupted from all directions. Lin Xiao sneered coldly and shot back. "By your logic, he came to kill me, and you expect me not to fight back?" Only now did Tang Zhao finally give Lin Xiao a serious look. He asked, "You're a disciple of the great Luo Holy Sect? How did you end up with Meng Fanning?" Lin Xiao made up an excuse on the spot. "She's my lover." "Is that reason enough?" "You?" Tang Zhao hesitated slightly, clearly taken aback, his tone filled with doubt. Tang Zhao sneered, his tone laced with disdain. "How dare a true disciple of the great Luo sect claim to be the lover of the Supreme Holy Maiden? Do you even realize what you've just said could get you hunted down by the future Supreme Holy Heir?" Tang Zhao said coldly. He didn't believe Lin Xiao for a second. In his mind, Meng Fanning's cultivation partner could only be that destined Supreme Holy Heir. After all, it had always been the tradition of the Supreme Holy Sect the Holy Heir and Holy Maiden were meant to become Dao companions. Although the Supreme Holy Sect had yet to announce its Holy Heir, judging by Meng Fanning's standards, how could she ever set her eyes on someone like Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao caught the hidden meaning in Tang Zhao's words. His heart jolted. Suddenly, he recalled how Meng Fanning had once asked him if he was willing to join the Supreme Holy Sect, and had even said she could help him become the Supreme Holy Heir. So that's what you meant back then? Lin Xiao couldn't figure out what exactly Meng Fanning saw in him, but he was certain of one thing: she hadn't truly fallen for him. She followed the supreme emotionless Dao, having long abandoned all mortal emotions. In just a few days of acquaintance, no matter how extraordinary Lin Xiao was, there was no way he could shake her cultivation resolve. Could it be she sees potential in me? She knows I beat the Azura war drum 10 times, Lin Xiao mused, still puzzled. What confused him even more was how the supreme holy sects, Holy Air and Holy Maiden, could possibly become Dao companions. How could someone cultivating the emotionless, Dao, even have a cultivation partner? Just as the tension reached a breaking point, Meng Fanning stepped forward again, only one step away from touching the Azura fruit. Tang's senior brother, Meng Fanning, is about to succeed. The cultivators from the Nine Heavens sect urged Tang Zhao to act quickly, first deal with Lin Xiao, then team up to stop Meng Fanning afterward. Tang Zhao was convinced Meng Fanning would get the fruit. He had already crossed swords with Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao had killed some of their men. There was no turning back for either side now. All of you, attack together. Don't underestimate him just because he's only at the early ocean manifestation stage. This time, Tang Zhao was taking Lin Xiao seriously. He and 8 other ocean manifestation cultivators surrounded Lin Xiao, ready to strike. Lin Xiao stood fearless against the encirclement by Tang Zhao and his group. Ever since entering the Azura secret realm, he had seen this kind of ambush far too many times to be intimidated. Rather than wait to be surrounded, he suddenly lunged toward Tang Zhao's group, launching his most ruthless move right away. It was a strike meant to shock Tang Zhao into hesitation, and it gave Meng Fanning the chance she needed. Suddenly, high in the sky, a domain of ice spread out across 100 zhong, freezing the air around Tang Zhao and his companions. Their movements slowed instantly, frost creeping over their bodies. Lin Xiao rushed toward one of the cultivators and crushed his skull with a single punch. The man hadn't even broken free from the ice when the fist came flying. His head exploded on impact. Junior brotherly. Tang Zhao was so stunned he couldn't speak. Lin Xiao's combat strength was no weaker than his own. Was he really only at the early sea manifestation stage? Had Lin Xiao been hiding his true cultivation level all along? Keep your distance. He might be a body cultivator. Quickly form the formation. Trap him with the array. Tang Zhao smashed through the ice with a palm strike. He and the remaining 7 immediately retreated, stopping only when they reached a prearranged spot. Each of them drew out a formation flag, planting them in the 8 cardinal directions. In an instant, a small formation was activated, enclosing Lin Xiao inside. When dealing with a beast, a trap is the most effective. Seeing Lin Xiao trapped within the formation, Tang Zhao and his group finally exhaled in relief. They had underestimated him before and already paid the price with 2 fallen brothers. No wonder the Supreme Holy Maiden had chosen him as her guardian. There was clearly a reason behind it. Let me break this formation with brute force. Lin Xiao raised the Azure Rainbow Sword and slashed it in one direction. He remembered the formation flag was planted precisely in that direction. Outside the array, Tang Zhao sneered. As Lin Xiao's sword strike came down, the formation flag subtly shifted, narrowly evading the blow. With Lin Xiao's attack missing, Tang Zhao seized the opening. He and the other 7 cultivators simultaneously activated the formation, launching a coordinated assault on Lin Xiao. Inside the formation, attacks came one after another. First, fireballs rained down from the sky, followed by a storm of ice arrows like falling rain. Lin Xiao activated the Azure Yuan's sword technique, summoning thousands of sword chi to form a barrier, shielding himself from the relentless onslaught within the formation. He had expended a tremendous amount of spiritual energy with all that commotion, and probably couldn't last more than half a quarter of an hour. As Tang Zhao launched an attack at Lin Xiao, his eyes never left Meng Fanning. Her figure had frozen, unable to take that final step forward. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiao's spiritual energy showed no sign of waning. Instead, he was still punching at the formation, shaking the formation runes violently. How does he have so much spiritual energy? One of the cultivators muttered in confusion. According to common sense, someone like Lin Xiao, who fought this hard, would have run dry long ago if they were an ordinary early-stage cultivation sea cultivator. Yet Lin Xiao showed no sign of depletion at all. It's nothing but the last desperate effort of a dying force. Tang Zhao believed Lin Xiao was just barely holding on. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Lin Xiao remained as ferocious as ever. With each punch, the formation cracked and shattered. Bang! Before Lin Xiao collapsed, the formation cast by Tang Zhao and the others was already smashed to pieces, revealing the 8 formation flags. Lin Xiao grabbed 2 of the flags with one hand. With a pull of his arms, he snapped both in half. Ha ha ha, so much for that. Lin Xiao laughed loudly. At that moment, he firmly believed. Power is the ultimate truth, and formations are nothing but a detour down a minor path. If he is this strong at the early stage of cultivation C, imagine what he'll be capable of when he reaches the late stage. He could probably even challenge a Dao platform expert. Tang Zhao couldn't even bear to imagine such a scene, and regret had already begun to creep into his heart. Just as Lin Xiao was about to charge toward Tang Zhao's group, something suddenly changed with Meng Fanning unable to take that final step. She was repelled by an invisible force and thrown backward. Lin Xiao quickly turned and caught Meng Fanning midair. A soft, delicate body landed in his arms, supple like it had no bones, exuding a faint fragrance. Meng Fanning's face showed no great sadness, and Lin Xiao couldn't read her thoughts at that moment. Wasn't he at just one last step? Lin Xiao asked softly, his tone more like a gentle reassurance. Meng Fanning pulled herself from Lin Xiao's arms and stared at the red fruit at the tip of the branch, offering no reply. Failure is failure. A single step or 100 steps either way, the result is the same. Seeing Meng Fanning's reaction, Lin Xiao refused to believe it was that dangerous. He strode toward the branch and said, I'll give it a shot. Watch my back. In one swift motion, Lin Xiao darted onto the branch. Meng Fanning had almost reached out to stop him, but after a moment's hesitation, she pulled her hand back. If even he can't make it, she murmured softly to herself, then no one in this world probably can. From a distance, Tang Zhao and the others watched coldly. As he saw Lin Xiao rush in, Tang Zhao sneered. If even Meng Fanning couldn't do it, then no one here stands a chance. Making 10 steps would be impressive enough. If he somehow reaches 100, I'll admit I've gone blind. Before the words had even faded, Tang Zhao's eyes widened as he saw Lin Xiao practically running forward. He already dashed 10 steps in one breath, then kept going without pause, surging all the way to 100. What the hell? This was the first time he'd ever seen someone running through the trial. Tang Zhao could hardly believe his own eyes. Meng Fanning stared at Lin Xiao's back, her yin-yang eyes flickering with an eerie glow. Once inside the branch, Lin Xiao lost all connection with the outside world. It was as if he had entered a separate realm. Those outside could see him, but he could no longer see them. Inside this space, it was like he was witnessing the entire life of a woman through her memories. The figure shown was still a young girl, her face as delicate as carved jade, clearly destined to become a peerless beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Could this be the legendary Azura Queen? Through her memories, Lin Xiao glimpsed a world he'd never seen, the mythical Azura domain, spoken of only in legends. I, Hua Wuyan, will one day become the Azura Queen. When I rule the world, I will slaughter the Luo city, exterminate the 1,000 Luo clan, and force every Azura in the Azura domain to kneel before me. Lin Xiao seemed to hear the young Azura Queen's vow echo in his mind. This little girl was actually the Azura Queen? Eyes wide with shock, Lin Xiao etched the image of the young Azura Empress into his memory. Every time Lin Xiao witnessed a memory of the Azura Queen, he took another step forward. In that memory, the young Azura Queen had witnessed her entire family slaughtered, the sole survivor. From that day on, she vowed revenge. When she grew older and her power matured, she wiped out her enemy's entire bloodline at the age of 20. In Luo City of the Azura domain, countless Azuras screamed in agony and despair. Floating in the sky was a breathtakingly beautiful woman with crimson hair and crimson eyes. She gazed coldly down at the city below, now turned into a living hell. As Lin Xiao watched this memory unfold, he thought to himself, so this is the Azura Queen in her adulthood? In the memory, the queen seemed to glance at him across time, as if seeing the version of him that existed 100,000 years later. Lin Xiao's heart jolted. It must just be a coincidence, he mused inwardly. This scene happened countless millennia ago. How could she possibly sense me now? After the memory ended, Lin Xiao continued walking forward. By now, he had already passed the halfway point, and surprisingly, he felt unusually light. There was none of the pressure he had expected. Outside the scene, Meng Fanning and Tang Zhao were all watching Lin Xiao intently. Tang Zhao was stunned beyond words. Halfway in just half an instant's time, he muttered to himself. He had never heard of anyone moving this fast before. Meng Fanning kept her eyes locked on Lin Xiao inside the tree trunk. Noticing that his pace hadn't slowed at all, he seemed almost relaxed. Could this be the one the Azura Queen has been waiting for all along, the one who can strike the Azura war drum 10 times? A strange light flickered in Meng Fanning's eyes as she whispered to herself. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on Lin Xiao, Zhou Yin and his junior apprentice finally arrived. When the people from Deluo Holy Sect appeared, Tang Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't yet know about the previous conflict between Zhou Yin and Lin Xiao, and assumed Lin Xiao had gained some powerful allies. Senior brother Tang, what should we do? 2 strong reinforcements have arrived on their side. A disciple from Jiushao Holy Sect urgently transmitted his voice to Tang Zhao, urging him to come up with a plan. Let us watch and see what happens, Tang Zhao replied cautiously. Tang Zhao originally wanted to leave, but he noticed something unusual in Zhou Yin's gaze toward Lin Xiao, and that he hadn't flown toward Meng Fanning either. Zhou Yin and his junior disciple flew to another thick branch, instantly forming a standoff between 3 parties. Tang Zhao even thought to himself, it seems he's not here to help that kid. Zhou Yin might actually be useful to me. Tang Zhao sent his voice across the distance to Zhou Yin, and the two began whispering together in low voices. Meng Fanning paid no mind to Tang Zhao's little maneuvers. Her focus was entirely fixed on Lin Xiao at that moment. Lin Xiao walked at a steady pace, unhurried, yet making swift progress. He had already covered 2/3 of the path, moving far faster than Meng Fanning. So engrossed was Lin Xiao in the bloody memories of the Shura Queen that he remained completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. The scene playing before him now was horrifyingly brutal. The Shura Queen had fulfilled her youthful vow, wiping out the entire Qianluo clan. An entire great clan of millions of Shuras now all lay dead at the feet of the Shura Queen, their corpses strewn across the land. The memory conveyed a strange emotion into Lin Xiao's heart. The Shura Queen was either fleeing or hunting, never ceasing her killing, and this relentless path had made her deeply lonely. With the blood of 10 million Qianluo Shuras, I consecrate my divine artifact, the Shura subjugation chart. As the vision neared its end, an ancient scroll slowly unfurled behind the Shura Queen. The 10 million Shuras of the Qianluo clan were being sacrificed and refined by her, used as the foundation to forge her peerless divine weapon, the Shura subjugation chart. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's mind reeled. He murmured, so that scroll is actually the Shura Queen's ultimate divine artifact? At this moment, he felt no joy, only fear. With his current cultivation level, could he truly control the Shura subjugation chart? If the artifact concealed a final trap set by the Queen, someone at his level would be utterly powerless against it. For a moment, he even considered throwing the Shura subjugation chart away. The vision ended, and Lin Xiao stopped in place, frozen. When Tang Zhao and the others saw him halt, they all assumed he had reached his limit and could go no further. So that's as far as he can go. Tang Zhao actually hoped Lin Xiao would keep moving forward, because right now, he was the most likely to reach out and pluck the Azura fruit. His entire follow-up plan depended on whether Lin Xiao could successfully seize that Azura fruit. Meng Fanning, however, sensed something different. She said, it doesn't seem like he can't move forward, it looks more like he is deep in thought. Under the intense gazes of everyone present, Lin Xiao took another step. Now he was only 3 steps away from the Azura fruit. No one had ever gotten this close before. Only Meng Fanning had once reached this distance. This is really happening. This might actually be our only chance. Excitement lit up Tang Zhao's face, but he was more nervous than anyone else. Zhou Yin watched in disbelief, muttering, this kid actually made it all the way here. He remembered that this branch tested memory, inheritance, and comprehension. Since when did Lin Xiao's aptitude become this terrifying? If he really manages to take the Azura fruit, it still doesn't mean it belong to him, he added. Earlier, Zhou Yin and Tang Zhao had already agreed to team up and take action against Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning together. On the branch, Lin Xiao took 2 more steps forward. Now he was just 1 step away from that crimson Azura fruit. Outside the scene, except for Meng Fanning, everyone watching held their breath in suspense. At this moment, Lin Xiao was witnessing the final memory of the Azura Queen the day she ascended and became an emperor. Within the boundless Azura realm, every living being knelt and faced the same direction, bowing in worship to the queen who ruled over countless Azuras. The 10 Azura clans submitted in unison, billions of Azuras kowtowed, shouting in unison, "Our emperor." In that moment, Hua Wuyin, the Azura queen, finally fulfilled her youthful vow. She had become the true Azura sovereign. Seated majestically upon her throne, none dared to meet her gaze directly. All bowed before her presence. Within the memory's vision, the Azura queen seemed to sense something. Across the endless expanse of time, she locked eyes with Lin Xiao from afar. Then, she shouted with a sharp, commanding voice, "Kneel." A voice laden with imperial might exploded beside Lin Xiao's ear, like a thunderbolt cleaving down from the heavens. Anyone who heard it would likely drop to their knees on the spot. But the true dragon blood within Lin Xiao boiled. The ice phoenix power surged, and in the fused body of dragon and phoenix, he forced himself to withstand that imperial might. "I want to kneel. One day, you'll be the one kneeling at my feet." Across the vast gulf of time and space, Lin Xiao hurled those words at the Azura Empress. It wasn't quite an oath, but his words roared like thunder, and in the Azura Empress's memory scene an ancestral dragon and an ice phoenix took form. "Who are you really?" In the vision, the Empress on the throne asked coldly. Lin Xiao froze. Was this a memory, or was it happening right now before his eyes? As the memory was about to fade, the Azura Empress seated on the throne still gazed at Lin Xiao across distant time and space, a flicker of doubt seeming to pass through her eyes. Boom. The vision snapped off. The trial was deemed past, and that crimson fruit was now just a single step away. Lin Xiao took another step forward. The Azura fruit was within arm's reach. He only needed to stretch out his hand to pluck it. He did it. Seeing Lin Xiao take that final step, Tang Zhao's face shifted with excitement. He truly hadn't expected Lin Xiao to actually get the Azura fruit. This was an unexpected windfall. As long as he could snatch that Azura fruit from Lin Xiao's hands, this trip would complete the mission for the Nine Heavens Sacred Sect. Back at the sect, his future would, of course, be bright. Zhou Yin was beside himself with excitement. As well, he hadn't expected Lin Xiao to really get the Azura fruit. Meng Faning's face remained calm. Staring at Lin Xiao's back, she murmured 2 words, as expected. She had spotted the signs when Lin Xiao was only halfway there. It didn't surprise her in the least that he could take that last step and pluck the Azura fruit. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lin Xiao reached out and picked the Azura fruit. The fruit was a luscious red, not heavy in the hand, and as Lin Xiao held it, he immediately sensed the profound essence of the Tao within. The patterns on the skin resembled imprints of cosmic laws, each groove a distinct rule, and this fruit bore 99 in total. The Azura fruit pulsed faintly with spiritual energy in Lin Xiao's grasp, as if tempting him to consume it. "I don't need to eat you. You're of no use to me anymore." Lin Xiao had already decided how to distribute it. He didn't need one himself. This one would go to Meng Fanning. Ever since entering the Azura secret realm, she had come to his aid multiple times. She had earned this Azura fruit. As for the shares meant for Luo Yusu and Zhou Wenqing, weren't there still 2 other fruits? Lin Xiao was full of confidence. He believed he could claim them all. After picking the fruit, he walked back from the end of the branch. Except for Meng Fanning, everyone else's eyes burned with fiery intensity, locked onto the Azura fruit in Lin Xiao's hand. What Lin Xiao did next surprised everyone. Even Meng Fanning hadn't expected it. "Here." He simply handed the Azura fruit over to Meng Fanning. She hesitated for a moment, stunned that Lin Xiao would give it to her so directly. His expression was nonchalant, as if he were holding just an ordinary fruit, not the legendary Azura fruit that countless cultivators desired. Has he gone mad? Zhou Yin wondered if Lin Xiao had been bewitched by Meng Fanning to treat such a rare treasure so casually. If the Azura fruit ends up in Meng Fanning's hands, it'll be hard to take it back. Tang Zhao couldn't wrap his head around Lin Xiao's decision. "This fruit is important to you," Meng Fanning said, not reaching for it yet, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled confidently. "Aren't there still 2 others?" Take this one first, consider it my thanks for all the help you've given me in the Azura secret realm. Her yin-yang dual-colored eyes flickered slightly. Without pretense, she extended her delicate, pale hand and accepted the fruit from him. Meng Fanying placed the Azura fruit into a jade box carefully, then turned with a lingering question in her heart. Just how did you finally take that last step? It's simple, just endure the Azura Queen's oppressive aura. Lin Xiao replied, deliberately vague, unwilling to reveal the secret of his dragon and phoenix body. Meng Fanying lightly furrowed her delicate brows. Ever since meeting Lin Xiao, many of her beliefs had been shattered. She asked in disbelief, that's it? It really is that simple. If both trials are at this level, those two Azura fruits would have been mine a long time ago. It was only now that Lin Xiao noticed Zhou Yin had appeared. But he didn't care even if Zhou Yin and Tang Zhao teamed up, they still wouldn't be able to take him and Meng Fanying down. Oh, you two want to gang up on me? Then what are you waiting for? Come at me together. Seeing that Zhou Yin and Tang Zhao hadn't moved yet, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. They talked about an alliance. But when it came time to act, no one wanted to strike first. Lin Xiao, the Azura fruit is something senior brother Hua Tianyin wants. If you hand it over to me, I'll return it to him. Then the feud between you and Ling Shou Peak can be forgotten. Zhou Yin brought up Hua Tianyin's name, a name in his eyes like an unshakable mountain, one that could crush every disciple of the great Luo sacred sect beneath its weight. But to his shock, Lin Xiao didn't show fear at the name. Instead, he wore an expression of contempt. Hua Tianyin, he nothing special. Don't try to intimidate me with his name. Give me some time, and I'll trample him beneath my feet. What arrogance! Zhou Yin immediately grew furious in his heart. Hua Tianyin was practically a godlike figure, yet Lin Xiao treated him so lightly? Enough talk, show me your strength. Lin Xiao had no interest in bantering with Zhou Yin. He still had to face the remaining two trials and claim the last two fruits. He didn't have time to waste words with Zhou Yin. Drawing the azure rainbow sword, Lin Xiao flew straight toward the branch where Zhou Yin stood. Zhou Yin still hadn't made a move? Then he would have to get serious. You really think I'm a soft target? That you can just push me around however you like? Zhou Yin still refused to back down verbally, but he cast a glance at Tang Zhao and said, Fellow Taoist Tang, let's work together and finish him off first. We'll eliminate Lin Xiao, then take the Azura fruit from Meng Fanying's hands. This is internal business of your great Luo holy sect. I can't get involved on behalf of the Nine Heavens holy sect. With just this one sentence from Tang Zhao, Zhou Yan's face darkened in anger. Since Meng Fanning hadn't made a move yet, Tang Zhao was unwilling to go against Lin Xiao. In his eyes, Meng Fanning was the real threat. Besides, the Azura fruit was already in Meng Fanning's possession. Killing Lin Xiao wouldn't help at all. Lin Xiao stood alone against both of them without showing the slightest fear, and instead forced Zhou Yin and his junior disciple to retreat repeatedly. Witnessing this overwhelming strength, Tang Zhao was deeply shaken. I'll remember this grudge. Zhou Yin spat out the words furiously, then turned and fled, flying to a thick branch of the Azura ancestor tree. What a bunch of useless trash, you're all garbage from the Spirit Peak. Ignoring Zhou Yin completely, Lin Xiao turned to Meng Fanning and said, Come over here and guard me while I cultivate. Meng Fanning flew over and said, This trial is about the inheritance of strength. You will face unimaginable tests of power. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. A test of strength? He took one step forward and stepped onto the branch. The moment he set foot on it, the Azura ancestor tree slightly trembled. The vibration was subtle, but everyone except Lin Xiao, who was already entering the trial, felt it. What's going on? A sense of foreboding rose in Tang Zhao's heart. Could it be that this Azura ancestor tree actually had a guardian spirit? Meng Fanning looked upward toward the towering canopy above, a thoughtful expression on her face. High above, the canopy stretched across the sky like a magnificent celestial parasol, obscuring everything beyond. At the very top of the Azura ancestor tree stood a massive black palace, and within it sat a royal throne. If Lin Xiao could see that throne, he would surely cry out in shock. It was none other than the throne of the Azura Queen. On the imperial throne sat a red-haired woman, exquisitely beautiful, her expression exuding an unmatched regal authority so intense that no one dared to meet her gaze directly. She sat there motionless, unchanged in posture, and no one could say for sure how many tens of thousands of years she had remained in that exact form. Master, you've been dead for 10,000 years now. Why won't you just give me the primordial essence of slaughter? Without it, how am I supposed to summon the Azura subduing heaven scroll? A hoarse, elderly voice echoed from outside the grand hall. The speaker was a gaunt, hunched old man with a withered face. Standing outside the dark palace, he glared at the empress on her throne, his eyes filled with hatred. 10,000 years had passed, yet he still hadn't been allowed a single step inside the hall. He could only remain outside, gazing at his former master. The red-haired woman sat on the throne with her eyes tightly shut, no trace of life force emanating from her body. Though no life could be sensed within her, her body had not decayed. She looked exactly as she had 10,000 years ago, unchanged, untouched. Time itself seemed powerless against her. The old man outside the palace had doubted countless times whether his master was truly dead. Yet he was certain that the woman seated on the throne was merely an empty shell, devoid of soul. This palace was sealed with powerful restrictions that wouldn't even allow him to take a single step inside. To enter, one had to pass 3 trials. Only those who cleared those 3 trials were worthy of entering the palace and claiming the red crystal held in the Azura Empress's hand. That crimson crystal was something the old man had longed for even in his dreams. It contained the Azura Empress's primordial essence of slaughter. This essence not only held the Empress's Imperial Tao Foundation, but also controlled the domain laws of the Azura realm. Whoever obtained it could possibly ascend as the new Azura Emperor. You set up those 3 trials specifically to keep me out, didn't you? You knew all along that I would one day turn against you. The old man's face twisted with rage as he roared at his former master. You won't let me have the essence of slaughter. Won't even let me leave trapping me here for 10,000 years. For 100,000 years, I used the tree's trunk to tap into the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, constantly channeling nourishment into your immortal emperor body. I gave so much. What did you ever give me in return? Stripping me from the ancestral tree's main body and granting me sentience, was that all? The old man let out the resentment he had hoarded over the years. You're dead. The Azura domain can't be left without a new emperor, can it? Let me inherit your seat. What's so wrong with that? After venting, his expression smoothed over again. He could sense everything below and knew Lin Xiao was undergoing the second trial. All these years, I used 3 Azura fruits as bait to lure human cultivators to brave those 3 trials for me. Yet after so long, not a single one has cleared them all. Time and again, they've let me down. This time, don't disappoint me again, human. That line was meant for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's performance had filled him with hope. Lin Xiao's speed in clearing the first trial was the fastest he had ever seen. Under the open sky, Tang Zhao and the others were completely at a loss. That sudden shudder from the Azura ancestral tree had given them a scare, but it quickly settled as if nothing had happened. Senior brother Tang, I can't shake the feeling something's off, but I can't say what exactly. A cultivator of the 9 firmaments sacred sect whispered to Tang Zhao. Let us watch a little longer, Tang Zhao said, unwilling to leave just yet. Meng Feinying was still lost in thought. She remembered the stele she'd seen by the first island, carved with 4 characters, a grand deception. She already had an Azura fruit in hand. The safest course was to leave immediately and avoid any risk. But she glanced at Lin Xiao nestled among the boughs and, in the end, chose not to go. Right then, Lin Xiao was mired in the trial of strength. With each step forward, the force pressing down on him grew heavier. At first, the weight was only 100 jin. Then it climbed to 500, then 1,000. By the 100th step, the burden pressing down on Lin Xiao had already surpassed 10,000 jin. Lin Xiao estimated the remaining distance and calculated that to reach the final step, he would have to endure a force exceeding 100,000 jin. In his heart, he thought, even a body cultivator would struggle with this trial. Only someone with a unique constitution like mine could endure it. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Xiao. His gut told him this trial was tailor-made for him. In terms of raw power, The Dragon Phoenix body ranked among the top 3 in the world. For him, passing such a test wasn't too difficult. This time, unlike the first trial where he had charged forward recklessly, Lin Xiao took each step deliberately, firmly planting one foot in front of the other. Half an hour passed before Lin Xiao reached the halfway mark. By now, the pressure on his body had already exceeded 50,000 jin. That kind of crushing force could easily turn an ordinary cultivator of the oceanic transformation realm into dust. But for Lin Xiao, it was nothing more than a slight burden. This kind of pressure? Far from enough to break him. Seeing Lin Xiao continue forward without faltering, Zhou Yin couldn't help but whistle in amazement. Isn't this supposed to be a trial of strength? Since when did his body become this tough? Zhou Yin knew Lin Xiao had once purified his body with the blood of a sea dragon, but even then, the effect shouldn't be this extreme. Mo Fanning stared at his back, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that he actually possessed one of the 10 divine bodies? Time passed, step by step. Lin Xiao was now only 10 steps away from the second Arhat fruit. At this point, every step forward was critical. Now, not only Tang Zhao and the others were watching intently, the old man in the sky above was observing everything as well. Don't disappoint me, the old man muttered to himself. If he fails again, you'll all become blood slaves, doomed to suffer in the Arhat Sea forever. Below, Zhou Yin stared at Lin Xiao with intense focus. Each step Lin Xiao took sent a jolt through Zhou Yin's heart. 9 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. This is the final one. As Lin Xiao was about to take his final step, the old man watching from the heavens lit up with anticipation. At this moment, a pressure exceeding 50,000 kilograms bore down on Lin Xiao's body. The true dragon's blood within him surged violently, roaring like a dragon. But these roars never left his body, only he could hear them. What's 50,000 kilograms of pressure to me? Lin Xiao laughed out loud, his blood boiling, his face flushed with excitement. As soon as he took that last step, all the pressure on his body vanished in an instant, meaning he had passed the second trial. A bright red azura fruit hung before him. Lin Xiao reached out and plucked it effortlessly, his movements smooth and practiced. Got it again. Tang Zhao had now made up his mind. He was going to make his move. After grabbing the azura fruit, Lin Xiao stepped out from the tree branch. But Meng Faning's expression was off. Her face looked unusually serious. Lin Xiao looked at her curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" Meng Faning usually kept her emotions hidden, so the fact that her expression had changed now meant something was seriously wrong. "I suspect these 3 fruits are bait," she whispered into Lin Xiao's ear through secret transmission. Lin Xiao's face immediately turned serious. Who would set such a trap? And for what purpose? Meng Fanning shook her head and added, "I'm not sure. It's just a suspicion, maybe I'm overthinking it." Truthfully, she hoped she was overthinking it. Could it be the Azura Queen? Lin Xiao speculated silently, but quickly dismissed the idea the Azura Queen had died centuries ago. "Right now, we should leave. Don't attempt the last trial, and don't take that 3rd Azura fruit," Meng Fanning advised. Lin Xiao hesitated. He felt confident he could pass the final challenge and was certain he could obtain the 3rd Azura fruit. Walking away now just didn't sit right with him. Should I really give up? Lin Xiao was unwilling to give up. With only one final trial ahead, he was determined to claim the last Azura fruit at all costs. Seeing his hesitation, Meng Fanning spoke up. "It's your choice whether to stay or go. If you decide to remain and face the 3rd trial, I'll stay with you." Her words stirred a wave of emotion within Lin Xiao's heart. Meng Fanning had sensed the danger long ago and had deliberately waited for him to come out, refusing to leave. Above the sky, the old man manifested from the Azura tree spirit saw that Lin Xiao refused to enter the 3rd trial and sneered. "It's too late to change your mind now. You think you can just walk away? You won't be going anywhere." Down below, as Lin Xiao hesitated, Tang Zhao made the first move, lunging to seize the Azura fruit. As soon as Tang Zhao acted, Zhou Yin and his junior apprentice brother followed suit. In an instant, chaos erupted. Tang Zhao and Zhou Yin struck first at Meng Fanning, testing how much of her combat strength remained. Meng Fanning activated the power of her yin-yang twin eyes, forming a yin-yang talisman that shielded her from their attacks. Finding their techniques ineffective against Meng Fanning, they shifted tactics and turned their combined assault on Lin Xiao. Hand over the Azura fruit. Zhou Yin channeled his spiritual energy, summoning a bolt of lightning that transformed into a crackling thunder serpent, launching itself toward Lin Xiao. Tang Zhao unleashed a large black umbrella, an upper-tier spiritual artifact known as the Flame Umbrella of Scorching Fire. The umbrella expanded rapidly, covering Lin Xiao in its shadow, followed by a rain of flaming meteors crashing down on him. These two-peak sea transformation cultivators unleashed their ultimate techniques, clearly determined to seize the Azura fruit from Lin Xiao at any cost. Unfazed, Lin Xiao scoffed coldly. You think this is enough to take the Azura fruit from me? As he dodged their attacks, he turned his focus to the weaker sea transformation cultivators nearby. Senior brother, help me. A mid-stage sea transformation cultivator from Jiuxiao Holy Sect cried out in panic as Lin Xiao approached. Lin Xiao moved like a ghostly wraith, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, leaving Tang Zhao almost no time to respond. Lin Xiao threw a punch, and the cultivator's skull shattered instantly. Tang Zhao glared furiously, realizing deep down that he had no chance of killing Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao, on the other hand, could easily eliminate his junior brother. As the two sides were locked in fierce battle, a sudden tremor came from afar, shaking the earth beneath them, as if thousands of galloping horses were charging toward them. What the hell is going on? Lin Xiao quickly stepped back a few paces and leapt into the air, landing beside Meng Fanning. Tang Zhao and Zhou Yin also stopped fighting, turning their heads toward the distant source of the disturbance, confusion written all over their faces. They had no idea why the ground was shaking. A moment later, the truth became clear. An endless army of blood slaves was surging toward the Shura ancestor tree from all directions, surrounding it in a tightening noose. The blood slaves were packed tightly like an unbroken sea, stretching beyond the horizon. The sight of them sent chills down the spines of those who saw. Zhou Yan's voice trembled as he spoke. How did the blood slaves get onto the island? Isn't there some kind of force here that terrifies them? How could such a massive army of blood slaves appear here? Could it be they're after us? We're done for. We're gonna die here. Even the four great fierce beasts have arrived, someone cried out in despair. Tang Zhao turned pale. He saw the Jiuying snake and the corpse eater, and in two other directions, the silhouettes of the other two beasts began to emerge. Surviving an encounter with just one of these beasts was already difficult enough. The appearance of all four together was beyond terrifying, something never before witnessed in history. They were likely the first group of people ever to witness such a horrifying sight. Unfortunately, no one felt even a hint of pride or joy. Zhou Yan's junior brother asked, his face filled with despair. Is there still a chance to break through the encirclement? Now is definitely not the time. If we stay here, we might still have a sliver of hope. Charging into that army of blood slaves is suicide, Zhou Yan replied, trembling with fear, but still managing to keep his wits about him. The safest move was to stay put and hold their ground near the Shura ancestor tree. That's right. Those blood slaves probably wouldn't dare approach the Shura ancestor tree. We still have a way to survive, Tang Zhao added, a faint glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Before the words had even faded, the blood slave horde was already closing in on the Azura ancestor tree. Some had even climbed onto the trunk, lunging toward them. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also panicked and urgently asked, could it be they're after the Azura fruit? As he thought this, Lin Xiao guessed that the bait Meng Fanning had mentioned earlier was most likely exactly what was happening now. Meng Fanning frowned slightly, remaining the calmest among them, and asked, who exactly is controlling these blood slaves? Doubts swirled in Meng Fanning's mind. She had the feeling these blood slaves weren't being directly controlled by the four fiendish beasts. Instead, it seemed like the beasts themselves were being manipulated too. Meng Fanning sent a voice transmission to Lin Xiao. Let us retreat to that branch over there. The branch she referred to was the one bearing the last remaining Azura fruit. All right. Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning acted in unison, leaping up to land on that thick branch. Tang Zhao no longer had time to worry about Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning right now. All he cared about was staying alive. The blood slaves were already climbing up. At this rate, the blood slaves would soon reach them. The remaining 5 cultivators from Jiuxiao sect shouted anxiously, what should we do, Senior Brother Tang? First, drive back the blood slaves climbing up the tree. Tang Zhao didn't have any better ideas and could only deal with the situation step by step. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin was already under attack. Before long, blood slaves began climbing toward Lin Xiao's position too. The first few to reach the branch weren't very strong. Lin Xiao cut them down with a single slash of his sword. The real problem was the endless waves of blood slaves, like an unceasing tide. No matter how many they killed, more kept coming. Eventually, they would all run out of strength. Even more terrifying than the blood slaves was the sight of the 4 fiendish beasts approaching from a distance. Even though these 4 beasts had died many years ago, they still possessed the might of celestial realm experts. Looking down from above, the entire area was swarming with blood slaves. As soon as one wave was cut down, another surged forward to replace it. An hour passed, and Zhou Yin and the others were nearly exhausted. Lin Xiao planted himself in front of Meng Fanying, hacking like mad at the blood thralls lunging in from all sides. We can't kill them all. Keep this up, and there's no way out. His spiritual power wasn't spent yet, but he couldn't see a shred of hope. Meng Fanying looked up at the sky, something pensive in her eyes. Then we go for broke. Either way, we're dead if we stay. Zhou Yin led his junior brothers away from the Azura ancestral tree, pushing past the ranks of blood thralls, trying to get off the island. Move. We need to pull out now? This was the moment Tang Zhao had been waiting for. He had Zhou Yin and the others break out first while he followed after. The route Zhou Yin chose was guarded by the Jewing Serpent. Tang Zhao threw himself out to draw the beast's attention so the others could slip through. You could say his plan sounded great on paper, but reality smacked him hard. Zhou Yin lasted only 3 breaths in front of the Jewing Serpent before that gaping maw swallowed him whole. His junior brother didn't escape either. He died the same way, crunched in that colossal mouth. With Zhou Yin dealt with, the Jewing Serpent wheeled and lunged straight for Tang Zhao. Brothers, live if you can by your own skill. Tang Zhao bolted in one direction. The remaining 5 cultivators of the 9 Heavens sacred sect scattered as well. They couldn't bunch up anymore. Splitting up was the only chance anyone had of making it out alive. Perched on a branch of the Azura ancest. So far, Meng Fanying remained calm, her face revealing no trace of despair or sorrow, even as death loomed near. At this moment, the entire island was overrun by the Blood Slave Legion. For monstrous beasts surrounded them on all sides, eyes glowing with hunger, while countless blood slaves were swarming up the Azura ancestor tree. The escape route had long been cut off. The fate of Tang Zhao and Zhou Yin was already playing out before their eyes. Yet staying atop the Azura ancestor tree was just a slow death, as well there were simply too many blood slaves to eliminate. After another half hour of brutal combat, Lin Xiao's spiritual energy had dropped to half. At this rate, he probably wouldn't last more than half a day. Lin Xiao turned to Meng Fanying and asked, "Do you have any other ideas? Don't hold back anymore. At this point, even if it means getting seriously injured, as long as we survive, any cost is worth it." Meng Fanying replied calmly, "If I were to escape alone, I might have about a 10% chance of making it out." Lin Xiao understood exactly what she meant. She might have a slim chance alone, but if she tried to take him with her, even the 3 breaths in front of the After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao said, "Then you should go by yourself. Don't worry about me." Meng Fanying stayed quiet, but didn't immediately abandon Lin Xiao and run. Lin Xiao urged her, "What are you waiting for? If one of us can make it out, that's enough." He thought to himself that she barely even knew him. There was no reason for her to die alongside him. Without a word, Meng Fanying turned and looked toward a branch behind her. "I'm thinking of a way. I'm going to try to save us both." Hanging at the end of the branch was a single Azura fruit. Lin Xiao scoffed, "After everything, you still care about picking the Azura fruit? I couldn't care less about it anymore. A dying man has no use for worldly things." "This is my last move," Meng Fanying replied, "and it's worth a try." With that, she pushed Lin Xiao into the branch. Before he disappeared inside, she warned him, "This branch tests your inner state. Everything you encounter in there is just a dream." Meng Fanying's guess was right. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the branch, the blood slave army below ceased their attack. The elder of the Azura tree loomed above, gazing down coldly from the edge of the heavens. He suspected that Meng Faniying had already realized someone was manipulating these blood slaves. Her purpose was to keep them here. These 3 so-called trials were nothing more than bait set by the hidden hand pulling the strings. That little human girl is actually quite clever, the elder muttered. To possess the yin-yang twin heavens among the 10 divine eyes, such a talent would be a shame to kill. He had no issue with Meng Faniying sensing his presence. Everything was unfolding exactly as he planned. All he needed to do was wait. Humph. If that human boy disappoints me, he'll end up nothing more than a blood slave himself. He snorted coldly. The first 2 trials weren't too bad, but the third, the trial of the heart, was the most difficult. That one required extraordinary willpower and determination to endure. What troubled him most was how young Lin Xiao was, likely inexperienced too. Could someone like him truly survive the trial of the heart? Below, Lin Xiao dove into the tree trunk and immediately lost all contact with the outside world. He sank into a dreamlike vision. Could this be the Ziji Hall? Lin Xiao looked around in shock. He knew every beam and pillar here. This place was all too familiar. Disciple of betrayal, a soft body embraced him from behind. Luo Yusu's breath was fragrant as orchids, whispering into his ear, "My disobedient disciple." Lin Xiao stiffened completely. His heart struck deeply. He blurted out, Teacher. Disobedient disciple, haven't you always wanted to fall into endless nights with your master? Then come, I want to fall with you too." Master and disciple, worldly ethics, none of it matters anymore. Luo Yusu held him tightly, showing a rare passion. At this moment, she was no longer the cold and frosty Master Lin Xiao had always known. She was bold, unusually forward, and startlingly open. Seeing that Lin Xiao hadn't moved at all, she gently blew into his ear, teasing, "What's wrong? Haven't you always secretly imagined doing this with your master? Now I'm yours to do as you wish. Ask for anything, you shall have it." The scene felt incredibly real. Lin Xiao could even smell the unique feminine fragrance of Luo Yusu, a scent that had once intoxicated him, making him wish to drown in it day and night. "You wanted to follow your master to explore the Tao of Yin and Yang? Don't think I haven't seen through your rebellious thoughts." Luo Yusu's delicate, snow-white hand had already landed on Lin Xiao's chest. What? Master already knew? Lin Xiao had thought he'd hidden his intentions well. Just as he was about to lose himself, Luo Yusu's words jolted him awake. He suddenly threw a punch. "Rebellious disciple, you dare to defy your master, and now you even dare to destroy her?" Under Lin Xiao's fist, Luo Yusu shattered. The first heart trial was over. Lin Xiao continued walking forward. After passing the first trial, he was allowed to advance another 100 steps. Since the purgatory fruit was still 200 steps away, that meant he still had 2 more heart trials to endure. Outside the illusion, Meng Faniying saw Lin Xiao move forward and knew immediately that he had passed the first heart trial. Not bad. High above in the sky, the old man on the purgatory tree was quite satisfied with Lin Xiao's performance. Deep within the tree's branches, Lin Xiao entered his second heart trial. In a snow-covered city, he saw his long-lost senior sister. Little junior brother, Zhou Wenqing, dressed in a flowing red gown, drifted lightly toward him. Senior sister. Lin Xiao looked at the woman flying toward him. Her delicate features seemed carved by nature, her eyebrows like distant misty mountains, her lips naturally vivid. Her entire presence was ethereal, as if a celestial goddess had descended from the heavens. The moment they faced each other, Zhou Wenqing reached out with practiced ease. Lin Xiao sidestepped gracefully, then lunged forward, rushing toward her. "It's just a dream anyway, why not be bold about it?" "Senior sister, I love you." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao confessed. "Little junior brother, I love you too." The dream version of Zhou Wenqing boldly replied. The two threw themselves into each other's arms, giving in to the longing they had held for so long. After several passionate moments, Lin Xiao stood up and said, "Senior sister, I have to go." "Don't leave, little junior brother. Stay with me." Zhou Wenqing spoke with deep reluctance, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. "Just a dream, sooner or later, every dream must end. The real senior sister, I will stay by her side forever." Lin Xiao threw a punch and immediately ended the heart probe trial. Lin Xiao continued forward another 100 steps. Now, only one final heart probe trial remained. Who will the last one be? Lin Xiao was filled with curiosity. He noticed that all these trials seemed to be connected to women he had already encountered: Luo Yusu and Zhou Wenqing. Who could possibly be left? The moment he thought of this, a certain face surfaced in his mind. As expected, the third figure to appear in the dream was exactly who Lin Xiao had suspected. The dream took place on this island. At that time, Meng Feining had just used her yin-yang twin pupils to kill Ling Han. The toll had been immense, leaving her extremely weak on the verge of collapse. Before her death, Ling Han told Lin Xiao that Meng Feining was now powerless to resist and urged him to take her Yuan. In the dream, Meng Feining's eyes bled, her aura extremely feeble. Man. Meng Feining stepped toward Lin Xiao, a mocking smile curling the corner of her lips. You must have felt something back then, or else you wouldn't be dreaming of this moment. Her words caused Lin Xiao to feel a twinge of guilt. Meng Feining stepped closer, saying, "Come on, this is a dream. You can do whatever you want without restraint." Lin Xiao took a step back, keeping his distance from her. What's wrong? Even in a dream, you still want to play the upright gentleman? Meng Feining sneered. Weren't you quite into Zhou Wenqing just now? But with me, you hesitate? Or perhaps you don't like taking advantage of weakness and prefer me when I'm aloof and untouchable so you can feel that sense of conquest. Her aura suddenly changed. No longer appearing frail, she returned to her usual emotionless coldness, like still water undisturbed for centuries. Her yin-yang eyes reflected the sun and moon, her face expressionless, her eyes devoid of emotion. Now, does that still make you want to conquer me? Lin Xiao didn't move a muscle, nor did he try to smash the Meng Feining before him with his fists. This kind of trial of the heart wasn't something a single punch could solve. At its core, this trial was testing whether you could stay lucid and rational inside a dream. Don't lose your temper, or you'll only sink deeper, Lin Xiao understood all too well. With that, he found the way to break the dream. No matter how Meng Feining sneered, Lin Xiao's heart didn't so much as ripple. I want to see how long you can keep pretending. Do you dare swear you truly have no designs on me? Her words were edged with anger. She pulled out every trick she had, but Lin Xiao was like a block of wood, unmoved, unprovoked, not even bothering to speak. Lin Xiao, come back to the Taishang sacred sect with me. I'll help you become the sect's holy son. Then we can become Dao partners. Lin Xiao simply closed his eyes. You damned man, drop dead. A sword flashed into Meng Feining's hand, and she slashed down at him. Lin Xiao didn't move at all, letting the blade cleave down before him. As the sword fell, the dream shattered, and Lin Xiao passed the trial. Out on the branch, Meng Feining saw Lin Xiao start to move and strode toward the last Shura fruit. Did it work? There wasn't much joy on her face. She herself didn't know what would happen next. Once Lin Xiao got that Shura fruit, the one pulling the strings behind the scenes should show themselves, right? High above the sky, the Shura tree elder trembled with excitement. He had waited far too long for this day. At last, someone has succeeded. My master, the one you've been waiting for, has finally appeared. The Shura tree elder gazed at the black great hall and could feel the hall's wards undergoing subtle changes. But he still couldn't get in. The red-haired woman on the throne showed no change either. Keeping the same posture even after 100,000 years of death, she still radiated a majesty that lorded over the world. After obtaining the last Azura fruit, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed something above the heavens calling out to him. The Azura subduing heaven scroll within his storage ring began to stir as well. What exactly lies beyond the heavens? Could it be Her Majesty the Azura Queen? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and decided not to take out the scroll just yet. He walked back from the tip of the branch to Meng Feining's side, but neither of their faces showed any sign of joy. They both suspected that someone was pulling the strings behind all of this. What a deception. So the person who carved those 4 words into the stone tablet long ago must have already uncovered this secret. Lin Xiao sighed. Although they had now secured the Azura fruit, whether they could even survive and escape remained uncertain. Please, Senior, reveal yourself. Meng Feining shouted toward the heavens. Boom. The ancient Azura tree violently trembled. A crack split open across its canopy, which seemed to hold up the sky itself, and from it emerged a hunched old man. The moment the ancient tree elder appeared, Lin Xiao and Meng Feining immediately assumed defensive stances. Meng Feining also noticed that with the old man's arrival, the blood slave army below had retreated, but not entirely. They had simply withdrawn to a distance 10 li beyond the edge of the Azura tree. It seemed those blood slaves feared this elder greatly. Can you tell what kind of being he is and how strong he might be? Lin Xiao silently asked via voice transmission. The tree elder gave him an unsettling feeling, as if his power was unfathomable. He must be the spirit of this ancient Azura tree, Meng Feining guessed. Seeing the elder brought clarity to many of her questions. As for his strength, I can't tell either. It's like he doesn't even have a cultivation realm, she added through voice transmission. What? No realm at all. Lin Xiao's heart jolted. Meng Feining quickly figured more out in that short time. He is the tree spirit, but not from the tree's main trunk. He was born from one of its branches, and his spiritual consciousness was formed from that fragment. His comprehension of the Tao is inherently incomplete. Does that mean we actually have a chance to kill him? Lin Xiao suddenly had an epiphany. The blood slave army was actually being controlled by the Elder Demon Tree. If they killed the Elder Demon Tree, would the blood slaves stop attacking? Deng Fanning stopped Lin Xiao and whispered, "It's not that simple. We can't kill him. Don't act recklessly." The fact that the Elder Demon Tree had dared to show himself meant he wasn't afraid of them making a move. Moreover, the blood slave army hadn't completely withdrawn, yet the Elder Demon Tree could summon them back at any moment. If they attacked first and provoked his anger, there would truly be no way to retreat. Deng Fanning sent him a voice transmission. Let us see what he wants to do first. Lin Xiao nodded and simply replied, fine. They exchanged a few words in an instant. As soon as they finished speaking, the Elder Demon Tree landed on the same thick branch where they stood. He looked at Deng Fanning first, and with an approving tone said, "Clever little human girl. You remind me a bit of my master." By remind, he didn't mean she looked similar, rather, it was in the way she handled things. Deng Fanning calmly replied, "I'm nowhere near the level of the Demon King. Thank you for the compliment." The Elder Demon Tree's eyes gleamed with even more admiration. Then he turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Congratulations to you, the chosen one." Lin Xiao remained cautious and shot back. "What do you mean by that?" His age meant nothing in front of the Elder Demon Tree, but he wasn't naive either. A few flattering words wouldn't be enough to earn his trust. The Elder Demon Tree smiled at Lin Xiao and said, "You've passed the 3 trials set by my master. In the past 10,000 years, you're the first to pass all of them. That is why I congratulate you." At this moment, he gave off no sense of threat whatsoever. Wanting to get to the bottom of it, Lin Xiao asked, "Is your master Hua Wuyan?" At the mention of the name Hua Wuyan, the Elder Demon Tree's expression subtly shifted. No one had spoken his master's name in such a long time. In the demon realm, that name had become a taboo, one no one dared utter lightly. Never would he have imagined that after so many years, the name would come from the mouth of a mere human boy. "Human, my master's name must not be spoken lightly." The old Xia Luo Tree spirit changed his expression to one of deep reverence, as if he were bowing in utmost respect to his master. This statement, unintentionally yet unmistakably, confirmed that Hua Wuyan was indeed his master. "You called me a person of destiny just now. What exactly does that mean?" Lin Xiao hadn't quite figured out what the old Xia Luo Tree was up to. He wasn't foolish. He wouldn't immediately assume there was some treasure waiting for him just because someone called him destined. Meng Fanning also looked at the old tree spirit, wondering if his next plan still required Lin Xiao's help. Otherwise, why would he bother talking so much? After scheming for so many years, could there really be a massive opportunity waiting for Lin Xiao? That seemed highly unlikely. Neither Lin Xiao nor Meng Fanning were willing to believe that something so good could simply fall into their laps. "These 3 trials were set up by my master," the old Xia Luo Tree spoke. "Whoever passes them shall inherit my master's essence of slaughter." The essence of slaughter? Lin Xiao's mind flashed with images from the Xia Luo Queen's memories, how she once sacrificed millions of Xia Luo beings to forge an unparalleled imperial artifact. Upon hearing the words essence of slaughter, Meng Fanning's eyes flickered slightly, and some things suddenly became clear in her mind. Seeing the two fall silent, the old Xia Luo Tree continued, "Though my master has perished, her essence of slaughter remains. Within it lies her imperial Dao foundation and the domain laws of the Xie Luo realm. Whoever obtains it will have the chance to ascend as emperor one day and become the new Xie Luo sovereign. After finishing his words, he noticed Lin Xiao's breathing had quickened. Internally, he smirked. Who could possibly resist such a temptation? Becoming an emperor is the ultimate dream of every cultivator. Even the slightest chance is worth fighting for, no matter the cost of blood and bones. Meng Fanning lifted her gaze toward the sky, her pupils reflecting the images of sun and moon. Her vision pierced through the crack in the heavens, as if she could see a colossal black palace towering above the celestial dome. The Azura Tree Elder didn't stop whatever Meng Fanning was doing. If she wasn't allowed to see certain things, there'd be no way to lure these two mortals here. The Azura Tree Elder looked at Lin Xiao and said, "My master resides in a grand hall above the heavens. No one gets in except those who pass the 3 trials." To the Elder's surprise, Lin Xiao actually turned him down. "Sorry, I'm just a human cultivator. The Azura Empress's slaughter origin probably isn't suited for me." The Elder's face darkened, and he said coldly, "This is your chance to prove the Tao and become an emperor. If you miss it, do you really think there'll be another?" Noting the Elder's change in expression and guessing he didn't intend to keep up the act, Lin Xiao said, "A being like the Azura Empress dead or alive, I wouldn't dare go see her. Senior, can you let us leave?" Sure enough, the Azura Tree Elder gave a cold laugh. "Leave? You passed the 3 trials and still refuse an audience with my master? That's an insult to her." "I wouldn't dare," Lin Xiao replied quietly, already steeling himself for a fight to the death. "See these blood slaves? They're all under my control. Aside from the 4 dire beasts, these blood slaves were cultivators like you in life. Once they become blood slaves, they don't even get a shot at reincarnation." The Azura Tree Elder dropped all pretense since soft words couldn't sway Lin Xiao. He'd have to use force. Just then, Meng Fanning spoke up. "No matter what we choose, you're not going to let us go in the end, are you?" Lin Xiao said coolly, "Worst case, I die? Even then, I want to help you." He figured it out. The Azura Tree Elder wanted to use him to obtain the slaughter origin, and once he had it, Lin Xiao wouldn't live. Better to die in battle than be played like that. At least he wouldn't be exploited by the Azura Tree Elder and then butchered by him. The Elder of the Azura Tree, seeing how resolute Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning were, sighed and said, "Fine then. I'll swear an oath on the Tao so long as this brat helps me. Whether or not he obtains the essence of slaughter, I'll let you both leave." Lin Xiao's heart wavered slightly, and he turned to look at Meng Fanning. Meng Fanning saw through the Elder's trickery and said coldly, "This space is cut off from heaven and earth. Your Tao oath holds no power here." The Elder of the Azura Tree flew into a rage, roaring, "You clever little human girl, you've gone too far. He really is sneaky." Lin Xiao spat angrily, drawing the azure rainbow sword and preparing to fight the Elder to the death. "You refuse the good wine and insist on drinking the punishment cup," the Elder sneered coldly. "Looks like you want to show respect until you're staring into your coffin." His figure gradually became translucent, and in the next moment, he vanished into thin air. Immediately afterward, 10 miles away, the Blood Slaves' army seemed to be summoned, charging toward the ancestral Azura Tree with bloodthirsty fury. The 4 fiendish beasts were also awakened, rushing toward the tree at an even faster and fiercer pace. "You should escape on your own. At least then you'll have a sliver of hope," Lin Xiao said, flying away from the ancestral Azura Tree before Meng Fanning could even respond. He didn't want to drag her down and wanted to leave her a path to survival. Meng Fanning gazed at Lin Xiao's retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. In the end, she chose not to flee alone. She pushed the power of her yin-yang twin eyes to the limit, summoning the light of the sun and moon before her. High above the sky, the Elder of the Azura Tree sneered. How pathetic these humans and their ridiculous emotions. He commanded the 4 fiendish beasts to surround and attack Meng Fanning, while Lin Xiao remained untouched by any assault. "Want to save her? You have 3 heartbeats to decide," the Elder thundered. "Once those 3 heartbeats pass, I'll have the 4 beasts devour her alive and then turn her into a blood slave." His voice echoed from the heavens. Lin Xiao clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Their only hope might lie with the Azura Queen. "Call off the 4 fiendish beasts," Lin Xiao shouted as he soared toward the sky. The closer he got to the black palace above, the more violently the Azura subduing heaven chart in his storage ring reacted. It was as if something were calling out to the Xia Luo Fu Tian 2, echoing through the Black Grand Hall. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Why force me to take action? The Xia Luo Elder Tree revealed his true form, flew to Lin Xiao's side, and carried him to the entrance of the Dark Hall. The hall's doors stood wide open, yet the Xia Luo Elder Tree dared not enter. He remained at the threshold, staring at the Xia Luo Queen seated upon her throne. His expression shifted, first excitement, then fear, and finally, deep resentment. "Do you see the red crystal in her hand? Go get it and bring it to me," the Elder Tree ordered. At the sight of the Xia Luo Queen on the throne, Lin Xiao felt a jolt in his heart. For a moment, he thought she was still alive until he quickly realized she hadn't moved at all, showing no sign of life whatsoever. So how exactly was he supposed to take it? Lin Xiao wanted the Elder Tree to clarify. There were definitely restrictions inside the hall, triggering even one could mean instant death. The Elder Tree urged anxiously, "Just walk in, kneel at her feet, and take the red crystal from her hand." He had waited far too long for this moment. He had longed for it. That simple? Lin Xiao hesitated. He no longer trusted the Elder Tree at all. If it were really that easy, wouldn't someone else have done it already? The tree spirit urged him forward. "This hall contains over 10,000 formations. It took me 100,000 years just to figure them out. I've tried every method imaginable. Only those who pass 3 trials can enter." Still, Lin Xiao did not step inside. The Xia Luo Fu Tian 2 in his storage ring began to vibrate. It was an ultimate divine artifact, now awakening on its own. "I'm not lying to you, kid. You're the one our master has been waiting for. If even you can't do it, then no one will ever enter this hall again." Seeing that Lin Xiao still hadn't moved, the old man's patience, already stretched thin, was about to snap. He coldly threatened, "I'll give you 3 heartbeats. If you don't enter by then, I'll command the 4 fiend beasts to attack your companion." "Calm yourself, master," Lin Xiao replied, stalling for time while hoping the Xia Luo Fu Tian 2 inside his storage ring would awaken. "I'm not hesitating out of fear. I only paused because I sensed a call of voice from deep within this hall." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately perked up, urgently pressing. What kind of call was it? Was it the master speaking, or the red crystal responding? "I'm not entirely sure, senior," Lin Xiao said carefully, pretending to fall into deep thought. "Please allow me a moment to recall clearly." This time, the old man didn't rush him. Instead, he gave Lin Xiao a moment to think. Meanwhile, below, the 4 fiend beasts had surrounded Meng Fanning. At the same time, countless blood slaves encircled the Xia Luo ancestral tree, leaving her no escape route or chance to retreat. Meng Fanning stood atop one of the tree's massive branches, keeping a wary eye on the beasts circling her while also dividing her attention toward the situation unfolding in the sky. Earlier, when Lin Xiao had flown upward, he had shot her a glance, a silent message telling her not to worry. Has he found a way out? She wondered inwardly. After spending these past few days together, she had come to understand Lin Xiao well. If there was no hope, he would rather die in battle than help the old man. Could it be he's counting on the Xia Luo Queen? A sudden thought struck her. Above, in the sky, the old man's patience had run dry again. Suspecting Lin Xiao was playing him, he coldly sneered, "Done thinking yet? Master, just half an instant longer. If you've waited tens of thousands of years already, surely half an hour more won't matter?" Lin Xiao kept sensing the Xia Luo Fu Tian 2 inside his storage ring, an emperor-level divine artifact, but for some reason, it remained unable to fully awaken. Was it possible that it could only respond fully in the presence of the Xia Luo Queen? The elder of the Azura tree lunged toward Lin Xiao while shouting, "I can't wait any longer, not even a quarter of an hour. Get in there now." Realizing he could stall no longer, Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward and said, "Senior, please don't lay a hand on me. I'll go in by myself." With that single step, half of Lin Xiao's foot had already crossed the threshold of the Grand Hall. As soon as half his foot entered the hall, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and waited for 3 heartbeats. When he saw that his foot remained completely unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. A look of excitement spread across the elder's face as he laughed and shouted, "So it really works." "Hurry up and go inside," the elder urged again. Lin Xiao then stepped his other foot into the hall. The dreaded restriction he had imagined didn't appear. His entire body was now inside the hall, and yet the restriction showed no reaction. Lin Xiao remained completely unscathed. The Azura elder burst into laughter. "Could it be the restriction has already been broken?" he said, snapping off a branch. Instantly, the branch transformed into a tree humanoid resembling himself. Under the elder's control, the tree figure stepped into the hall. But the moment it crossed the threshold, an invisible restriction was triggered. A powerful force descended and instantly obliterated the tree creature on the spot. The elder's smile froze. He stared at the Azura queen seated on the imperial throne, hatred suddenly flooding his eyes. In a low voice, he muttered, "Always using me, yet always watching me closely. Master, you truly know how to manipulate." Lin Xiao didn't turn around, silently listening as the elder vented his resentment. Seeing Lin Xiao just standing there, the elder shouted impatiently, "Human brat, quickly kneel before her and take the red crystal in her hand. Bring it to me." At the same time, a thought flickered in his mind. Lin Xiao didn't he seem afraid of death? Was he stalling for time? But even if he was stalling, what difference would it make? The elder didn't bother dwelling on this small suspicion. He thought to himself, "What can a mere human possibly do in the palm of my hand?" "Senior," Lin Xiao replied, "is this the immortal imperial body of the Azura Emperor? Even if it's already dead, I still cannot bring myself to touch it." Lin Xiao inched forward, testing each step, and only when he was sure he wouldn't trigger the hall's wards did he dare take another. "You're the one she's been waiting for. As long as you walk up to her and earn her recognition, that red crystal will fly from her hand to you." Once a slave to the Azura Empress, the Azura tree elder knew much about her and laid out a few precautions for Lin Xiao. Got it. Every step Lin Xiao took was steady, and the distance between him and the Azura Empress shrank bit by bit. The Azura tree elder watched him draw closer to the throne, more nervous than anyone, eyes unblinking on his back. Lin Xiao was gauging the distance too. The closer he got to the Azura Empress, the stronger the pulses radiating from the Azura heaven suppressing diagram. Should I take it out now? He wondered what would happen if he brought the diagram out to test it. But he stilled his hand. That peerless imperial armament had yet to acknowledge him. Its true master was still the Azura Empress. Under the elder's taut stare, Lin Xiao reached the base of the throne. To ascend, he had to tread 10 jade steps. By common reckoning, 9 is the ultimate number, but the Azura Empress considered herself above the rules. What were ultimate numbers to her? She trampled them underfoot. "Kneel. 1 step, 1 kowtow. Do it like the most devout believer." The Azura tree elder's voice carried in from outside. Lin Xiao ignored him and stepped straight onto the jade stairs. Boom. An overwhelming imperial might descended. He knew that pressure well in the Azura Empress's memories. When she told him kneel, he had felt this same force. "Fool. No living being dares meet her gaze. You must approach her on your knees. Even if she's dead, that rule doesn't change." Seeing Lin Xiao refuse to listen, the Azura tree elder snapped, furious. "If you dare ruin my grand design, I'll kill your sweetheart." The elder of the Azura tree once again brought out Meng Fanning, using her as leverage to threaten Lin Xiao. "Silence." Lin Xiao shot back. "You." The elder was furious enough to kill Lin Xiao on the spot, but with all his hopes now resting on him, he had no choice but to swallow his rage. Inwardly, he swore a silent oath if Lin Xiao succeeded, he would turn both him and Meng Fanning into blood slaves. "You want me to kneel? Not a chance." Lin Xiao raised his gaze toward the crimson-haired woman seated on the throne. Her peerless beauty was already familiar to him, and the blood-red eyes of the Azura queen were etched into his memory. In his mind, he thought, even in death, she still carries herself like a supreme ruler. When she was alive, how many lives were haunted by her existence? Luckily, she's dead. Ignoring the elder's words, Lin Xiao refused to kneel. Instead, he took 1 step at a time, ascending the stairs. This time, relying solely on his dragon foam body, He forcefully resisted the oppressive imperial aura. Damned brat, you're ruining everything. The elder of the Azura tree shouted, furious at Lin Xiao's defiance. That overwhelming imperial might could crush you into dust. Why be so stubborn? What is wrong with kneeling? Even mightier beings than you have trembled before her presence. The elder couldn't understand Lin Xiao's actions or reasoning. Lin Xiao paid no attention to the elder's curses. He hadn't knelt during the first trial, and he certainly wouldn't in this one. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that climbing these steps wasn't meant to be done on bended knee. Just like during the first test, it was precisely because he hadn't knelt beneath the Azura Queen's imperial might that he had passed. If he followed the elder's advice now, Lin Xiao suspected he would never be able to claim the red crystal at the top. Under the elder's watchful gaze, Lin Xiao took his second step forward, then his third. Humph. The elder was both shocked and confused. Could it really be possible for a living being to stand and face his former master? Only 5 steps remained. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao pressed on. He could feel the closer he got to the Azura Queen, the more intense the imperial pressure became. Lin Xiao wondered to himself, do you really enjoy making people kneel that much? He even suspected Hua Wuyin might be bloodthirsty, with a few screws loose. The scenes from Hua Wuyin's memories were still vivid. Lin Xiao remembered her saying that any living thing before her either knelt or lay dead. 10th step, he shouted. The moment his right foot landed, a majestic voice exploded by his ear. Kneel. The voice was all too familiar. It was clearly the Shura Empress speaking. Kneel my ass. Lin Xiao shot back without hesitation. He planted his left foot as well. Chapter 46. The Empress isn't dead? Right then, the Shura tree elder was more nervous than anyone, sweating bullets for Lin Xiao. After a moment, seeing Lin Xiao hadn't been blown to pieces, the Shura tree elder finally exhaled. For the first time, the Shura tree elder's beliefs were upended. He stared in shock. Someone can actually go see her standing. Unbelievable. On the jade steps, Lin Xiao steadied himself. That barked kneel sent his dragon blood surging. He set the primordial ancestral dragon codex into motion, and a wave of ancestral dragon might rolled out from within him. Because of that ancestral dragon pressure, the Shura Empress's imperial might was greatly blunted. Only then did Lin Xiao figure it out. I thought she'd been resurrected, but this is the final test she left before she died. He understood that the kneel he heard wasn't spoken by the Empress on the throne, but was the imperial might embedded in the jade steps. This was the final trial. If Lin Xiao had followed the Shura tree elder's instructions, not only would he have failed the test, he might have been killed on the spot. So devious. Was this meant to guard against the Shura tree elder, or to trap the ones taking the trial? He muttered under his breath. Lin Xiao stepped off the jade steps and walked straight up to the Shura Empress. The Shura tree elder was visibly agitated, but he didn't dare offer any more guidance, afraid a single misstep would ruin everything. Looking at the Shura Empress seated on the throne, Lin Xiao couldn't help saying, "You really are beautiful." One phrase sprang to mind, peerless grace. In terms of sheer presence, this female Azura queen was the most domineering woman Lin Xiao had ever encountered. In her lifetime, a single glance from her was enough to make every race in the Azura realm tremble in fear. Even after perishing 100,000 years ago, her majesty had not faded in the least. No wonder you once claimed to stand above the laws of existence itself. Time could not erode your imperial body. But no matter how powerful you were, you still fell in battle, didn't you? Lin Xiao approached the Azura queen until they were nearly face to face. At this distance, he could clearly see her long lashes, her perfectly arched nose, and those alluring red lips. What a pity that her eyes remained tightly shut, denying him the sight of those crimson pupils. The elder Azura tree watched Lin Xiao's actions in silent admiration, bold. This was truly the first living being daring enough to study the queen from such proximity. After a moment of observation, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to the red crystal clutched in the queen's hand. He was certain he wouldn't dare reach out and take it directly. Who knew what hidden traps might still be embedded in her imperial corpse? A single touch could trigger catastrophe. Lin Xiao turned to the elder Azura tree. Didn't you say that once I approached, the red crystal would fly to me on its own? The elder Azura tree hesitated for a moment before replying. Why don't you try reaching for it with your hand? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. I'm not stupid. I may dare to examine the queen up close, but I won't risk touching her. Suddenly, the elder Azura tree had an idea. Then try with your divine consciousness instead. And for safety's sake, split your consciousness into fragments. Even if one gets caught up in something, your main soul won't be harmed. Lin Xiao thought it was a solid plan. He carefully separated a thin strand of his divine consciousness, further dividing it, and then guided that fragment into the red crystal held in the Azura Queen's palm. As soon as the consciousness made contact, the crystal reacted instantly. Blood-red light erupted from it, illuminating the entire hall and dyeing the chamber in crimson. The slaughter primordial is responding. The elder Azura tree cried out in excitement. Quickly, surround the crystal with your consciousness and seize it. Lin Xiao didn't obey immediately. He wanted to take out the Xie Luo Fu Tiantu first and see how this Supreme Emperor Grade artifact would react when faced with the origin of slaughter. Seeing Lin Xiao disobey, the elder of the Xie Luo tree flew into a rage and bellowed. You have 3 breaths. If you don't comply, I'll kill your little lover right now. The elder once again threatened Lin Xiao with Meng feigning a tactic that always worked on him. With no choice, Lin Xiao had no option but to wrap the red crystal in his spiritual sense. The red crystal flew from the Xie Luo Queen's hand and shot toward Lin Xiao like a flash. Still unwilling to touch it directly, Lin Xiao only shielded the crystal with his spiritual awareness. Gritting his teeth, he made a desperate decision. The moment the crystal reached him, he tried to pull out the Xie Luo Fu Tiantu from his storage ring to merge it with the crystal. But he immediately froze. The map wouldn't come out. A strange force had severed his spiritual connection, blocking him from retrieving it. Who's interfering? Lin Xiao's voice echoed into the storage ring, and the Xie Luo Fu Tiantu seemed to awaken, yet at the same time, it felt as though it were being controlled by someone else, resisting his attempt to draw it out. This sudden turn of events made cold sweat pour down Lin Xiao's back. The situation was spiraling into the unknown. What would come next, disaster or fortune, was impossible to predict. The elder of the Xie Luo tree stared at the Xie Luo queen on the throne and laughed wildly. Ha! Finally, it's mine. With the origin of slaughter, I can complete my broken path. Trapped for 100,000 years, finally, I can break free. The elder ordered Lin Xiao to hand over the origin of slaughter, his voice urgent. Come, my lord. Your immortal Emperor's body rivals an Emperor-grade artifact. Once refined, it can become a Supreme Emperor artifact. He threatened again. Don't try anything clever. No tricks, or your lover dies instantly, and you won't live either. A deep sense of despair surged in Lin Xiao's heart. He had originally planned to retrieve the Xie Luo Fu Tiantu the moment he obtained the origin of slaughter, but now, all his plans had crumbled. Hurry up. I'm giving you 3 breaths, the elder shouted impatiently. 3. The elder of the Azura tree began counting down. Lin Xiao sighed, extending his spiritual sense to envelop the red crystal. Then, the crystal shot toward the elder of the Azura tree outside the grand hall. The red crystal was all that remained in the elder's vision. He trembled as he reached out, desperate to seize it. Ha ha ha. After waiting 100,000 years, it's finally in my hands. As soon as the crystal landed in his palm, the elder of the Azura tree burst into laughter. He felt the Emperor Dao origin and the domain laws within, and then let out a long, piercing roar that echoed from the heavens to all directions. Below, Meng Feigning heard the roar and sighed softly. She had already guessed that the elder's scheme had succeeded. The only thing that brought her slight relief was that Lin Xiao was still alive. The 4 fiend beasts in the Bloodslave army, however, showed no reaction at all. They were completely mindless. Boom! The Azura ancestor tree violently trembled, and the entire island quaked along with it. The earth cracked open, and thick roots began surfacing one by one. Before long, the island began to sink, revealing the entire trunk of the Azura ancestor tree. Its roots plunged into the seabed while its canopy pushed against the sky. The roots were thick, countless, and resembled coiled dragons. So eager. Meng Feigning mused. The elder must have already begun refining the origin of slaughter. Once the island sank, The blood slaves also disappeared into the ocean depths, while the four fiend beasts floated on the sea surface, guarding the Azura ancestor tree. As the tree trembled, the entire Azura secret realm shook violently. In the first and second layers, many cultivators looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. Outside the secret realm, elders from the 3 holy sects and 3 evil sects waited anxiously. An elder from the Wangu demon sect glanced toward the Jiuxiao holy sect and asked, "What exactly is happening? Even Ling Han and Feng Xiao are dead. Who could possibly be behind this?" "Don't look at me," replied an elder from the Jiuxiao holy sect. "All of our ocean manifestation experts are dead, every last one. Our losses are even worse than yours." Zhou Haoyang was seething with rage. His elite squad had been completely wiped out, and the loss was almost unbearable for him. At the De Luo holy sect, Yun Mingxi wore a look of deep despair of the more than 1,000 disciples who had entered. Only a little over 100 had returned alive. Confusion filled Yun Mingxi's heart. That Lin Xiao must have 9 lives. How is it that people like Zhou Yin are all dead, yet you who are only at the early ocean transformation stage are still alive? An elder from Ji Dao demon sect angrily questioned the divine tortoise. Was it the supreme holy maiden who did this? Why is it that out of 10 ocean transformation cultivators who went in, barely one survives? Did your holy maiden die or not? The divine tortoise, massive in size, remained completely still. It didn't even bother to lift its eyelids in response to the sect elder's interrogation. The moment she comes out, our 3 great demon sects will never let her go. An elder from Huangquan demon sect issued a chilling threat. Inside the 3rd layer of the Azura secret realm, all the islands scattered across the Azura Sea had sunk beneath the waves. The sea, usually calm, now churned with terrifying waves. The laughter of the Azura tree elder echoed across the Azura Sea. Countless blood slaves emerged from the ocean surface, rushing toward a single direction just like the ancient Azura armies once kneeling before the Azura Queen. From this day forward, I shall be the new Azura Emperor. Standing atop the heavens, the Azura tree elder held the blood-red crystal in one hand, as if he had truly become the rightful Azura Emperor. My lord, allow this old servant one final act of worship. The Azura tree elder stepped into the grand hall. This time, the restrictions did not activate. He advanced step by step toward the imperial throne, climbed the jade steps, and finally stood before the Azura Queen. My lord, this will be the last time I call you my master. From this day forward, you shall be my imperial artifact. One of the Azura tree elder's arms transformed into a thick vine, twisting and coiling toward the Azura Queen. At that very moment, an overwhelming imperial aura suddenly descended. A voice, one that sent shivers through the Azura tree elder's very soul, rang out. My little tree slave, how ambitious you've become. Upon hearing that voice, the Azura tree elder's expression changed drastically. Instinctively, he dropped to his knees. You're still alive? Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. What shocked the elder of the Azura tree even more was that the voice hadn't come from the emperor's body seated on the throne, but from within Lin Xiao himself. The elder of the Azura tree immediately turned his gaze sharply toward Lin Xiao. For a moment, he suspected, had the Azura Empress taken over Lin Xiao's body? Was the current Lin Xiao still truly the Empress? No, that's not right. The elder quickly doubted his own thought. Lin Xiao's expression didn't look like that of someone who had been possessed. At that moment, Lin Xiao was just as shocked as the elder. Could it be that the Azura Empress was still alive and had been with him all along? That voice just now had come from within the Azura subduing heaven scroll. Could it be that the Azura Empress had been hiding inside it all this time? What are you hiding on your body? The elder snapped back to reality, stood up, and stared at Lin Xiao with piercing intensity. Come out, Lin Xiao shouted, attempting to retrieve the Azura subduing heaven scroll, only to discover that the imperial artifact had already slipped beyond his control. Though it was still inside his storage ring, he couldn't pull it out. Lin Xiao gave up on the storage ring altogether. He simply drew the azure rainbow sword, and then flung the ring away. The ring hovered in midair, radiating a powerful imperial aura. Along with that aura came a ripple of soul energy. As the elder of the Azura tree sensed that ripple of soul energy, Everything suddenly clicked into place. He finally understood a few things and figured out where the Empress had been hiding all these years. So that's it. Your soul hid itself inside the Azura subduing heaven scroll. I was wondering why the scroll had vanished. It turns out it was hiding from me. Afraid I'd find you, the elder said, feigning calm. Although the Empress was indeed still alive, her current state didn't seem promising. A severely weakened Empress wouldn't necessarily pose a threat to him. In fact, this might even present the elder with a perfect opportunity to finally eliminate his former ruler once and for all. The voice of the Azura Empress rang out again, laced with mockery. Little tree servant, do you really think you've become strong enough to replace me? The elder Hell Tree actually laughed, speaking without a trace of anger. Master, now I'm certain you've weakened beyond belief. No one knows you better than I do. If you still had the strength to kill me, why bother chatting with me for so long? Your soul was gravely shattered 100,000 years ago. By all logic, you should have died long ago. Let me guess, how in the world did you manage to survive until now? The Hell Tree Elder had calmed down completely now, even beginning to analyze the situation with a clear mind. This time, the Hell Queen made no sound at all. That silence secretly delighted the Hell Tree Elder. He thought he had finally found the Queen's weakness. Lin Xiao stood to the side, watching this master and servant exchange words. He couldn't get a word in edgewise, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the Hell Queen was simply playing with the Hell Tree Elder like a cat toying with a mouse. Even if your soul had hidden inside the hell-suppressing sky chart, there's no way you could have lasted this long. The only explanation is that you've fused completely with the sky chart and become its spirit vessel, am I right? The Hell Tree Elder seemed to have uncovered a cosmic secret. He burst into mocking laughter, pointing at the Hell Queen triumphantly. What an arrogant master you once were, now reduced to becoming a mere spirit vessel just to survive. If word of this ever reached the Hell Domain, what would the billions of Hell beings think? Their queen, the object of their worship, has become nothing more than a soul bound to an artifact. The Hell Tree Elder clearly wanted to provoke an enraged response, but the Hell Queen remained silent. So he taunted further. Why so quiet? Did I strike a nerve? Only then did the Hell Queen's voice echo again, soft and indifferent. Poor little tree servant. In her eyes, every move and calculation of the Hell Tree Elder was laughable. At her calm, dismissive words, the Hell Tree Elder's face twisted in fury. Who's more pitiful now? Becoming a spirit vessel means you've abandoned the path of an emperor just to survive. All your former glory, gone turned to dust. You'll never reach such heights again in this life. He roared. For someone as proud as you, isn't that worse than death itself? The voice of the Azura Queen carried a trace of emotion as she said, It's true that the Azura Queen once died, but now I am Huaweiyan. The elder of the Azura tree roared. What is so impressive about being dead, yet refusing to fall? This old servant shall send you off for good, reducing you to complete oblivion. With that, he stretched out an arm which transformed into a long vine, lashing toward Lin Xiao's storage ring. Boom! The moment the vine lunged forward, the storage ring exploded first. The shockwave shattered the vine into pieces. Lin Xiao had already severed his connection to the ring and thus suffered no backlash. After the ring exploded, an ancient black scroll floated out. It was pitch black all over, resembling something made from beast hide. At the sight of the Azura subduing heaven scroll, the Azura Tree Elder's breath caught in his throat. His eyes flickered with fear first, then quickly darkened with greed. That was none other than the supreme divine treasure of the Azura domain. To forge it, the Azura Queen had once slaughtered an entire Azura great clan without hesitation. The scroll slowly unfurled, and a red beam of light shot forth. The light solidified before the throne, forming into a woman clad in red. This woman was an exact replica of the emperor body seated upon the throne, red hair, crimson eyes, peerlessly beautiful, and exuding an overwhelming aura of absolute dominion, untouchable and unapproachable. The Azura Queen gazed at the emperor body on the throne and sighed softly. It's been a long time. Lin Xiao watched nervously from the side. That was truly a legendary existence at the emperor realm. Even in its current, extremely weakened state, it was still far beyond his ability to challenge. A sense of unease stirred in his heart. Earlier, I stared at her emperor body from up close. Could she have seen me? The Azura queen shifted her gaze from the emperor body and surveyed the black hall, the very place where she once sat upon the throne, receiving the worship of all the clans of the Azura domain. So before her soul departed, she had deliberately kept the emperor body in that exact posture. She said coldly, I, Hua Wuyan, will rise to supremacy once again, someday. As her gaze swept over Lin Xiao, her eyes turned instantly icy. Lin Xiao shuddered, but despite the terrifying gaze directed at him, he wouldn't simply kneel and beg just because someone glared at him. What an interesting human, the Azura queen murmured, her eyes lingering on Lin Xiao for a while. I expected the little tree slave to betray me eventually, but I never imagined it would be a human, not an Azura, who could strike the Azura war drum 10 times. Master, the old Azura tree spoke, watching your own imperial body through the eyes of a spirit vessel. Don't you feel 1,000 emotions stirring within you? You should be known, the moment you abandoned your imperial form, that you'd never be able to merge back into it again. Seeing the queen in this state, the old Azura tree's lingering worry finally dissipated. She couldn't move this imperial body right now. So what was there left to fear? You know, I really should thank you for this. If it weren't for you communicating with the world's spiritual energy for the past 10,000 years, my imperial body could never have been so perfectly preserved. The Azura queen reached out to gently stroke the imperial body. Lin Xiao saw her hand rebounded by a sudden force. Even her own imperial body was rejecting her. Sigh, the Azura queen softly exhaled again. Can I go first? You two can keep chatting for a bit longer. Bracing himself, Lin Xiao dared to ask this, and in an instant, both pairs of eyes locked onto him. Chapter 48, Bone Spirit Army Descends. Lin Xiao immediately regretted his decision. He should have stayed quiet, kept his head down like an invisible bystander. Maybe then, these two mighty presences wouldn't have turned their attention to him. But now, both formidable presences had indeed turned fully toward him. The Azura tree elder glanced at Lin Xiao, then back at the Azura queen, and said, I see now. Those 3 trials you set up, they were never meant to test for a worthy heir to the legacy. You were actually searching for a suitable vessel. This mortal boy has obtained the Azura Foodie Scroll and passed all 3 trials. His path aligns perfectly with yours. He is the most suitable vessel indeed. The old man of the Xiao Luo tree suddenly saw through many things and sincerely admired the master. You've indeed found a perfect candidate for body snatching, but don't expect me to play along. The Xiao Luo queen remained silent, gazing at the old man with an expression of pity. When Lin Xiao heard this, his heart tightened, so he wasn't some chosen one after all. He was just a vessel meant for the queen's possession? The old man sneered. Boy, being chosen by my proud mistress is the greatest honor you could ever have in your entire life. Lin Xiao deliberately put on an angry face and said to the old man, Senior, let me help you fight her. Even though my strength is limited, I still want to do my part. The old man burst into laughter. He could clearly tell Lin Xiao's anger was fake, but it didn't matter. As long as it annoyed the Xiao Luo queen, that was good enough. I won't kill you, the old man said. Now get lost. He was about to go after the queen and had no patience for distractions. As for letting Lin Xiao live, that was never an option. Right now, the entire Xiao Luo Sea was under the old man's control. There was no way anyone could escape. The reason he allowed Lin Xiao to leave was simply because he didn't have time to deal with him personally. Once Lin Xiao stepped outside, the blood slaves would be waiting to surround him. Lin Xiao thanked him repeatedly, saying, Thank you, Senior. Pretending to be grateful, he quickly turned around and flew toward the exit of the Grand Hall. At the exact moment he flew out of the hall, the massive trunk of the Xiao Luo ancestor tree suddenly shook violently. The tremor rippled through the entire Xiao Luo secret realm. Down below, Meng Fanning saw Lin Xiao flying down, and for the first time, a smile appeared on her face. It was the first time Lin Xiao had ever seen Meng Fanning smile, a smile like melting snow and returning spring, breathtaking and heart-stopping. Unfortunately, both of them were in a life or death situation. Lin Xiao had no time to admire the beauty. He shouted to Meng Fanning, Run! 2 big shots are about to clash. Meng Fanning asked, What exactly happened up there? No time to explain, let us just run first. Lin Xiao leaped to Meng Faniying's side, instinctively grabbed her hand, and the two of them soared away from the Azura ancestor tree. Meng Faniying hesitated for a moment, but didn't pull her hand back. She simply let Lin Xiao take her along. The moment they moved, the four great fierce beasts guarding the perimeter of the Azura ancestor tree launched their attack in unison. It turned out the old man of the Azura tree was controlling them, sending them straight toward Lin Xiao and Meng Faniying. From the surface of the sea, countless blood slaves burst forth, swarming like locusts with no end in sight. Lin Xiao cursed furiously. That master and servant both deserve to die. Trust no one. I hope you tear each other apart. But Meng Faniying remained calm. I expected this. Knowing the old man's style, how could he possibly let us leave? We might die here today, become blood slaves, trapped forever without even the chance of reincarnation. Just between us, my biggest regret is never being able to become worthy of becoming my master's Dao companion. At the brink of death, Lin Xiao voiced the regret buried in his heart. There was no time for decorum anymore. If he didn't say it now, once turned into a blood slave, he wouldn't even have the right to speak. With no escape in sight, Meng Faniying confessed to Lin Xiao. If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't have cultivated the supreme emotionless Dao. Lin Xiao held Meng Faniying's delicate hand, his fingertips brushing her soft skin. Facing the four fierce beasts charging toward them, he didn't even have the will to resist. Meng Faniying, too, seemed resigned to the situation, unwilling to struggle pointlessly. With just the two of them, there was no way to turn the tide. Just as the pair braced themselves for death, a deep tremor echoed from the far reaches of the heavens. Lin Xiao and Meng Faniying looked up to see a massive scroll unfurl across the sky, spreading wide like the Milky Way itself. That peerless imperial artifact was beginning to reveal its former sharpness. Lin Xiao turned to Meng Faniying and asked, "Can you hear that horn? That wailing sound?" The horn was familiar to him. It was the signal of the Bone Spirit Army's march. Meng Faniying shook her head. "I don't hear anything." Meng Faniying leaned in to listen carefully, but she couldn't hear a single sound. Yet she noticed that the four fiend beasts in the Blood Slave Army had, for some inexplicable reason, not launched an attack. Had something happened to the old man of the Azura tree, leaving him unable to control them? Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the war drums began to sound, and this time, Meng Faniying clearly heard them. This drumbeat, Meng Faniying felt a strange sense of familiarity in her heart. It's the same war drum from the Azura battlefield. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he had just seen a glimmer of hope. It's the Bone Spirit Army. The Azura Queen has summoned her forces. Lin Xiao shouted, his voice filled with exhilaration. Meng Faniying had never seen the Bone Spirit Army before, and didn't understand why Lin Xiao was so thrilled. Could it mean that their survival depended on their arrival? Moments later, a furious voice echoed from the heavens. "So that's your hidden trick? No wonder you split the 3 layers of the Azura secret realm, making it impossible for me to track the first layer." As the voice faded, the Azura sea trembled violently. A space dozens of miles away from the Azura ancestral tree tore open, and the Bone Spirit Army descended. The Bone Spirit Army marched in perfect formation, a vast and imposing force. In life, they had been disciplined Azura soldiers, and even in death, they retained that same order. This was a stark contrast to the chaotic and disorderly Blood Slave Army before them. "My queen." The moment the Bone Spirit Army appeared, they knelt toward the heavens, shouting in unison, "My queen." Meng Faniying was deeply moved by the sight. Could it be that the Azura Queen had truly returned to life? Annihilate them all. The Azura Queen's voice rang down from the sky, and in an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the two armies. Lin Xiao and Meng Faniying were caught right in the middle, as both sides surged toward them like storms. So what? We're still going to die anyway. Meng Faniying saw no sign of a turning point. "No, there will be salvation," Lin Xiao said excitedly, grabbing Meng Faniying's hand and flying toward the Bone Spirit Army. Though confused by Lin Xiao's actions, Meng Faniying did not resist. Lin Xiao soared through the air and landed behind the Bone Spirit Army. What happened next finally revealed to Meng Fan Ying, where Lin Xiao had seen the chance of survival. These bone spirits actually refused to attack him. Some of the bone spirits hesitated when they saw Lin Xiao. They looked up at the sky, then back at him, and weakly uttered, "Our emperor." Lin Xiao issued a command, "Go. Kill every blood slave." Meng Fan Ying's yin-yang eyes narrowed slightly, as if witnessing something utterly incomprehensible. The clash between the two armies was brutal. At this rate, the Azura Sea would eventually be filled with corpses. At this point, the Bone Spirit army had not fully arrived, yet less than a tenth of them had reached the Azura Sea. The battle was at a stalemate for now, giving Lin Xiao the chance to look up and focus on the fierce fight above. As soon as the Azura subjugation scroll was unleashed, it spread over the Azura ancestor tree, attempting to devour the sky-piercing giant into the painting. Boom! The massive trunk violently shook and was literally torn from the ocean floor by the scroll's immense power. Chapter 49, Spirit Devouring Infernal Flame. You want to refine me? Do you even have the power to do that anymore? The voice of the ancestor tree elder echoed across the heavens. Lin Xiao watched from below as roots of the Azura ancestor tree burst from the earth like ancient dragons, surging straight toward the Azura subjugation scroll in the sky. In no time, the scroll was tightly wrapped by countless roots. The Azura subjugation scroll violently trembled, radiating a surging crimson light. A waterfall of blood roared down like thunder, pouring directly onto the Azura ancestor tree. This blood was the blood of millions of Azuras back then. The Azura Queen had slaughtered over 1,000,000 Azuras and used their blood to consecrate the scroll. Hidden within it was actually a river of Azura blood. After being drenched in the blood river, the entire tree turned blood red, even the leaves and branches glowed a deep crimson. High above the heavens, the elder of the Azura tree furiously attacked the Azura Queen. He was now also a soul form, while his true body outside was locked in battle with the Azura subjugation scroll. The elder of the Azura tree pointed a finger forward, and an illusory chain of laws shot toward the Azura Queen like a spear. The Azura Queen sneered, "Aren't these techniques all taught by me? You actually dare use them against your master?" She too extended her finger, and a solid chain of laws materialized before her. When the two clashed, though the techniques were identical, their power levels were clearly worlds apart. The Elder's chain shattered into nothingness, while the Azura Queen's chain surged forward like a beast, striking toward him. The Elder didn't panic. His figure flickered and turned insubstantial, narrowly evading the attack. As he reappeared, his voice turned cold. "Your soul power is weak. How many more times can you keep this up?" The Azura Queen laughed bitterly. "I'm not the one in a hurry. You are. If you can't finish me off quickly, your physical form will be destroyed. Once the Azura ancestor tree is consumed, this old man standing here will end up like me, nothing but a soul body." The Elder's face darkened. His physical form was being slowly burned away. The situation was no longer in his favor. He couldn't afford to stall any longer. He had to end this now. The Elder transformed into a mass of black mist and shot toward the Azura Queen. His soul body split into tens of thousands of chains of law, launching his ultimate and most powerful strike. This was his all-in move, his final gamble. If this failed, there would be no escape but death. The Azura Queen remained utterly calm, her expression eerily serene. She raised her hand, and a flame of crimson red ignited in her palm. At the sight of the fire, the Elder cried out in shock, "Soul-devouring heavenly flame? You still have this?" The Azura Queen said coldly, "Little tree slave, those who betray me are destined for only one fate." She clenched her fist, and the flame roared to life. The black mist that was the Elder exploded apart in an instant, and every single chain of law was burned to ash. Aya! The figure of the Elder Xiao Luo tree appeared, his soul body ablaze. The flames could not be extinguished once touched by even a trace of the soul-devouring celestial fire. Both soul and physical body would be reduced to nothingness. "Master, I was wrong. Please, give this humble servant another chance." The Elder Xiao Luo tree begged, collapsing to his knees before the Xiao Luo Queen, his soul writhing in torment from the searing flames. The Xiao Luo Queen asked coldly, Do you plan to betray me a second time? Her icy gaze sent a chill down the spine. Below, Lin Xiao heard the elder Xiao Luo tree's anguished cries and immediately realized the battle between master and servant had already reached its conclusion. Thinking to himself, Lin Xiao mused, somehow, it feels like it might be even more terrifying if the Xiao Luo queen won. Secretly, he had hoped the two would wound each other equally. These blood slaves have stopped moving, Meng Fanshadow observed, noticing that the blood slave army seemed uncontrolled. Indeed, the Bone Spirit's army was now slaughtering them without resistance. Perfect chance, let's go now. Seeing that the four fiend beasts had also gone still, Lin Xiao surmised that the elder Xiao Luo tree must already be dead. With no one controlling the blood slave army and the bone spirits not attacking them, this was the ideal moment to escape. The Xiao Luo queen had only just subdued the elder Xiao Luo's soul form. The massive tree body had not yet been fully refined, so she probably had no time to deal with the two of them. If they didn't run now, when would they get another chance? Lin Xiao and Meng Fanshadow transformed into two streaks of light, soaring over the battlefield and heading straight for the edge of the Xiao Luo Sea. No sooner had they taken off than the Xiao Luo queen descended from the heavens. She glanced toward the direction Lin Xiao had fled and coldly declared, "No living being escapes from under my eyes." Still, the Xiao Luo queen did not rush to pursue them after all. They couldn't possibly escape the Xiao Luo Sea so easily. She activated the Xiao Luo subjugation scroll, channeling the power of the blood river into the elder Xiao Luo tree. With its soul already destroyed, only the massive trunk remained, and soon she had completely refined and sealed it away. Boom! The elder Xiao Luo tree was ripped from the Xiao Luo Sea and then absorbed into the Xiao Luo subjugation scroll. The ancient tree, rooted in this sea for 100,000 years, was leaving this territory for the first time. As soon as the Shura Emperor chart absorbed the ancestral Shura tree, the entire sea area suddenly felt empty and hollow. After finishing up, the Shura Queen took the Shura Emperor chart and set off in pursuit of Lin Xiao. Back then, I abandoned my imperial body just to survive, and all for the sake of a single, faint chance. Now that the opportunity has come, how could I possibly let you go? As soon as the Shura Queen entered the Shura Emperor chart, the imperial artifact shot forward at an astonishing speed. Even with just a 10,000th of her full power, she was still far superior to Lin Xiao, who was at the transformation sea stage. It wasn't long before the Shura Queen caught up to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao and Meng Fainting skimmed across the sea surface. Feeling a powerful presence approaching from behind, Lin Xiao immediately recognized that the Shura Queen had arrived. You should escape now. This female Shura is after me. I'll hold her back and buy you time, Lin Xiao said to Meng Fainting. He knew the Shura Queen wanted to take over his body. The process from soul replacement to full integration would take time. He hoped this would give Meng Fainting a chance to flee. Forget it. We can't escape now. Meng Fainting had already identified the pursuer as the Shura Queen. Facing such an existence, she knew there was nothing she could do. Before she even finished speaking, the Shura Emperor chart came down like a shadow overhead. Lin Xiao and Meng Fainting stopped in midair and looked up at the artifact floating above them. I'll let you take my body. I promise not to resist, but I have one condition, Lin Xiao shouted toward the sky. No one makes demands of me. The Shura Queen replied coldly from above. If you don't agree, I'll destroy my own body. I'd rather die than let you have it, Lin Xiao said, channeling his inner energy, ready to self-destruct at any moment. The Shura Queen fell silent. Never before had anyone dared to threaten her like this. She had become a weapon spirit. This annoying young human somehow knew some of her deepest secrets, forcing her to abandon her former path of emperor cultivation. Yet her old emperor body rejected her, refusing to merge with her once again. To escape the fate of a weapon spirit, there was only one path: possessing another person's physical body. Lin Xiao's body was a perfect match for her. He was the one she had waited for through 10,000 years. The Azura Queen remained silent for a moment before her voice finally came from above. Your condition is for me to release your so-called cultivation partner? At the words cultivation partner, Meng Fainting shivered slightly. Her yin-yang eyes momentarily cleared, the illusory sun and moon within them vanishing, revealing the gaze of an ordinary woman. Lin Xiao replied, "She's not truly my cultivation partner. We fought side by side several times within the Azura secret realm. I only asked that she be allowed to leave alive." He sensed the Azura Queen's tone had softened, no longer as rigid as before, clearly fearing the destruction of this physical form. "Fine, I accept your condition. Come up here, she may leave." The Azura Queen responded. As the Azura subduing heaven scroll began to glow, a spatial exit gradually appeared. Meng Fanning grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, shouting, "Don't go. Die with me." Lin Xiao pulled her hand away and said, "If only one of us can survive, then let it be her." With that, he leapt upward, diving straight into the Azura subduing heaven scroll. Meng Fanning stood in place, unmoving, long after he had gone. Chapter 50: The New Master of the Azura Subduing Heaven Scroll. After entering the Azura Subduing Heaven Scroll, Lin Xiao found himself in a vast space. The first thing he noticed was a long, winding river of blood, filled with the blood of countless Azuras. The blood river flowed toward a dark abyss, where a faint bridge appeared in the distance. Beyond it lay a mystery no one had ever uncovered. Beside the blood river stood a towering tree, the Azura ancestor tree, refined into form by the Azura Queen herself. The Black Grand Hall housing the Emperor's body had also been brought inside. At this moment, the Azura Queen stood high above all, gazing down at Lin Xiao. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao shouted, "Hua Wuyan, swear to me after possessing my body, you will not go after that woman outside." When he entered, Meng Fanning had still been outside. Whether she had already left or not, he had no way of knowing. Out of caution, Lin Xiao decided to have the Azura Queen swear an oath. Beings like her rarely swore oaths casually, but once they did, they seldom broke them. When Lin Xiao called her by her name directly, the Azura Queen felt momentarily disoriented. It had been a long time since anyone dared to utter her name in her presence. "I already said I wouldn't kill her, and I won't," the Azura Queen replied, though inwardly she felt that Lin Xiao was pushing his luck. She had already made a promise, and now he wanted her to swear an oath? He was testing her patience. Lin Xiao shot back coldly, "Not good enough. Without an oath, I can't trust you. Where's the honor in your Azura race?" Facing the Azura Queen, he showed no fear whatsoever. The Azura Queen stared at Lin Xiao for a long moment, the flame in her hand flickering and dying several times before she finally spoke. "I swear I will not kill that woman outside." "Is that enough?" she asked icily, her patience clearly worn thin. If Lin Xiao pushed any further, she'd rip his soul out and torture it for centuries. Only then would she deserve the title of Azura Queen. Lin Xiao flung the Qinghong sword aside. "This blade has been with me for years. Don't look down on it in the future." As he spoke, he fell silent, thinking of the one person he couldn't let go, Luo Yusu. The Azura Queen descended in her soul form and commanded, "Open your mind. Don't resist, or you'll wish you were dead." Now in her soul state, she could directly enter Lin Xiao's body. As soon as she entered, she discovered his secret constitution and said with delight, "So it's the Dragon Phoenix body. Perfect. Don't worry, I'll bring the Dragon Phoenix body to its full potential. Such a top 3 rare constitution would be wasted on you. Only in my hands can it truly shine." Since this body would be her new vessel, the Azura Queen began a thorough examination of Lin Xiao. "Better safe than sorry. Go ahead and take my body if that's what you want. Stop humiliating me. You, Hua Wuyan, are the strongest, but it ends here." Lin Xiao thought to himself, "If you're going to kill someone, don't hesitate." The taste of waiting for death was the worst of all. Hua Wuyan is definitely the strongest. No doubt about that. The Hell Queen's soul energy continued to spread. Just as she was about to take over his body, a sudden vibration came from outside the Shura Futian chart. "My lord, this humble servant congratulates you on finding a new vessel." The voice of the Shura elder tree came from outside. Lin Xiao felt the Hell Queen's soul tremble slightly. She seemed genuinely surprised by the sudden interruption. "So it's the core you've refined after all. I was wondering how you hadn't formed a core in 10,000 years. The true soul form was hidden all along within the heart of the tree." The Hell Queen's soul form flew out from Lin Xiao's body. Outside, Meng Fan Shadow watched the sudden appearance of the Shura elder tree, and sensed that perhaps there was a turning point ahead. The Shura Elder Tree had no time to deal with Meng Fan's shadow. He grabbed the Shura Futian chart and with a single palm strike, split the ocean's surface open, revealing the ocean floor. Boom! The seabed suddenly trembled violently, pulsing like a heartbeat, shaking the ocean floor. A red tree core awakened and began to beat fiercely. This core was the result of the Shura Elder Tree's 10,000-year refinement. It wasn't a physical object, but rather a formation of countless laws and principles woven together. This very core was also the Tao heart of the Shura Elder Tree himself. "My lord," the elder said, "did you really think I came unprepared? If I could be eliminated so easily, then you truly underestimated me." With that, he threw the Shura Futian chart into the core. He was about to begin refining the Shura Futian chart. At this moment, the Hell Queen had become the artifact spirit of the Shura Futian chart. If the chart was refined, it would mean complete control over the queen herself. At that point, the master-servant relationship would be reversed. He would be the master, and the queen would become the servant. The Shura Futian chart was placed within the core, and waves of law-like energy surged into the chart. "Master, you've been clever your whole life, but now you've made a foolish mistake. Now that you've become a vessel spirit, the Xiao Luo Futian too has become masterless. Whoever can refine it will become its new master." Old man Xiao Luo Trehan Ti actually died just now. He had been hiding in the shadows the entire time, observing everything, waiting for the exact moment when Xiao Luo Queen took over Lin Xiao's body to make his move. Inside the Xiao Luo Futian 2, the Xiao Luo Queen had not appeared in person. Instead, she was channeling the power of the scroll to resist the invasion of the tree core. But now, she was extremely weak, unable to fully wield the true might of the Futian Tuesday. And since she was only a vessel spirit, she couldn't stop old man Xiao Luo from attempting to take control of the scroll. "Why so quiet? This time, you won't be able to turn the tables and kill me, right?" The old tree spirit laughed out loud, but the Xiao Luo Queen remained silent, clearly out of options. "Since you look pitiful, I'll let you laugh a little longer. After all, you probably won't get another chance." The Xiao Luo Queen clenched a blood-red crystal in her hand and crushed it into pieces right then and there. Immediately, a surge of imperial might began to awaken. Outside, the old tree spirit felt the imperial aura and stopped laughing instantly. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he said, "I'm proud to have pushed you to this point, my old master." In her form as a vessel spirit, the Xiao Luo Queen infused her very essence of slaughter into the artifact, achieving the ultimate transcendence. No matter whether she could defeat the old tree spirit or not, after this battle, she would likely perish. The old tree spirit was also going all out. He had no way to retreat. "It's either your death or mine, or perhaps we should perish together as master and servant." At the very moment the Xiao Luo Queen shot outward, the old tree spirit's core exploded. Two forces at their peak collided, and the entire sea was instantly torn apart and collapsed into ruin. A deafening explosion roared outward. The shockwaves surged in all directions. Although Meng Fanning had already retreated, she was still caught in the blast. She summoned a tortoise shell and pulled out a talisman to defend herself. She pushed the power of her yin-yang dual eyes to the limit, forming a swirling yin-yang symbol in front of her. Meng Fanning had neutralized most of the force behind triple layers of defense, but residual energy still surged through her, energy she couldn't fully dissipate. She was flung backward by the impact, falling into unconsciousness instantly. After the explosion, two figures remained suspended in the air. The elder of the Azura tree had become translucent. His soul force was rapidly crumbling away. He burst into loud laughter, his eyes locked onto the Azura Queen facing him. The Azura Queen wore no victorious smile either. Her form had also turned semi-transparent, her soul flame flickering as if it might die out at any moment. The Azura subjugation chart remained unchanged, floating nearby as an imperial artifact. "Humans, brat, I'm about to grant you a great opportunity." The elder of the Azura tree held a glowing red light in his hand, the core mark of the Azura subjugation chart. Whoever successfully refined it would become the true master of the Azura subjugation chart. Although the Elder had already refined the Azura subjugation chart earlier, his soul was now on the verge of collapse. Once he perished, the artifact would once again become unclaimed. The Elder hurled the core mark into the Azura subjugation chart, then ignited his own soul and charged toward the Azura Queen one last time. Chapter 51. You Belong to Me. Over the past 100,000 years, the Elder of the Azura Tree had proven one truth beyond doubt: he would never defeat the Azura Queen. Even now, when the Azura Queen was at her weakest, she still had the power to kill him. Now, burning his very soul, he launched his final strike against the Azura Queen. My queen, your little servant tree has finally accepted defeat. No matter how clever I've been, I can never defeat you. My entire life, I've been unable to escape the fate of servitude. Though defeated, the Elder of the Azura Tree laughed wildly at this moment. Because before death, he wanted to make the Azura Queen suffer just once. I've tasted the bitterness of being a servant for 100,000 years. Now it's your turn to taste what it feels like to be treated like a servant, especially by the one you despise most. A human. Silence. Flames erupted in the Azura Queen's hands. Soul-devouring heavenly fire spewed forth from her palms, rushing to meet the charging Elder of the Azura Tree. Mid-flight, the Elder was engulfed by the soul-consuming heavenly fire, burning in midair before he could even reach the Azura Queen. After a while, the old Xiao Luo Tree's soul form was burned away into nothingness. This time, he was truly dead, no trace of life remained. The Xiao Luo Queen, suspended high in the air, fixed her gaze on the Xiao Luo Fu Tian scroll. She could sense that Lin Xiao had already begun to assimilate the scroll's core essence. She couldn't return in time to stop him, nor did she have the strength to do so. She barely had enough soul power left just to keep her soul form from disintegrating. Otherwise, she would share the same fate as the old Xiao Luo Tree. Inside the Xiao Luo Fu Tian scroll, Lin Xiao couldn't see what was happening outside, but he could hear the old Xiao Luo Tree's voice. A red light shot in it was the core essence mark the old Xiao Luo Tree had spoken of. Whoever assimilated it would become the new master of the Xiao Luo Fu Tian scroll. Screw it whether it was a trap or not. He had no choice now. If he really could become the new master, at least he could avoid being taken over by the Xiao Luo Queen. Lin Xiao wasn't moving fast with the assimilation. Only 1/3 of the process was complete by the time the Xiao Luo Queen had killed the old Xiao Luo Tree. When he was halfway through, the Xiao Luo Queen entered, startling him badly. To his surprise, however, she made no move to stop him. Her soul form was nearly transparent, and her soul flame was barely perceptible. She could vanish at any moment. You either fight for your dignity, Lin Xiao said, or just sit there and wait to die. He could tell she had used every last bit of her strength just to maintain her soul body. If she tried to attack, it would mean her final destruction. The Xiao Luo Queen looked at Lin Xiao and let out a soft sigh. I never expected the real wild card to be you. Lin Xiao didn't fully understand her words, but seeing she no longer had the strength to stop him, he continued the assimilation. The Xiao Luo Queen stood silently by. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao succeeded. He had established a connection with the Xiao Luo Fu Tian scroll and also with the Xiao Luo Queen herself. He could sense the Hell Queen's condition just as he had expected. She no longer had the strength to strike at him. I didn't expect to obtain a Supreme Emperor artifact. Lin Xiao couldn't hide his excitement. Such a rare opportunity was unlikely to come again. His eyes locked onto the Hell Queen as he plotted how to eliminate her. Even though she had become the spirit of the artifact, Lin Xiao still felt uneasy about her. His intentions were written all over his face, but the Hell Queen remained indifferent. She spoke coolly. This is my imperial artifact. I understand it better than you do. You can't erase me from it. I don't believe that. Now that I'm the master of the Hell Subduing Heaven Scroll, everything within it, including you, belongs to me. If I want to kill you, there's no reason I can't. You're welcome to try, the Hell Queen scoffed. Lin Xiao attempted to erase the soul imprint the Hell Queen had left in the Hell Subduing Heaven Scroll, only to find it completely unshakable. Your soul power is too weak, the Hell Queen said plainly. I left that imprint when I was still at the Grand Emperor stage. Her meaning was clear. Lin Xiao was simply too weak right now. Lin Xiao fell into thought, understanding her implication immediately. He would have to reach the Grand Emperor level before he could erase that soul mark. There must be another way. Lin Xiao refused to give up. "You're welcome to keep thinking," the Hell Queen replied calmly. "But your little lover outside isn't doing so well." "What? She is still out there?" Lin Xiao immediately stopped paying attention to the Hell Queen. Since he couldn't kill her now, and she posed no immediate threat, he decided to go check on Meng Fanning first. Lin Xiao emerged from the Hell Subduing Heaven scroll. From a distance, he saw Meng Fanning unconscious and rushed over to her. The seawater in this region had been nearly vaporized. The ocean floor shattered and collapsed. Meng Fanning lay unconscious in a massive crater. Her breath was extremely weak, clearly. She had sustained serious injuries. What should I do now? Lin Xiao's heart sank. His storage ring had already exploded, and he didn't have a single healing pill on him. He had no idea how to save Meng Fanning. A voice came from within the Xie Luo Fu Tian to the voice of the Xie Luo Queen. "I know how to save her." Without even turning around, Lin Xiao coldly replied, "I don't trust you to be that kind-hearted. Believe it or not, it's your choice. But if you wait a few more days, your lover's cultivation foundation will suffer even worse damage. At that point, not even the best pills will be able to help her." The Xie Luo Queen's words sent a chill through Lin Xiao's heart. Even he could see how severe Meng Fanying's injuries were. "You've always been proud and cold-hearted. Why suddenly act so helpful? Tell me the truth. What price are you asking for in return?" Lin Xiao found her behavior highly suspicious. "You can't get rid of me, and I can't take over your body either. So how about we work together instead?" Ever since Lin Xiao became the new master of the Xie Luo Fu Tian II, the Xie Luo Queen's plans had changed. "How do you propose we work together?" Lin Xiao asked first, wanting to hear her out. The Xie Luo Queen emerged from the painting and looked at Lin Xiao as she said, "I help you ascend to Emperor-level power, and in return, you help me return to my former peak." Those two things are easier said than done. Lin Xiao shook his head, unwilling to make any promises. Throughout history, very few had ever managed to reach the Emperor realm. Many geniuses far more brilliant than him had still failed. The Xie Luo Queen, however, remained confident. "It's not hard at all. With my help and your dragon foam body, it won't be difficult. Save her first," Lin Xiao said firmly. "Then we can talk about cooperation." He didn't want to waste time on empty words anymore. Saving Meng Fanning was the most important thing right now. The Xie Luo Queen turned and flew back into the Xie Luo Fu Tian II, ordering, "Bring her inside the painting." Lin Xiao carried the unconscious Meng Fanning and flew into the painting. Inside the Xie Luo Fu Tian II, the Xie Luo Queen walked to the base of the Xie Luo ancestor tree. As she approached, the massive crown of the tree split open, revealing a hidden, small space within. In this space floated 3 droplets of milky white liquid and 3 vivid red fruits. There are still 3 arhat fruits. Lin Xiao was both surprised and delighted. Previously, he had barely acquired 2 fruits, but they were lost along with the destruction of his storage ring, a loss he had deeply regretted. The Arhat Queen extended her fingers slightly, and 1 droplet of the white liquid floated down. "The Arhat ancestor tree only bears 3 fruits every 1,000 years, she explained. "The little tree slave used up many of them, so barely 3 remained. This," she continued, pointing to the droplet, "is even more valuable. This is 10,000-year sap, and it takes 10,000 years to form a single drop." The Arhat Queen sighed softly. "Unfortunately, this sap is only effective for physical injuries, not damage to the soul. If these 3 drops could heal my soul, you wouldn't have had the chance to refine the Arhat Subduing Heaven scroll earlier." "Then give me this one to try first," Lin Xiao said. He didn't fully trust the Arhat Queen and felt he had to test it himself. "Don't regret it later. There are only 3 drops," the Arhat Queen warned. From her perspective, the 10,000-year sap was incredibly rare. If he used it now and it had no effect, 1 drop would be wasted. Lin Xiao grumbled. "If you were a little more trustworthy, I wouldn't have to be so cautious." Her words left the Arhat Queen momentarily speechless, unable to offer a rebuttal. Chapter 52. Everyone was waiting. The droplet of milky white sap flew toward Lin Xiao, who reached out and caught it in his palm. As soon as the sap touched his skin, It seeped into his body. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, wrapping his entire being in a wave of comfort and warmth. Lin Zhao's heart stirred. It would be a shame not to refine this energy. He thought that with the immense power of the 10,000-year sap, he might be able to restore his cultivation back to the middle stage of the sea manifestation realm. From the middle stage of the sea manifestation realm to the late stage, he hadn't encountered much resistance before. As long as he had enough resources, his progress should be smooth. Lin Zhao spent about a quarter of an hour refining all the energy from the sap, and his cultivation base successfully returned to the middle stage of the sea manifestation realm. The Azura Queen watched coldly as Lin Zhao's action struck her as sheer waste. But she didn't say much. After all, they were still in a partnership. Moreover, the higher Lin Zhao's cultivation, the more effectively the Azura subduing heaven chart would perform. "Give me another drop," Lin Zhao said. He had already confirmed the Millennium Tree sap was harmless and could be used on Meng Fan Shadow. The Azura Queen took out another drop of the Millennium sap. The liquid flew straight into Meng Fan Shadow's forehead. Meng Fan Shadow's body trembled slightly. Once inside her, the sap slowly began repairing her damaged Dao foundation. Lin Zhao himself hadn't formed a Dao foundation yet. To establish one, he needed to first reach the Dao platform realm. Restoring a Dao foundation wasn't something done in an instant. It would take at least several hours before Meng Fan Shadow would awaken. Under no circumstances should you tell anyone about the Azura subduing heaven chart, not even someone you trust most, the Azura Queen warned coldly. If the chart's existence were revealed, it would surely attract powerful cultivators to fight over it. At that point, not only would Lin Zhao be unable to protect it, but she herself would also be discovered. Lin Zhao was well aware of this. He wasn't foolish enough to casually reveal that he possessed an imperial artifact. In the future, he would have to be extremely cautious when using the Azura subduing heaven chart. Only in dire necessity would he consider employing it. Seeing that Lin Zhao had taken her words seriously, the Azura Queen extended her finger and flicked. A thin strand of residual Slayer essence separated itself out. However, she didn't hand it over immediately. "Let us make a deal. Help me find something that can restore my soul body so I can regain a certain level of power, and I'll give you this strand of Slayer essence." Lin Zhao glanced at the strand of Slayer essence, sensing a surge of ultimate power radiating from it. As if fearing he wouldn't appreciate its value, she explained, "This is the ultimate force of slaughter. Possessing it will greatly enhance your combat strength. As it grows stronger in the future, so too will your power." Lin Zhao grew slightly wary, fearing he might end up at a disadvantage. He replied cautiously, "Hand over the Slayer essence first. Bring what you're offering for the trade, and I'll give it to you then." The Azura Empress flew into the black, great hall, and the doors closed behind her. From that moment on, her presence never leaked out. Whether she'd fallen asleep or sealed herself away, no one knew. Lin Zhao had a bit of a headache. He couldn't kill the Azura Empress, yet had to let her tag along no matter how he looked at it. She was a huge hidden hazard. Forget it. Don't think about it for now. She can't do anything to me at the moment anyway. With Meng feigning on his back, Lin Zhao flew out of the Azura heaven suppressing diagram. Once outside, a single thought made the diagram shrink into something he could carry on his person. Time to head out. We've been in here for days. I've got no idea how chaotic things have gotten outside. He could already picture it. The people waiting were bound to be frantic. Too many had died in this Azura trial, and they'd been elite disciples at that. Of the sea-transforming realm cultivators who entered the Azura secret realm, 90% hadn't made it out alive. Whether it was the 3 great holy sects or the 3 great demonic sects, none of them could stomach losses like that. The moment he stepped out, he was sure to be grilled. On his way out of the 3rd layer of space, Lin Zhao settled on his cover story. In the end, only he and Meng Fenying had come out alive. When the time came, all he had to say was that the dead couldn't testify, and there'd be nothing they could do about it. The Azura Sea was vast. It took Lin Zhao almost a full day to reach its edge. Somewhere along the way, Meng Fenying woke up and let him carry her without protest. Lin Zhao didn't explain how he survived, and she didn't press him. As for the Azura Tree Elder and the Azura Empress, Meng Fenying didn't bring them up at all. She only cared about one thing. Lin Xiao was still Lin Xiao. No one had seized his body. That was enough. Lin Xiao had even prepared a few lies. But since Meng Fanning never asked about the Azura Empress, he didn't want to lie to her, nor did he want to expose the secret of the Azura heaven-suppressing diagram. So he kept silent the whole way. Lin Xiao carried Meng Fanning onto the teleportation altar. As he activated the formation, the altar emitted a brilliant light, condensing into a beam that sent them back to the second layer of the realm. Something was clearly off inside the Azura secret realm. The cultivators who had remained in the first and second layers sensed it early on, so by now, the second layer was completely deserted. After exiting into the first layer, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment at the exit before asking, "Can you walk on your own now?" It wasn't that he cared about carrying her, but what worried him more was the gossip that might follow once they stepped outside. He feared Meng Fanning would become the subject of rumors. After all, she was the Supreme Holy Maiden. How could it possibly look right for her to be carried out by a man? Not to mention the rule within the Supreme Holy Sect. The Supreme Holy Maiden was destined to become a cultivation partner with the Supreme Holy Heir. This incident could damage Meng Fanning's reputation. Unexpectedly, Meng Fanning simply replied, "No." "All right then. I'll explain to everyone outside that you were injured and couldn't walk," Lin Xiao said. He caught a hint of playfulness in her tone and was momentarily taken aback. Since their time inside the Azura secret realm, something about Meng Fanning's mindset seemed to have changed. Lin Xiao felt uneasy about this shift. After all, she cultivated the supreme emotionless Tao. Any change in her emotional state was concerning. "There are many people waiting for me outside, especially from the three great evil sects," Meng Fanning said, gazing toward the exit of the secret realm. "If anything happens, we'll face it together." "I'm not afraid of getting into trouble," Lin Xiao replied. He wouldn't let her bear the burden alone. He inhaled deeply and flew toward the exit with Meng Fanning still on his back. Outside the exit, crowds from the three great holy sects and the three great evil sects gathered, all eyes fixed on the opening of the secret realm. Now they were certain only two people remained inside the Azura secret realm. Someone shouted loudly, "Meng Fanning and Lin Xiao from the Luo Holy Sect killed so many of our people in the second layer." It was definitely them who killed Ling Han and Feng Xiao too. Chapter 53, Will Lin Xiao's soul be searched? A senior elder from the Wangu demon sect glared coldly at the exit of the secret realm. He had pieced together the information from the few cultivators who had survived and made it out alive. An elder from the Ji Dao demon sect snorted coldly, casting a glance toward the De Luo Holy Sect. It was mostly Meng Fanning's doing. But now that Lin Xiao from the De Luo Holy Sect is also involved, my Ji Dao demon sect 1T just let this slide. Yin Mingxi wore a heavy expression. Now not only were the three great demon sects furious, even Zhou Haoyang from the Nine Heavens Holy Sect seemed determined to get answers from Meng Fanning and Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, you've stirred up such a huge mess. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you any longer." Yin Mingxi sighed inwardly. Just then, someone suddenly cried out in shock. "They're out." Hundreds of eyes shot toward the exit of the secret realm, many watching in stunned disbelief. Lin Xiao had actually flown out carrying the Supreme Holy Maiden on his back. When Lin Xiao emerged carrying Meng Fanning, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Every gaze was locked on them. One astonished face after another looked on, as if witnessing something utterly impossible. Even the sect elders from the demon sects, who had moments ago been furious and ready to confront Meng Fanning, were left speechless and frozen. Yun Mingxi's lips parted slightly as she stared at Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning. Suddenly, she noticed the jade hairpin on Lin Xiao's head. It looked like Meng Fanning's. "Lin Xiao, you're amazing." Yun Mingxi secretly gave Lin Xiao a mental thumbs up. The most shocked of all was Zhou Haoyang. He saw that Meng Fanning seemed to have willingly allowed Lin Xiao to carry her, her delicate head resting gently on his shoulder, completely indifferent to the strange looks from the surrounding crowd. The divine turtle from the Liansu realm opened its eyelids fully, revealing eyes as large as city gates. It wore an expression of both confusion and astonishment. It didn't care much about what had happened between Lin Xiao and Meng Fanning. What concerned it more was Meng Fanning's Tao heart. Since exiting the Azura secret realm, Meng Fan Ing's Dao heart seemed to have developed some kind of issue. The divine turtle could clearly sense the change in its holy maiden. Dream Fan Ing's Dao heart seemed as if it had once been shattered, yet somehow it wasn't. Could it really be a case of breaking before rebuilding? The divine turtle was utterly baffled, unable to grasp what had changed within his sect's holy maiden. He could only hope it wasn't something disastrous. Dream Fan Ing, you finally come out. A senior elder from the Yellow Springs sect stepped forward to break the silence. His name was Huang Rusong, a mid-stage celestial body cultivator and the strongest among the 5 leading elders from the Yellow Springs sect. At once, the elders from the other 2 sects followed suit. An elder from the 10,000 Ancient sect, a middle-aged man named Xiao Changhe, who cultivated at the late stage of the celestial body, spoke next. Pointing directly at Dream Fan Ing, he demanded, Dream Fan Ing, was it you who killed Ling Han from our sect? The elder from the sacrificial Dao sect quickly chimed in. And was it also you who killed Feng Xiao from our sect? Faced with the accusations from the 3 great demonic sects, Dream Fan Ing remained calm and indifferent, clearly too disinterested to even bother responding. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh and answered on Dream Fan Ing's behalf. Once you enter the Azura secret realm, life and death are determined by fate itself. You of all people should know that. Besides, didn't Feng Xiao and Ling Han slaughter countless disciples from the 3 sacred sects? Seeing that Dream Fan Ing refused to speak while Lin Xiao, a mere ocean expansion mid-stage cultivator, stepped forward to respond, the 3 elders, all at the celestial body stage, were instantly enraged. Xiao Changhe pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted, "Who the hell are you? You're nothing but an ocean expansion mid-stage nobody. What gives you the right to open your mouth here?" Huang Rusong suddenly had a wicked idea. Dream Fan Ing, come out and speak for yourself. What kind of woman hides behind a pretty boy like that? He was trying to ruin her reputation. As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes in the crowd darted back and forth between Lin Xiao and Dream Fan Ing. Some male cultivators stared at Lin Xiao with jealousy in their eyes. Whether he and Dream Fan Ing were actually together or not didn't matter. Anyone who could have her leaning on him like that was bound to stir envy. After all, just being close enough to touch her was enough to make anyone green with desire. The position of Supreme Holy Maiden was of the utmost prestige. A goddess in the hearts of countless cultivators, how could she be so callously abandoned by a man? You all know what happened in the 2nd layer of the Azura realm. Feng Xiao and Ling Han led hundreds in an ambush against me and Meng Fan Ing. Those people got exactly what they deserved. Lin Xiao cast a glance at the crowd from Jiuxiao Holy Sect. Aside from the 3 great demonic sects, a few cultivators from the 3 holy sects had also participated in that attack. Someone in the Jiuxiao Holy Sect group lowered their head nervously when Lin Xiao's gaze swept over them. Zhou Haoyang let out a cold snort and asked, "Let us not talk about the 2nd layer for now. I want to know what really happened in the 3rd layer. Why did all 10 of our ocean manifestation experts from Jiuxiao Holy Sect perish?" At Zhou Haoyang's question, Xiao Rua and the elders from the demonic sects all fixed their eyes on Lin Xiao, waiting for his response. Lin Xiao was well prepared and answered plainly. They provoked the Blood Slave army in the 3rd layer and were overwhelmed until they collapsed from exhaustion and died. Huang Rusong sneered sarcastically, countering, "Then how come you 2 didn't die? Did the Blood Slave army only target them and leave you 2 alone?" Zhou Haoyang also showed disbelief, coldly retorting, "Nonsense. Tang Zhao and his group had a secret treasure called Heaven Deceiving Passage that could evade the Blood Slave army. How could they possibly have attracted the Blood Slaves?" Lin Xiao explained, "At that time, they were fighting over the Azura fruit. Perhaps it was that very fruit that summoned the Blood Slave army. Even the 4 fiend beasts were drawn in as well." At the mention of the 4 fiend beasts, many people around Lin Xiao paled. Encountering them in the Azura realm practically meant certain death. Huang Rusong pressed on, "Hold on. If you're saying that even the 4 fiend beasts appeared, how is it that you 2 still managed to walk out alive? Don't tell me they only attacked others and left you 2 alone?" Lin Xiao shrugged helplessly. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, the dead couldn't testify, and he saw no point in saying more." Zhou Haoyang's eyes darkened as he asked, "Who ended up with that Azura fruit?" In his mind, if Lin Xiao had won, He'd have to start thinking strategically. Meng Feiying floated down from behind Lin Xiao and replied coolly, "It's with me." Her expression was icy as she hovered midair, staring coldly at the crowd. Her injuries seemed to have healed significantly. Internally, Zhou Haoyang felt a pang of regret. If the fruit was with Meng Feiying, he practically had no chance at all. After sweeping his gaze across the three great devil sects, Meng Feiying coldly declared, "I killed all of them. What are you going to do about it?" Her tone was calm, yet the aura she exuded was so domineering that no one dared to meet her eyes directly. As soon as she spoke, the arrogance of the three devil sects instantly vanished. Xiao Changhe and the others changed expressions. With the Lingue at the Lian Su cultivation stage on Meng Feiying's side, they truly had no way of dealing with her. But they couldn't just swallow their pride either. At the very least, they wanted Meng Feiying to pay a price. Xiao Changhe's aura suddenly surged as he released his late sage realm pressure, roaring, "You've killed so many of our people. At the very least, you must compensate us." The Supreme Holy Sect and the Great Luo Holy Sect must each hand over 10 mining cities as reparation. Brother Xiao is absolutely right. If you don't compensate us, we won't rest until we've had our due. Huang Rusong immediately chimed in. Their losses had been severe, and upon returning, they would definitely face punishment. But if they could force the two major sects to pay compensation, they might be able to balance their gains and losses. 10 mining cities as compensation? From the Great Luo Holy Sect's side, Yun Mingxi and the 7 elders exchanged glances. This was a decision they couldn't make and absolutely could not agree to. Huang Rusong turned to Yun Mingxi and the others and said, "You Great Luo Holy Sect can just hand over those 10 mining cities in the south as compensation. Those cities border our Yellow Springs Devil Sect anyway, and they'll eventually fall to us. It's only appropriate that you surrender them now." Without hesitation or further thought, Yun Mingxi flatly refused. "Don't even think about it." In the 10 mines located in the southern region, the city of Feishue was guarded by the Grandmaster's eldest senior apprentice sister. The Yellow Spring Demon Sect had truly calculated well, Lin Xiao mused coldly in his heart. Meng Feiying fixed her gaze on Xiao Changhe and said, "Don't even dream of compensation. If you're not satisfied, let us settle this with a duel." Though she was only at the early stage of the transcendent realm, her aura didn't yield at all to Xiao Changhe, who was at the late stage of the same realm. Xiao Changhe, however, had no intention of fighting Meng Feiying. He turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao and declared, "If you want to find out what happened in the Azure Sea, it's simple, just rip out this kid's soul and search through his memories." As soon as Xiao Changhe spoke, many people's hearts stirred. Even Zhou Haoyang appeared to show signs of approval. Yun Mingxi turned toward the 7 elders, her voice tinged with pleading, "Esteemed elders, Lin Xiao is a disciple of our Great Luo Holy Sect. Please don't allow someone to extract his soul." If the 8 of them from Great Luo Holy Sect had taken a firm and united stance, there was still a chance to protect Lin Xiao. Someone shouted out loudly, "This Lin Xiao is the root of all misfortune. He not only caused the death of Senior He Hong, but also crippled Senior Wan, and who knows, Senior Zhou Yin might be bin is doing too." The 7 elders remained silent, but instead, some cultivators from the 9 Luminaries Peak and Spirit Head Peak spoke up first. Surprisingly, they supported Xiao Changhe and advocated for extracting Lin Xiao's soul. Chapter 50 For they've killed him already. Soul extraction referred to pulling out a person's soul and forcibly sifting through their memories. Even if someone survived the process, they would end up as a raving idiot. Within the Great Luo Holy Sect, there were no few people who wished for Lin Xiao's death, especially among the cultivators from Spirit Head Peak and 9 Luminaries Peak. One elder murmured quietly, "If sacrificing Lin Xiao could protect the sect's interests, it might not be such a bad idea." Though he claimed it was for the good of the sect, in truth, he was only thinking of saving his own life. But if Xiao Changhe and his group truly took action, whether or not these people could even escape this place was still a huge question. At this moment, the 3 great demonic sects had united their forces, while the 3 holy sects remained fragmented. Worse still, the Jiuxiao Holy Sect harbored hostility toward the Dalao Holy Sect. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Dalao sect. Privately, several elders blamed Lin Xiao, believing that all of this was his fault. If they could sacrifice him in exchange for their safe retreat, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. But of course, such thoughts couldn't be spoken aloud. After all, Lin Xiao was a disciple of Luo Yusu. If she found out they had betrayed him, it would be hard to explain once they returned to the sect. Seeing that all 7 elders remained silent, Yun Mingxi quickly understood their intentions, and inwardly, she looked down on them with disdain. Yun Mingxi turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao and said, Lin Xiao, I've done all I can. The trouble you've caused is too great. I alone can't protect you anymore. At the same time, Lin Xiao also turned his eyes toward her. From the anxiety on Yun Mingxi's face, Lin Xiao could tell she was the only one from Dalao who still truly cared for him. A warm feeling stirred in Lin Xiao's chest. As expected, Yun's senior sister was still his second favorite senior sister. Zhou Haoyang spoke up, I agree. Let us search Lin Xiao's soul to uncover what happened in the Azure Sea. Our people from Jiuxiao can't have died in vain. I need to give them an explanation. At that moment, Zhou Haoyang had made his stance clear. If even Jiuxiao is taken aside, we can't protect Lin Xiao any longer. On the side of the Dalao sect, an old man with white hair and beard finally spoke. He was Mo Jian, an elder at the mid-heavenly ascension realm, the strongest among the 7 elders. His words were diplomatic, saying they couldn't protect Lin Xiao was the same as suggesting they should hand him over. Yun Mingxi tried to use Luo Yusu's authority to reason with them. Elder Mo, Lin Xiao is under the protection of sect leader Luo. How will we explain this when we return? Mo Jian shook his head and replied, Lin Xiao has provoked widespread anger. The demonic sects couldn't kill Meng Fanning, so now they target Lin Xiao. We simply don't have the power to resist. When we return, sect leader Luo should understand our position. The 7 elders knew in their hearts that compared to their own lives, any punishment from Liu Su was insignificant. Yun Mingxi tilted her head back and sighed, then stopped speaking to Mo Jian and the others. The current situation was clear. The 3 great demonic sects wanted to extract Lin Xiao's soul. The 9 Heavens Sacred Sect openly supported them, while the Grand Luo Sacred Sect chose not to intervene. In such a situation, anyone else would feel despair, but on Lin Xiao's face, not a trace of panic could be seen. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, I've already survived the storms of the Azure Secret Realm. This little scene here, doesn't even count as a challenge. Xiao Changhe and the others couldn't fathom where Lin Xiao's confidence came from. Did they really expect Meng Fanning to carry everything on her own? With just Meng Fanning alone, there was no way she could protect him. Huang Rusong didn't want to waste any more time. He coldly asked, Are you going to come here and accept your fate, or do I have to drag you over myself? Lin Xiao replied with a grin, Why don't you come over here yourself? I'm too lazy to walk. You're about to die and you still have the nerve to smile? Looks like you've never truly experienced the torment of having your soul ripped out and your spirit burned. Huang Rusong felt insulted. How dare a mere ocean transformation mid-stage cultivator speak to him, a celestial ascension mid-stage expert, in such a disrespectful manner? The audacity. But with so many people watching, he couldn't very well argue with Lin Xiao on the spot. Where would that leave his dignity? Suddenly, Huang Rusong shot straight into the sky, his figure transforming into a streak of black light, and lunged directly at Lin Xiao like a bolt of lightning. Before even arriving, he sent forth a string of ghostly orbs flying toward Lin Xiao, who immediately wrapped around him. The rosary consisted of 24 ghost beads, each one wailing like a pack of howling wolves, containing countless tormented souls within. Soul-binding beads. Someone shouted the name. I heard each bead imprisons 10,000 vengeful spirits. 24 beads mean 240,000 souls. Once wrapped around someone, their soul is instantly ripped away. Someone from the crowd recognized the demonic artifact. Huang Rusong smirked proudly. Those beads had cost him the destruction of 24 mortal cities to fully refine and perfect. A mere low-grade artifact dares to show itself here in public? Faced with hundreds of watching eyes, Lin Xiao let out a cold snort and actually reached out to grab the soul-sealing pearl. Seeing this move, many were stunned. Was this ignorance, or simply arrogance beyond reason? The answer quickly became clear. Lin Xiao relied on sheer strength. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, he seized the soul-sealing pearl. The demonic artifact writhed violently in his grip, but he held it fast with unyielding force. Die! Huang Rusong roared fiercely, releasing the vicious souls imprisoned within the pearl. In an instant, countless threads of black mist surged into Lin Xiao's spiritual consciousness. You arrogant brat, don't even know the sky from the earth, Huang Rusong spat. Xiao Changhe looked at Lin Xiao and sneered, seeing him as nothing more than a physically strong, but mentally shallow body cultivator possessing brute strength, but clueless on how to deal with a demonic technique like Huang Rusong's. With 10,000 vengeful souls rushing into his body at once, Lin Xiao's soul would be ripped away in seconds. Xiao Changhe glanced at Meng Fanning, and upon seeing her motionless, scoffed. I thought you were going to step in. Turns out you're just watching coldly after all. In his mind, he thought she was all talk when it really mattered. She still only cared about herself. Junior brother Lin Xiao, Yunmeng, she called out once, then turned her head away, unwilling to watch further. Just as everyone assumed Lin Xiao was surely doomed, he instead let out a light breath, his expression calm and composed, as he gazed at Huang Rusong and said, "That's all you've got?" His dragon phoenix body was immune to all sorts of cultivation techniques, especially resistant to this kind of demonic soul arts. Huang Rusong's expression changed. Something inside Lin Xiao's body had actually devoured all of his vicious souls. As Huang Rusong was still in shock and doubt, Meng Fanning beside Lin Xiao finally moved. A vision of sun and moon flickered in her eyes, and above Huang Rusong's head, a massive yin-yang symbol solidified into existence. The Supreme Holy Maiden has made her move. The crowd below held their breath, watching intently, eager to see just how powerful Meng Fanning truly was. Lin Xiao also watched her closely. In the Azura secret realm, Meng Fanning had been restricted, unable to display her true cultivation level. But now that they were outside the realm, she could unleash her full power without restraint. Huang Rusong realized that the yin-yang symbol could absorb his divine abilities. Ordinary attacks had absolutely no effect. It took an immense force to even crack it. But he was out of time. Meng Fanning stepped forward. In a single stride, she covered hundreds of feet, appearing above him in the blink of an eye. Two circular bladed wheels suddenly materialized before Meng Fanning, radiating an oppressive might that made one's heart pound. The quasi-sacred artifact, the twin sun-moon wheels. Zhou Haoyang shouted in shock from below. At the sight of this weapon, he could no longer hold himself back. How much did Lin Xiao mean to Meng Fanning? She had brought out the quasi-sacred artifact, the twin sun-moon wheels. Right from the start, clearly, she had come to kill Huang Rusong. Huang brother, retreat quickly. As soon as Xiao Changhe saw the twin wheels appear, he immediately knew Huang wouldn't be able to withstand them. I was planning to leave, but this yin-yang diagram has trapped me, Huang said, not even finishing his sentence before the twin wheels slashed toward him horizontally, merging into one like the unification of yin and yang, and aimed straight at his head. The speed was absurd. No cultivator below the transcendent human realm could possibly dodge it. Huang used every protective technique he had, but still could not stop the twin sun-moon wheels. Hundreds of shocked eyes bore witness as his head was severed from his body. At the very moment his skull split open, a tiny soul figure shot out from within his body. This trick, the soul projection technique, was something only a transcendent human realm expert could perform. But would Meng Fanning allow his soul to escape so easily? The yin-yang diagram spun, instantly obliterating Huang Rusong's soul. The entire process was over in an instant. Before anyone could even react, a mid-stage transcendent human realm cultivator had already been eradicated. The remaining 4 elders from the Yellow Spring Demon sect pointed at Meng Fanning, their voices trembling as they demanded, "Meng Fanning, how dare you do this? Do you want to provoke an all-out war between our sects? Now that the man is dead, would your Yellow Spring sect really start a war over just one transcendent human realm elder?" Meng Fanning spoke lightly, as if she had just slain no more than an ant. Chapter 55, Teeth Shattered. After Huang Rusong's death, silence momentarily fell over the battlefield. Most eyes turned toward the woman in flowing robes hovering in the air. The twin sun and moon disks orbited around Meng Faniying's sides like real celestial bodies, highlighting her ethereal presence, making her seem like a descending goddess. Many were stunned by Meng Faniying's strength. Huang Rusong, a mid-heavenly ascendant expert, had been cut down effortlessly, and her calm, unhurried expression made it seem like she hadn't even used her full strength. Just as expected, those who become holy maidens are never ordinary. Though her cultivation is at the early heavenly ascendant stage, her combat power rivals that of a late heavenly ascendant. Zhou Haoyang immediately recognized Meng Faniying's true fighting capability. Yun Mingxi gazed at Meng Faniying in the sky, her heart stirring. I want to become someone like her. Only by claiming the position of holy maiden in the great Luo sacred sect can I be worthy of training in higher-level techniques in the Star Pond. Yun Mingxi's heart burned with longing for the title of holy maiden. Brother Xiao, let us join forces. A senior from the Hellish Spring Demon sect secretly transmitted to Xiao Chang'e, suggesting that the three demon sects together had 15 heavenly ascendant elders. If they acted in unison, they could surely take down Meng Faniying. The three sacred sects, on the other hand, were scattered like loose sand, unlikely to unite. Agreed, Xiao Chang'e nodded. Meng Faniying was being too arrogant. Did she really think he, Xiao Chang'e, was a soft target to squeeze? If they hesitated today and let Meng Faniying intimidate them into inaction, they'd become the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. Friend Zhou, Xiao Chang'e called out to Zhou Haoyang. Let us avenge our fallen disciples together. Zhou Haoyang's expression shifted, and he flatly refused. He wouldn't be foolish in such a critical matter. He represented the Nine Heavens sacred sect. How could he possibly side with the demon sects? I understand your predicament, Xiao Chang'e said, as if seeing through Zhou Haoyang's hesitation. I want to ask you to go against Meng Faniying directly. Just help us capture Lin Xiao. Zhou Haoyang hesitated for a moment, neither agreeing nor refusing outright. Xiao Chang'e smiled faintly, having already predicted Zhou Haoyang's reaction. Esteemed cultivators from the demon sects, show us your true skills. Let the supreme holy maiden witness your power. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck first, soaring into the air. In his hand suddenly appeared a long blade radiating waves of cold, sharp light. A fierce blade intent erupted from his body. Gripping the sword tightly, he slashed empty air toward Meng Faniying. The space above Meng Faniying's head violently trembled. A blade of qi, infused with Xiao Chang'e's blade intent, came slicing down toward her. She neither dodged nor evaded. With a single upward slap of her right hand, a dazzling sea of light erupted in the sky. The light shone like 1,000 stars. Xiao Chang'e's blade, qi, was drawn into it and vanished without a trace. A tremor of shock ran through Xiao Chang'e as he murmured to himself, a domain that absorbs force? I can't even comprehend this technique. It wasn't he, just Xiao Chang'e, who was confused. Zhou Haoyang and the others couldn't understand it either. Only one being truly recognized what had happened, the spirit turtle. The turtle stared at the glowing light in the sky, its giant eye flickering with excitement. The holy maiden must have gained a rare opportunity in the Azura secret realm. She's actually comprehended the yin-yang domain. In truth, even Meng Faniying herself wasn't entirely sure what kind of fortune she had obtained. Lin Xiao hadn't told her about the 10,000-year-old tree sap. Since Lin Xiao had remained silent, Meng Faniying quietly kept the matter buried deep in her heart. Brother Xiao, we'll help you. 14 heavenly ascendant elders from the three great demon sects rose into the air together, forming a circle and completely surrounding Meng Faniying. Besides the spirit turtle, Meng Faniying was the only heavenly ascendant expert present from the supreme holy sect. Now, as she was surrounded and attacked by the demon sects, the 9 elders of the 9 heavens holy sect and the 7 elders from the great Luo holy sect stood by and did nothing. Yun Mingxi wanted to intervene, but seeing Zhou Haoyang watching Lin Xiao closely, she grew worried that he might make a move against him. Esteemed Taoist Zhou, are you not going to act yet? After surrounding Meng Faniying, Xiao Chang'e called out to Zhou Haoyang. Zhou Haoyang shot a glance toward the Deluo sacred sect, and then at the spiritual turtle at the Lien Su stage, clearly showing some caution. The The spiritual turtle watched coldly from the sidelines. Seeing their holy maiden surrounded, it didn't panic, maintaining its usual calm expression. The turtle had long since seen through the act none of Xiao Changha's group truly wanted to fight to the death with Meng Fanning. The only reason they had confronted her was to give their sect a plausible report. Seeing that the spiritual turtle had no intention of stepping in to protect Lin Xiao, Zhou Haoyang wasted no time and immediately lunged straight at him. "Lin Xiao, watch out!" Yun Mingxi, who had been keeping a close eye on Zhou Haoyang, shouted as soon as he moved, and she too leapt from the flying vessel. Before Yun Mingxi could warn him again, Lin Xiao had already spotted Zhou Haoyang charging and unsheathed the Qinghong sword, slashing fiercely. Thousands of sword beams converged, like a rainstorm of blades cascading from the sky. Zhou Haoyang swept his hand forward, unleashing a surge of thick spiritual energy like a roaring river, scattering all the sword beams in an instant. "Do you even have the Azura fruit on you? Hand it over, and I'll spare your life." Zhou Haoyang sent his voice directly into Lin Xiao's mind. His real goal had always been the Azura fruit. The reason he claimed to be avenging his sect mates was just an excuse. "I do have it, but you won't be taking it." Lin Xiao didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and threw a punch. Zhou Haoyang laughed after hearing that. "If you hand it over now, or I take it from your corpse, the result is the same." Zhou Haoyang took the punch head-on, while also being struck by Lin Xiao's counter-palm strike. Back at the De Luo sacred sect, Mo Jian and the others were closely watching the battle unfold. When they saw Lin Xiao hit by Zhou Haoyang's palm strike, they immediately assumed he was dead on the spot. A single palm strike from a Tianren stage cultivator was more than enough to shatter the internal organs of a Hua high stage opponent. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Xiao was only pushed back a few steps. He didn't die, nor was there even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiao's punch slammed into Zhou Haoyang's face, leaving a deep imprint from the strike. Several of his teeth shattered, his mouth filling with broken shards and blood. It was agonizing, but he couldn't show weakness. He could only swallow the blood and dental fragments down. As a heaven-piercing realm cultivator, he couldn't afford to lose face in public. Zhou Haoyang glared at Lin Xiao's chest and demanded, "A quasi-sage tier protective armor?" Although that palm strike should have killed Lin Xiao outright, its force had been greatly diminished by the quasi-sage tier armor. Combined with Lin Xiao's formidable physical body, the attack had barely done any real damage. "Zhou Haoyang, is it? I remember your face now," Lin Xiao said coldly, memorizing his features. He would make sure to smash it to pieces later. "Do you even have a future to speak of?" Zhou Haoyang shot back harshly. There was no way he was letting Lin Xiao off the hook. Since Lin Xiao's upper body was protected by quasi-sage tier armor, Zhou Haoyang shifted his aim straight for the head. "Zhou Haoyang, are you saying the great Luo sage sect has no one left?" Yun Mingxi's voice came from behind. Zhou Haoyang frowned, thinking to himself, didn't the great Luo sage sect already abandon Lin Xiao? Yet he was even more puzzled. Why would Yun Mingxi step forward to shield Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao said to Yun Mingxi, "Senior sister, hold him off for a few moves first." He was about to do something that would drive Zhou Haoyang absolutely insane. Yun Mingxi saw Lin Xiao glancing toward the ranks of the Nine Heavens Sage sect and couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, what are you planning to do? Kill people?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Lin Xiao dove straight from the sky toward the Nine Heavens Sage sect's formation. Chapter 56. Not one shall be spared. The moment Lin Xiao swooped downward, Zhou Haoyang guessed his intention. "How dare you?" Zhou Haoyang roared furiously, unleashing his full heaven-piercing realm aura, attempting to intimidate Lin Xiao with sheer pressure. Without even turning his head, Lin Xiao replied coldly, "You started it first, don't expect me to hold back." His objective was clear. He would exterminate every last cultivator from the Nine Heavens Sage sect. At this moment, Zhou Haoyang was the only heaven-piercing realm expert present among the Nine Heavens Sage sect. None of the Dao platform realm cultivators had come, and among the remaining 50 or so people, there was only a single ocean manifestation realm expert. This cultivator at the oceanic transformation stage had once barely survived the second layer of the Azura secret realm and had already witnessed Lin Xiao's combat prowess. Now, seeing Lin Xiao flying down, his face instantly turned deathly pale. As for the other nascent formation stage cultivators, they didn't even need to be mentioned. Some of the more timid ones were nearly scared into wetting their pants. Senior brother Zhou, hurry back and save us. About 50 cultivators from the Nine Heavens Holy Sect shouted in unison for Zhou Haoyang. Zhou Haoyang wanted to retreat and rescue them, but Yun Mingxi blocked his path. Glaring furiously, he first shouted, Lin Xiao, if you dare to kill even one of our Nine Heavens disciples, no one will be able to protect you. Then he turned to rage at Yun Mingxi. You're committing a crime too, Yun Mingxi. You'll share the consequences with Lin Xiao. Yun Mingxi also lost her temper after all. Everyone had their limits. Where was your sense of justice when you were trying to kill Lin Xiao earlier? By now, screams of agony had already begun echoing from below. Lin Xiao had charged into the Nine Heavens Holy Sect's formation, cutting down enemies in a frenzy. No one could stand against him. Lin Xiao? The Nine Heavens Holy Sect will never let this go. Wait until I inform our Grand Elder and he personally visits the Great Luo Holy Sect. You will be executed for this. Zhou Haoyang watched helplessly as Lin Xiao slaughtered every Nine Heavens disciple, his face twisting in rage, his eyes bloodshot. As the leader of this Azura trial expedition, he had originally brought over 500 disciples. Now, he stood alone, completely alone. Zhou Haoyang had no idea how he would explain this disaster when he returned to the sect. He's just too ruthless, one of the cultivators from another sect muttered. 59 Heavens disciples had fallen in an instant, and Lin Xiao was now seen by others as a god of death. Lin Xiao has really stirred up a huge mess, Mo Jian from the Great Luo Holy Sect muttered, clearly not in agreement with Lin Xiao's actions. After killing so many from the Nine Heavens Holy Sect, there was no way they would just let this go. And when that time came, would Luo Yusu even be able to protect him? And Yun Mingxi is involved too. Mo Jian regretted coming in person as the sect leader. High above, Xiao Changhe and others were observing the chaos below. Seeing the massacre unfold, Xiao Changhe actually found it amusing. But just as he was reveling in the misfortune of others, Lin Xiao suddenly turned and flew straight toward the camps of the three great evil sects. There was no need to overthink it. Lin Xiao's intentions were crystal clear. You little bastard dare do this. The elders from the three demonic sects flew into a rage the moment they realized what was happening. Did he actually plan to slaughter every single disciple from their sects? At this moment, the three sects combined still had over 200 disciples left, with only about 10 in the Huahai realm. The rest were mostly in the Ningyuan realm. Lin Xiao's displayed combat strength had even surpassed that of a peak Huahai expert. He absolutely had the power to wipe out all 200 of them. Xiao Changhe abandoned his assault on Meng Fan Ying and rushed back to reinforce his sectmates. The losses the three sects had already suffered were severe enough there could be no more deaths. Not so fast. As Xiao Changhe and the others tried to retreat, Meng Fan Ying wouldn't allow it. A dazzling Milky Way abruptly appeared, enveloping the 15 Tian Ren elders from the three sects. The twin wheels of sun and moon fused into a circular yin-yang taiji, pressing down toward Xiao Changhe and his group. The power of a near-saint artifact was fully unleashed. If they mishandled it, even Tian Ren experts could face the risk of death. Meng Fan Ying, how about we call a truce? Xiao Changhe lowered his tone, showing temporary submission. Meng Fan Ying didn't respond. Her hands continued weaving seals, layering one divine ability after another upon them. You're going too far. Xiao Changhe was furious and anxious, but for now, he had no way to counter Meng Fan Ying. He could only suppress his anger deep in his chest. Meanwhile, the massacre had already begun below. Lin Xiao charged into the formation of the Yellow Spring sect, unleashing freezing spatial energy. In an instant, more than 70 demonic cultivators were encased in ice. He activated the Azure Origin sword technique, amplifying his sword intent, and unleashed a mighty sword aura straight at the frozen enemies. The trapped demons didn't even have time to scream before being shredded into bloody pulp by hundreds of sword beams. The demonic cultivators from the 10,000 Ancestors sect and the Ritual Dao sect were so terrified they lost their wits, abandoning their formation and fleeing for their lives. In the air, 4 Tian Ren elders from the Yellow Spring sect each spat a mouthful of blood, their rage and shock overwhelming. They could feel exactly what Zhou Haoyang was going through. Not a single one of you will escape. Lin Xiao chased after them and slaughtered all 90-plus cultivators from the Ji Dao demon sect, one by one, leaving not a single survivor. Who exactly is the true demon cultivator now? The 80-plus disciples of the Wan Gu demon sect watched in horror as Lin Xiao struck with ruthless efficiency, cutting down lives like blades of grass. They didn't even have the courage to resist. Each of them fled for their lives, desperately hoping to survive this catastrophe. But Lin Xiao gave them no path to escape. He chased them down and crushed a skull with every punch. Lives fell like wilting flowers, one after another, while blood-curdling screams echoed non-stop. 15 minutes later, Lin Xiao had completely wiped out all the disciples from the 3 great demon sections. He flew back holding the blood-soaked Qing Hong sword, his gaze cold as he stared upward. At this point, every disciple from the 3 great demon sects and the Jiuxiao holy sect who had entered the Azura trial was dead. Thankfully, our holy maiden has a decent relationship with him, or we would be provoked a killing god like that. Disciples from the Taishang holy sect inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful. The disciples from Deluo holy sect looked at Lin Xiao with complicated expressions, especially those from Jiuyao Peak and Lingshou Peak, who now all kept silent and cautious, fearing they might provoke him. Mo Jian hated him so much he wanted to distance himself completely, warning loudly as he turned away, "Lin Xiao, do you even realize the magnitude of the disaster you've caused?" Trying to protect himself from being implicated later. "I know, but I had no choice," Lin Xiao replied calmly. He wasn't without justification when others tried to rip his soul apart. How could he not fight back? With a crime this grave, even if your master is Luo Yusu, she won't be able to protect you. Mo Jian said coldly before turning and ignoring Lin Xiao completely. In his heart, Lin Xiao despised these cowardly elders. They had watched indifferently while everything unfolded, and now they were trying to sacrifice others to preserve their own peace. 15 demon elders high above had joined forces to tear through Meng Feining's Yin-Yang domain. With no desire to keep fighting, they only wanted to capture Lin Xiao alive and take him away. Seeing Xiao Changhe and others charging forward, Yun Mingxi cried out anxiously, "Elder junior brother Lin Xiao, you should run away just now." Lin Xiao had just killed someone and should have fled immediately, but the 7 elders of the great Luo holy sect wouldn't cover for him. Once Xiao Changhe arrived, they might even hand him over willingly. Yun Mingxi had long since seen through people like Mo Jian completely transparent. Don't kill him, yet capture Lin Xiao alive at all costs, Zhou Haoyang shouted, eager to bring Lin Xiao back to the 9 Heavens holy sect. "Kid, even if you had 10,000 lives, you couldn't atone for your sins." Xiao Changhe unleashed his spiritual energy, conjuring a massive hand that lunged toward Lin Xiao. The other elders from the devil sects surrounded the area from all directions, fearing that Lin Xiao might try to escape in the chaos. Meng Fan Shadow cast a glance toward the spirit tortoise, her yin-yang dual pupils rippling slightly. The spirit tortoise exhaled, as if responding to the gaze of its holy maiden, silently acknowledging it was time for it to act. The spirit tortoise slammed the ground heavily, causing the earth to quake and mountains to tremble. Chapter 57. She had once invited him. That single strike cracked the ground across a radius of 10 miles. Then, the tortoise released a powerful sonic wave, aimed directly at Xiao Changhe and the others, deliberately avoiding any innocents nearby. The spiritual hand conjured by Xiao Changhe was shattered by the shockwave before it could grab Lin Xiao, which enraged him greatly. "Senior Spirit Tortoise, what exactly is your intention? Keep in mind that you now represent the Supreme Holy Sect. By doing this, are you not clearly shielding Lin Xiao?" Zhou Haoyang glared darkly at the Spirit Tortoise as he asked. Xiao Changhe and the others also turned their eyes toward the Spirit Tortoise. With this Spirit Tortoise, a cultivation realm expert, now stepping in, the situation was no longer predictable. The Spirit Tortoise began to move its massive body forward. Its 4 limbs were like colossal pillars, each step shaking the ground violently. Its eyes, as large as city gates, swept across the crowd before it finally spoke. "My holy maiden tells me what to do, and I obey." She said she would bear all consequences. I only need to act, without worrying about what comes after. Though slow-moving, the tortoise's steps were long and powerful. In only 10 steps, it had already reached Lin Xiao. The divine tortoise shielded Lin Xiao beneath its massive body, while Meng Fanying flew to the palace atop its shell. Clearly, both the human and the beast had come to protect him. Looking up at the celestial tortoise sheltering him, Lin Xiao felt an immense sense of security from the mountain-like beast. From a distance, Yun Mingxi watched the divine tortoise guarding Lin Xiao, and then turned her gaze toward the woman standing on its back. A strange feeling stirred in her heart unexpectedly. It wasn't the great Luo holy sect that had stepped in to protect him in the end, but the supreme holy sect. What exactly happened between Lin Xiao and Meng Fanying in the Azura secret realm that made her risk everything to protect him? Yun Mingxi couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Lin Xiao had truly touched the heart of the supreme holy sect's holy maiden? This question wasn't just haunting Yun Mingxi. Zhou Haoyang and the others were equally curious. Lin Xiao, once I return, I will report this to our sect. You too won't escape punishment when the truth comes out. With the divine tortoise protecting Lin Xiao, Zhou Haoyang could do nothing to him and could only throw threats. He glared at Lin Xiao with hatred before turning and flying away. Zhou Haoyang needed to hurry back to the Nine Heavens holy sect and report every detail of what had happened during the Azura trial. Xiao Changhe sighed softly, saying that now they couldn't even lay a hand on Lin Xiao. With such a huge loss, how would they explain this back at the sect? Let us go? We'll return and report everything to the sect. Let the sages in our sect handle this matter. Xiao Changhe cast one last glance at Lin Xiao, thinking that after today, Lin Xiao's name would surely spread across the 6 great sects like wildfire. With that, Xiao Changhe led the 5 elders of the 10,000 ancient demon sect away. Their retreating figures looked somber, likely worrying about the punishment awaiting them upon their return. The elders from the Yellow Spring Demon Sect and the Ritual Dao Demon Sect also scattered, leaving only members of the Supreme Holy Sect and the Great Luo Holy Sect still present. Seeing that nearly everyone had already left, Mo Jian said, "We should go too." He spoke to Yun Mingxi, but as for Lin Xiao, he secretly hoped the young man would stay behind better if he didn't return with them at all. Yun Mingxi was worried that Xiao Changhe and the others might return, so she urged Lin Xiao, "Fellow disciple Lin Xiao, why don't you come back to the sect with us? At least then we can look out for you along the way." As soon as Mo Jian and the others heard this, their expressions darkened. Yet they couldn't stop Lin Xiao from going back with them after all. He was still a disciple of the Great Luo Holy Sect, and more importantly, a direct disciple of Lady Luo Yusu. The spirit turtle suddenly burst into laughter. Much more cunning than most humans, it could easily sense the undercurrents in the air. It said, "Kid, why not just come straight to the Supreme Holy Sect? Why go back to the Great Luo Holy Sect just to suffer under all that nonsense?" As soon as it finished speaking, everyone reacted differently. A ripple of emotion passed through Meng Fanying's eyes. Yun Mingxi immediately turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao, eager to see what his decision would be. Mo Jian and the others secretly hoped he would agree right away. That way, the Great Luo Holy Sect could be rid of one more headache. When the 3 evil sects and the Heavensong Holy Sect came knocking for answers, they could just send them straight to the Supreme Holy Sect to find Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao politely replied, "Thank you for your kind invitation, Senior, but I cannot accept. Wherever my master goes, I shall go as well." The spirit turtle asked again, "The trouble you've caused this time is no small matter. Can your master really protect you?" Lin Xiao paused for a moment, then said quietly, "Even if she cannot, I still won't leave her side." On the spirit turtle's back, Meng Fanying's expression flickered slightly, before quickly returning to calm. The spirit turtle muttered, "Fine then," and asked no more, clearly uninterested in meeting Lin Xiao's master. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingxi felt an immediate sense of relief. Mo Jian had already activated the spaceship's flight formation. Seeing that Lin Xiao was still hesitating, he snapped impatiently, "Lin Xiao, are you going with the people from the Supreme Holy Sect, or are you taking our spaceship back?" Lin Xiao ignored Mo Jian and looked straight at Yun Mingxi. "Senior Sister Yun, you all go back first." Yun Mingxi blinked in surprise, then asked, "You're not coming back with us?" Yun Mingxi shifted her gaze away, glancing sideways at Meng Fanning, who was standing on the back of the divine tortoise. She guessed that Lin Xiao was about to leave with the people from the Supreme Holy Sect, and a wave of sadness washed over her. "I still have something to take care of. I'll head back to the sect later." Lin Xiao had already made his decision the moment the Azura trial ended. He would go straight to Snowfall City to find Senior Apprentice Sister. "It's been so long since I last saw her. I really miss her." An image of a woman in a red dress surfaced in Lin Xiao's mind. She was always cold toward others, but with him, she burned with passion. Yin Mingxi gave a few parting words of caution. "All right then, be careful on your way." With that, she soared into the airship. The grand airship of the Great Luo Holy Sect roared to life, slowly ascending into the sky and flying into the distance, until it finally shrank into a black dot and vanished from sight. The divine tortoise shouted excitedly, "Let's get going too." Finally, they could leave this place. Turning to Lin Xiao, the tortoise asked, "Kid, where are you headed?" "Snowfall City," Lin Xiao answered without hesitation. It was a mining city under the jurisdiction of the Great Luo Holy Sect. Nothing about his journey there would seem like betrayal to his sect. "You can ride on my back if you want. I can give you a lift part of the way. Once we get close to Great Luo's territory, you can get off." "Thank you, Senior," Lin Xiao said gratefully. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of relief. With the divine tortoise as his ride, his journey would be much safer. He leapt onto the tortoise's back, where rows of palaces sat. Most of them were now empty, except for the tallest one at the very top. He could choose any of them to rest in. Lin Xiao looked up, but didn't see Meng Fanning anywhere. She had already returned to that palace. A pang of guilt struck his heart. "She got dragged into this because of me. I wonder if she'll be punished when she returns to the Supreme Holy Sect." At the same time, a sense of sorrow settled over him. The next few days might be one of the last chances he and Meng Fanning had to be together. Whether they'd meet again after parting ways was uncertain. He had heard that Meng Fanning's destined partner was none other than the future Supreme Holy Heir. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, suddenly recalling when Meng Fanning had once invited him to join the Supreme Holy Sect. Meng Fanning had even promised to help him become a holy disciple of the Supreme Holy Sect. Could it be she wants me to become her Dao companion? Lin Xiao mulled over Meng Fanning's words, trying to decipher her true intentions. As he pondered, the spirit turtle suddenly soared into the air, rocketing tens of thousands of feet upward and gliding through the sea of clouds. Though slow on land, the spirit turtle was no slouch in the sky. Its speed even surpassed that of the Great Luo Holy Sect's airships. After all, it was a spirit beast at the void refinement stage. For the next while, Lin Xiao rested alone in a palace, undisturbed by anyone. Disciples of the Supreme Holy Sect, upon seeing him, would scramble to avoid him. After the recent Azura trial, Lin Xiao had left a deeply brutal impression in many people's minds. He, however, welcomed the solitude. Using his spiritual awareness, he tried to enter the Azura subduing heaven scroll to see if the Azura Queen had stirred. Inside the scroll, everything remained normal. The Azura Queen had yet to emerge from that black palace. It was possible she had fallen asleep. "Kid, there's something I've been wondering. Can I ask you about it?" Just as Lin Xiao was meditating, the spirit turtle suddenly sent its voice into his mind. Thinking it might be about Meng Fanning, Lin Xiao replied, "Senior, please go ahead. How is it that you carry dragon blood in your body?" The turtle asked, then quickly added, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to pry. I myself still carry a faint trace of ancient dragon turtle blood, which is why I can sense the dragon blood within you." "Ah, so it's about this." Lin Xiao didn't hesitate to answer. Junior once bathed in the blood of a hornless dragon and also cultivated a cultivation technique from the dragon clan. When the spirit turtle, gliding through the sea of clouds, heard the words dragon clan technique, its giant eyes flickered with a glint of light. It asked curiously, what rank was that dragon clan cultivation method? The excitement and anticipation in the divine turtle's voice were unmistakable to Lin Xiao. In his heart, he felt a bit conflicted. He could never reveal the ancient ancestor dragon technique to the turtle. Just as Lin Xiao stood there torn between choices, a cold snort echoed from the tallest palace atop the turtle's shell, directly entering the divine turtle's mind. Holy Maiden, please calm your anger, I want to ask further. After that, the divine turtle indeed stopped sending him voice transmissions. Lin Xiao had no idea that Meng Fanning had warned the turtle beforehand. Seeing that the turtle had finally gone silent, he assumed it had simply sensed his discomfort and wisely decided not to press further. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The divine turtle reached the realm of Great Luo Sage Sect, and Lin Xiao stepped out of the palace gates. It was time to part ways. He looked up at the highest palace atop the turtle's back, but Meng Fanning hadn't come out to see him off, which left him with a faint sense of disappointment. Suddenly, he remembered he still had Meng Fanning's jade hairpin stuck in his hair, and within it lingered traces of her divine consciousness imprint. Senior, thank you for accompanying me this far. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Lin Xiao flew down from the turtle's back and stood before it to express his gratitude. No need. The divine turtle's tone had turned noticeably colder, which puzzled Lin Xiao. Could it be upset because he hadn't shared the Dragon Clan's secret technique days earlier? Did you say goodbye to my holy maiden? The turtle asked, glancing at him. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment. He had originally considered flying up to the top palace to bid Meng Fanning farewell, but given her personality, she probably wouldn't even bother opening the door. During the past 3 days, Meng Fanning hadn't sought him out even once, nor had she appeared at all. I suppose the Supreme Holy Maiden probably has nothing to say to me. Whether we'll meet again in the future is also uncertain. Lin Xiao sighed lightly. He thought that if not for this Azura trial, he and Meng Fanning might never have crossed paths in their entire lives. Senior, I have something I'd like to ask you to deliver to the Supreme Holy Maiden on my behalf. Lin Xiao sent the jade hairpin floating toward the divine turtle, wrapped in a current of spiritual energy. After a respectful bow, he flew off in the opposite direction of the divine tortoise, right toward the territory of the Great Luo Holy Sect. The tortoise's round eyes filled with confusion as it asked in astonishment, "Why is the Holy Maiden's hairpin on him?" Lin Xiao had just flown a short distance when he heard a whistling sound from behind. Turning his head, he was shocked to see it was actually the hairpin. The Holy Maiden said she didn't want it anymore. The tortoise's voice came from far away. Lin Xiao reached out and caught the hairpin, then pinned it back onto his own hair. Then, he flew back in the direction of the tortoise. When the divine tortoise saw Lin Xiao return, it ignored him, instead leaping onto its own giant shell and flying straight toward the tallest palace in the distance. I just don't get it. I'll never understand human things, the tortoise muttered, shaking its head, then focused once more on flying. Lin Xiao stood outside the palace gate and said to the woman inside, "In the future, I'll come find you at the Supreme Holy Sect." "All right." Dreaming Shadow's voice echoed from within the palace, calm and emotionless, giving no clue as to how she truly felt. Still standing outside the gate, Lin Xiao said, "Since you don't want this hairpin anymore, I'll just keep it for myself. There's a sliver of my divine consciousness inside the hairpin. If you try to give it to someone else, it will destroy itself automatically." Dreaming Shadow's voice reverberated from within. Lin Xiao paused, then said, almost as if making a promise, "No, I won't give it to anyone else." "Good." Her voice remained as flat as ever. Lin Xiao had wanted to ask this for a while, so he finally said, "When you return to the Supreme Holy Sect, will you face any punishment?" "No problem." "All right then." He waited a moment longer, and when no more sound came from the palace, he knew it was truly time to part ways. "Farewell." With those 2 words, Lin Xiao leapt into the sky and flew away. "Farewell." Inside the palace, Dreaming Shadow's tone shifted ever so slightly, carrying a hint of sadness. As Lin Xiao and Dreaming Shadow parted ways, Yun Mingxi and the others had already returned to the Great Luo Holy Sect. The news of the Azura trial had also reached the Great Luo Holy Sect, and the name Lin Xiao stirred a wave of discussions within the sect. Disciples from both the Lingshou Peak and the Juyao Peak were furious, demanding justice for Lin Xiao's actions, shouting for his head in retribution. Lin Xiao slaughtered fellow disciples unjustly. His crime is unforgivable. He deserves nothing less than death. That's right. The death penalty is too good for him. As the disciples were still debating Lin Shao's punishment, a rare gathering of 7 supreme elders had taken place in the sect's main hall, an event unseen in 100 years. These 7 masters, each at the Saint Realm, had come together for one reason only: Lin Shao. Yun Mingxi and Mo Jian were also present in the hall. They held their breath, not daring even to lift their heads, overwhelmed by the oppressive auras of the Saint Realm experts. Senior Apprentice Sister Luo, your disciple has killed so many people. How do you plan to deal with the retaliation from the 3 demon sects and the Jiuxiao Holy Sect? Nangong Muxue fixed her gaze on the white-robed woman standing in the middle of the hall. Hearing her master's voice, Yun Mingxi finally dared to look up, glancing briefly at the snow-white figure. So beautiful, no wonder Brother Lin always talks about his master. Yun Mingxi was momentarily stunned when she saw Luo Yusu, truly breathtaking, just as rumored. Luo Yusu replied coolly, "They tried to probe my disciple's soul. They deserve to die. Little junior sister Luo, you're far too indulgent with your disciple." A deep, resonant voice rang out. Yun Mingxi turned toward the sound and saw a tall, dignified middle-aged man with a gentle smile on his face, his demeanor calm and refined. It was none other than Xiao Qiubai, the peak master of Lingshou Peak. In the great Luo Holy Sect, everyone knew Xiao Qiubai had been pursuing Luo Yusu for centuries. Xiao Qiubai gazed at Luo Yusu with affectionate eyes. As for Lin Shao's massacre of his Lingshou Peak disciples, he seemed utterly unconcerned. Clearly, the only person Xiao Qiubai truly cared about was Luo Yusu herself. Meeting Xiao Qiubai's gaze, Luo Yusu remained unmoved, her expression as cold as steel, her words sharp and uncompromising. They're better off not coming. But if they dare show their faces, they'd better leave something behind. Yun Mingxi shuddered. Lu Yusu was really stepping up to fight for Lin Shao. Actually planning to confront the 4 major powers all by herself? What exactly does Lin Shao have going for him, that he deserves such favor from Lu Yusu? As Yun Mingxi pondered this question, a sudden, overwhelming presence descended outside the great Luo Holy Sect. The moment this force arrived, the entire great Luo Holy Sect trembled. The 1,000 Mechanism Gate. Someone from the 9 Heavens Holy Sect has arrived. Nangong Muxue scanned with her divine sense and discovered a colossal gate towering 1,000 zhang high outside the sect. Moments later, a powerful figure strode out from the gate, radiating immense strength. Judging by the aura alone, it was clearly a Saint Stage expert. Hand over Lin Shao, and compensate the 9 Heavens Holy Sect with 100 mining cities, and we'll call it even. The voice of this Saint Stage expert echoed throughout the great Luo Holy Sect, shaking the hearts of tens of thousands of disciples. Even more shocking, right after that, 3 more Saint Stage experts descended. The 3 devil sects have come too, Nangong Muxue said, her expression heavy. This is troublesome. What does Lu Yusu plan to do about this? Outside the great Luo Holy Sect, a river of the yellow spring fell from the heavens. A cold, white-haired woman with a stern expression walked barefoot upon the water, arriving at the scene. The ruler of the wheel-turned palace, Yi Qinjue. Nangong Muxue glanced at Lu Yusu and whispered that the ruler of the wheel-turned palace was actually the 2nd most beautiful woman in Zhongli continent. This was the first time the 1st and 2nd most beautiful women of Zhongli continent had ever met. Chapter 59. Lu Yusu, the Protector's Protector. The yellow spring waters fell from the sky, rushing downward without ever looking back. It poured from the heavens, sinking into the earth and vanishing, as if it were a cycle of reincarnation. The moment this cold beauty landed, her gaze pierced through layers of obstruction straight into the main hall of the great Luo Holy Sect. Her eyes locked onto that peerless, snow-robed beauty. Their gazes met midair. One, the most beautiful woman in the land. The other, the 2nd most beautiful. No one was willing to lose to the other. Master Luo, I'm not here to settle old scores. I've come here specifically for one person. Knight Qinjue's voice echoed into the great Luo Holy Sect. Her expression was cold, yet her voice was alluring and enchanting. Who is it that the ruler of the wheel wants? Luo Yusu asked. It's your disciple, Lin Shao, Knight Qinjue replied with a seductive smile. That smile seemed to bring spring to the world, capable of melting ancient ice. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Instead, I will take him as my personal disciple. Knight Qianjue's words were clearly heard by the tens of thousands of cultivators within the great Luo holy sect. Shock rippled through everyone's hearts. Was Knight Qianjue actually going to take Lin Xiao as her disciple? What charm could Lin Xiao possibly have that both the first beauty and the second beauty were fighting over him? Jealousy quickly spread among many of them. Only Luo Yusu knew that Knight Qianjue wasn't after Lin Xiao's talent, she simply wanted to steal away her disciple. Luo Yusu's eyes narrowed, suddenly recalling something. She asked, "Was it you who sent the assassin after my disciple earlier?" "No," Knight Qianjue denied immediately. "I would never stoop to such methods. If I want Lin Xiao as my disciple, I don't need underhanded tricks. I only act when you can no longer protect them, then I will rescue them, and he will willingly become my disciple." When Knight Qianjue said them, it implied she wasn't he just after Lin Xiao. She also had her eyes on Zhou Wenqing. Her goal was to take everything away from Luo Yusu, starting with her disciples, and eventually taking her title as the first beauty. In terms of looks, she was confident she could rival Luo Yusu. In terms of strength, they were both at the middle stage of the Saint Realm. So why was she always second best? Was it really just because she came from a demonic sect? "You won't get them that easily," Luo Yusu snapped. "My disciples are not some commodity you can just take away." With that, she took a step forward and flew out of the main hall. "Sister Luo, don't act rashly." Nangong Muxue knew Luo Yusu's temperament all too well. Once she made a move, it would explode into a major incident. Nangong Muxue looked to Xiao Qiubai and asked anxiously, "Senior brother Xiao, what should we do?" Xiao Qiubai never took his eyes off Luo Yusu. Calm and composed, he reassured her, "It's fine. Aside from Yi Qianjue, the other three saints are only here as manifestations of their divine sense. There won't be a problem." Outside the Grand Luo Sacred Sect, the Saint Realm powerhouse from the Nine Heavens Sacred Sect stepped out from a colossal gate, a white-haired elder named Mo Baiyu. At the early stage of the Saint Realm, beside Mo Baiyu loomed the phantom of an ancient fiend, hundreds of feet tall, its aura razor-sharp and terrifying. It was the descended avatar of a saint from the eternal demon sect. Apart from Xiao Qiubai and a few others, no one knew whose avatar it was. The saint from the ritual Dao demon sect hadn't shown his true body, either his divine sense condensed into a snarling ghostly head that gazed down coldly at the Grand Luo Sacred Sect below. "Luo Yusu, our eternal demon sect's terms are simple: hand over your disciple and compensate us with 100 mining cities," the ancient demon phantom declared. The ancient demon phantom spoke icily. An old man's voice came from the ferocious ghostly head. "My ritual Dao demon sect isn't asking for that much. We don't need Lin Xiao, just compensate us with 120 mining cities." Hearing the demands of these Saint Realm experts, many disciples of the Grand Luo Sacred Sect cursed Lin Xiao. How much trouble was he bringing down on the sect? If they agreed to all of this, wouldn't that be more than 300 mining cities? That scourge Lin Xiao if only he died in the Azura Secret Realm. If he died in there, none of this would be happening. Our Grand Luo Sacred Sect has only about 1,000 cities in total, and just over 300 are mining cities. Wouldn't that wipe us out in one shot? Someone suggested sending Lin Xiao directly to Yi Qianjue to become his disciple, which would officially remove him from the Great Luo Holy Sect. Then, those saint-level experts could go demand compensation from the Yellow Springs Demon Sect instead. 300 mining cities, just for starters? Are those dead low-level cultivators really worth that much? Nangong Muxue scoffed coldly, thinking to herself that Lin Xiao had gone too easy. He should have struck even harder. Paying compensation doesn't make sense, but refusing isn't a good solution either. Why not just hand Lin Xiao over? A burly man spoke up inside the main hall. He was Duan Wuyao, the peak master of Juyao Peak. Since Lu Yusu wasn't around, he spoke without holding back. Duan Wuyao deeply disliked Lin Xiao. Not only had he brought about such a massive disaster, but he'd also injured his disciple. "Master Duan, your Juyao Peak disciple attacked first." Lin Xiao was merely defending himself. Nangong Muxue defended Lin Xiao. Yun Mingxi glanced at her master, silently giving Nangong Mushue a thumbs up in her mind. Oomph. He crippled one Yujingdu. You actually have the nerve to call that self-defense. Duan Wuyao snorted coldly. Since Lu Yusu was clearly favoring her own people, he had no problem doing the same. Suddenly, a massive battle erupted outside, and the argument inside the hall came to an immediate halt. My disciple was nearly soul-scanned to death. Killing a few hundred of your disciples wouldn't even begin to heal his trauma. Lu Yusu roared, her sword materializing in her hand as she slashed straight toward the Qi Ji gate of the Jiuxiao holy sect. Lu Yusu, you're being too ruthless. Mo Baiyu hadn't expected her to attack directly and shouted angrily. Just like your master typical. The sword strike carried an immense, sweeping sword intent that actually severed the illusory image of the Thousand Zhang Tall Gate. Although the Qi Ji Gate wasn't the physical manifestation of a Saint-grade artifact, severing its projection still caused damage to its actual form. Even more shocking to Mo Baiyu was that right after cutting through the gate's image, Lu Yusu charged straight at him, clearly intending to trap his divine consciousness inside the hall. That made Mo Baiyu see red. Luo Yusu hadn't spared him even a shred of courtesy. The next time they met, they'd be enemies. My divine sense, how could it be snuffed out so easily? Mo Baiyu's divine sense shattered into motes of light and scattered in all directions. I seal. The power of the Ice Phoenix descended in a flash, freezing this entire stretch of space solid. Mo Baiyu's divine sense was locked in place. To his shock, even his thoughts were seized by Luo Yusu's power. It was as if time had stopped and his mind ground to a halt. A blade of sword light cleaved toward his divine sense and cut it down on the spot. Tens of thousands of miles away at the Nine Heavens Sacred Sect, a white-haired elder suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. He glared in the direction of the great Luo Sacred Sect and snarled, I, Mo Baiyu, will remember this grudge. Chapter 60, Eldest Senior Sister's Statue. After dealing with Mo Baiyu's divine sense, Luo Yusu turned and fixed her gaze on that ancient demonic phantom. Her meaning couldn't have been plainer. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Is it worth it for a single disciple? The demonic phantom boomed, his voice rolling like thunder. Powerhouses at the Saint Realm rarely came to blows, but once a grudge was forged today, it would be a death feud from here on out. For the sake of a disciple at the Sea-forming realm, she had actually offended 4 Saint Realm experts. Many were baffled. Was Luo Yusu's choice worth it? Did Lin Xiao really matter that much to her? Worth it. Luo Yusu gave only 2 words, then her sword moved. Sword chi filled the sky, falling like rain. The ancient demonic phantom roared, meeting it head-on with his demonic body. You can destroy my divine sense, but you'll pay a price. The phantom hurled a fist into the void. The force vanished in midair only to reappear behind Luo Yusu an instant later. Ancient demon great transposition? Xiao Qiubai used his divine awareness to sense the commotion outside. That punch had been a primordial ability unleashed by the ancient devil's illusionary form, an ability that could shift its force into another spatial dimension and then strike the opponent from an unexpected angle. Nangong Mushue was also watching the battle unfold outside, murmuring, this devil sect's ability is truly eerie. Just as the ancient devil's power was about to strike, a phantom of an ice phoenix solidified behind Luo Yusu. With a single flap of its wings, the attack was dispelled. A soul-formed ice phoenix? You've cultivated the ice phoenix divine genesis method to the 9th layer. Someone gasped in shock. At the sight of this ice phoenix illusion, everyone was immediately thrown into disarray. Luo Yusu had been stuck at the 8th layer for a long time, unable to advance further in her cultivation, and her cultivation realm had stagnated for centuries. Now, with the manifestation of this soul-formed ice phoenix, it meant she had already glimpsed the 9th layer of the ice phoenix divine genesis method and had the potential to reach the late Saint realm in the future. Such a realm was typically only possessed by the heads of major sects. Seeing this soul-formed ice phoenix, it wasn't just the ancient devil's illusion that was taken aback. Other Saint Realm experts within the Great Luo Holy Sect's main hall were secretly astonished as well. At the Saint Realm, advancing even a single stage was extremely difficult. Without a tremendous opportunity or fortune, one might never ascend again. Nangong Mushua's expression turned complicated as she asked, "What kind of fortune has senior apprentice Sister Luo recently obtained? I haven't heard anything about it." She was still at the early saint realm, uncertain when she'd reached the middle stage, and the gap between her and Luo Yusu was widening. A flicker of light briefly flashed through Xiao Qiubai's eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. No one could tell what he was thinking. Outside, the moment the soul-formed ice phoenix appeared, Luo Yusu swiftly defeated the ancient devil's illusion. Next, her gaze locked onto the grotesque, ghostly head belonging to the cult of the profane Tao. A voice from within the ghostly head pleaded, "I'll leave immediately, don't destroy this divine consciousness of mine." If a divine consciousness was destroyed, the original body would suffer severe consequences. Naturally, retreating was the best option available. Lu Yusu answered with action, her divine soul transforming into an ice phoenix that surged toward the ghostly head. She unleashed her frostbound domain, trapping the ghostly head in place, rendering it immobile. "Just a disciple, why take it so seriously?" the head said, its voice laced with confusion. But before it could finish, it was cleaved apart by a single strike from the ice phoenix. Now outside the Deluo holy sect, only Lu Yusu and Yi Qinggu remained. Unlike the other three, who had appeared only as spiritual projections, Yi Qinggu had come in her true physical form. Her cultivation realm matched Lu Yusu's, making it impossible to kill her easily. Yi Qinggu had watched coldly as Lu Yusu slaughtered the three saint-level spiritual projections without so much as a flinch. But her true focus was the Ice Phoenix divine soul Lu Yusu had summoned. The Ice Phoenix had not yet fully manifested, meaning Lu Yusu's Ice Phoenix divine transformation art had not yet reached perfection. Yet the fact that she had managed to form even a partial manifestation meant that Lu Yusu had already glimpsed the ninth heaven of cultivation, an ultimate breakthrough, merely a matter of time. Yi Qinggu asked bluntly, "What kind of fortuitous opportunity did you gain?" Many within the sect were secretly probing with their spiritual senses, eager to uncover the truth behind Lu Yusu's newfound strength. A flicker of discomfort crossed Lu Yusu's face, but it vanished quickly, replaced by calm. That fortuitous opportunity, of course, was something she would never reveal, not even if she lived 1,000 lifetimes. Rebellious disciple, an image of the ZG Hall flashed through her mind. The opportunity she had obtained was somehow tied to Lin Xiao. Lu Yusu didn't answer Yi Qinggu's question. Instead, her voice turned cold. "Do you want to fight me?" Yi Qinggu replied indifferently. "Since I'm here, naturally I should test my strength against yours. If I just walked away, it would seem like I feared you." Yi Qinggu lightly stomped her pale, jade-like foot, and the yellow spring river surged toward Lu Yusu. Countless corpses floated in the river, and as it spread forward, it seemed like hell itself had descended. Spiritual energy burst from Lu Yusu's body, her white robes billowing like a celestial fairy from the snow mountains. With her at the center, the frostbound domain expanded in an instant. Countless members of the sect held their breath after all. This was a duel between two Saint Realm powerhouses, a rare sight. What's more, it was a showdown between the sect's number 1 beauty and number 2 beauty, bound to become the talk of the sect. Yi Qinggu gave a faint smile and pressed a hand into the void. A phantom wheel immediately appeared above Luo Yusu. Images of beings from all realms surfacing within it, life and death, reincarnation, all within the 6 paths. 6 paths reincarnation art. Within the great Luo sacred sect, few could even recognize this divine art. Xiao Qiubai was one of the rare few who did. Luo Yusu slashed a sword at the reincarnation disc, then directed the soul ice phoenix to strike at Yi Qinggu. The 6 paths reincarnation disc pressed down toward Luo Yusu, while the ice phoenix lunged in front of Yi Qinggu. Everyone stared, tense. After a few heartbeats, the outcome was decided. Luo Yusu hovered high in the air, not a hair out of place. Yi Qinggu's face had gone a shade pale, her gaze dimmer, her soul was wounded. The ice phoenix dissipated in the same instant, having taken the blow for Luo Yusu. The soul ice phoenix, condensed by the divine evolution art, could transfer incoming damage. Luo Yusu had told this secret only to Lin Xiao, no one else knew. So that is how it is. Only then did Yi Qinjue understand. She cast Luo Yusu a final look and turned to leave. If anyone dares try to seize my disciple again, I, Luo Yusu, will never let it slide. Luo Yusu threw down a harsh warning of her own. And just like that, the clash between two peerless, breathtaking women came to an end. Luo Yusu returned to the main hall, but another matter was waiting for her. Though she had driven back the experts of the four great factions, Lin Xiao still couldn't escape internal punishment from the sect. After all, Lin Xiao had killed He Hong of Lingshou Peak and crippled Wan Yujing. As for Zhou Yin and the others, there was no hard proof pointing to Lin Xiao, but suspicion had already taken root. Lin Xiao, for slaughtering fellow disciples, is hereby exiled to Demon Abyss Valley. He is barred from serving as a Demon Abyss Valley patroller and forbidden to return to the sect. As soon as Luo Yusu stepped into the Grand Hall, a voice rang out from the Star Tower suspended high in the air. Her expression instantly changed. That voice belonged to the sect leader. Could it be that Lin Xiao's matter had actually drawn the sect leader's attention? Exile to the Demon Abyss Valley. Luo Yusu's heart sank immediately. The moment those three words, Demon Abyss Valley, fell, Yun Mingxi's delicate face paled, her eyes flickering with fear. Nangong Muxue pondered the sect leader's judgment. Exiling Lin Xiao to the Demon Abyss Valley was indeed a severe punishment, yet at the very least, it had spared his life. After Duan Wuyan heard the decision, he remained silent. Demon Abyss Valley? Xiao Qiubai murmured. Seeming to catch the sect leader's hidden intention, he silently repeated the name, Lin Xiao, beginning to regard him with new seriousness. The Demon Abyss Valley did not belong to the great Luo holy sect. It was the most perilous place of exile across the entire Zhongli continent, reserved only for the most heinous criminals. At that moment, unaware that his punishment had already been decided, Lin Xiao had just arrived at another major city. This city was quite peculiar. Its skies were perpetually blanketed in snow, while beneath the ground, magma flowed endlessly. This was Feishua City, the most important mining city in the southern region of the great Luo holy sect. At the city center stood a 10-zhang tall statue of a woman, clad in crimson battle armor, holding a blazing red spear, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty that deterred anyone from approaching lightly. This woman was the guardian of Feishua City and was revered by the hundreds of thousands of its citizens as the warrior goddess. It was precisely because of her that Feishua City had never once fallen to attacks from the evil sections. The moment Lin Xiao entered the city and saw the statue, he gasped in shock. Big senior sister. It turned out the guardian goddess of Feishua City was actually his senior martial sister. Chapter 61. A mighty enemy attacks the city. The statue of the warrior goddess loomed over the center of Feishua City, standing in a vast open plaza where large crowds gathered daily. Looking at his senior sister's statue, Lin Xiao's eyes softened with emotion. He really hadn't seen her in quite some time. Beside Lin Xiao stood a fat cultivator, staring dreamily at the statue of the Valkyrie. He muttered to himself, "If I could marry the Valkyrie, I'd gladly move into the city lord's mansion." As soon as the words left his mouth, a crowd of people immediately surrounded him and beat him up. In the hearts of the people of Xueqing, the Valkyrie was an untouchable, sacred figure. Who dares defile her? Having some fantasy in broad daylight? Look at yourself. You actually think you've got a shot with the Valkyrie? A young man in his early 20s spat at the fat cultivator and sneered. Another cultivator scoffed coldly. Chu Yunyang from the Chu family has been chasing the Valkyrie for over a decade, and he hasn't even stepped foot into the city lord's mansion yet. And you, a useless weakness refining cultivator, think you deserve her? After being mocked by the crowd, the fat cultivator stormed off in humiliation. The Valkyrie is beyond reach. I don't dare dream that high. I'd be happy just marrying Lady Yuewu, he muttered under his breath. Lin Xiao stood quietly listening, picking up a few bits of useful information. So his senior sister was actually the city lord of Xueqing, and she currently lived in the city lord's mansion. Speaking of the city lord's mansion, to the hundreds of thousands of people in Xueqing, it was practically a holy site. It was guarded by a special unit known as the Flame Armored Army, which was composed entirely of female cultivators, led by a commander named Yuewu. Yuewu? Lin Xiao had never heard his senior sister mention that name before. And Yuelu didn't seem to be from the Luo holy sect either. Could she be someone from senior sister's family? Lin Xiao recalled that Zhou Wenqing came from the Zhou clan, one of the 4 holy clans of the Great Yin Empire, and thought that Yu might be connected to the Zhou family. And who is this Chu Yunyang? What does he think he is, chasing after my senior sister? Lin Xiao made a mental note of the name Chu Yunyang. He asked around in the crowd and finally pieced together Chu Yunyang's background. Turns out, Chu Yunyang hailed from the most powerful faction in Xueqing, the Chu family. He was also the #1 genius of the city, around 30 years old, and at the mid-stage of Dao platform cultivation. At his age, reaching such a realm proves he's no slouch in terms of talent. If he had joined the Great Luo holy sect, he'd surely have earned a place within the sect. Besides the Chu family, Feishua City had 3 other major clans, all of whom were considered local powerhouses. I heard the battle goddess has recently been attempting to break through to the transcendent realm. It might happen today or tomorrow. She could complete the transformation from mortal to transcendent at any moment. Under the statue, the crowd was buzzing with talk about Zhou Wenqing's latest developments. The topic quickly stirred up a wave of excitement among many. Once the battle goddess enters the transcendent realm, those cultivators from the Yellow Spring Devil sect won't dare to attack so easily anymore. When that time comes, the city of Moyun across from us will be trembling. The moment she ascends, it'll be the day we crush Moyun to the ground. About 300 miles from Feishua City stood Moyun City, a devil stronghold under the control of the Yellow Spring Devil sect. The sect had stationed elite demonic cultivators there, constantly at odds with Feishua City. This standoff had lasted over a decade. Before Zhou Wenqing arrived to defend the city, the devils from the Yellow Spring sect frequently breached Feishua's defenses. Each time the city fell into enemy hands, it was followed by brutal massacres and looting. This shadow had loomed over the hundreds of thousands of Feishua residents for years until Zhou Wenqing appeared. Only then did the people finally find relief from the terror of demonic invasions. Therefore, the people of Feishua City held deep gratitude toward her. Is Senior Apprentice truly attempting to break into the transcendent realm? Lin Xiao felt slightly puzzled. How had word of Senior Apprentice's breakthrough attempt spread all over the city? Dang! A single chime from the bell silenced all conversations instantly. Many people's faces changed as soon as they heard it. This was the first time in over a decade that the bell of Feishua had rung. Everyone in the city still remembered what it meant. The moment this bell rang, it meant demonic cultivators were invading. Dang! Dang! 2 more chimes followed. If the first one had only caused alarm, the next 2 sent waves of terror through everyone except Lin Xiao. The bell told 3 times the enemy was attacking, and all the cultivators in Feishua City had been summoned to the city walls to mount a defense. That's serious? Could it be that all the demonic cultivators from Moyun City have launched a full-scale assault on us? Could it be that Moyun City heard the Valkyrie is in seclusion and decided to take advantage of our weakened defenses? Don't panic. There's still Commander Yu Wu. As long as she and the flame-armored army are here, the city can be held. Though Lin Xiao didn't know the exact reason, he still followed a few cultivators toward the city wall. When he arrived, the city protection formation had already been activated. Outside, massive cannons roared as flaming projectiles rained down on the barrier. They even brought out the meteor cannons. They're really serious about this siege. The faces of many cultivators grew even grimmer. They had all seen the terrifying power of the meteor cannon. It was specifically designed to break through city defenses. As Lin Xiao stepped onto the city wall, he looked out and saw a sea of darkness beyond at least 1,000 demonic cultivators. Rows upon rows of cannons were lined up, firing relentlessly at Feishua City. At a glance, there had to be at least 100 meteor cannons deployed. With such a massive force, was the Yellow Spring Demon sect determined to take Feishua City at any cost? Lord Chu Yunyang has arrived. An azure-robed man descended onto the city wall, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way. The moment Chu Yunyang appeared, all eyes turned to him. Under the intense gaze of everyone present, Chu Yunyang stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. He declared, "As long as I'm here, those demonic cultivators will not breach Feishua City." The moment his words fell, a wave of relief washed over many people. Lord Chu is truly the #1 prodigy of Feishua City, both capable and courageous. Praises rang out from all around. Chu Yunyang smiled slightly, nodding in gracious acceptance of the flattery. Lin Xiao didn't see Zhou winching among the crowd, so he couldn't help but ask, is senior disciple really in seclusion? Her absence at this moment meant she truly couldn't come. The Flame Armor Corps from the City Lord's mansion didn't show up, and their commander, Yu Wu, was nowhere to be seen either. This made quite a few people uneasy deep down. Isn't that person on the city wall Chu Yunyang? A young demonic cultivator shot up into the sky from below, locking his gaze onto Chu Yunyang, his eyes flashing coldly like lightning. As soon as Lin Xiao saw the demonic cultivator, he clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a fierce, murderous intent. He hadn't expected this person to actually be Han Xiao, the one who had ambushed him before. So Han Xiao had been stationed in Mo Yun City all along. Chu Yunyang glanced at Han Xiao and said, "That's right." Han Xiao was now at the middle stage of Dao platform realm, roughly equal to Chu Yunyang himself. He would be a tough opponent. Come out and die? Han Xiao didn't waste words. He pointed straight at Chu Yunyang, openly challenging him to a fight. Whether it was the demonic cultivators outside the city or the cultivators within, all eyes turned toward Chu Yunyang. Chu Yunyang's body trembled slightly, but he forced himself to remain calm as he replied, "If you've got the guts, come in and get me." "Ha ha ha, you coward." Han Xiao burst into mocking laughter. Pathetic. The demonic cultivators outside the city joined in, jeering and taunting. Chu Yunyang's expression immediately darkened, his face twisting with anger. Chapter 62. Yu Wu. There's not a real man left in Snowfall City. Outside the city, the demonic cultivators shouted in unison, hurling insults. What a shame. Such a big city like Snowfall relies on a woman to hold things together. Without her, you're all just a bunch of headless turtles hiding in your shells. Han Xiao hovered outside the city walls, arms crossed over his chest, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Those on the city walls burned with rage at the taunts, but deep down, everyone knew it was just a ploy to provoke them. If they opened the city barrier and rushed out to fight, they'd be falling right into the enemy's trap. Don't worry, this city barrier is as solid as iron. They won't break through, Chu Yunyang said as he directed everyone into position. Lin Xiao was assigned a spot as well. Crouching beneath the city wall, he secretly observed the enemy outside, careful not to let Han Xiao spot him. In just a few short months, Han Xiao had already advanced to the middle stage of the Dao platform realm. Lin Xiao remembered it clearly when Han Xiao had ambushed him before. He had only been at the early Dao platform stage. This didn't discourage Lin Xiao at all. His current cultivation was progressing at an incredible speed, and before long, he would reach the Dao platform stage himself. Once he did, he'd be able to kill Han Xiao without mercy. Seeing that his attack formation had no effect, Han Xiao turned and flew back. As soon as Han Xiao retreated, Chu Yunyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. But that relief was short-lived. He immediately tensed again when he saw a massive swarm of insects shooting out from the devil cultivator's ranks. The swarm buzzed loudly, gathering into a thick black cloud that surged towards Snowfall City. What kind of insects are those? Most people couldn't even recognize what they were looking at. Devouring soul insects. Someone screamed in terror, finally identifying the horrifying creatures. At the mere mention of devouring soul insects, some of the cultivators on the city walls nearly fainted from fear. These insects could consume almost anything containing spiritual energy. They could destroy formations, and they could kill people. Lin Xiao also froze for a moment, thinking to himself, they really mean business. First, they used the flame cannon, and now they're deploying devouring soul insects. Was Han Xiao really determined to take Snowfall City? The insect swarm moved at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it engulfed the protective city formation. Unfortunately, the city's formation was purely defensive. It had no ability to fight back, and could only endure the swarm's assault. Boom. After only moments of devouring, the glow of the protective formation began to dim and flicker. Now, every cultivator within the city felt their hearts leap into their throats. Some silently prayed, desperately hoping the formation would hold. But their prayers were useless. Cracks appeared in the barrier, and immediately the swarm focused their assault on that weak spot. It's not going to hold. The city formation is about to be breached. What do? The cultivator's worst nightmare had come true. A gap tore open in the protective formation, and the swarm poured through first. Clear out these devouring soul insects first. Chu Yunyang pulled out a talisman. When he lit it, it turned into a sea of fire that surged toward the spirit-devouring insects. To his shock, the insects didn't even bother to dodge. One after another, they gulped down every tongue of flame. The cultivators in the city went cold all over at the sight. With a swarm this terrifying, how were they supposed to stand against it? Let me. Just as despair was about to set in, a voice rang out. Chu Yunyang and the others saw a man in white step forward. He drew his sword and slashed 1,000 streams of sword chi fanned out, then coalesced into an icebound domain that froze the swarm in an instant. The massive tide of insects was locked into neat, square blocks of ice. Then the sword chi fell like arrows, grinding the swarm into pulp. In the span of 3 breaths, the swarm that had thrown the city's cultivators into a panic was dealt with by this young man. Who is he? The same question rose in every heart within the city. Chu Yunyang narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Lin Xiao. Since when did Feishua City have a young powerhouse like this, and how had he not heard about it? Outside the walls, Han Xiao's eyes went wide the moment he saw Lin Xiao, shock and delight warring on his face. Excellent. You actually came to Feishua City. I failed to catch you last time. This time you want to get away. A cold gleam flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. Ever since Lin Xiao appeared, his gaze hadn't left him. As for the Azura trial, Han Xiao still didn't know. Only 3 days had passed, and he'd been stationed at Mayan City, so word hadn't reached him yet. The city guarding Grand Array already has a breach. Whoever gets up on the wall first gets a female cultivator from the Fire Armor Corps. Whoever's first to break into the city, Lord S. Manor Commander Yu Wu will be his. Han Xiao turned and barked at the demonic cultivators. Their eyes burned hot. Just the thought of getting a woman from the Fire Armor Corps had them drooling. Hearing they could claim Commander Yu Wu if they took the city, Lord S. Manor sent their blood boiling. For years, the cities of Mo Yun and Fei Shui had stood in opposition, clashing multiple times with the Fire Scale Army. Many cultivators had already laid eyes on the shapely and formidable Commander Yu Wu. Anyone from the demonic sects who had seen Commander Yu Wu would never forget her. Kill them. Push forward and storm the city lord's mansion. A group of demonic cultivators roared with bloodlust, charging furiously toward the breach in the city's protective formation. The cultivators inside the city all turned their eyes toward Chu Yunyang, hoping he would lead the defense against the demonic invaders. Under the weight of so many gazes, Chu Yunyang felt uneasy deep down, but he still forced himself to shout, "Everyone, let us hold this breach together. Commander Yu Wu and the Fire Scale Army will arrive soon." Though he called for everyone to charge, Chu Yunyang himself didn't rush to the front line. Lin Xiao stood quietly to the side, watching with disdain. Such a coward afraid of death dares to pursue my senior sister? With Chu Yunyang holding back, no one else moved either. They all hesitated, glancing at each other like a group of scattered sand. If you're afraid of dying, step back. I'll hold this breach alone. Once again, Lin Xiao stepped forward, soaring through the air to the breach, facing the charging demonic cultivators head-on, without a trace of fear. It's him again. Chu Yunyang stared at Lin Xiao's back, thinking to himself that he would have to dig into the guy's background once this was over. The leading demonic cultivator at the front sneered. A mere mid-stage Hai Hua realm brat dares to come out and die. He himself was at the peak of Hai Hua, and was confident he could kill Lin Xiao with one punch. But the result shocked everyone. The one who died wasn't Lin Xiao, but rather the overconfident peak Hai Hua realm cultivator. Most couldn't even see how Lin Xiao had struck. One moment the peak Hai Hua cultivator was charging forward, and the next, his head had exploded. Only cultivators at the Dao Tai realm, or above, could see clearly. Lin Xiao had thrown just one punch, obliterating the peak Hai Hua realm demon cultivator into nothing. Far away, Han Xiao's eyes were filled with shock and suspicion as he muttered softly. What exactly has happened to his body? How could he be this strong? Chu Yunyang was also stunned. Lin Xiao's combat strength now was completely inconsistent with his cultivation level. Lin Xiao landed a single punch that killed a peak C transformation cultivator who practiced demonic arts. Cheers erupted from the city walls, instantly boosting the morale of the defenders. Kill him. Whoever takes the city will get 10 female flame armor warriors from the army. A voice rang out from the rear. It was Han Xiao. Upon hearing this, many demonic cultivators threw away the last bit of fear in their hearts and charged as one toward the breach in the wall. Lin Xiao stood alone at the gap, facing the swarm of enemies by himself. With a single slash of his sword, a large group of demonic cultivators below the C transformation stage fell dead, and even those at the C transformation level were sent stumbling backward several steps. At that moment, Lin Xiao proved it beyond doubt below the Dao platform stage. There was no one who could stand against him. Both the demonic cultivators outside the city walls and the cultivators defending within watched in stunned horror. That breach in the wall had become a slaughterhouse. Demonic cultivators fell one after another, unable to even take a step forward. A bunch of useless trash. Step aside. Unable to watch any longer, Han Xiao decided to intervene in person. The demonic cultivators scrambled back like prisoners receiving a last-minute pardon. They would never forget the lone figure standing at that breach. It was the image of a true man. For over a decade, Feishua City had been defended by Zhou Wenqing and had never fallen. Now, this man stood guard at the breach, and the enemy didn't dare come close. Lin Xiao, let's see where you can run to this time. Han Xiao transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the breach. Han Xiao, this time, it's you who won't be running away. Above Feishua City, a crimson figure shot across the sky. As the figure appeared, a fully armored female battalion followed closely behind. These female warriors, armed with long spears, were none other than the Flame Armor Army, the personal guards of the city lord. The soaring figure flew straight toward the breach, locking eyes with Lin Xiao midair. In her gaze, Lin Xiao saw a flicker of admiration. It was as if she were saying, "Well done. Our commander respects your strength." Chapter 63: The Guardian of the Hall of Reincarnation. Commander Yu Wu has arrived. The Flame Armor Army is here too. Cheers erupted once again from the city walls. Seeing that crimson figure, many people felt an immense weight lift from their hearts. Will the city lord come in person? Many people were hoping to see Zhou Wenqing appear, but after waiting a while, she never showed. It was obvious she was still in seclusion. With Commander Yu Wu here, why would the city lord need to show up in person? At this moment, Chu Yunyang wanted to remind everyone of his presence. After all, Lin Xiao had just stolen the spotlight, which was embarrassing for him, as he was known as the #1 genius of Shuefei City. What bothered him even more was that Yu Wu had actually looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of admiration. Yu Wu had always been proud and aloof. In all of Shuefei City, practically no one could earn her approval. Outside the city gates, Yu Wu leveled her spear and charged straight at Han Xiao. They were at the same cultivation level, both in the middle stage of Dao platform realm. But Yu Wu's strength far surpassed his. She had remained at this stage for a long time, while Han Xiao had only recently broken through. As soon as the battle began, Han Xiao was pushed back repeatedly. Yu Wu practiced fire-based techniques. With her fire spirit and spear, every thrust sent a flicker of flame bursting forth. These flames weren't ordinary fire, they were drawn from the fire essence crystals formed deep beneath Shuefei City, in the polar flame or vein. Realizing he couldn't engage her up close, Han Xiao took a step back and spat out a jet of water from his sleeve, taunting, "Bitch, taste the power of Yellow Spring's corpse dissolving water." The stream of water shot straight toward Yu Wu. Her eyes filled with contempt. A sudden burst of flame ignited in her palm, quickly morphing into a fire dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the water jet whole. The moment the fire dragon appeared, the surrounding area grew scorching hot. The Yellow Springs water vanished into nothingness the moment it was consumed. The fire soul from the polar flame, or Han Xiao's eyes darkened. No wonder you and your master were willing to stay in Shuefei City for over a decade. If you've already refined the fire soul, then the Earth Heart Lotus must have been harvested already, right? Yu Wu turned around and made a hand signal to someone behind her. This hand signal was indecipherable to outsiders, but the Flame-Armored Legion recognized it instantly. It was the attack command under Yu Wu's leadership. Open the city gates and wipe out all the demonic cultivators. The flame-armored legion roared in unison, their voices like thunder, radiating overwhelming momentum. Chu Yunyang was the first to respond. Open the gates. Follow Commander Yu Wu into battle. His voice boomed, as if he feared Yu Wu might not hear. Lin Xiao looked at the demonic cultivators' formation, frowning deeply. His gut told him things weren't that simple. Still, he didn't dwell on it in the end. He figured they just needed to eliminate them. The flame-armored legion charged forward, leading the charge like a sharp sword piercing straight into the heart of the demonic army. The demonic army instantly fell into chaos, scattering in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Above, Yu Wu and Han Xiao were still locked in fierce combat. But judging from the situation, it seemed only a matter of time before Yu Wu subdued Han Xiao. This whole thing feels like much ado about nothing. Han Xiao made such a grand display attacking the city, yet once the battle started, his entire army collapsed. Lin Xiao didn't smile instead, he looked deep in thought. Seeing Yu Wu about to subdue Han Xiao, Chu Yunyang felt the timing was right and rushed forward to join the fight, shouting, "Commander Yu, allow me to assist." Yu Wu's expression wasn't exactly pleasant, but she couldn't exactly refuse either. The cultivators of Xiefeng City, witnessing this turn of events, felt the victory was secured. Surrounded by two opponents, Han Xiao didn't panic instead. A faint smile surfaced on his face. He shouted toward the demonic cultivators behind him. It seems Zhou Wenqing really is in seclusion. As long as she doesn't show up, I won't lose. Seventh Guardian, aren't you going to act yet? At Han Xiao's shout, the cultivators of Xiefeng City immediately grew alert. They thought, there's actually another guardian among the demonic sects? Under the command of the Revenant Hall's leader were 10 guardians, and Han Xiao ranked only 10th. If this was the 7th guardian, he ranked significantly higher. They couldn't help but wonder just how powerful this mysterious figure might be. Coco. A silvery, bell-like laughter rang out first. From the group of devil cultivators, a woman in a black, gauzy dress shot into the sky. She looked no older than 20, with a beauty like blooming flowers and a charm that stirred the heart. The crowd gasped and shouted, "Su Miaoying." Chu Yunyang recognized her instantly. This black-dressed woman was none other than the 7th guardian of the Reincarnation Hall, and her cultivation had reached the peak of the Dao Platform Realm. A cultivator at the peak of the Dao Platform Realm? Someone below cried out in shock. The cultivators gathered beneath Feishua City were all stunned. A cultivator of that level was practically equal to a city lord. But their city lord was currently in retreat for cultivation. Then who could possibly stand in Su Miaoying's way? Someone finally realized the truth and shouted, "We've been tricked." It turned out Han Xiao had deliberately revealed a weakness to draw them out. Chu Yunyang transmitted his voice to Yu Wu. "Commander Yu Wu, something's wrong. We should retreat." Yu Wu only responded with a cold snort, filled with disdain. Yu Wu no longer used voice transmission. She spoke directly, "You go back. I'll hold them here outside the city." She didn't seem worried at all about Han Xiao and the others hearing her. Chu Yunyang's expression shifted. If he left now, he'd surely be looked down upon from now on. He directly asked Yu Wu, "How much longer until the city lord finishes her retreat?" "I'll do my best to buy her time." The cultivators of Feishua City below were just as eager to know the answer. Yu Wu gave no reply. She gripped her long spear tightly and suddenly lunged straight at Su Miaoying. Han Xiao stepped forward to block her path, shouting at Su Miaoying, "Senior sister, don't let her stall us. Quickly deal with these two, then rush into the city lord's mansion." Su Miaoying's eyes flickered with a flirtatious glance, her every movement naturally seductive. She pulled out a jade flute and placed it against her delicate lips. As her red lips parted slightly, a haunting melody began to play. The flute's sound transformed into waves of energy, spreading outward in all directions like a storm. Yu Wu shouted, "Quickly seal your senses," warning the many cultivators of Feishua City. Han Xiao snorted coldly. "Humph, my senior sister S9 turns flute melody. Do you really think covering your ears is enough to resist it?" He knew full well the power of this melody. Even cultivators at the Dao Platform Realm found it hard to endure, let alone those of lower cultivation. The moment the flute's wail pierced the air, Cultivators in Xiefeng City were stunned, their eardrums bursting with blood. Darkness clouded their vision, and the spiritual energy within their bodies seemed to ignite uncontrollably. Chu Yunyang lost his footing, caught in the shockwave. Seeing the opening, Han Xiao didn't hesitate. He struck with a palm, sending Chu flying through the air. Yu Wu only suffered minor effects from the sound. Her combat ability remained unchanged. After finishing the final note, Su Miaoyin looked down and spotted a figure still standing. Her eyes narrowed instantly, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Without missing a beat, Lin Xiao remarked coolly, "Not bad playing." The confusion in Su Miaoyin's gaze quickly transformed into intense curiosity. She wanted this man, she wanted to uncover every secret he held. No one had ever completely resisted the effects of her flute. There was definitely something hidden beneath this man's calm exterior. Her curiosity toward Lin Xiao skyrocketed. "Su Miaoyin, if you dare touch even a single hair on my junior brother's head, I'll make you play the flute for him every single day." A voice rang out from atop Xiefeng City's wall. At those words, everyone's face paled. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. He turned around. Standing on the city wall was a woman of breathtaking beauty, her elegance otherworldly. Her jade-like features were framed by a radiant, crimson armor that shimmered with a fiery glow, as if she had descended from the heavens as a fire goddess. "Senior sister." Lin Xiao's voice carried a deep, lingering longing. "Little junior brother." Only when facing Lin Xiao did the beautiful woman's lips curl into a radiant smile, as if the frost in her eyes had finally begun to melt. Chapter 64. The Man Who Lives in the Governor's Mansion. Zhou Wenqing smiled, a beauty so striking it left many breathless. "Little junior brother?" Yu Wu finally caught on this. Lin Xiao was the same junior brother Zhou Wenqing had mentioned back at the Great Luo Holy Sect. Yu Wu said with a hint of bitterness, "Well, of course. Who else could make the city governor smile like that except that junior brother of hers?" Her tone carried an unspoken layer of meaning. She had heard the name Lin Xiao countless times from Zhou Wenqing, but today was the first time she had ever laid eyes on him. So he's the governor's younger martial brother? Chu Yunyang always had the feeling that there was more than just a simple senior-junior disciple relationship between Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Wenqing. More than 10 years had passed, and he had never once seen Zhou Wenqing smile at him. Chu Yunyang even suspected she had been born without the ability to laugh, like a block of eternal ice, never to melt. But when Lin Xiaoxiao arrived, that ice seemed to begin thawing. City Lord. Many cultivators in Feishua City were ecstatic. Their guardian goddess had returned, as if all their troubles could now be resolved. "You're still stuck at the peak of Dao Platform Realm. You never even went into seclusion." Su Miaoyin looked at Zhou Wenqing with a hint of fear, stepping back as she spoke. "Senior sister, we've been tricked." She faked her retreat into cultivation to lure us here and attack the city. Her real goal was to wipe us all out in one move. Han Xiao suddenly seemed to realize the truth. "Zhou Wenqing, you're truly despicable." Su Miaoyin exchanged a glance with Han Xiao, then the two turned in unison and fled. Now that Zhou Wenqing had appeared, they had practically no chance of victory. "To deal with you, I have to use some underhanded tactics," Zhou Wenqing said, transforming into a streak of crimson light chasing after Su Miaoyin. "Yu Wu, Han Xiao is yours. Make sure to capture him. He ambushed my little junior brother before. I've been itching to run him through with a blade." "Understood." Yu Wu also transformed into a streak of light and gave chase to Han Xiao. The lower-ranked demonic cultivators below saw their two top guardians fleeing and quickly scattered in panic, each trying to save their own lives. "Pursue them. Don't let any escape." Chu Yunyang, still smarting from his earlier humiliation, was eager to redeem himself and hopefully earn some praise from Zhou Wenqing. Lin Xiaoxiao stood rooted in place and did not join the Feishua City cultivators in chasing the demonic cultivators. He had figured it out too. His senior sister hadn't truly entered seclusion. It had all been a ploy to lure Han Xiao into attacking the city, waiting until Su Miaoyin appeared before revealing herself. Her goal had always been to eliminate both Han Xiao and Su Miaoyin in one decisive move. Not long after, Zhou Wenqing returned. When everyone saw Su Miaoyin dangling in her grasp, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Word spread that the seventh guardian of the Hall of Reincarnation had been captured by Lord City Ruler. Lord City Ruler is so mighty. The cultivators of Snowfall City all gazed at Zhou Wenqing with admiration. Su Miaoyin wore a look of gritted teeth and obvious resentment. Zhou Wenqing tossed Su Miaoyin in front of Lin Xiao and gently asked, "Little junior apprentice brother, didn't I promise you I'd capture a holy maiden from the Yellow Spring Demon sect to be your servant? What do you think of this, Su Miaoyin?" As she spoke, Zhou Wenqing arched her delicate eyebrows. Lin Xiao's heart quivered slightly, but he immediately replied, "She doesn't even come close to a 10,000th of my senior apprentice sister's beauty. A woman of her looks, even as a servant, I still find her unworthy." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenqing's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Poor man. Remember to keep your little lover hidden outside, bring her home, and she'll probably stab you dead with one poke," Su Miaoyin sneered. She looked at Lin Xiao with an expression of pity. "Too much talking," Zhou Wenqing coldly snapped. With a flick of her wrist, she sealed Su Miaoyin's six senses with a quick spell, silencing her completely. "The one who should be pitied is you instead. Now that you've fallen into my senior sister's hands, just wait for your punishment." Lin Xiao showed no sympathy at all. He smiled at Zhou Wenqing and asked, "Senior sister, what should we do with this woman?" Zhou Wenqing hadn't yet decided what to do with Su Miaoyin. Chu Yunyang, who had been quietly observing from the side, stepped forward and said, "Lord City Ruler, I suggest we take Su Miaoyin back to the city and have the people of Snowfall witness the demon sect's guardian firsthand. It would surely enhance your prestige. My reputation doesn't need someone like Su Miaoyin to elevate it. She is not even worthy of that," Zhou Wenqing replied coldly. She turned her icy expression toward Chu Yunyang again, which made him feel a bit uneasy inside. Yes, of course," Chu Yunyang chuckled awkwardly. Zhou Wenqing made up her mind and said, "Lock her in the dungeon for now. When I return to the sect, I'll take her back for the reward." The notorious young witch of the Yellow Spring sect, Su Miaoyin, had once slaughtered many disciples of the Great Luo Holy Sect. She was listed at number 78 on the Great Luo Holy Sect's wanted list, and whoever captured and delivered her back to the sect would receive a substantial bounty. A streak of light flew back from afar, but when Yu Wu returned, her hands were empty. She had failed to capture Han Xiao. Yu Wu lowered her head, unable to face Zhou Wenqing. "Commander, I have failed you," she said. At once, a cold glint flashed across Zhou Wenqing's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly interjected, "It's fine. Don't blame Commander Yu." At Lin Xiao's words, the chill in Zhou Wenqing's gaze melted away. He spoke coolly to Yu Wu, "Then let future merits atone for today's failure." "Yes, sir," Yu Wu replied with a nod, glancing up briefly at Lin Xiao. "Return to the city," Zhou Wenqing ordered. At his command, the Crimson Armored Army and cultivators from Shuefei City escorted the captured demonic cultivators back into the city. News of the great victory quickly spread within the city walls, and hundreds of thousands of residents poured into the streets to witness the spectacle. The crowds packed the streets so tightly that not even water could pass through. But they weren't there for the captured demons. They wanted to catch a glimpse of the legendary war goddess in person. Uninterested in the commotion, Zhou Wenqing led Lin Xiao back to the city lord's mansion. Soon after, an even more shocking rumor spread across Shuefei City. For the first time ever, a man had entered the mansion long revered as sacred ground by the city's hundreds of thousands of residents. Who was that man exactly? Everyone was asking, especially the men who secretly admired the war goddess. "They say he is her junior disciple brother." "Oh, just a fellow disciple, huh? Then it's okay." At this explanation, many men exhaled in relief. More than a few love-struck girls also secretly breathed easier. While the city buzzed with celebration, a lone figure appeared outside the city walls. He stared coldly at the city's silhouette, a mocking smirk curling his lips. "Go ahead and laugh while you can. Enjoy these few more days of joy soon. This entire city will be reduced to rubble." This figure was none other than Han Xiao himself. Inside the city lord's mansion gleamed with golden splendor, like the palace of an earthly emperor. And now, for the very first time, a man had entered the palace that had always belonged to the war goddess alone. "Lord City Governor, which palace should we assign for this junior apprentice brother tonight?" Yu Wu asked. Don't bother with the arrangements. He can stay in my private quarters. Yu Wu's vision went dark for a moment, and she nearly fainted. Is there any problem? Back at the sect when we were cultivating, we did things this way all the time. Yu Wu felt as if the heavens were spinning and the world collapsing around her. Her gaze toward Lin Xiao was filled with jealousy and hatred. Lin Xiao awkwardly chuckled, quickly explaining, Commander Yu, please don't misunderstand. I'm not like what you're thinking with senior sister. We're completely innocent. At this, Yu Wu finally relaxed slightly. She also knew that the Lord City Governor was still pure after all. His constitution was too unique to waste. He possessed the Su Nu Ling Long Ti, a rare body type. To use it on someone like Lin Xiao, who was at his current cultivation stage, would be a terrible waste. As Yu Wu exited Zhou Wenqing's private quarters, she happened to overhear the two speaking inside. Senior sister, I've got something good for you. Little junior brother, I've got something good for you too. They both asked at the same time, what kind of good thing? You show me yours first. The moment Yu Wu stepped out of the quarters, she collapsed on the spot. Chapter 65 ended up on Senior Sister's bed. Senior sister, you're a girl after all. You shouldn't keep saying show me like that. Oh, and how many times have I already shown you? Zhou Wenqing raised a brow, reached out into the air, and gave a mischievous grin. Seeing that gesture, Lin Xiao recalled painful memories. This was exactly how he'd been raised since childhood. My little junior brother has really grown up, Zhou Wenqing said softly, stroking Lin Xiao's head, revealing a rare tenderness usually hidden from others. Lin Xiao gazed at her breathtaking face, inches away. Her features were delicately refined as if carved by heaven itself. Long lashes framed soft, affectionate eyes, and the gentle flicker in her gaze was like a clear autumn lake, pulling him in. And senior sister has become even more beautiful, he murmured. Oh, then in your heart, who's prettier, senior sister or master? Lin Xiao was still admiring his own reflection when Zhou Wenqing quietly asked a question. Lin Xiao snapped out of it instantly. This was a deadly question. Senior sister, I brought you something really good. I guarantee you'll love it. Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject. Before Zhou Wenqing could get angry, he pulled out a bright red shura fruit from within his robes. This shura fruit had been taken straight from the shura fruiting chart. As soon as it appeared, it began radiating powerful Taoist aura waves. As soon as Zhou Wenqing saw the shura fruit, her anger vanished. With her discerning eye, she immediately recognized it as the legendary shura fruit. For someone with her unique constitution, the temptation of the shura fruit surpassed any ordinary treasure because it could purify and cleanse one's impurities. In other words, it could refine a person's innate talent and comprehension to near perfection. Little junior brother, how did you get your hands on a shura fruit? Zhou Wenqing didn't reach for the fruit, but instead stared blankly at Lin Xiao. Such a precious treasure would surely provoke bloodshed and chaos if it appeared in the outside world. It was coveted by countless powerful cultivators. Yet in Lin Xiao's hands, it seemed as ordinary as any common fruit, as if he didn't even care about its value. I got it inside the Shura secret realm. I heard it gives cultivators great benefits, Lin Xiao replied casually. He didn't know that Zhou Wenqing possessed the pure maiden's Linglong body, nor was he aware that she also had a special constitution. He just happened to have 3 Shura fruits, and one of them was naturally meant for her. Whether it would actually benefit her or not, however, was of no concern to him. Did Master tell you about this? Zhou Wenqing suddenly asked. Lin Xiao was taken aback. What? Didn't Master tell you about my origins? Zhou Wenqing studied Lin Xiao's reaction and didn't think he was faking it. His expression suggested he truly had no idea about her unique constitution. Are you two hiding something from me? Lin Xiao asked, looking genuinely confused. Zhou Wenqing glanced to the side and said, you should give that Xie Luo fruit to Master Shizuan. She has the Xian Tian Ice Phoenix body. After consuming it, her constitution will become pure and untainted. If I were to take it, the effect would be greatly diminished. Lin Xiao understood what his senior sister meant. Shrugging nonchalantly, he replied, no problem. Shizuan's fruit will come sooner or later anyway. Don't worry about wasting it, senior sister. Just treat it like a regular spiritual fruit. If it doesn't work, then forget about it. Letting out a soft cry, Zhou Wenqing called him little junior brother, and in a surge of emotion, threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms. Lin Xiao, however, had no idea that at this moment, Zhou Wenqing was filled with guilt inside. She had been testing him just now. Pressing herself against him, she ran a hand over his broad chest and whispered, "Little junior brother, let us go to the bed. Senior sister has something good for you too." Looking at him, she couldn't help but marvel he had truly grown into a man. Lin Xiao blushed slightly, hesitating as he replied, Senior sister, isn't it still early?" Having grown up together since childhood, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Hearing that, Zhou Wenqing immediately knew what he was thinking. She tugged his ear gently and laughed, correcting him. "What are you thinking about?" "The good thing I'm talking about isn't that." Then, fearing he might feel disappointed, she quickly added, "It'd be a waste to use it now. You'll understand later. Senior sister would never lie to you." Puzzled, Lin Xiao thought to himself that his senior sister's words sounded unusually cryptic. Was she deliberately teasing him after such a long separation? Taking his hand, Zhou Wenqing led him over to her large bed, spacious enough to fit 4 people comfortably. There was a box resting on the bed. When she opened it, a crimson crystal stone gleamed inside. She called out, "Come on up, little junior brother." She waved him over, and without hesitation, Lin Xiao climbed onto his senior sister's bed. This kind of scene wasn't unusual. They had done this many times back at the Deluo Holy Sect. When they were younger, she would often sneak into his room at night and snuggle with him as they slept. Even now, as adults, Lin Xiao didn't feel embarrassed. He had long grown used to it. "What is this?" Lin Xiao leaned in for a closer look, only to realize this crystal wasn't an ordinary fire spirit crystal. Inside was sealed a small, one-horned beast. Zhou Wenqing explained, "This is the fire soul essence from the extreme flame mine. I extracted it and sealed it inside this fire spirit crystal. Fire soul essence is rare, but it still can't compare to your Azura fruit, little junior brother. Don't take offense." A hint of sadness flickered in Zhou Wenqing's eyes. The fire soul essence was indeed valuable. It had been specially prepared for Lin Xiao, but compared to his Azura fruit, it really wasn't much. "Whatever gift senior sister gives me is the most precious thing in the world." Lin Xiao had no intention of looking down on it. He rolled the fire spirit crystal in his palm, watching the fire soul essence sealed inside completely motionless, as if trapped. "Don't worry, little junior brother. I'll give you something even more valuable than the Azura fruit one day." It was almost a promise, and Zhou Wenqing spoke it with conviction. "Senior sister herself is the most precious gift. I don't care about any of these external treasures," Lin Xiao replied, not catching the deeper meaning behind her words. He held onto the crystal tightly, not wanting to let go. The more he looked at the little one-horned beast, the cuter it seemed. "Senior sister, I don't practice fire-based cultivation techniques. This fire soul essence might not be useful to me," Lin Xiao thought to himself. He had no idea how to use it, but if he returned it directly, senior sister would surely be upset. "No problem. Just treat it like a little fire element puppy. You can even keep it at Zixiao Peak to guard the gates later." Zhou Wenqing reassured him, encouraging him to accept it. In that case, okay. Since senior sister had said it like that, Lin Xiao had no choice but to take the fire soul essence. As for how to use it, he decided he'd figure it out later. Just as he placed the fire soul essence by his bedside, a sudden consciousness from the Azura heaven sealing scroll connected with him. To his great surprise, the consciousness was actually from the Azura Queen. Would the Azura Queen actually reach out to him on her own? Lin Xiao's heart pounded. Hadn't the Azura Queen fallen into deep slumber already? What is it? Lin Xiao projected his consciousness into the Shura Futi map, but saw no sign of the Shura Queen. The black hall remained closed as well. She was simply communicating with him through thought, without appearing in person. "Hand over that flame spirit core. I can use it." The Shura Queen spoke coldly, showing no respect toward Lin Xiao, who called himself her master. "You want to absorb the flame spirit core? No way. I won't give it to you." Lin Xiao refused flatly. He had no intention of letting the Shura Queen regain her strength. In his eyes, a Shura Queen on the brink of death was far preferable. If she regained her power, there was no telling whether she'd turn on him, her so-called master. Fair trade. Her voice echoed again in Lin Xiao's mind. "You give me the flame spirit core, and I'll give you this fragment of the essence of slaughter." Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then declined once more. After being rejected twice, the Shura queen fell silent. Just as Lin Xiao thought she might give up, she spoke again, almost mockingly. "TSK, with a Su Nu Linglong body lying right beside you, and you still held back? If it were me, I'd have pounced already." Lin Xiao, who had been lying down, shot straight up into a sitting position in an instant. Now he finally understood what the gift his senior sister had mentioned really was. Chapter 66. Mistaken the target. "Little brother, what's wrong?" Zhou Wenqing saw Lin Xiao suddenly sit up, his face lit with realization. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Nothing, senior sister." Lin Xiao replied gently. Zhou Wenqing grew even more confused. Lin Xiao had suddenly turned tender, and his gaze held a new softness when he looked at her. It was the first time he had ever looked at her that way. At that moment, Zhou Wenqing felt that Lin Xiao had truly grown up, and a warm sense of comfort rose in her heart. Lin Xiao lay back down, gazing at the canopy above, his mind clearing as he pieced things together. So his senior sister was also someone with a special constitution, specifically the Su Nu Linglong body, one of the 10 divine bodies, and arguably the most unique of them all. No wonder she's always been so cautious. She must have always felt unsafe. Lin Xiao felt a deep sense of guilt he hadn't been able to share his senior sister's burdens, and instead had made her worry even more. In the depths of his heart, he silently vowed, "Senior sister, I will grow strong as soon as possible and protect you for the rest of your life." Zhou Wenqing, seeing his silence, leaned against his side as well. Shoulder to shoulder, they gazed at the canopy above, savoring the rare peace and warmth between them. The Shura Empress spoke again. "Her constitution can save you 10 times the cultivation time. Aren't you even tempted?" "Shut up. Ruthless Shura Queen. All you know is killing. How could you possibly understand feelings?" Lin Xiao closed his eyes, suppressing his rising anger. The Shura Empress didn't respond further. "Little brother," Zhou Wenqing gently urged, "tell me everything that has happened lately. Start from the day Master found the blood of the Dragon King to mend your meridians." She was eager to know how he had been. From shattered meridians to complete physical transformation, he must have gone through unimaginable hardship. It all started with the Dragon King's blood. Of course, Lin Xiao couldn't tell Zhou Wenqing about what had happened between him and their master. If he did, she'd probably punch him on the spot and scold their master for stealing his first time. "After Master used the Dragon King's blood to cleanse my body, she channeled her Ice Phoenix energy into me. Then, a miracle happened. The two forces fused, and my body transformed into the Dragon Phoenix Constitution." Zhou Wenqing's eyes lit up instantly. The Dragon Phoenix Constitution ranked in the top 3 among the 10 great constitutions, and the most powerful in terms of combat strength. She urged him to continue, especially curious about the details of the Shura trial and the origin of the Shura fruit. "Under no circumstances can you reveal the existence of the Shura Fuxian diagram in me. If you do, don't even think about using this imperial artifact again." The Shura Empress warned Lin Xiao. As soon as he heard that, Lin Xiao's temper flared. Had the Shura Empress been secretly watching him and his senior sister all along? Lin Xiao asked cautiously. "Can you just fall asleep like this again?" She replied, "I've always kept myself sealed off. I don't have any extra soul energy to spy on you. The only reason I woke up was because I sensed the fire spirit core." The Azura Queen had already seen through Lin Xiao's thoughts. She had absolutely no interest in peeking into his business. Lin Xiao was just too full of himself. "In that case, I promise I won't reveal the Azura subduing heaven chart or your existence. Can you seal yourself away again?" This time, the Azura Queen remained completely silent, offering no response. Seeing that she no longer intended to interfere, Lin Xiao turned back to Zhou Wenqing and recounted what had happened inside the Azura secret realm. He left out even the existence of the Elder Azura tree, not mentioning the old man at all. "I passed 3 trials, obtained 3 Azura fruits, then fought against Zhou Yin and Tang Zhao, and finally lured out the 4 heavenly beasts and the Blood Slave army." Zhou Wenqing listened tensely. When she heard that the 4 heavenly beasts had been summoned, her breathing quickened instantly. Lin Xiao sighed. Luckily, the four beasts didn't attack us head-on. We barely managed to escape." His tone carried the relief of someone who had survived a catastrophe. He then briefly explained what had happened outside the secret realm. As the story came to an end, Zhou Wenqing's delicate brows furrowed tighter and her expression darkened. Lin Xiao sighed again. "I wonder what kind of punishment I'll get when we return to the sect." Punishment was practically inevitable. It was just a matter of how severe it would be. Zhou Wenqing suddenly questioned, "Little senior brother, have you been hiding something from me from the very beginning?" Suddenly, she climbed onto him, straddling him as she stared down with an expression full of accusation. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Had his senior sister figured out the inconsistencies in his story? Did she already know about his dual cultivation with their master? Oh no! Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He thought maybe she had known all along that her master's Ice Phoenix power couldn't be transferred alone, and that dual cultivation was the only way. If she found out he had transformed into the Dragon Phoenix body, she would almost certainly suspect what had happened between him and their master. Zhou Wenqing glared at him with wide, angry eyes. "Don't even think about hiding anything from me. Spill everything now." The tone left no doubt she was genuinely furious. After being seen through by the eldest senior apprentice sister, Lin Xiao inwardly groaned in despair, but steeled himself and decided to go all in. Mustering what felt like the courage to face death, Lin Xiao prepared to confess everything to his senior sister, hoping it might earn her understanding. "Senior sister, I didn't mean to hide things from you. Me and senior." Before he could finish, Zhou Wenqing suddenly leaned forward and yanked the jade hairpin from his head. Her voice was as cold as mountain wind from the snowy peaks as she asked, "Whose hairpin is this?" Lin Xiao was about to confess when a sudden thought struck him he might have been mistaken for someone else. His mind raced before he quickly replied, "It's the Supreme Holy Maidens." Zhou Wenqing shot him a sharp, interrogating look. "How did the Supreme Holy Maiden's jade hairpin end up on your head? What exactly happened between you two in the Azura secret realm? Is there something you're still hiding?" "Nothing happened at all," Lin Xiao declared, silently adding, "Well, I only held her hand once." "Really?" Zhou Wenqing clearly didn't believe him. Her tone turned even colder. "Senior sister, I already swore on my honor. If you don't believe me, just rip my heart out and take a look," Lin Xiao replied helplessly. "Humph. Then I'll go ask her myself." Zhou Wenqing snorted coldly. She extended her spiritual sense into the jade hairpin and discovered a small hidden space within. Inside floated a blurry figure, a faint silhouette of a woman that looked strikingly like Meng Fanying. It turned out to be Meng Fanying's spiritual imprint left inside the hairpin. Cold sweat poured down Lin Xiao's back as he exclaimed in shock. "So this can actually communicate with Meng Fanying's soul imprint?" As Zhou Wenqing's spiritual essence entered the space, it transformed into a hazy projection, sitting cross-legged opposite Meng Fanying's spiritual imprint. She glared at Lin Xiao and said, "This is the method Meng Fanying left for you to contact her. If you want to find her, just communicate with this spiritual imprint." Then she snapped, "And you still dare to say there's nothing going on between you two? I really had no idea, senior sister." Lin Xiao pleaded, close to tears, his heart screaming to drag Meng Fanying out and demand answers. Zhou Wenqing suddenly barked, "Meng Fanying, get over here." Facing the spiritual imprint of Meng Fanying, Zhou Wenqing sent out a call. The spiritual imprint of Meng Fanying gave no response. Zhou Wenqing pondered in silence for a moment, then suddenly understood, "Oh, it's you who's calling. Senior apprentice sister, the Supreme Holy Maiden is really busy. She's either cultivating or on her way to cultivate. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to bother her." Lin Xiao had originally intended to decline. "Well then, from now on, just call her senior sister Meng Fanying." Zhou Wenqing seemed drained of energy, her entire body listless and lacking spirit. When Lin Xiao saw her like that, his heart ached. How could he possibly say no when his senior sister had already pulled out the big guns? Lin Xiao called toward Meng Fanying's spiritual imprint. "Is the Supreme Holy Maiden there? I have something to discuss with her." After a while, the imprint stirred slightly as if Meng Fanying, thousands of miles away, had finally sensed it and had now connected. However, the first thing Meng Fanying saw wasn't Lin Xiao, but Zhou Wenqing's sharp, icy gaze. Meng Fanying also saw Lin Xiao lying beneath Zhou Wenqing. The three of them fell silent at once. Chapter 67. Is this the person you've chosen? Ahem, well, senior sister and I were just cultivating together. Lin Xiao finally broke the silence, trying to ease the awkwardness. What are you explaining for? Zhou Wenqing arched a delicate eyebrow. The more Lin Xiao tried to defend himself, the more it seemed like he and the Supreme Holy Maiden were hiding something. Now Lin Xiao was truly at a loss for words. He simply shut his eyes and pretended not to see anything. Meng Fanning observed quietly. Her spiritual imprint was only a faint outline without clearly defined features, so no one could tell what she was thinking. Before her floated a female silhouette in meditative posture, Zhou Wenqing's spiritual imprint. Zhou Wenqing spoke, her tone neither warm nor cold. You must be the Supreme Holy Maiden. Heard much about you. And you must be the ruler of Xiefeng City? Meng Fanning replied. A few days earlier, when she parted ways with Lin Xiao, he had told her he was heading to Xiefeng City to find his senior sister. This peerless beauty before her was likely none other than the city's ruler. Yes, I'm Lin Xiao's senior apprentice sister. We grew up together, trained together, slept under the same roof, and shared more than a few embarrassing moments. Zhou Wenqing kept talking, while Meng Fanning listened quietly. Lin Xiao had his eyes closed, barely holding back his laughter. His senior apprentice sister had just exposed some of his most awkward secrets. You're truly a wonderful senior sister to have, Meng Fanning said calmly, her voice even and expressionless. Supreme Holy Maiden, Zhou Wenqing continued. Thank you for helping my junior brother in the Azure Secret Realm. I sincerely wish you early success in cultivating the Supreme Emotionless Tao and a long, happy union with the future Supreme Holy Heir. On the surface, it was a blessing, but in truth, she was reminding Meng Fanning. You cultivate the Supreme Emotionless Tao, and your destined Tao partner has long been chosen. It's the future Supreme Holy Heir. Meng Fanning was silent for a moment before she replied. My Tao heart was once shattered. I can no longer cultivate the Supreme Emotionless Tao, and besides, I am no longer the Supreme Holy Maiden. Hearing this, Zhou Wenqing nearly choked on her own anger. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes wide. Now that he thought about it, back in the Azure Secret Realm, he'd sensed something off about Meng Fanning. He hadn't realized then that her Tao heart had already broken. Ignoring the warning glance from his senior sister, Lin Xiao asked with deep concern, Are you all right? Fortune came from misfortune, Meng Fanning replied simply, then added, And I have you to thank for it. Lin Xiao understood immediately. It was all thanks to that drop of thousand-year tree essence that Meng Fanning had been able to break through and rise stronger than before. What else are you hiding from me? Zhou Wenqing shot Lin Xiao a sharp look. You just said you're no longer the Supreme Holy Maiden. Is it because of me that you were punished by the sect? Lin Xiao felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't expected the Supreme Emotionless Sect's punishment to be so severe as to strip her of her Holy Maiden title. No, I stepped down from the position of my own will. This has nothing to do with you, Meng Fanning replied, clearly not wanting to elaborate. Then what punishment did you receive? Lin Xiao pressed. Just a year of house arrest, she said indifferently. Lin Xiao whispered softly, I'm sorry. Meng Fanning spoke as if it were no big deal, but Lin Xiao knew her well enough to realize the situation was definitely worse than she let on. Remember what you said 3 days ago, and remember what I just told you, she said. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Fanning severed the spiritual connection linked to that divine imprint. Zhou Wenqing eyed Lin Xiao suspiciously and asked, What did you two talk about? What did she say to you? Under her senior sister's gaze, Lin Xiao confessed honestly, nothing much. I just told her I'd go find her at the Supreme Ancestor Sect someday. She told me not to give this hairpin to anyone else carelessly. That's all. That's seriously all there was. Satisfied with his answer, Zhou Wenqing handed the hairpin back to him, though she didn't erase the spiritual imprint she'd left on it. Then she lay back down beside him with a sigh. My little junior brother is getting more charming by the day. Lin Xiao took Zhou Wenqing's hand and said, Don't worry, senior sister. In my heart, no one will ever replace you. He held her soft, delicate hand tightly. Little junior brother, you're growing taller, but you also need to get stronger faster. Only then can you keep holding my hand like this. Zhou Wenqing tightened her grip. Thinking that some things couldn't be said, yet it would only burden Lin Xiao too much. She would carry that weight alone for now. Lin Xiao felt his senior sister's grip tighten, as if afraid of being separated from him. The two of them remained hand in hand like that throughout the night. The next day, Yuwu knocked lightly on the door outside the sleeping quarters. "Come in." Hearing Zhou Wenqing's voice, Yuwu pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Yuwu felt uneasy, secretly afraid she might see the city lord in a disheveled state. But when she walked in and saw both of them fully dressed and showing no signs of conflict, she finally relaxed and muttered, "Good. The city lord didn't let this kid take advantage of her." Seeing Lin Xiao lying on the city lord's bed, Yuwu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She had been by the city lord's side for many years, yet never had the chance to share a bed with him. The moment Lin Xiao arrived, he was already sharing a bed with the city lord. Yuwu felt both envious and slightly jealous. Lin Xiao found it a bit strange. He had the nagging feeling that Yuwu's gaze carried a hint of hostility toward him. But that hostility didn't seem like the kind that would lead to life or death hatred. Zhou Wenqing had told Lin Xiao that although Yuwu was her maid, they were as close as sisters, and she had shared many secrets with her. Yuwu was someone trustworthy. Zhou Wenqing explained Yuwu's background to Lin Xiao. She had originally been a maid in the Zhou family. Because it was inconvenient to have her around during their time at the Great Luo Holy Sect, she was only summoned to Snowfall City after they settled here to assist in guarding the city. Lin Xiao got off the bed and politely addressed her as Sister Yuwu, bowing respectfully. Yuwu replied, "There's no need for such formalities, Master Lin. I'm merely the city lord's maid. I don't deserve such great courtesy from you." She slightly turned her body aside, dodging Lin Xiao's bow. The idea that master and servant were inherently different had been drilled into her since childhood, especially among those from noble bloodlines, and it had taken deep root in her mind. Zhou Wenqing didn't say much upon seeing this, for she well knew how stubborn Yuwu could be. Zhou Wenqing then announced, "In 3 days' time, I will be going to harvest the Heartfire Lotus." She then personally informed Yuwu of the plan. Yuwu's expression shifted slightly, and her voice trembled with excitement as she said, "Congratulations, miss." She no longer addressed Zhou Wenqing as city lord, but instead affectionately called her miss, a term she hadn't used in years. Her excitement also came from another hidden reason. If Zhou Wenqing could break through to the celestial realm with the help of the Heartfire Lotus, she would finally be able to leave Snowfall City. Yuwu had already been here for over a decade. Being close to Zhou Wenqing was the only comfort in this place, but the downsides were obvious. Scarce cultivation resources had kept her stuck at the middle stage of the Dao platform for a long time. While harvesting the core lotus of the heart, the extreme flame or deposit will experience massive tremors. All the civilians in Frostfall City must be evacuated within these 3 days. Zhou Wenqing entrusted Yuwu with a few tasks. Just leave the evacuation of the civilians to your subordinates. "There's one more thing," Zhou Wenqing said, glancing at Lin Xiao as she spoke to Yuwu. "Take my junior apprentice brother down to the heart of the Orvane." At that moment, Yuwu's expression turned complicated. She finally understood just how much Lin Xiao meant to Zhou Wenqing. "So, this is the person you've chosen, my lady?" Yuwu thought to herself. "But is he still too weak now? Can he withstand the pressure from the family?" Chapter 68, 2 Consecutive Breakthroughs. These thoughts were only in Yuwu's mind. She didn't voice them in front of Lin Xiao. "Senior apprentice sister, are you sending me to the heart of the Orvane to cultivate?" Lin Xiao asked excitedly. Lin Xiao's heart leapt with joy. He knew exactly what the heart of the Orvane was. It was the core of the entire vein, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. The heart of the extreme flame or deposit had always been where Zhou Wenqing cultivated. Normally, only she was allowed to enter. The core lotus of the heart was also hidden beneath the core vein. After I harvest the core lotus of the heart, the spiritual energy in the extreme flame or deposit will rapidly deplete. That's the perfect chance to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible during this time. Zhou Wenqing planned to use this opportunity to help Lin Xiao advance his cultivation. She wanted him to train in the heart of the Orvane for 3 days at the very least. It would restore his strength back to the late ocean manifestation realm. "I will definitely not disappoint senior apprentice sister," Lin Xiao thought. but his ambitions clearly reached far beyond the late ocean manifestation realm. Yu Wu, take my junior apprentice brother away. You can also cultivate in the heart of the ore vein for these 3 days, Zhou Wenqing instructed. Yes, understood. Yu Wu glanced at Lin Xiao and said, Master Lin, please follow me. Lin Xiao stepped forward and gently held Zhou Wenqing's small hand. Senior apprentice sister, see you in 3 days. When Yu Wu saw Lin Xiao take her hand like that, her eyes widened in shock. Go on. Zhou Wenqing flashed a bright smile at Lin Xiao. Yu Wu led Lin Xiao to a palace within the city lord's mansion, where a teleportation formation lay waiting. The heart of the ore vein was buried deep underground, thousands of feet below the surface, only accessible through the teleportation array. Stepping into the center of the formation, Lin Xiao watched Yu Wu activate the array and asked, Sister Yu Wu, do you dislike me? Lin Xiao felt that some things needed to be clarified. Only through communication could misunderstandings be resolved. Not exactly dislike, Yu Wu replied. She pressed the activation button on the formation, and in an instant, a column of light enveloped them both, teleporting them underground. Because it was a one-time, shared teleportation rather than individual, the formation's energy field bound them together. Lin Xiao had no choice but to tightly hold Yu Wu's soft body, barely daring to move. Yu Wu shivered slightly, but didn't push him away. Thankfully, the awkward moment didn't last long. They arrived at their destination shortly after. Beneath the heart of the ore vein lay a vast underground chamber, carved directly from the ore itself. Everywhere they looked, walls glittered with crystal formations. Embedded in the crystal walls were over 100 luminous pearls, their glow illuminating every corner of the underground expanse. The spiritual energy here is so dense, Lin Xiao immediately noticed, spotting thick, misty white vapors of pure spiritual qi filling the air, easily dozens of times denser than outside. Yu Wu had never been here before either, and excitement flickered across her face. My lady has placed absolute trust in me. I cannot afford to disappoint her. Hearing her speak like that, Lin Xiao's curiosity stirred. He asked, Sister Yu Wu, how long have you been my senior sister's handmaiden? He wanted to use Yu Wu to learn more about the Zhou family. Since I was 3 years old. I became her lady's personal maid long before you ever met her. As Yu Wu reminisced, a trace of nostalgia appeared in her eyes. Before meeting Lin Xiao, she and Zhou Wenqing had been inseparable. But ever since Lin Xiao came along, Zhou Wenqing's heart had belonged almost entirely to him. Lin Xiao didn't catch the hint of bitterness in Yu Wu's tone, so he asked again, Is senior sister not treated well in the Zhou family? Lin Xiao had never heard Zhou Wenqing mention her family before. Whenever a letter arrived from the Zhou family at the De Luo holy sect, Zhou Wenqing would always seem down for several days. How could she not be treated well? Miss Zhou is the outstanding gem of her generation, and the family head's beloved daughter. Her status is extremely high. Yu Wu said proudly. Then what could possibly upset her in the Zhou family? Lin Xiao was puzzled. If senior sister was so cherished there, why would she come alone to the De Luo holy sect to cultivate? Yu Wu understood what Lin Xiao was really asking. After a brief hesitation, she said, There is one matter that Miss herself cannot decide. Lin Xiao began to suspect the truth and asked, Is it about an arranged marriage? Yu Wu couldn't help but nod, impressed by Lin Xiao's insight, though she sighed. Mrs. Fate has long been decided. She was born into a position that demands a political marriage with a major power. A heavy feeling settled in Lin Xiao's chest. Everything was just as he had feared. Major powers often used marriage alliances to bind families together, strengthening their status and strength. Which faction is it? Lin Xiao asked. He only knew that there were 4 great holy clans in the Great Yin Empire. If the imperial family was included, that made 5 major forces. You don't need to know the details, Yu Wu replied, not wanting to discourage him, but also thinking he underestimated the situation. No matter which one, it's beyond your reach. Oh, come on. It's obviously going to be one of those usual families anyway, Lin Xiao said dismissively, feeling he already had a good idea of what he needed to know. What? You actually have a crush on my miss? Yu Wu asked curiously, noticing the confidence in his expression. Just give me some time, Lin Xiao replied with conviction. I'll crush that powerful faction you're talking about under my foot. Based on what? Yu Wu shot back with a sneer, her tone laced with disbelief. Moon Wu mentally labeled Lin Xiao as arrogant and conceited. Lin Xiao saw no point in wasting words. He chose action as his response, the most powerful one. He walked to a corner and sat cross-legged on the ground. The Primordial Dragon Emperor art and the Ice Phoenix Divine Cultivation technique both activated simultaneously. Around him, a vortex formed, centered on his body, voraciously devouring spiritual energy from the core of the vein. What is this? Moon Wu was startled, puzzled in her heart. What kind of cultivation method was Lin Xiao practicing that he could absorb so much spiritual energy at once? I've seen Saint Tier techniques in motion before, but nothing like this, nothing this terrifying. Moon Wu had seen quite a bit in her time. In her opinion, even the strongest Saint Tier techniques only reached about a third of what Lin Xiao was currently displaying. Some techniques were indeed powerful, capable of drawing in massive amounts of spiritual energy, but could all that energy really be forced into the body at once? Wouldn't it tear the body apart? From her experience, Moon Wu knew spiritual energy wasn't something where more was always better. The body was like a container. There was a limit to how much energy it could hold at once. Too much energy without proper transformation would only cause the body to rupture. The amount of spiritual energy Lin Xiao was gathering had long surpassed the limits a sea manifestation cultivator could endure. Moon Wu estimated silently it was at least 10 times the normal limit. Such an amount of spiritual energy would be unbearable even for a newly ascended platform realm cultivator. Worry began to creep into Moon Wu's heart. If something happened to Lin Xiao, how would she explain it to Zhou Wenqing? Moon Wu stood guard beside Lin Xiao, and as she listened to the deep dragon-like roars echoing from within his body, the catastrophe she had feared never came. All that surging spiritual energy had been completely absorbed by him. What in the world? His body is not normal at all. Since Moon Wu didn't know that Lin Xiao possessed a special constitution, this was the only way she could describe it. However, what happened next shocked her even more. The vortex above Lin Xiao's head spun faster and more violently, greedily sucking in spiritual energy from the vein's core and pouring it directly into his body. The vortex kept devouring spiritual energy without pause, the flow never ceasing. The power surged continuously into Lin Xiao, as if it had no fear of ripping his body apart. Yu Wu couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is he even human still? She couldn't wrap her mind around how Lin Xiao's body could contain so much spiritual energy. An hour passed, and Lin Xiao's cultivation base began to tremble. Unexpectedly, he had leaped from the middle stage of transformation C straight to the late stage. Yu Wu remained by his side, so engrossed that she completely forgot about her own practice. After breaking through, Lin Xiao didn't stop. Instead, he kept devouring spiritual energy. Judging from his expression, it seemed he was aiming for yet another breakthrough. Yu Wu murmured in disbelief. 2 stages in a row? Another full day passed. Under Yu Wu's unwavering gaze, Lin Xiao's cultivation base broke through once more, reaching the peak of Transformation C. He was only one step away from Dao Platform stage. Once he successfully opened his Dao Foundation, he would officially step into the Dao Platform realm. This is your confidence? Yu Wu asked. It suddenly dawned on Yu Wu. Lin Xiao wasn't arrogant. He truly had the strength to back himself up. Chapter 69 Perfect Dao Foundation. After advancing 2 minor stages in cultivation, Lin Xiao stopped meditating and opened his eyes to see Yu Wu crouching beside him. Dressed in a red dress, her graceful curves were fully on display as she squatted. Her full, firm chest and round, plump backside, like a full moon, sent a rush of tension through anyone who looked. Lin Xiao glanced once, then quickly averted his gaze, careful not to stare. He hurriedly asked, Sister Yu Wu, why aren't you cultivating? Yu Wu realized her posture had been somewhat indecent and quickly stood up to explain. I was worried something might happen to you, so I stayed nearby to guard you. Hearing that, Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed Yu Wu was just the type to act tough while being soft inside. There's still so much spiritual energy left, don't waste it. I'm fine now, you should go practice, Lin Xiao said. He checked himself over and clearly felt his combat power had multiplied several times over. Though his cultivation base was still at the peak of Transformation C, his actual strength could rival that of an early-stage Dao platform cultivator. Are you going to open your Dao Foundation and attempt to ascend to Dao Platform stage next? What would Lin Xiao do next? Yuwu couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Lin Xiao's heart brimmed with eagerness. I want to give it a try, he said. If I can form a Dao Foundation, that'd be perfect. If not, no big deal, I don't lose anything. He still had 2 days left. That was more than enough time for one attempt. Looking slightly conflicted, Yuwu asked, is something this important worth informing Miss Zhou first? She thought to herself, if something happened to Lin Xiao, there was no way she could handle the fury of Zhou Wenqing. No need. I want to give senior disciple a little surprise, Lin Xiao replied. Truth was, he had already planned to break through to the Dao platform stage before he even came down here. If he told Zhou Wenqing about this, she would definitely drop everything and stay by his side. He didn't want to distract her. She was in the middle of preparing for her breakthrough to the transcendent realm and couldn't afford to be disturbed by anything trivial. Yuwu Sr., having you here is more than enough, Lin Xiao continued. You can guide me along the way. He smiled slightly at Yuwu. It was clear how much he trusted her. After a moment's hesitation, Yuwu clenched her teeth and decided to take a bold step. Fine then. Ask me whenever you're unsure about something. Thank you, Senior Yuwu, Lin Xiao said politely. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Xiao steadied his breath and cleared his mind of all distractions. Once fully prepared, he directed his consciousness into his dantian. Inside his dantian was an ocean of spiritual energy. This spiritual sea was the very source of power for a core formation cultivator. Lin Xiao's spiritual sea was 10 times larger than that of his peers, which was one of the key reasons why he was stronger than most at the same stage. Beside him, Yuwu recited softly, transform the sea into a platform, condense qi into a foundation. Use your own spiritual ocean as the root, and forge the Dao Foundation. She explained the method of forming a Dao Foundation to Lin Xiao. The core concept was to drain that entire spiritual ocean and transform it completely into a Dao Foundation. Once the Dao Foundation was established, he would step into the Dao platform stage. Yuwu continued, Dao Foundations are ranked into 10 tiers. Those below Tier 3 are considered low grade. Tiers 3 to 6 are mid-grade, and Tiers 6 to 9 are high grade. A spark of anticipation flickered in Yuwu's heart. She wondered what tier of Dao Foundation Lin Xiao would ultimately manifest. With his talent, opening a middle-grade Dao Foundation wouldn't be difficult. As for an upper-grade Dao Foundation, only peerless geniuses could hope to achieve it. Among the younger generation of the entire Zhongli continent, those who managed to open an upper-grade Dao Foundation were extremely rare, usually figures on par with holy sons or holy daughters. At the mere mention of an upper-grade Dao Foundation, Yuwu couldn't help but wear a smug expression. Her young mistress, Zhou Wenqing, was one of those who had successfully opened an upper-grade Dao Foundation. As Zhou Wenqing's personal maid, Yuwu naturally felt a sense of pride. The 10th grade Dao Foundation, isn't that what people call the perfect Dao Foundation? Lin Xiao didn't know much about the rankings of Dao Foundations, but his master had once mentioned a legend there was said to be a perfect Dao Foundation beyond the upper grade. To open a perfect Dao Foundation, one had to cultivate their Dao Foundation to the legendary 10th grade. That's just a distant myth. The perfect Dao Foundation only exists in ancient records. If you can open an upper-grade Dao Foundation, you'll already be worthy of pursuing Miss Zhou. Yuwu urged him not to aim too high. Just opening an upper-grade Dao Foundation already made one a dragon among men. As for the perfect Dao Foundation, it was nothing more than a vague legend. Even Zhou Wenqing, who possessed the supreme physique of the pure heavenly Linglong body, could only open an upper-grade Dao Foundation. Lin Xiao's natural talent and physique were unlikely to surpass hers. If he could even open an upper-grade Dao Foundation, that would already be impressive enough. Lin Xiao fell silent after that, fully devoting himself to the process of opening his Dao Foundation. Within him, his spiritual sea churned violently, his spiritual energy rising and slowly being refined atop the sea's surface. Lin Xiao's spiritual sea was 10 times larger than that of other cultivators at his stage, so the refining process was naturally much slower. It took a full day before he completely purified the entire sea. At this moment, only Lin Xiao himself could clearly perceive the changes within his body. His ocean of spiritual energy had been completely purified, and in his dantian, a foundation resembling an ancient sacrificial altar had begun to take shape. Yuwu had been closely monitoring his fluctuations in spiritual pressure the entire time. The moment Lin Xiao formed the early stage of his Dao foundation, she immediately sensed it. How many heavenly pillars grew on the Dao platform? Yuwu asked immediately, for the rank of 1's Dao foundation was determined by the number of heavenly pillars that appeared on the Dao platform. Lin Xiao observed the nascent form of his Dao platform within his dantian. Puzzled, not a single heavenly pillar had appeared. My talent can't possibly be so poor that not even a single pillar forms. What is going on here? Lin Xiao wasn't panicking, just feeling strange. He possessed the Dragon Phoenix body, one of the top 3 sacred physiques among the 10 sacred bodies. By all logic, he shouldn't have awakened a Dao foundation with no rank whatsoever. There must have been something wrong somewhere. Senior Yuwu, he asked, opening his eyes and looking at her. Do the heavenly pillars appear gradually? Yuwu shook her head. No. Once your Dao platform takes shape, the pillars should appear immediately. Seeing him ask such a question, she felt a vague sense of unease creeping into her heart. Seeing Lin Xiao frowning in deep thought, she didn't dare to ask more, afraid of interrupting him. Could it be that he actually awakened an unranked Dao foundation? The thought surfaced suddenly, and Yuwu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. The rank of 1's Dao foundation determined their future potential. If he truly had an unranked foundation, Lin Xiao's path would be extremely difficult. The gap between him and Miss would only widen over time. Any hope of chasing after her would vanish completely. Just as Yuwu was silently pitying him, the aura around Lin Xiao suddenly shifted. A majestic, heavenly pressure surged from within him. The moment Yuwu sensed it, her expression changed completely. She had felt this kind of power before, when she herself had opened her Dao foundation. This pressure was coming from a heavenly pillar. How could this pressure be so strong? It even seemed stronger than when Miss had awakened her high-ranked Dao foundation. A bold thought flashed through Yuwu's mind, but she quickly dismissed it as nearly impossible. Then it appeared. While observing his dantian, Lin Xiao saw it on the nascent Dao platform. A heavenly pillar had finally emerged. The pillar stood tall atop the Dao platform, like a giant column holding up the heavens, radiating an awe-inspiring heavenly might. When Lin Xiao's pillar of heaven appeared, an extraordinary omen manifested above Snowfall City. A colossal, phantom Dao platform materialized in the sky, shrouding the entire city in its shadow. Everyone looked up in unison, shock plastered across their faces. Could it be that the city lord is attempting to break into the transcendent realm? Such a massive disturbance immediately brought Zhou Wenqing to mind. No, this isn't someone breaking through to the transcendent realm, it's someone forging their Dao foundation. What? Can even forging a Dao foundation cause such a commotion? Many were stunned upon hearing the truth. Why is there only one pillar of heaven atop his Dao platform? Can even a low-grade Dao foundation provoke such a celestial phenomenon? Chu Yunyang also looked up at the sky, his gaze fixed on the city lord's mansion, from where the disturbance seemed to be emanating. Yet no one could tell who exactly was forging their Dao foundation. Chu Yunyang thought of Lin Xiao, but quickly dismissed the idea as absurd. Just 2 days ago, Lin Xiao had only been at the mid-stage of the transformation sea. How could he possibly reach the Dao platform stage in such a short time? Inside the city lord's mansion, Zhou Wenqing stepped out wearing a flowing, floor-length gown. She looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, her eyes filled with anticipation. Little junior brother, is this the surprise you're giving me? Chapter 70. Transcending the Extreme Limit. Beneath the earth, Lin Xiao's heart brimmed with expectation. He felt that his Dao platform was different. It was forming its pillar of heaven gradually. How many pillars would ultimately appear remained unknown. What's happening? Yuwu wore a puzzled expression. She could sense a change in Lin Xiao, though she couldn't tell exactly what it was. As for the celestial omen above, she was completely unaware of it. The second pillar of heaven had formed. Lin Xiao saw it. Another pillar of heaven appeared atop the nascent Dao platform. As the second pillar solidified, the aura of heavenly authority radiating from him intensified further. Above Snowfall City, the phantom Tao platform in the sky also revealed its second pillar of heaven. Two towering pillars reached up to the heavens, standing solemn and majestic, as if truly holding up the sky itself. Everyone who laid eyes on the sight was left utterly speechless, stunned into silence. Most of the residents of Snowfall City had already evacuated by now, and those who remained were almost entirely cultivators. Numerous cultivators gazed upward at the illusory Tao platform hovering over the entire city, murmuring amongst themselves, "Who in the world did this? And how many more pillars can they form?" Brother Chu, the City Lord's mansion has gained a new foundation stage cultivator. Could that affect our plans? At the Chu family's estate, the four major factions had gathered together. Chu Yunyang sat at the head of the hall, his face dark as lead. While subtly probing the illusory Tao platform above with his spiritual sense, he didn't let it distract him from the secret discussions with the other clan leaders. Chu Yunyang spoke in a low voice. "Even if the City Lord's mansion has added a foundation stage cultivator, it doesn't matter. We'll proceed with the original plan." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Just wait until tomorrow. When Zhou Wenqing enters her retreat on that day, the City Lord's mansion will be wiped off the map. Zhou Wenqing, you haven't given me even one chance in over a decade. Even if you had, I might not have chosen this path. You brought this upon yourself." Though his expression remained gloomy, inside his heart churned wildly, unable to calm. Outside, someone noticed that the Tao platform's illusion had just formed a third pillar. "I've never seen anything like this, pillars appearing one after another." All across Snowfall City, countless cultivators fixated on the sky above, watching intently. No matter how many more pillars Lin Xiao could form, they were all witnessing history unfold before their eyes. Deep within the heart of the mind vein, Lin Xiao's aura shifted once more, and a fourth pillar took shape. If a Tao platform bore four pillars, it meant that its foundation had already reached the middle-tier foundation level. The divine pressure radiating from Lin Xiao grew even stronger. Yuwu could no longer get close to him. Though she couldn't see exactly what was happening within his body, she could feel that these changes were a good thing. Since she couldn't help right now, she could only stand guard silently by his side. Fifth pillar condense. Lin Xiao felt that the heaven pillar was forming too slowly, so he activated the power of his Tao platform, forcing the heaven pillar to take shape faster. Under his pressure, the fifth heaven pillar finally formed, followed shortly by the sixth. The seventh heaven pillar seemed to be stuck and refused to solidify. Back in Snowfall City, numerous cultivators stared anxiously at the sky. Just one more heaven pillar, and Lin Xiao's Tao foundation would rise to the upper tier. They were all incredibly excited, because for them, an upper tier Tao foundation had always been an unattainable dream. Being able to witness someone else achieving it in person was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Zhou Wenqing was unusually tense. Her beautiful eyes never left the illusory image of the Tao platform in the sky, as she whispered softly, "Little junior brother, don't get stuck. You must form that seventh heaven pillar." In her heart, Zhou Wenqing silently prayed for Lin Xiao. Perhaps fate truly responded to her prayers. With a furious roar, Lin Xiao unleashed the raging power of the dragon and phoenix within him, flooding the nascent Tao platform. Boom! As the dragon and phoenix energy surged in, the Tao platform erupted in blinding radiance. Above Snowfall City, the illusory Tao platform shone like a second sun, pouring down golden light so intense it was unbearable to look at directly. Only Zhou Wenqing remained unaffected, a soft smile forming on her lips as she saw an additional heaven pillar appear on the Tao platform's image. The seventh heaven pillar had finally taken shape. An upper-tier Tao foundation. He actually did it. Someone shouted in excitement from the crowd, as if he had cultivated it himself. Look, the eighth heaven pillar is appearing too. Even more shocking to the cultivators of Snowfall City was that no sooner had the seventh formed than the eighth began to emerge. Then, everyone watched in stunned silence as the illusory Tao platform in the sky grew not 7, but 9 colossal pillars reaching toward the heavens. Snowfall City fell into an eerie silence, as if many had forgotten how to speak. Chu Yunyang and others couldn't sit still any longer, and rushed outside to witness the spectacle for themselves. Little junior brother, you're the best. Zhou Wenqing smiled, and it was as if the world around her faded of color. The phantom Tao altar hanging at the edge of the sky was still there, still shrouding Flying Snow City. Zhou Wenqing waited a moment, and a bold thought suddenly popped into her mind. Little junior brother, are you trying to create the perfect Tao foundation from the legends? Underground, just as Zhou Wenqing had guessed, Lin Xiao truly was trying to forge a 10th grade Tao foundation. Unfortunately, the embryonic Tao altar didn't respond. It felt like some force was blocking him, and the 10th heavenly pillar refused to condense. Lin Xiao tried several methods, but it was still useless. Even the Dragon Phoenix physique, doesn't work? The more Lin Xiao thought about it, the more confused he became. Did only first or second ranked physiques have the right to form a perfect Tao foundation? Hua Wuyan, are you there? I need a word with you. Lin Xiao felt he had to make things clear with the Azura Empress. Call me your majesty. The Azura Empress replied coldly. Fine. Hua Wuyan, do you know what is going on with me right now? Why can't I form a perfect Tao foundation? Lin Xiao asked sincerely. Let me swallow your fire soul essence, and then I'll tell you. The Azura Empress named her price. The fire soul essence was a gift from my senior sister. I can't give it up, but I can promise to find you a treasure later that can restore your divine soul. Lin Xiao compromised. The Azura Empress was silent for a moment, then finally nodded and said coolly, 9 is the limit. There simply is no 10th heavenly pillar. If you want to break the limit, you have to turn your own will into the pillar. With that, the Azura Empress ignored him. Use my own will to become the pillar, break past the limit. Lin Xiao fell silent, pondering for a moment, as if something had just clicked. To surpass the limit, that's what makes it perfect. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Yu Wu in the distance completely baffled. She feared he'd lost his wits and nearly went crazy herself. Lin Xiao didn't have time to explain to Yu Wu before his consciousness descended onto his Tao platform. Upon that platform, he seemed to transform into the heavens themselves. In this world, I am the supreme ruler. Above all rules in my eyes, there is no such thing as a limit. If I wish to surpass it, I will. His consciousness suddenly transformed into a colossal pillar propping up the sky. With a deafening roar, the Tao platform trembled violently. 10 heavenly pillars rose upon its surface, radiating boundless light. The platform was no longer in its embryonic form, it had fully taken shape. A flawless Tao platform with 10 pillars standing side by side, floating within Lin Xiao's Dantian. Above, in the city of Feishue, countless cultivators witnessed a scene they would never forget. The Tao platform's illusory image had actually solidified a 10th heavenly pillar. Everyone was too stunned to speak. The legendary perfect Tao foundation had truly been opened. They were all witnesses to this historic moment. Chapter 71. I feel like fighting right now. At the same time Lin Xiao fully opened his perfect Tao foundation, the miraculous phenomenon above Feishue City also vanished. Yet the majority of those below remained frozen in shock, all sharing the same question: who exactly was the person who had opened the perfect Tao foundation? How could such a genius appear in Feishue City of all places? Deep beneath the mind core, Lin Xiao had no idea about the commotion he had caused. His mind was completely immersed in the sensation of his Tao platform. After entering the Tao platform stage, the most noticeable change for Lin Xiao was how effortlessly he could now manipulate the ambient spiritual energy. Cultivators below the Tao platform stage could only absorb spiritual energy into their bodies before converting it for personal use. But cultivators at the Tao platform stage no longer needed that conversion. They could directly wield the spiritual energy of the heavens. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Xiao summoned the surrounding energy, condensing it into a glowing orb in his palm. If thrown, this orb possessed enough power to kill a peak ocean transformation cultivator. Every time one crossed into a new major cultivation stage, their combat strength would completely change. The moment Lin Xiao stepped into the Tao platform realm, he felt his combat strength climb another rung. With my current power, I should be able to take Han Xiao out, right? I just stepped into the Tao platform realm. My first order of business is to cut Han Xiao down. Lin Xiao thought. A few months ago, Han Xiao had ambushed him and wrecked his meridians. That blood debt had to be repaid. Yu Wu said softly, "Young Master Lin, congratulations on entering the Dao platform realm." With the oppressive heavenly might around Lin Xiao gone, Yu Wu finally dared to come closer. Questions crowded her mind. The one she most wanted to ask was what grade of Dao foundation he had established. Lin Xiao said, "Sister Yu Wu, I owe it to you for keeping watch over me these last 2 days." He could tell she hadn't gone to cultivate at all, just stayed by his side. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Yu Wu blurted, "Young Master Lin, what grade is your Dao foundation?" The moment the words left her mouth, she worried she'd overstepped and hurried to add, "If you don't want to say, just pretend I never asked." Yu Wu knew full well that prying into someone else's secrets was taboo. Lin Xiao thought it over and decided there was no need to hide it. "A perfect Dao foundation," he answered. After all, she served eldest senior sister, she was one of hers. Yu Wu's red lips parted. She was so stunned she couldn't speak for a long moment. The legendary perfect Dao foundation was right in front of her. The way she looked at Lin Xiao completely changed. Before, she'd thought he wasn't worthy of her lady. Now she admired her lady's eye all the more. Someone with a perfect Dao foundation, his future achievements would be beyond measure. Eager to give Zhou Wenqing a surprise, Lin Xiao asked, "Sister Yu Wu, I'm heading up. Are you staying here or coming with me?" Yu Wu was still lost in her thoughts. His voice pulled her back. She paused and said, "I'll go up with you. Just absorbing spiritual chi 1T get me through a breakthrough, and time's running short. Staying here is pointless." Lin Xiao nodded. "All right." Before leaving, Lin Xiao made his way to a specific spot at the heart of the mineral vein. There, waves of scorching heat rolled through the air as a lotus of flame blossomed open. This was the core lotus of the earth. Yu Wu stepped forward and explained to Lin Xiao, "This core lotus has been absorbing the essence of the extreme flame or for 3 full centuries to reach maturity. The entire fire vein can only produce a single bloom." Lin Xiao knew that senior apprentice sister cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. This core lotus would greatly aid her in achieving a perfect transformation when she attempted to break into the celestial ascendant realm. Reaching the celestial ascendant realm required enduring a heavenly tribulation. Only after surviving the trial and shedding one's mortal body and soul could one ascend to become a true celestial being. "Let us go?" Once confirming the core lotus was undamaged, Lin Xiao and Yu Wu made their way toward the direction of the teleportation formation. The awkwardness from last time lingered in Lin Xiao's mind. He hesitated for a moment about suggesting they teleport separately, but Yu Wu's expression remained calm and unaffected, so he swallowed his words. As the formation activated, both of them were wrapped in the power of the array. Lin Xiao instinctively pulled Yu Wu into his arms, holding her steady. Unlike last time, Yu Wu didn't tremble. She simply nestled herself against Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao felt too soft, full mounds press against his chest. That intoxicating yet fleeting sensation vanished in just a few heartbeats as the teleportation completed. Back in the palace where the teleportation formation was located, Yu Wu quietly pulled away from Lin Xiao's embrace, saying nothing. After a short while, the two arrived at a palace where administrative matters were handled. Zhou Wenqing was seated there, going through some official affairs. Senior apprentice sister. Lin Xiao approached the beautiful woman seated at the main throne. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Wenqing lifted her gaze, her eyes instantly softening with tenderness. She shifted slightly, gesturing for Lin Xiao to sit beside her. Lin Xiao obeyed and sat down. That was the seat of the city lord, a place only Zhou Wenqing had the right to occupy on a daily basis. Smiling warmly, Zhou Wenqing said to Lin Xiao, "Little junior brother, you've truly brought me quite a surprise." All of her warmth was directed at him. Yu Wu watched the scene from below, a pang of bitterness rising in her heart once again. As long as senior sister is happy, that's all that matters. Lin Xiao's hands started wandering, quietly wrapping around Zhou Wenqing's slender waist. As soon as he pulled her close, he felt how soft and boneless she seemed. Zhou Wenqing allowed him to hold her, pretending to pout playfully as she smiled. "My junior brother's cultivation is progressing so fast. If I don't work harder, I'll fall behind you sooner or later." Her tone was half teasing, half serious. "You've just reached the Dao platform realm and already dare to get fresh with senior sister. Once you catch up with me, are you going to start kissing me next? Lin Xiao looked at Zhou Wenqing's red lips, sweet breath gently brushing past him, and a bold thought suddenly popped into his mind. He whispered, "Actually, I feel like kissing you right now." Cough, cough. Yu Wu, watching from below, couldn't bear to look any longer. Zhou Wenqing's expression turned serious, and Lin Xiao quickly pulled his hand back. There were more important things to deal with now. Other matters could wait for another day. Yu Wu, I'm planning to retreat into seclusion tomorrow and formally attempt to break through to the heaven-piercing realm. In the past couple of days, Zhou Wenqing had nearly completed all the arrangements in Feishua City. The hundreds of thousands of civilians had already been evacuated safely. If the volcano under the extreme flame mine were to erupt, there would be no risk to ordinary people. After I go into seclusion, Han Xiao will most likely attack the city. There are two key locations that need to be defended. Zhou Wenqing always felt Han Xiao wouldn't give up easily if she successfully advanced to the heaven-piercing realm. Then the demonic city of Maiyun, which Han Xiao guarded, would be in danger. I'll take the city gate, Yu Wu said, knowing exactly which two places Zhou Wenqing meant. She volunteered to defend the city gate, then turned her gaze toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao understood immediately the other critical location was the city lord's mansion. Yu Wu wanted him to guard that place. Big sister Yu Wu, let me take the city gate instead, Lin Xiao spoke up. His words surprised both Zhou Wenqing and Yu Wu slightly. If the Hell Sect's cultivators attacked the city, defending the city gate would definitely be the most dangerous post, while guarding the city lord's mansion would be much safer. No, I'll take the gate, Yu Wu refused. Her cultivation level was higher than Lin Xiao's, and she didn't want to leave the danger to him. I'm not too familiar with the city lord's mansion, so I'll leave it to you to guard it. Lin Xiao refused to let a woman walk ahead of him. Zhou Wenqing knew his little junior brother's personality well. After a moment's thought, he turned to Yu Wu and said, "Let the little junior brother guard the city gate, and you guard the city lord's mansion." Fine. Since Zhou Wenqing had already spoken, Yu Wu didn't argue further. A day later, many cultivators in Xueqing were both excited and anxious. They had long heard that Zhou Wenqing would attempt to break through to the heavenly ascendant realm today. At the heart of the mine, Zhou Wenqing pulled out the core lotus of the earth. The moment the core lotus was removed, the flame core mine violently trembled, spiritual energy surged outward uncontrollably, and then molten lava burst through the surface, turning Xueqing into a sea of flames. I've finally been waiting for this day. Today is Zhou Wenqing's day to die. Chu Yunyang walked into the dungeon and released Su Miaoyin, who had been imprisoned there. After being locked up for days, Su Miaoyin's seductive charm remained, but her voice was no longer soft, it was now cold and sharp. Zhou Wenqing, you never expected that I deliberately set up this trap, letting you capture me, so I could wait for the day you went into seclusion and strike you down with a fatal blow, did you? Chapter 72. Has the city lord's mansion been breached? Several days ago, Su Miaoyin had already learned that Zhou Wenqing had intentionally leaked the news of his retreat into seclusion, using it to lure them into attacking Xueqing. That information had come from Chu Yunyang himself. The four major local powers in Xueqing had already betrayed their cause and defected to the Hellgate sect. So Su Miaoyin played along, letting Zhou Wenqing capture her. Waiting for the moment, he would let his guard down and retreat to cultivate toward the heavenly ascendant realm, then she and Han Xiao would strike from within and outside together. Right now, Han Xiao was probably already outside the city walls. I wonder how many people Han Xiao will bring with him. If we could even mobilize the Great Guardian, this mission would be as good as done. Su Miaoyin licked her slightly red lips, her face lighting up with anticipation. Chu Yunyang's heart went cold the moment he heard the words Grand Protector. Among the 10 protectors of the Hall of Reincarnation, the Grand Protector known as Impermanence was the most formidable and the most ruthless. Rumor had it that cultivators who fell into her hands met miserable ends. To deal with just Zhou Wenqing, there's no need to have the Grand Protector make a move. With you and Protector Han Xiao, that's more than enough, Chu Yunyang said to Su Miaoyin, wearing a fawning grin. He'd thrown in with the Yellow Springs Demon Sect now from here on out. He'd have to take his cues from Su Miaoyin. Su Miaoyin shot Chu Yunyang a glance. Her heart was full of disdain and contempt, but since he was still useful for the moment, She kept her true thoughts to herself and simply said, "This protector knows you've been pining after Zhou Wenqing for years. Once we have her, I'll let you have your wish just once." Sure enough, Chu Yunyang lit up the instant he heard that, excitement flooding his face. "Thank you, Protector Su. From now on, I'll go through hell and high water for you. No hesitation. Move out. We're taking the city lord's estate." Su Miaoyin could barely hold back anymore. Ever since Zhou Wenqing took charge of Flying Snow City, the place had never been breached. Today, she was going to level the city lord's estate. As long as she captured Zhou Wenqing, her standing with the Hall Master would soar. Su Miaoyin meant to seize this chance to win the Hall Master's favor and be entrusted with real power. Along with Su Miaoyin, more than 100 demon cultivator prisoners were released. The moment they heard they were marching on the city lord's estate, they were beside themselves with excitement. That was the Valkyrie of Flying Snow City's personal palace. From what those demon cultivators had heard, no man had ever set foot inside. Outside the city, the cannons thundered. It was the roar of the flow-fire cannons bombarding the walls. Lin Xiao stood on the ramparts, gazing out beyond the city. He showed no panic. Han Xiao launching an assault was no surprise to him. What unsettled him wasn't he outside, it was inside the walls. With Sis Yuwu guarding the city lord's estate, nothing should go wrong. Lin Xiao had only arrived in Snowfly City a few days ago and was still unfamiliar with the place. He never saw the betrayal of Chu Yunyang and the others coming. Outside the city walls, a massive army of dark cultivators loomed closer, blackening the horizon. At a glance, there were easily over 1,000 of them. Such a large-scale attack meant that more than just one Shadow Cloud city must have sent forces. Several dark cities were likely involved. Floating at the very front of the Dark Army were 5 Foundation Realm Dark Cultivators. Lin Xiao only recognized one of them. Standing in the center, Han Xiao respectfully addressed the other 4. "Senior brothers, the 4 major factions inside Snowfly City have all sided with us. They should be rescuing Senior Sister Su right now. We must attack quickly and link up with them inside the city." These 4 were the same rank as Han Xiao, 10 of the Wheel Palace's 10 guardians, but both their status and strength were superior to his. Among them, the strongest was a short, hideously ugly man. His hair was sparse, with only a few strands left. His nose was wide and flat, as if it had been smashed in. But as the saying goes, one shouldn't judge by appearances. This hideous man had actually reached the peak of the Foundation Realm. He was Sihu Fa, the 4th guardian of the Wheel Palace. Huang Do. "I want her first once we capture Zhou Wenqing," Huang Do said, revealing a set of yellow teeth, one of his front teeth missing, making him look truly terrifying. "No problem. As long as we break into the City Lord's mansion, Senior Brother Huang can have whoever he wants," Han Xiao replied respectfully. He knew he couldn't oppose Huang Do. He had only managed to convince him to come help by promising him Zhou Wenqing's pure feminine essence. Han Xiao knew how tempting that offer was. The essence of a female cultivator on the verge of breaking through to the Ascendant Realm was priceless. It might even be enough to push Huang Do into the next stage of cultivation. Who's in charge of defending the city now? Why isn't that woman Yuwu on duty? Huang Do fixed his gaze on Flying Snow City ahead, swept his eyes over the many cultivators on the walls, and finally locked onto Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had suppressed his aura to a whisper, outwardly only at the peak of the sea transmuting realm. He was hiding his true cultivation so no one would link him to the anomaly from the day before. If outsiders learned he had established a perfect Dao foundation, trouble would come knocking. When Han Xiao saw that Lin Xiao was the one guarding the city, he was overjoyed, thinking, Yuwu is probably at the city lord's manor, so she sent Lin Xiao to hold the gate. Sending a sea transmuting cultivator to guard the city, are you looking down on us? Or does your city lord's manor really have no one else to spare? At the sight of Lin Xiao, Huang Do didn't even have the interest to make a move. Senior Brother Huang, don't move yet, leave these ants to me. Han Xiao fixed his stare on Lin Xiao, cold light flickering in his eyes. Let us see where you run this time. This stretch of the wall was covered by the city guarding grand array. It wouldn't be taken in a short time, and morale hadn't collapsed. What actually worried Lin Xiao more was the situation at the city lord's manor. And over there, a fierce battle had already erupted. Chu Yunyang led several hundred cultivators from the four great families to besiege the city Lord's manor, and Su Miaoyin had brought over 100 demonic cultivators to assist. Yu Wu held the manor with the fire armor army, seething with fury at Chu Yunyang's betrayal. Commander Yu Wu, don't blame us. If we don't submit to the Yellow Springs demon sect, once you leave, Flying Snow City will be breached sooner or later and we'll die anyway. Better to pledge allegiance early. Tasked with holding Yu Wu down, Chu Yunyang no longer hid his strength this time. With his true power unleashed, he was much stronger than he'd been outside the city before. Throwing in with the Yellow Springs demon sect, do you really think that ends well for you? Yu Wu sneered, driving her spear straight at Chu Yunyang. It's better than being abandoned by you. Since you and your lord don't care whether we live or die, we have to leave ourselves a way out. Chu Yunyang said righteously, not a trace of shame on his face. When the city lord successfully advances to the heaven and man realm, none of you will meet a good end. The long spear in Yu Wu's hands ignited with flames, and her combat power surged abruptly, forcing Chu Yunyang into a continuous retreat. All cultivators of Feishua City, listen while City Lord's mansion has already fallen. Lower the city's grand protective formation immediately. Those who open the gates willingly will be spared. Using his Dao platform realm cultivation, Chu Yunyang projected his voice across the entire Feishua City. Near the city gates, the faces of many Feishua City cultivators instantly changed upon hearing Chu Yunyang's announcement. The 5 elders from the wheel-turned sect outside the city had already stirred fear in their hearts. Now, upon hearing that the city lord's mansion was breached, many cultivators nearly broke down completely. Some glanced around nervously, already plotting their next move in their minds. Chapter 73, The Lotus of Purity. Fortunately, Yu Wu's voice rang out soon after. Chu Yunyang is spewing nonsense. As long as I stand guard here at the city lord's mansion, not a single soul will step past me. Yu Wu's words acted like a calming pill, temporarily steadying the shaken nerves of the cultivators on the city walls. When they had first heard Chu Yunyang claim the city lord's mansion had fallen, many had nearly collapsed in despair, even entertaining thoughts of fleeing to save their own lives. Now, knowing the mansion remained intact, a glimmer of hope returned to their hearts. Hold on. Once the city lord emerges from his retreat, these traitors and devil cultivators will be nothing but chickens and dogs worthless. One cultivator shouted, trying to rally the morale, but only a few responded. Many knew full well that just because the city lord's mansion hadn't fallen didn't mean the situation was optimistic. With Chu Yunyang and his group having already defected, could Yu Wu alone really defend the city lord's mansion? Most cultivators in Feishua City had serious doubts about that. Lin Xiao observed the eyes and expressions of the people around him. He understood clearly that, had Yu Wu's voice not come at the right moment, many would have already turned traitor. What a fragile thing human hearts. Lin Xiao clenched his fist tightly. At this moment, the only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Outside the city walls, flaming siege cannons continued their relentless bombardment, and the protective formation surrounding the city began to waver. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Chu Yunyang and Su Miaoyin joined forces in an attempt to take down Yu Wu. Although already wounded, Yu Wu remained fearless in the face of death, not taking a single step back. If you want to step into the city lord's mansion, you'll have to walk over my corpse first. Yu Wu was ready to die, but she refused to die in vain. She was determined to take someone down with her. Chu Yunyang and Su Miaoyin saw through her intentions, neither willing to die alongside her. She's completely insane. At most, she's just Qi Wenqing's handmaiden. Why risk her life like this? Su Miaoyin muttered, a trace of fear in her voice. She knew that if Yu Wu was truly willing to trade her life for someone else's, there was a real chance she'd be dragged down with her. Commander Yu, this isn't worth it. If you run now, we won't stop you. Chu Yunyang tried to reason. Their goal was to break into the city lord's mansion and find Qi Wenqing, who was currently in seclusion. Whether Yu Wu lived or died wasn't the priority. It's absolutely worth it. My life belongs to the young Mississippi. Blood trickled from the corner of Yu Wu's mouth. Her expression was grim and sorrowful, but her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. That icy gaze sent chills down the spines of both Chu Yunyang and Su Miaoying. You go to the city gate and assist Han Xiao's group, Su Miaoying ordered, realizing they couldn't take Yu Wu down quickly. Once Han Xiao arrived with reinforcements, Yu Wu wouldn't have a chance to pull off any suicide play. As you command. Chu Yunyang understood the urgency. Every second counted. By now, Qi Wenqing should have been fusing with the Heart Lotus. Once the fusion was complete, she would begin her tribulation. As soon as Chu Yunyang led hundreds of cultivators from the four great clans away, the pressure on the city lord's mansion eased, but Yu Wu's face showed no relief. That was because Chu Yunyang was now heading straight toward the city gate. All the pressure had now fallen onto Lin Xiao's shoulders. If I had known this would happen, I never would have sent Master Lin to guard the gate. Yu Wu muttered, partly blaming herself. She felt she had wronged Lin Xiao, who was now not only fending off the assault from outside the city, but also had to watch his back for Chu Yunyang's betrayal. In the midst of the fierce battle at Feishua City, deep beneath the mineral vein's core, Zhou Wenqing began to fuse with the lotus of the Earth's heart. Before her appeared a blazing lotus even larger than the Earth's heart lotus. Though not yet bloomed, its aura was already terrifyingly overwhelming. Flames coiled around its petals, flickering so intensely they rippled the very space around them, sending waves of tremors through the air. If it was already this fearsome while still closed, then once it truly bloomed, it would likely possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. This fiery lotus was none other than Zhou Wenqing's birth-bound divine lotus, born alongside her named the Lotus of Purgatory World. Zhou Wenqing had another reason for fusing with the Earth's heart lotus, to force the Lotus of Purgatory World to bloom. Only when it blossomed would this divine treasure awaken fully and reveal its true might. I've waited bitterly for over a decade. This moment is what I've lived for. Flames erupted from Zhou Wenqing's palm, incinerating the Earth's heart lotus into a molten liquid, which she then injected into the heart of the Purgatory World lotus. A few years ago, she could have already broken through to the celestial realm, but she willingly delayed for several more years for the sake of the Purgatory World lotus. Victory or failure hinges on this single act. As the Earth's heart lotus was absorbed, Zhou Wenqing stared intently at the Purgatory World lotus, her heart tightening with anxiety. After a while, disappointment crept in. Despite the fusion, the petals of the Purgatory World lotus remained closed. It seemed like something was still missing. What could still be lacking? She pondered silently, until a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Instantly, she pulled out the Azura fruit from her storage ring. Could it be my body's purity isn't yet immaculate enough? Zhou Wenqing suddenly saw the truth. Forcing the Purgatory World lotus to bloom required one final condition. She herself must fully merge with it, becoming one. Though the divine lotus was her birth companion, it had never truly fused with her, nor had she ever established a real connection with it. She had tried countless times before to communicate with the Purgatory World lotus, but always in vain. She didn't understand until today it was because her body hadn't reached the state of absolute purity required. Zhou Wenqing cradled the Azura fruit in both hands, her eyes soft with affection as she smiled, and said, "Little junior brother, you really are my lucky star." Lin Xiao stood firm atop the city wall above. The protective formation was on the verge of collapse under the relentless bombardment of the fireball cannons. But what truly drove the cultivators of Feishua City into despair wasn't the evil cultivators outside. They hadn't even breached the gates, yet it was Chu Yunyang and his men attacking from behind. "Everyone, your life is your own. There's no need to throw it away for Zhou Wenqing. I'll give you a chance. Those who stand with me now won't be killed." Chu Yunyang didn't give the cultivators time to think. He began counting down immediately. Anyone not on his side by the time he reached 1 would be executed without mercy. 10. The moment he shouted the first number, more than half the cultivators on the city wall rushed toward him. 9. Chu Yunyang smirked inwardly. After all, not everyone was as foolish as Yu Wu to risk their life for Zhou Wenqing. By the time he reached 5, only 10 people remained on the wall. Chu Yunyang fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao, curious to see what the little junior brother of Zhou Wenqing would choose. In his mind, he plotted, if Lin Xiao did come over, he'd humiliate him first before killing him brutally. Even in death, he wouldn't grant Lin Xiao a quick end. 3. By the time he shouted 3, only 5 people remained on the wall. Go, Lin Xiao told the 4 remaining cultivators on the wall. The city lord won't blame you. These 4 had always admired Zhou Wenqing, and just moments ago someone had even shouted encouragement. Now, faced with the choice of life or death, they had already held out longer than expected. Take care. The 4 cultivators clasped their fists in farewell to Lin Xiao, then climbed down from the wall. Now, only Lin Xiao remained atop the wall. Lin Xiao, kneel before me. Kneel now, and I might let you live. Chu Yunyang had long despised Lin Xiao, and now he finally had a chance to strike back. He was practically bursting with glee. Chapter 74. The Human Beast of Carnage. All eyes were locked on the lone figure still standing atop the city wall. Lin Xiao stood tall and unwavering, like a towering mountain, his expression completely calm. Facing Chu Yunyang's threats, he merely smirked coldly. You're nowhere near good enough. The people below, whether the cultivators who had switched sides earlier or the members of the 4 major factions, couldn't help but admire Lin Xiao in their hearts. To remain so composed and calm under such circumstances was something no ordinary person could manage. Trying to play tough, huh? I'll break both your legs first, then cripple your hands. Let's see how tough you still are then. Chu Yunyang flew up to the top of the wall, reached into the void, and unleashed his full power as a mid-stage Dao platform expert. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in his palm as he struck toward Lin Xiao with a mighty blow. The crowd below already regarded Lin Xiao as a dead man. How could a cultivating sea expert possibly withstand a fully charged strike from a Dao platform cultivator? Outside the city walls, Han Xiao was the first to notice the Snowfall City cultivators on the wall disappearing. Then, when he saw Chu Yunyang attacking Lin Xiao, he immediately understood what was happening. Chu Yunyang has come to assist us, Han Xiao concluded upon seeing him appear. He was certain that Su Miaoyin hadn't managed to take the city lord's mansion, or else Chu Yunyang wouldn't have been sent to open the gates. But it didn't matter either way. Once they entered the city, capturing the city lord's mansion would be an easy task for them. Huang Do, seeing that the city's protective formation remained unbroken for so long, grew increasingly impatient. He didn't even bother paying much attention when Chu Yunyang attacked. But what happened next left Huang Do stunned. He couldn't even believe his own eyes. Not only Huang Do, but Han Xiao and the others were also staring wide-eyed in disbelief. What they saw was utterly shocking. Chu Yunyang being sent flying backward by a single palm strike from Lin Xiao. By all logic, it should have been Lin Xiao who was blasted away. Was Chu Yunyang simply too weak, or was Lin Xiao secretly concealing his true strength? Huang Do firmly believed it was the latter. Lin Xiao had been hiding his power. After all, even at his weakest, Chu Yunyang was a mid-stage platform cultivator. There was no way he should lose to someone like Lin Xiao who was still at the oceanic transformation stage. Han Xiao was the most shocked. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. Could he have already reached the stage platform realm? Just a few months ago, I crippled him myself. How could he possibly leap all the way to stage platform in such a short time? A sudden silence fell over the entire city. Chu Yunyang had been knocked flying, but fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. Still, his heart was filled with unease. He had sensed Lin Xiao's cultivation level, and it felt like he had also reached the stage platform. Lin Xiao's name immediately connected in Chu Yunyang's mind with the strange phenomenon from a few days prior. His heart jolted. Could it have been caused by him? Everything suddenly made sense. Lin Xiao sneered coldly. Chu Yunyang, if this is all you've got, you'll be a dead man soon. After their palms clashed, Lin Xiao had already figured out Chu Yunyang's true strength. With his current cultivation, he could easily kill Chu Yunyang without even breaking a sweat. Faced with such a public humiliation, Chu Yunyang hurriedly searched for an excuse to save face. I was just careless earlier. I didn't expect you to be hiding your cultivation level. Lin Xiao roared furiously. Anyone who betrays my senior apprentice sister deserves to die. Lin Xiao activated the ancient ancestor dragon art. His dragon blood surged and boiled within him. Suddenly, he transformed into a humanoid dragon beast and lunged fiercely at Chu Yunyang. Chu Yunyang hadn't yet figured out Lin Xiao's true power, and he also wanted to preserve some dignity. As Lin Xiao charged, Chu Yunyang opened his mouth and spat out flew a small, Jade Green Sword. That was his soul-bound weapon, and also his deadliest move. Chu Yunyang had nurtured this jade sword with his stage platform energy and fed it with his own refined blood over a long time. It had cost him a tremendous amount of effort to create a treasure capable of slaying opponents at the same cultivation stage. The jade sword moved with lightning speed, screaming through the air straight toward Lin Xiao's heart. Lin Xiao didn't dodge or evade. He simply stood there as the green blade pierced toward his chest. Seeing this, Chu Yunyang's brows knitted together. For Lin Xiao to dare strike back, he must have had powerful backing. Sure enough, just as the emerald green sword was about to pierce Lin Xiao's chest, a flash of black light erupted from his torso, and in an instant, a set of dragon-scale armor appeared, blocking that fatal strike. Armor of a quasi-sacred treasure? Chu Yunyang cursed furiously. Those elite disciples from the great Luo sacred sect really had treasures coming out of their ears. Lin Xiao tightly gripped the emerald sword in his hand. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it couldn't escape his palm. Any more tricks left? If not, then die. Lin Xiao stepped forward and threw a fierce punch toward Chu Yunyang. Chu Yunyang raised his hand to block the blow, but never expected Lin Xiao's physical strength to be so terrifying. His entire arm shattered on impact, bones snapping and jutting out through the skin. Before Chu Yunyang could even cry out in pain, he sensed death closing in. He quickly activated an earth-piercing talisman and dove into the ground to escape. Think you can run? Lin Xiao gave chase without hesitation. Hundreds of cultivators within the city watched in stunned disbelief. The fight between Lin Xiao and Chu Yunyang had ended in just a few moves, with Chu barely escaping alive, even resorting to his last life-saving trick. Chu Yunyang fled toward the city wall, planning to activate the city's protective formation so Han Xiao and the others could rush in and rescue him. But of course, Lin Xiao wouldn't allow him that chance. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind him. Chu Yunyang summoned his final survival tactic. He hurled a Thunder Talisman at Lin Xiao. This Thunder Talisman was a 4th-tier charm, containing the full power of a strike from a peak foundation-forming expert. Chu Yunyang didn't dare hope it would actually kill Lin Xiao, only that it might block him long enough to buy some time. The talisman exploded with a thunderous roar, and bolts of lightning wove into a massive net, surging toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao simply grabbed both hands outward and tore the entire lightning net apart. His physical body was incredibly powerful, built specifically to crush all sorts of strange and deviant techniques. Chu Yunyang stared wide-eyed in shock, nearly scared out of his wits. Was Lin Xiao even human anymore? He looked more like a monstrous humanoid beast. With no time to think, Chu Yunyang located the arcane compass that controlled the city's defensive formation and moved to activate it. Freeze! The power of the Ice Phoenix erupted, encasing Chu Yunyang in ice and rendering him unable to manipulate the compass. In the next instant, a streak of azure sword light shot toward him. The fear of death seized Chu Yunyang. He shattered the ice that bound him and immediately fled for his life. Watching from outside the city, Han Xiao saw the azure rainbow sword catch up to Chu Yunyang in mid-air and sever another one of his arms. Then, 1,000 streams of sword energy materialized into a rain of blades, pinning Chu Yunyang to the city wall. A dead silence instantly fell over the city, both inside and out. Chu Yunyang, a mid-stage Dao platform realm cultivator, had been slain, just like that. Seeing Chu Yunyang's mangled corpse, a chill went down Han Xiao's spine. If Lin Xiao could kill him, he could kill Han Xiao too. Brothers, Lin Xiao must be eliminated. If we let him live, he will become a scourge upon our Yellow Springs demonic sect. Han Xiao no longer dared to claim he could handle Lin Xiao himself. The man's power was now on par with his own. All of you attack together. We'll shatter this defensive formation with our combined strength. Huangdo was done waiting. Any further delay, and Zhou Wenqing would begin her tribulation. Agreed. The other 3 protectors roared in unison. Outside the city, the 5 protectors of Samsara Palace assaulted the defensive formation in unison. Huangdo summoned a great bell and began hammering it against the barrier. The defensive formation began to tremble, its radiant light dimming significantly. Again, Huangdo roared, focusing his assault on a single point. After 100 relentless strikes, the defensive formation shattered with a deafening roar. Ha ha ha, it's broken at last. Huang Do bellowed. With the formation gone, nothing could stop them. He would charge into the city lord's manor and find Zhou Wenqing. Charge! Han Xiao roared, unable to contain his excitement. Flying Snow City, unbreached for over a decade, had finally fallen. With a tremendous crash, the city gates swung open of their own accord. Cold Owl had assumed that the cultivators of Feishua City had finally opened the gates to surrender. But before him stood only one person, Lin Xiao, alone at the city gate, gripping the azure rainbow sword and staring coldly at them. At the city gate, there was but a single man and his sword, yet his presence was as overwhelming as an entire army, forcing the demonic cultivators outside to halt in their tracks. Chapter 75, All Shall Die. The scene felt familiar to many. Just a few days earlier, Lin Xiao had done the exact same, standing alone to block the breach in the city's protective formation, holding back the entire demonic army. Now, with the city's protective barrier shattered, he still stood alone at the gate, sword in hand. But this time was completely different. This time, Lin Xiao faced 5 Liahuan Hall Guardians, each a Dao platform cultivator. Most notably, Huang Do had reached the peak of the Dao platform. Lin Xiao appeared to be only at the early stage of the Dao platform. Could he really hold off 5 Liahuan Hall Guardians? Has some guts, I'll give him that, Huang Do said with a trace of approval, though admiration meant little. Lin Xiao was still marked for death. Huang Do decided to take personal action, aiming to kill Lin Xiao as swiftly as possible. Time was running tight. Every moment Lin Xiao delayed him, the greater the risk became. Brother Huang, Han Xiao warned, Lin Xiao might be a body cultivator. Don't let him get close. He wasn't concerned about Huang Do losing, he just didn't want any unnecessary delays. Upon hearing that, Huang Do's eyes lit up. If that's the case, I can't afford to damage his body. A Dao platform body cultivator could be refined into a living weapon. Huang Do activated his demonic cultivation technique. Dark qi surged around him, wrapping his body like a storm as it surged toward Lin Xiao. Even before he approached, the rolling waves of demonic energy crashed toward Lin Xiao first. Lin Xiao slashed his sword forward. A vast sword intent solidified into a barrier, stopping the demonic energy in its tracks. From within the dark energy came Huang Do's surprised voice. How is his sword intent at peak mastery? Could he also be a sword sage of the Dao? With the strength of someone at the peak of the Dao platform realm, Huang Do chopped out with a palm, shattering the sword qi barrier first. Then he compacted his demonic qi into a sinister ghost claw and slammed it down at Lin Xiao. Above him, Lin Xiao circulated his spiritual power, condensing a layer of protective astral qi around himself. That claw carried over 100,000 gene of force. An ordinary early-stage Dao platform cultivator wouldn't be able to take it. Han Xiao and the others, seeing this, figured Lin Xiao was as good as dead. But Lin Xiao wasn't a typical early-stage Dao platform cultivator. He used his protective astral qi to take the edge off the ghost claw, then funneled Dragon Phoenix power into his palm and smashed it straight into the claw. The two titanic forces locked against each other, splitting the earth under his feet, yet Lin Xiao remained unscathed. Huang Do was slack-jawed. The battle strength Lin Xiao was unleashing was actually on par with the late stage of the Dao platform realm. Having neutralized that move, Lin Xiao lunged forward on his own. His intent obvious, he wanted to brawl with Huang Do in close quarters. Huang Do knew that if he let Lin Xiao get close, he wouldn't be able to put him down quickly. He immediately summoned a great bell and smashed it down at Lin Xiao. The bell was a high-grade artifact. As it descended, it swelled larger and larger until it became a massive bell, like a small mountain. Lin Xiao lifted his foot and kicked, actually forcing that giant bell to a halt. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xiao clearly had absolute confidence in his physical body, and the next moment proved it. His flesh was terrifyingly strong, near invincible. That mountain-like bell was driven to a dead stop by a single kick from Lin Xiao. Clang! The force of his kick thundered against the bell, and it let out a resounding clang that shook the surroundings. The peal turned into sound waves that spread in all directions. Cultivators below the Dao platform realm had their eardrums buzzing. Some even in the sea-forming realm were stunned senseless. Junior brothers, get in here and help. This Lin Xiao is really hard to deal with. Lin Xiao's combat power was terrifying. Huang Do immediately called for Han Xiao and the others to join the battle. It wasn't just a matter of defeating Lin Xiao quickly. Huang Do knew even with more time, he might still fail to kill him. Huang Do was deeply shocked. Lin Xiao was only at the early Dao platform stage, yet already this strong. If he reached mid-stage, would he actually be able to kill Huang Do himself? Such a monstrous genius, how come he had never heard of him before? Good. Han Xiao flew forward with 3 other elders, launching a simultaneous attack on Lin Xiao. The 5 elders of the Wheel Palace surrounded Lin Xiao completely. Don't hold back. Give it everything you've got. We need a one-strike kill. We don't have time to waste. Huang Do grew increasingly impatient. If they couldn't kill Lin Xiao this time, he'd rather leave Han Xiao and the others behind to handle things while he headed straight to the city lord's mansion. The 5 of them unleashed their full strength at once, unleashing 5 powerful attacks toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't retreat. Instead, he charged straight toward the nearest elder. The elder was a middle-aged man. Seeing Lin Xiao rushing at him, he panicked, thinking Lin Xiao was trying to take him down with a suicide strike. Senior brother Huang, stop him quick. I have no intention of dying with him. The elder was at the mid-stage of Dao platform. If it really came to an exchange of lives, the chances of success were high. Huang Do didn't respond. Neither Han Xiao nor the others intervened. Instead, they launched furious attacks at Lin Xiao from behind. Sacrificing the life of a junior fellow disciple to take out Lin Xiao? Huang Do thought it was worth it. Han Xiao and the others thought the same. They let Lin Xiao charge straight at the middle-aged elder. You'll all die horribly, the elder shouted furiously. In life or death moments like this, betrayal among allies was common. Even their own comrades would try to kill them. Lin Xiao closed the distance, sword raised, and slashed downward. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a jet of pitch-black flame, the corpse-burning flame of the Hell Sect. Anyone caught in it would burn to ashes. Freeze! Lin Xiao unleashed the power of the Ice Phoenix, freezing the deadly flame solid. You want to kill me? Not so fast. A burly middle-aged man with cremation flames coiling around his palms lunged for Lin Xiao's throat. Lin Xiao clenched his fist and shattered the man's palms first. Then, guiding the azure rainbow sword with his divine sense, he took the man's head with a single stroke. After cutting down the middle-aged brute, Lin Xiao had no time to dodge the assault from behind Huang Do, and the other's power was already crashing toward him. Huang Do grinned. Junior brotherly died a worthy death. Senior brotherly, we'll remember your contribution. When we get back to the sect, I'll keep an eye on those 36 beautiful furnace cauldrons for you. Han Xiao chuckled darkly. For surges of power blasted Lin Xiao away. Fortunately, his dragon-scale armor blocked the other 2 tore into his body, but only left him with minor wounds. Seeing Lin Xiao still alive, Han Xiao's smile froze. Huang Do sighed. Lin Xiao was proving a nightmare to handle. He didn't want to waste time here any longer. He meant to leave Han Xiao and the other 2 behind while he headed for the city lord's manor himself. No one's getting in. Lin Xiao streaked back. Noticing Huang Do trying to slip away, he turned into a berserk dragon in human form and charged him. Rage boiled in Huang Do. Demonic energy surged all over him until he looked every inch a fiend. Lin Xiao came in like a falling star, slamming into the high city wall with Huang Do in tow. The wall exploded into a gaping hole, and the 2 of them brawled inside the breach. Han Xiao and the others couldn't see what was happening within. They could only hear Huang Do's cries of pain. In close quarters combat, it seemed no one could beat Lin Xiao. You head to the city lord's manor, I'll hold him off. Tangled up with Lin Xiao, Huang Do had to change plans, sending Han Xiao and the others to reinforce the city lord's side. Senior brother, keep Lin Xiao tied up. We're going to rendezvous with senior sister Su, Han Xiao said, secretly delighted. Just as he and the other 2 protectors were about to enter the city, an aura that dominated heaven and earth shot into the sky from within Flying Snow City. Above the city lord's mansion, Zhou Wenqing emerged from the heart of the Orvane. Floating before her was a crimson fire lotus, radiating an aura so domineering it seemed to suppress the entire heavens. The Nirvana lotus had bloomed into 12 petals, each inscribed with layers of divine runes. Those markings pulsed with the power to destroy heaven and earth. "Miss!" Yu Wu cried out, her voice trembling with emotion. Su Miaoyin's face turned pale, as if she'd just lost a loved one. Zhou Wenqing swept her gaze over the crowd, her eyes as cold as a blade. "They're all going to die." Chapter 76. Senior Sister Will Take You to Kill. Zhou Wenqing's spiritual sense expanded toward the other end of the city wall. There, she saw Lin Xiao alone, holding off a group of demonic cultivators to protect her. On the city wall, Lin Xiao and Huang Dou were locked in brutal hand-to-hand combat, punching through the 10-mile-long wall, leaving gaping holes in their wake. Seeing her junior martial brother injured, tears slid down Zhou Wenqing's flawless face. "Little junior brother," she whispered, "wait for senior sister to finish this tribulation. Then I'll take you to collect our blood vengeance. For every drop of blood he sheds, I will die 1,000 miles in blood from the Huangquan sect." Fueled by fury and grief, Zhou Wenqing soared into the sky. She couldn't fight now because the heavenly tribulation had already arrived. The sky churned with terrifying thunderclouds, streaked with silver lightning that twisted and clashed. The mere presence radiating from above was enough to send shivers through those below. How could Zhou Wenqing's ascension tribulation be this terrifying? Su Miaoyin's heart clenched. She had seen other ascension tribulations before. None of their thunderclouds even reached half the size of this one. Clearly, Zhou Wenqing's tribulation was no ordinary trial. A demonic cultivator urged anxiously. "Deputy sect leader Su, what should we do now?" "Obviously, we run for our lives. Once Zhou Wenqing survives her tribulation, do you really think she'll spare any of us?" Su Miaoyin ordered the demonic cultivators to retreat and herself flew toward the city gate, planning to regroup with Han Xiao and the others first. "You all stay here. I'll go support young Master Lin at the gate." Yu Wu was deeply worried about Lin Xiao's safety. He was all alone, having to fight the demonic cultivators outside the city while also dealing with Chu Yunyang at his back, a situation she couldn't fully grasp at the moment. When Yu Wu arrived, she saw a group of Shuifei city cultivators standing silently. When they saw her, they lowered their heads and dared not look her in the eye directly. As soon as Yu Wu saw those cultivators standing side by side with the traitors from the four great clans, she knew they had betrayed them too. But she didn't have time to deal with this now. All she could think about was Lin Xiao's life and death. The city wall was on the verge of collapse. Lin Xiao and Huang Dou had already fought as far as several miles west of the western wall. Following the sounds of battle, Yu Wu rushed over and saw Huang Dou covered in blood, while Lin Xiao, seemingly unharmed, only had a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Master Lin." Yu Wu couldn't even begin to imagine how Lin Xiao had managed to hold off so many people on his own. "Big sister Yu Wu, thank goodness I insisted on staying to defend the gate," Lin Xiao said with a smile toward her. He already knew that Zhou Wenqing was undergoing her tribulation, and now that Yu Wu had arrived, the only thing left to worry about was whether those hall masters from the Wheel Reincarnation Hall would try to escape. "Master Lin, when the young miss saw you were injured, she burst into tears," Yu Wu said, her own face already streaked with tears. Huang Dou took the opportunity to break away from Lin Xiao. Truth be told, he was terrified of him now. Lin Xiao seemed to have endless strength. The longer the fight went on, the fiercer he became. Huang Dou's fists were already a mess of blood and torn flesh, yet he couldn't even scratch Lin Xiao's skin. Absolutely useless. You couldn't even take down one Yu Wu. Huang Dou angrily snapped at Su Miaoyin. Su Miaoyin was also burning with rage. She wasn't afraid of any of the other hall masters except the Grand Hall Master, and shot back. "And you're more useless." 5 hall masters working together couldn't defeat a mere foundation-building early-stage cultivator, and he even killed one of you. You've brought nothing but shame to the Wheel Reincarnation Hall. Yu Huang Dou was so furious he nearly slapped Su Miaoyin across the face. Seeing the two on the verge of fighting each other, Han Xiao quickly stepped in to mediate. Now is not the time to blame each other. Zhou Wenqing will soon complete her tribulation. If we don't leave now, we'll all be finished here. A single word from Han Xiao eased the tense standoff between Su Miaoyin and Huang Dou, as they both realized what lay ahead: the wrath of a Tianren realm cultivator. This Tianren expert was no ordinary being. The overwhelming, Domineering aura from earlier had surged toward them like a tidal wave, enough to chill each of their hearts with fear. Huang Do could only pin his hopes on Mo Yun City. "Back to Mo Yun City first," he shouted. "The city's protective formation can hold off any cultivator below the Lien Su realm." Han Xiao took it in stride, chuckling. "Brother Huang's right. Once we're back in Mo Yun City, Zhou Wenqing can't touch us. If we have to play turtle for a while, so be it. Survival comes first." Su Miaoyin wasted no time. "No time to lose. Let's go," she declared, and in a flash, she shot into the sky as a streak of light. Han Xiao followed closely behind, but before vanishing completely, he cast a sharp, resentful glance back at Lin Xiao. This time, he'd failed to kill him, and he knew opportunities like this wouldn't come again easily. Lin Xiao's growth had been astonishing. Just days ago, he had still been at the Hua Hai stage, yet now he could slay a mid-stage Dao Tai expert. Who could say how terrifying he would become the next time they met? Huang Do and the other two guardians also transformed into streaks of light and retreated. Seeing their protectors flee, the demonic cultivators below scattered in panic, each running for their lives. Lin Xiao grew anxious. "Sister Yu Wu, let's chase after them," he called out. He feared letting Han Xiao escape again. This had been the perfect chance to kill him. But Yu Wu merely replied coolly, "No rush. They won't get far." As Zhou Wenqing's personal maid, she knew her mistress's mind best. Once Zhou Wenqing successfully passed her tribulation, people like Huang Do wouldn't escape retribution. Now, all that remained was to wait for Zhou Wenqing to complete her tribulation. Above the heavens, a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation descended from the sky, striking directly toward Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing stood clad in a form-fitting crimson armor, her graceful figure wrapped in stormy clouds. Before her floated the lotus of purification, suspended in midair, shielding her from the descending bolts of divine lightning. Yu Wu fixed Lin Xiao with a meaningful look and said, "Master Lin, your own tribulation in the future might be even more terrifying. Let us see if you'll still be fearless then." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's face broke into a look of deep, eager anticipation. Yu Wu was a little speechless. Why was Lin Xiao still looking like he couldn't wait to face his tribulation? Who in this world isn't afraid of tribulation lightning? The final heavenly tribulation gathered in the vault of heaven. Once she weathered that most fearsome strike, she'd step into the celestial human realm. "My lady, hang in there." Yu Wu was sweating bullets for Zhou Wenqing. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, wasn't too worried. Zhou Wenqing had prepared thoroughly. Her success was as good as guaranteed. The people below couldn't make out the details, but when the thunder passed and the tribulation clouds broke, Zhou Wenqing stood aloft in the sky like a goddess of the ninth heaven. The instant that fiery red figure appeared, everyone understood she had stepped into the celestial human realm. Only, most couldn't bring themselves to be happy. Aside from the city lord's manor's fire-armored army, the other cultivators in the city had betrayed Zhou Wenqing. What kind of end did they think awaited them? Kill them all. Zhou Wenqing's voice rolled down from the heavens. "City Lord, spare us." Whole swaths of cultivators fell to their knees, begging the figure in the sky for mercy. Zhou Wenqing didn't so much as blink. Yu Wu hefted her spear and plunged into the crowd. Faced with an absolute gap in realm, no one could stop her. Zhou Wenqing descended from the sky, and in her eyes there was nothing but Lin Xiao. "Junior brother, let your senior sister take you to kill." The city's protective formation resembled an inverted giant bull hovering in the sky. Seeing it, Huang Do and the others finally felt a bit more at ease. Han Xiao wore a smug expression as he said, "Don't worry. Even if Zhou Wenqing comes charging here, he won't be able to break through this protective formation." As the city lord of Mo Yun City, he was most familiar with this formation. "I hope that's true." No sooner had Huang Do spoken than two figures appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching. "He's actually coming already?" Zhou Wenqing just finished his ascension tribulation. Shouldn't he be stabilizing his new cultivation level first? Su Miaoyin's voice trembled, her fear clearly evident. She had always been afraid of Zhou Wenqing in the past, but now that he had entered the Tianren realm, her fear had only deepened. "Don't worry," Han Xiao tried to reassure everyone. Mo Yun City's protective formation is as solid as a fortress. Yet even as he spoke, His hands trembled slightly, betraying his lack of confidence. Suddenly, a divine lotus wreathed in flames descended over Mo Yun City, and an overwhelming aura spread rapidly through the air. What is that? Is it the Heartfire Lotus? No way. The Heartfire Lotus isn't nearly that terrifying. Chapter 77. The Six-Winged Heavenly Silkworm. The moment the cleansing lotus appeared, Huang Do and the others felt a vague sense of unease. Everyone's eyes locked onto the 12-petaled fire lotus, eager to see just how powerful it was. From Zhou Wenqing's stance, it was clear he intended to use this fiery lotus to shatter the city's protective formation. Suspended above Mo Yun City, the cleansing lotus radiated an oppressive Taoist aura. Its stem and petals were wreathed in white flame, creating a terrifying pressure that weighed heavily on the cultivators below. Lin Xiao recalled something from the past and said, "Senior sister, isn't this the same lotus you used to hit me on the head with when we were kids?" No wonder it looked familiar. It was that same lotus that had never bloomed back then. Back in the Deluo holy sect, Zhou Wenqing often used the cleansing lotus to whack Lin Xiao on the head. At the time, Lin Xiao had secretly wished he could snap it in two. Once, when Zhou wasn't looking, he'd even poured a good amount of boy's urine onto the lotus. After the holy world lotus bloomed and revealed such immense power, Lin Xiao decided to bury that memory deep in his heart, never to speak of it to Zhou Wenqing. If the senior disciple ever found out he had watered the holy world lotus with his own child's urine, the scolding he'd get would be bad enough to make him lose more than just the thinning hair on his head. This is something born alongside me. Its name is the holy world lotus. Zhou Wenqing held Lin Xiao's hand tightly as she spoke softly. This name Lin Xiao was so stunned he couldn't even speak. How powerful could this fire lotus really be, to dare bear the name Holy World? Little brother, watch closely. Let me show you what your senior sister is truly capable of. With reluctance, Zhou Wenqing finally let go of Lin Xiao's hand and flew toward the Holy World Lotus. The moment Zhou Wenqing moved, Huang Do and the others in Demon Cloud City tensed up. Su Miaoyin transmitted her voice to Han Xiao. "Brother Han, if the city's grand formation gets broken, do you have any other escape routes left?" Han Xiao's throat went dry as he replied, "None, senior sister. If the formation can't hold Zhou Wenqing back, we'll have no choice but to fight to the death." Su Miaoyin knew Han Xiao's nature, while he always liked to leave himself an escape route. She transmitted her voice again, "Brother Han, if you can get me out of here, I'll let you be my cultivation partner for 100 days. At that, a flicker of excitement flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. He quickly replied, "Senior sister, there's a hidden teleportation array in Demon Cloud City, only I know how to reach it. I'll take you with me when the time comes, but you must remember, not a single day short of 100. Inside, Su Miaoyin smirked, but outwardly she agreed. "As long as we survive, 100 days is nothing 10,000 times over. I still agree." Secretly, though, she was already planning to betray him the moment they escaped. Just as Su Miaoyin and Han Xiao were exchanging secret transmissions, the holy world lotus high in the sky began to pulse. Runes shimmered across its petals, flowing like living things, drifting off the blossoms and finally gathering in Zhou Wenqing's palm. Hundreds of inscriptions converged into a blazing ball of transparent flame. As soon as it appeared, an apocalyptic aura spread outward. When Huang Do and the others saw that transparent fire, their hearts pounded wildly. "Great City Array, hold steady." Although Han Xiao still had a way to retreat, he still hoped the city's protective formation could withstand the attack. Zhou Wenqing cradled a ball of translucent flame in her hands, like a goddess of fire who controlled life and death across the heavens. She coldly gazed down at the city of Mo Yun, staring at the dome-shaped protective array covering it, her eyes gleaming with icy determination. Mo Yun City will fall today. Zhou Wenqing thrust her hands downward. The purgatory flame in her grasp transformed into a blazing fireball, hurtling straight toward the city's protective barrier. Whether it was Huang Do and his group inside the city, or Lin Xiao, all of them watched in tense silence. Compared to the protective array, that fireball looked insignificant, like a mere speck of dust falling to the ground. Yet, Within that tiny speck lay the power to destroy the entire world. Crack! The city barrier shattered like a mirror, fissures spreading rapidly across its surface. As the purgatory flames struck the formation, the inscriptions within it melted the array's patterns, obliterating the city's protective barrier at its very foundation. Huang Do and the others stared in shock. Everyone had expected the array to be broken, but no one imagined Zhou Wenqing would destroy it with just a single strike. How are we supposed to fight this? Huang Do and his group were completely overcome with despair. Little junior brother, Han Xiao is yours, Zhou Wenqing suddenly said, her voice calm. A red spear materialized in her hand, pointing directly at Huang Do. How could she forget this? Huang Do had once made Lin Xiao bleed. Understood. Lin Xiao dove downward from the sky, his figure streaking through the now shattered protective array. As he pierced through the barrier, it finally collapsed entirely, breaking into glittering fragments that scattered into the wind and vanished into the void. Quickly, send word to the other demon cities and relay the news to the elders of our sect. We'll see if they dare to advance alone now. Huang Do and the others immediately scattered in panic, each fighting for their own survival. As long as they could escape, there was still a glimmer of hope after all. This area was under the jurisdiction of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect. How deep could Zhou Wenqing and Lin Xiao go into pursuit? What made Huang Do even more desperate was that Zhou Wenqing had already locked onto him. When Han Xiao and the others saw Zhou Wenqing chase after Huang Do, they immediately felt a sense of relief. As long as Huang Do kept Zhou Wenqing occupied, everyone else would be much safer. Han Xiao, it's time we settled our grudge. This time, Lin Xiao was determined not to let Han Xiao escape again. Lin Xiao, this is my territory. If you want to kill me, it won't be easy, Han Xiao sneered. He pulled out an earth-piercing talisman and dove straight into the ground. Lin Xiao let out a cold snort, then locked onto a spot and slashed his sword downward with full force. In an instant, 100-meter-long sword chi formed and came crashing down onto the ground. The earth split open, and a figure was forced out mid-air. Han Xiao, shocked and confused, couldn't understand how Lin Xiao had pinpointed his location. Unless your earth-piercing talisman can take you deeper than 100 meters, you won't escape my spiritual sense, Lin Xiao said coldly. The reason Lin Xiao could sense Han Xiao was twofold. 1. Han Xiao's talisman was of low quality, and 2. Lin Xiao's spiritual perception was naturally powerful. I truly regret not killing you months ago. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. He pulled out a beast-summoning pouch from his robes and released a 6-winged sky silkworm. Old buddy, take this death for me. His face twisted with pain, Han Xiao turned on his heel without hesitation and fled. As soon as the 6-winged sky silkworm exited the pouch, its body rapidly expanded, growing to 100 meters in length within a breath. This 6-winged sky silkworm had actually reached the mid-stage of Dao platform cultivation. No wonder Han Xiao had looked so pained. From Zhou Wenqing's direction came a sharp, piercing scream. Huang Do had been impaled through the heart by a spear, his eyes wide with disbelief as he died, filled with resentment. After finishing off Huang Do, Zhou Wenqing turned and pursued Su Miaoying. As for Lin Xiao's side, she wasn't too worried. After all, it was just a 6-winged sky silkworm. It wouldn't delay Lin Xiao for long. The 6-winged sky silkworm spat out threads from its mouth, which quickly wove into a massive web, sweeping down toward Lin Xiao like a trap. Lin Xiao tore the giant net apart with his bare hands, and the 6-winged heavenly silkworm stared in shock. How could this human seem more like a ferocious beast than itself? Before the silkworm could react, a surge of ice phoenix power crashed down, encasing it in a massive block of ice. In its eyes flickered a desperate plea, begging Lin Xiao for mercy. Amused, Lin Xiao smirked. You're actually afraid of death, just like your master. This big worm seemed self-aware, not some soulless puppet beast controlled by a master. Before Lin Xiao could make a move, the silkworm shattered the ice binding it and knelt submissively before him. Its body was enormous. Lin Xiao hovered in midair, yet he couldn't even match the size of one of its eyes. Cold Owl knows you betrayed him. Why didn't he erase your consciousness on the spot? Lin Xiao didn't hold back his killing intent out of mercy, but because within the silkworm's body, he had sensed a faint trace of dragon bloodline. A sudden wave of mental communication flooded into Lin Xiao's mind, and he instantly understood it was the silkworm transmitting its thoughts. There's a secret passage beneath Demon Cloud City. Cold Owl plans to escape through it. Take me there, and spare my life, what do you say? Chapter 78. Slaughter of 100 Cities in One Night. Lin Xiao considered for a moment, then decisively said, "Lead the way." Gratitude flickered in the silkworm's eyes. It flapped its wings and rose into the sky, gesturing for Lin Xiao to climb onto its back. Lin Xiao leapt onto it, and in an instant, the beast took off, soaring through the air as a massive white shadow. Privately astonished, Lin Xiao realized the silkworm's flying speed rivaled that of a sky-forging expert. Such flying beasts were incredibly rare. In just 10 breaths' time, the silkworm carried Lin Xiao straight to Cold Owl, who was hiding in a concealed room, preparing to activate a teleportation formation. Upon hearing the familiar sound slicing through the sky, he immediately understood what had happened. Six-winged heavenly silkworm, you dare betray me. As the master of the six-winged heavenly silkworm, Han Xiao severed the connection between them directly. He had the power to control the insect's consciousness, and just as easily, erase it. High in the sky, the silkworm's eyes suddenly lost their luster, and in the next moment, its massive body plummeted from the air. Lin Xiao felt a flicker of confusion. This six-winged heavenly silkworm clearly possessed intelligence. If it had dared to lead him here to find Han Xiao, it must have known the consequences of betrayal. Yet as he looked at the insect's now dull eyes and sent out his spiritual awareness to probe, he found no trace of soul fluctuation at all. The creature seemed utterly lifeless. Though puzzled beyond reason, Lin Xiao now had a more pressing matter. He needed to kill Han Xiao. A whistling sound cut through the air from the distance as Su Miaoyin rushed over, panic written across her face. The two elders who had been guarding her were already caught in a bloody storm from Zhou Wenqing's spear technique, forcing her to flee alone. "Senior sister, you hold Lin Xiao off. I'll activate the formation right away." Han Xiao had originally planned for Su Miaoyin to stall Lin Xiao, but Su Miaoyin didn't follow his order. She knew Lin Xiao was hellbent on killing Han Xiao, so instead, she dashed straight into the room where Han Xiao was and began activating the teleportation formation. In 3 breaths of time, the formation would be fully activated. But Lin Xiao was already storming, and how could those 3 seconds be survived? The moment Lin Xiao stepped through the door, his eyes locked only on Han Xiao. "Senior sister, help me." Han Xiao cried out to Su Miaoyin. "All right, junior brother," Su Miaoyin replied. But instead of turning toward Lin Xiao, she lunged at Han Xiao himself. "Master, let me help you kill Han Xiao. You damn bitch, ridden by thousands, tasted by 10,000. Han Xiao spat blood as Su Miaoyin's palm slammed into his back, sending a spray of crimson into the air. "Even if you crawl on your knees and beg Lin Xiao, he won't spare you." Before Han Xiao could recover from Su Miaoyin's betrayal, Lin Xiao's sword chi sliced through him. Both arms were severed, and white bone jutted from the wound across his chest. Han Xiao collapsed straight to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, as if he had died on the spot. The teleportation formation had only a breath left when Lin Xiao dashed in and kicked Su Miaoyin out with one swift kick. Su Miaoyin's face twisted with frustration. She had been just one step away from freedom. But just then, a figure shot up from the ground and leapt into the formation. It was Han Xiao, who had faked his death earlier. Han Xiao burst into arrogant laughter. "Haha, Su Miaoyin, you can stay here and rot. I'll be taking my leave first." He had used a decoy death technique to fool both Lin Xiao and Su Miaoyin before. Su Miaoyin shouted urgently, "Master, quickly, chase him. If you let him go this time, it'll be even harder to find and kill him later." Lin Xiao didn't go after Han Xiao. Instead, he slashed a sword strike towards Su Miaoyin. At the same time she was speaking, she had already acted a silver needle as fine as a strand of hair shot toward Lin Xiao. If Lin Xiao had chased after Han Xiao, he would have fallen victim to Su Miaoyin's ambush. He quickly raised his azure rainbow sword to block the needle, neutralizing the surprise attack. After the failed ambush, Su Miaoyin simply turned and fled. A streak of crimson light shot toward her from the distance, and Zhou Wenqing's divine sense locked onto Su Miaoyin. Her speed was far superior, and she would catch up within moments. Knowing escape was impossible, Su Miaoyin suddenly sneered over her shoulder. Zhou Wenqing, are you secretly in love with your junior martial brother? She continued taunting. Your first man will be him, but his first woman will certainly not be you. His virgin essence was already taken long ago. Zhou Wenqing, you've been the guardian of Frostfall City for over a decade, yet your little junior brother was snatched away by another woman first. She shouted again. Zhou Wenqing, I bet you never imagined a day like this, huh? The once proud you actually losing to another woman. She jeered relentlessly. Yet she noticed that Zhou Wenqing behind her had actually stopped chasing. A flicker of realization lit in her mind. She thought her words had worked, and she prepared to continue her mockery. Just as she was gloating, a crimson spear howled through the air and impaled her straight through the body. Her eyes brimmed with hatred, yet a trace of mockery still lingered on her lips. Zhou Wenqing approached with a dark, icy expression, yanking out her long spear and tightening her grip. Her voice was as cold as ancient permafrost. Who was that woman? Lin Xiao didn't catch the rest of her words. As soon as Zhou Wenqing took off after Su Miaoyin, he had stepped into the transmission formation to chase after Han Xiao. Wrapped in the power of the formation, he quietly counted the seconds. The longer the transmission, the farther the distance. Half a quarter of an hour passed before he reached his destination. Such a long-range transmission meant he had traveled at least hundreds of miles. The moment Lin Xiao exited the formation, he immediately formed a protective barrier around his body. As expected, the instant he materialized, over 100 demonic cultivators launched a surprise attack. However, none among them were at the Dao platform stage. All were foundation building or sea manifestation cultivators. Their attacks couldn't even scratch his protective barrier. When the demonic cultivators saw that the person transmitted in was a Dao platform expert, they froze in shock. Han Xiao had sent them to kill someone, yet hadn't warned them the opponent was this powerful. It didn't take them long to figure it out. Han Xiao had used them as cannon fodder to buy time. Lin Xiao, I knew you'd show up here. Since you're here, you and this black scale city can perish together. Han Xiao's voice echoed throughout the demonic city. Damn! The sect leader Han Xiao has activated the city destruction formation. Suddenly, one of the demonic cultivators shouted. The others looked bewildered. They had no idea such a formation had even been hidden in the city. Soon enough, they realized the man wasn't lying. Violent tremors erupted from beneath the ground, as if some terrifying power had awakened. Then the ground split open, and in an instant, the entire demonic city exploded into dust and rubble. In the blink of an eye, the grand demonic city was reduced to a flattened wasteland. Han Xiao hovered alone above the ruins, a cruel smile on his lips. I left myself a secret escape route in case a powerful enemy showed up. And at the teleportation point, I set up the city destruction formation precisely to eliminate anyone who dared to pursue me. To my greatest surprise, those things were actually prepared for Lin Xiao. I thought they were meant for Zhou Wenqing. Han Xiao was just about to turn and leave when he suddenly sensed something strange beneath the ground. A black scroll shot out from the ruins. At first, Han Xiao was taken aback. Then his face lit up with excitement. That scroll looked like an imperial artifact. But the joy on his face didn't last long before it was replaced by terror. A cyan-colored longsword shot forth from the Azura subduing heaven scroll. Moments later, Lin Xiao himself burst out from within the Azura subduing heaven scroll. As soon as the ice sealing space technique was unleashed, Han Xiao was frozen in place. Thousands of sword chi rained down from the sky, slicing him into a bloody pulp. How could you possess an imperial artifact? That was Han Xiao's final, lingering question before death. Lin Xiao let out a long breath finally. He had avenged his greatest enemy. It took Lin Xiao an entire hour to return to Mo Yun City. By the time he got back, the great city of the Huangquan sect was already reduced to near ruins. Where's senior disciple? Lin Xiao swept the area with his spiritual sense, but couldn't detect Zhou Wenqing anywhere. She's gone to another devil city to slaughter. A soft, childish voice answered nearby surprisingly. It came from the six-winged divine silkworm. Lin Xiao looked at it curiously and asked, I thought your consciousness was wiped by Han Xiao. How are you still alive? I let Han Xiao erase my consciousness on purpose only, then could I escape his control, the silkworm replied. At this moment, Lin Xiao wasn't particularly focused on the silkworm. One question lingered in his mind. Why didn't senior disciple wait for him? Over 100 li away from Mo Yun City, another devil city was now undergoing a cataclysmic disaster. Many demonic cultivators knelt to the heavens, shouting, "Goddess, have mercy." But the only reply they received was a flame of world purification. Soon after, the entire devil city was wiped out without a single soul spared. After finishing off one city, Zhou Wenqing continued on to the next demonic stronghold, relentless in her wrath. That night, the